This passage indicates, in somewhat involved language, the two basic concepts denoted by the term social a priori. In the first place, knowledge cannot lay claim to universal, objective validity unless we accept the category of transcendental con. 265. Consciousness, providing every individual consciousness with a repertoire of necessary forms for the organization of experience. Secondly, the social tie can only be understood if we regard it as grounded in the existence of the individual, not merely created as the answer to empirical needs. Each individual, as it were, bears the whole of humanity in his own self-consciousness. Transcendental consciousness thus performs a double function. It explains the unity of human beings and the tie between them, and thus the concept of man in society, and it shows how knowledge can be a general possession and a matter of obligation, not merely a collection of relative, contingent perceptions by a multiplicity of minds. On both these points Kant and Marx are at one. Transcendental consciousness, it should be added, is not a separate, substantive entity but is that part of each individual consciousness which has an impersonal character. The universal validity of the moral law can be accounted for in a similar way. It too could not exist if it were not rooted in the general consciousness. It would seem that in Adler's view relations between people are logically prior to people themselves. This can be regarded as a particular exemplification of the general idea of the Marburg school which, in contrast to the common sense or substantialist view, regarded things as the product of relations and not the other way about. All this, however, does not constitute an argument for the V/V that the social as opposed to the physical sciences should be based on teleology and not on causality. According to Adler, the study of social phenomena is based on cause and effect like any other, even though the possibility of social relations and the form of social life itself are presupposed before we can begin to study anything and cannot themselves be causally explained. But the primacy of consciousness in general applies to physical science also. Nature as an object of study is only possible on account of the formal regularities of thought. In the case of social phenomena it is clear enough that what happens involves human action, purposes, and values, but this is a form of causality, not a denial of it. We cannot distinguish nature from civilization on the ground that one is concerned with causes and the other with 266 aims, or that the study of the latter is teleological, or that the first has to do with abstract laws and the second with unique occurrences. In both cases our study is objective, concerned with cause and effect and with discovering general rules. In both, the object is constituted by a priori conditions of knowledge. The only difference is that in humanistic studies we treat connections and events as consciously experienced, though they are causally conditioned as well. As long as we are concerned only with what is simply given by the operation of consciousness in general, there comes into view a huge realm of existence that is given simply as natural existence, and conscious beings are part of this insofar as they are merely considered as parts of nature. But when we turn our minds to the question how this natural world is given, how it is conceived, judged, worked upon and made use of, and how in all these respects it is possible for so many individuals, acting quite independently of one another, to achieve agreement and mutual understanding even in their most hostile acts, then, in addition to the bare natural fact that exists only for each particular act of knowledge and is therefore isolated from all others, we become aware of that other great fact of the unique, thoroughgoing community and unity of human beings that know and act upon their knowledge. Adler's theory is not as clear as could be desired, but its general trend is plain enough. Since the transcendental consciousness is not a spirit in the sense of an impersonal, self-existing substance, but exists only in the individual consciousness in such a way as to make it essentially identical with every other, it might seem that it amounts to no more than the collectivity of judgments comprising the whole of necessary knowledge, i.e. synthetic a priori judgments in the Kantian sense. If so, however, the question how does our knowledge acquire the character of necessity, has been formulated but not answered. If we reply that this necessity derives from the transcendental consciousness, and if this consciousness is in fact nothing but a collection or repository of necessary judgments, then we have not answered any question at all. But this criticism of Adler's argument does not apply only to him. He is right in holding, like all transcendentalists, that the 267 universal validity of our knowledge, its certainty irrespective of contingent historical and biological facts, cannot be demonstrated empirically, as both Kant and Husserl maintain. There can be no experimental epistemology. It follows that in the realm of empirical knowledge we are condemned not only to uncertainty but also to the impossibility of finding out how much of our knowledge is valid and how much depends on accidents of the human condition. The Marburg Neo-Kantians were aware of this, and they saw that the psychological interpretation of Kant is no cure for the relativity of knowledge. But if so, it does not follow that we have any other means of overcoming this relativism. We must also take it that rationalism cannot justify the claim of knowledge to objectivity and must be content with hypothetical and unverifiable theories of transcendental consciousness that only appear to provide a refuge from scepticism and relativism, by introducing an arbitrary deus ex machina of epistemology. Adler's ascription of transcendentalism to Marx is also highly questionable. True, the idea of socialized man implied for Marx that the human individual as such was, as it were, a carrier of social being and only knew himself through society. But this does not imply any view as to how the socialization comes about. There is no ground for saying that according to Marx it cannot be explained historically but only by some kind of transcendental consciousness. As for the a priori conditions of our knowledge of society, it is true that Marx drew a distinction, which he never explained precisely, between the essence of a thing and a phenomenon. He also says that social processes cannot be theoretically reconstructed by accumulating single observations, but only by using conceptual instruments that precede observations. Marx does not explain, however, where these instruments are to come from or how their use is to be justified. To imagine that they are something in the nature of Kantian categories is quite arbitrary and is not an interpretation of Marx, but an introduction of quite different ingredients into his theory. Nor is there any analogy between Marx's analysis of commodity fetishism and Kant's critique of the substantive ego. Marx reduces the relations between commodities to relations between people, but this does not mean he thought that human beings were secondary to their own social. 268. Ties. Individuals under capitalism were, in point of fact, dissolved amid the anonymous forces of communal life, but this was a criticism of capitalism and not something that had to endure forever. Socialism, according to Marx, meant a return to individuality and the conscious treatment of one's own powers as belonging to society, but the object of this was to overcome the anonymous character of individual life resulting from alienation, i.e. from social processes escaping the control of real individuals. Thus the critique of commodity fetishism had the opposite meaning to what Adler supposed. Moreover, Adler's interpretation of the purposive character of social phenomena, and his critique of the neo-Kantists, are so expressed that it is not clear in what respect he disagrees with the purely naturalist interpretation of society, against which he is constantly protesting. If his argument is that social phenomena are subject to universal determinism in the same way as all others, while their peculiar character lies in the fact that they are experienced and that they present themselves as purposive actions, then these are propositions with which the most unbending mechanist would agree. No one could deny that men experience the events they take part in or that their actions are governed by various motives, desires, and values. The radical determinist merely claims that this makes no difference to the fact that these motives, desires, and experiences are conditioned just as inevitably as all other events. Adler seems to accept this view, and consequently his statement that causality in human affairs operates through the purposive actions of human beings does not differ from out-and-out mechanism. 7. Adler's critique of materialism and the dialectic. It is clear that from the point of view of Engels' schema Adler counts as an idealist, at least in the sense in which Kant is so described. In all his philosophical writings Adler repeated the same thought: Marx's theory is a scientific reconstruction of social phenomena, and is ontologically neutral in the same way as any other science. It is not based on any materialist metaphysic, which in any case is an untenable doctrine. Adler criticizes materialist philosophy at length in his Lehrbuch der materialistischen Geschichtsauffassung, where he argues on similar lines to Fichte. It is impossible to derive consciousness from physical motion, since physical motion is only given to us as the content of consciousness. Philosophy cannot take as its starting point the question of the primacy of mind or nature, since Kant has taught us that reason cannot pronounce upon the world until it has examined its own right to do so. Our starting point must be the critical question of the possibility and validity of cognition. But, if we put this question without metaphysical prejudice, we see that any concept of reality that we can meaningfully create relates to reality constructed in conceptual forms. From no fact of experience can we deduce anything like the thing in itself. In this sense it can be said that everything is consciousness, which does not mean that it is the content of the empirical self. On the contrary, the cognitive acts of the self are directed towards a reality that is common to all men, since the self participates in transcendental consciousness and is merely a form of the latter's activity. Here Adler joins issue with the materialism of Lenin, who seeks to refute idealism by arguing that the world existed before men and hence before the appearance of consciousness, and that consciousness is a function of the brain, which is a physical object. These, Adler retorts, are naive and uncritical arguments. The existence of the world before consciousness is given only in the form of a certain content of consciousness, and in the same way the brain is not known to us as the producer of our consciousness, but only indirectly through consciousness itself. The theory of reflection is a trivial petitio principii. It first defines impressions as a reflection of the world, and then argues that since this is so, there must be a world to be reflected, but we cannot define impressions in this way without assuming some previous knowledge of the world. Adler's argument is basically a repetition of the traditional themes of German idealism, and introduces no new features. It can be expressed as follows: if the world were given in consciousness as a world that is completely independent of consciousness and does not presuppose it, it would be both given 270 and not given. It is therefore a self-contradictory concept, or a concept that pretends not to be one. It would seem that Adler, following the Marburg interpretation, rejects the category of the thing in itself as superfluous and meaningless. To say that consciousness contains everything is in his eyes a tautology. Whatever we know about the world, we know as an object of our knowledge. From this point of view, which is that of Fichte rather than Kant, the critical position amounts to maintaining that the world is a correlative to judgments about the world, which in their totality are termed consciousness in general. Adler expressly rejects as meaningless the question as to the origin of that which is contained in consciousness, for consciousness in fact comprises everything. Adler's transcendentalism, however, is not fully consistent. On the one hand, like Cohen and Naderp, he regards the transcendental consciousness as an autonomous world of truth to which reality is relativized, a world which has no need of empirical human beings in order to exist, or rather to be valid for existence is only the predicate of an existential judgment, and consciousness in general is not a kind of Platonic realm of ideas, while its ontological status cannot even be an object of questioning. But, on the other hand, Adler frequently uses the concept of species consciousness, which he identifies with transcendental consciousness. This, however, involves the existence of mankind as a differentiated species, and cannot lay claim to absolute validity. Thus Adler oscillates between anthropological relativism and transcendentalism in the true sense. The former viewpoint suffices when he is concerned, as he most often is, to show, or rather to state, that the community of mankind and the unity of the species have an epistemological basis, since all human beings share in the same impersonal form of the spirit. But it does not suffice when he also seeks to maintain that we are entitled, within certain limits anyway, to ascribe to our knowledge universal and absolute validity. This requires a world of necessary truths, the necessity of which does not depend on the empirical activity of the human mind. These, however, are two completely different purposes: to justify the humanistic faith in the unity of mankind, and to vindicate the claims of human knowledge to certainty. Adler's concept of transcendental con. 271. Consciousness is used to serve both purposes, which at times leads to confusion. This also gives rise to the double sense of the concept of the social a priori, which we have already mentioned and which Adler never clearly distinguished. On the one hand, this a priori is a collection of non-empirical categories, applicable in a particular way to the description of social phenomena. On the other hand, it is that part of the content of every individual consciousness in which the latter discovers itself as a member of the human species with the power of communicating with its fellows. This confusion also affects Adler's interpretation of Marx. Marxism is a theory which offers a basis for belief in the perfect unity of human beings and also a method of discovering universally valid truths about social phenomena. There is, of course, no conflict between these aspects of Marxism, but it is often not clear which of them Adler is talking about. Adler deserves a special place in the history of Marxism because, among other things, he was one of the few who tried to reinstate the dialectic in the Hegelian sense of an unceasing interplay between being and thought about being, instead of contenting themselves with the Engels-Plekhanov method of accumulating examples to show that in this or that sphere of reality quantitative changes lead to qualitative ones, or development is the result of a conflict of opposites. However, Adler's exposition of the dialectic was highly abstract and unrelated to the actual problems of the social sciences. Marxistische Probleme, the work in which he dealt especially with dialectical questions, did nothing to bring about a return of Marxism to Hegelian sources. According to Adler, dialectical thought is its own object. In the dialectical movement every concept is understood in relation to its opposite, not by the ordinary comparison of one content with another, but by reason of the tendency of each towards self-cancellation. Our thought never embraces the whole of being, but singles out particular aspects or qualities. Consciousness, however, is aware of its own limitations and strives to overcome them by relating its own content to the concrete whole, which is itself inexpressible. The mind is thus in a state of constant tension and must at once transcend every result. 272. That it achieves, aiming at the unattainable goal of a self-identity which would also mean identity with its object. But the law of the mind is not that of things. Reality can be called dialectic only as the mind conceives it and not as it is in itself. It is not clear, however, how Adler can make this distinction, since in his view the only reality we have contact with is that of thought. Later he apparently abandoned the critique of the dialectic of nature, having concluded that nature, being comprehended by thought, is no less dialectic than thought itself. 8. Adler, consciousness and social being. Adler, as we saw, regarded himself as a true adherent of the Marxian philosophy of history, but he rejected the term historical materialism as based on a misunderstanding and as merely polemical in intent. He repeats all the current defenses of Marxism against the charge that it takes no account of human activity as a whole, that it regards social development as independent of human beings, etc. He emphasizes that the causal explanation of social phenomena is not in conflict with the existence of the human will. He overlooks, however, that the question is not whether men's acts are motivated but whether they are unequivocally determined by circumstances, while the objection that Marxism regards history as independent of human beings is aimed at historical determinism and not at the absurd idea that men and women behave no differently from stones. Like nearly all Marxists, he fails to put the question clearly at this point, repeating merely that Marxism is not fatalistic, since it recognizes human initiative, and at the same time that science must regard all social processes as causally determined. This is a very weak explanation, for if human initiative in history is determined by circumstances, it is only one of the many forms of universal causality, and the objection that men are only instruments of an anonymous process has not been met, while if is not so determined, it is impossible to maintain the determinist position and belief in historical laws. However, Adler's specific contribution does not consist in general, unanalytical remarks about men making history. His interpretation of historical materialism is distinguished by the attempt to call in question the whole traditional distinction between material and spiritual factors in the historical pro. 273. Says. The general error of Marxists was, in his view, to oppose inanimate productive forces and relations of production to the spiritual superstructure, when it was clear that relations of production represented a system of conscious human behavior and were thus no less spiritual than the superstructure itself. In the same way, productive forces, if regarded not as lifeless objects but as elements in the social process, presupposed human consciousness on the part of the makers and users of tools. There were no factors in social life that were simply inanimate matter and changed or developed of their own accord. Technique and economic phenomena were as much manifestations of the spirit as was ideology. Marx did not regard the superstructure as a passive reflection of objective conditions, nor did he deny the autonomy of its features such as law, science, and religion. Consciousness was determined by social, not material, being, and social implied spiritual. What were called economic conditions were spiritual phenomena at the lowest level of a particular phase of social development, i.e., those that were directly connected with the production and reproduction of human existence. It is not clear exactly what is left of historical materialism after this interpretation. It would seem that in Adler's system the distinction, in social phenomena, between forms of consciousness and objective processes ceases to have any meaning, and so therefore does the basic idea of the materialist interpretation of history. Adler insists, however, that Marx's conception was that in the last resort the human spirit is the driving force of history. If we remember M.Arx's words, "With me the ideal is nothing else than the material world reflected by the human mind and translated into forms of thought," we cannot fail to see that there is no economic causality that does not also take place inside the human head. This, however, is extremely far-fetched, and distorts Marx's ideas out of recognition. What he meant was not that all economic phenomena take place in the human mind, but that what takes place in the mind can be explained economically. 274. 9. What is and what ought to be in questions relating to ethics and their philosophical basis. Adler repeats in his own fashion arguments that were the common property of all neo-Kantists, and from this point of view criticizes Kolakowski's naturalism. If all historical processes are determined independently of the human will, then there is no place for ethics. It is meaningless to say that I ought to do this or that, if everything I do is dictated by circumstances beyond my control. Nature knows neither good nor evil, and no empirical observation will enable us to find such a distinction in it. Hence Marxism as a theory of social phenomena is morally neutral. However, as beings endowed with mind and will, we cannot avoid asking the questions what ought we to do, and what is good, and we are not helped to answer these by knowing what is regarded as right or good. Socialism cannot be considered as merely the result of the natural development of phenomena, since if this is the case it does not follow that we ought to help in bringing it about, or regard it as an aim or ideal. Moral judgments cannot be derived from statements about biological or historical facts, they can only be based on recognizing the human will as a faculty of self-determination which is not a form of natural energy and which creates the principles of obligation autonomously i.e. without regard to external considerations, whether of biology, religion, or utilitarianism. In Marxistisk Probleme and other works written before 1914, Adler treated ethical questions from a typically neo-Kantian standpoint. However, in an article of 1922 on the relation of Marxism to classic German philosophy, he criticized the Kantists who held that socialism must be justified ethically as well as historically, a position that Adler himself had maintained until recently. His criticism, however, is extremely tenuous. He states that according to Marx, socialism is based on purely empirical observation of the historical chain of causes and effects, and that its historical inevitability coincides with its moral value. This coincidence is reflected in the concept of socialized man, who is impelled by social conditions to bring about what he regards as moral. Curiously, Adler fails to observe that this argument overlooks the Kantian's main objection, which he himself 275. Often used against Kolakowski, viz., how does socialized man decide what is good or bad, and how does he find ethical grounds for his decision? Bauer approached ethical questions on similar lines. In an article of 1905 entitled Marxism und Ethik, he considers the problem of an unemployed worker who is offered pay in return for acting as a strike breaker, and to whom it has to be explained that this is a wrong thing to do. The workman recognizes that his interests coincide generally with those of the proletariat as a whole, but he points out that in this particular case there is a conflict and he does not see why he should sacrifice his own interests for the sake of class solidarity. There is, says Bauer, no scientific answer to this question, for science does not pronounce moral judgments. The difference between Marxism and Hegelian idealism is precisely that the former does not identify natural necessity with an obligation of the spirit, for it does not treat nature as a manifestation of the idea. In the same way moral questions cannot be answered in terms of natural necessity, there must be special principles to guarantee the validity of value judgments. Kant formulated such a principle in the shape of the formal categorical imperative, which does not tell us directly what we ought to do but provides a criterion for judging whether any particular moral rule is good or bad. Kant's ethical doctrine does not conflict with Marxism, but adds to it a moral foundation that is essential to all human beings. On the basis of the Kantian imperative we can prove that a proletarian who shows solidarity in fighting for the interests of his class is not in the same moral position as a strike breaker. It would be impossible to show this, however, if morality had no more than a utilitarian basis. If I seek to find out not only which of the warring classes is historically most likely to win, but also which I should fight for, Marx's doctrine does not in itself tell me the answer. The orthodox are wrong in claiming that Kant's moral philosophy leads to class solidarity inasmuch as it formulates universal rules, unconnected with class interest. On the contrary, it makes possible a moral distinction between bourgeois and proletarian interests and shows that we should opt for the latter because the particular interest of the proletariat stands for that of all humanity. If it did not, we should have no reason to take its side. The fact that the proletariat's cause is that of all. 276. Mankind is known to us from Marx's analysis, and Kantian ethics cannot take the place of the historical and economic knowledge that we need in order to take moral decisions, but, on the other hand, such knowledge is not in itself capable of justifying a decision. Bauer appears in the course of time to have altered his attitude to Kant and Neo-Kantianism. In Das Weltbild des Kapitalismus and in an article of 1937 on Adler he treats Neo-Kantianism as an expression of philosophical reaction, analogous to the political attitude of the bourgeoisie in Bismarck's time. The defeat of liberalism was also the end of bourgeois materialism in Germany, and its philosophical counterparts were Neo-Kantianism and Empiria criticism. The bourgeois intelligentsia sought to induce the proletariat to ally itself with the liberals, and their ideologists therefore underline the merits and value of Marx's work, while interpreting it so as to eliminate the revolutionary content and reduce socialism to a moral postulate and nothing more. Bauer thus criticizes Kantianism from the very standpoint which he had condemned in orthodox Marxists, without meeting the objections that he himself formerly advanced. I.A. The state, democracy, and dictatorship. The Austro-Marxists were more agreed on philosophical questions than they were as regards the function of the state and the objectives of the political struggle of the proletariat. Redner's views on this subject, in particular, were close to Bernstein's and to those prevalent in German social democracy as a whole, owing in part to the Lasalle tradition. As Renner argued especially in his wartime and later articles, the evolution of capitalism towards imperialism had led to changes in the function of the state which gave the working class the opportunity to use the existing state machine to bring about socialist changes. Marx, in considering the state, had had in mind liberal capitalism, where the state organization refrains from interfering in production and trade. Imperialism had changed all this. The state itself had become a powerful instrument for the concentration of capital, and as a result capital had ceased to be cosmopolitan and become much more national. State intervention was extending to more and more areas of economic. 277. Life, and this process was irreversible. The bourgeoisie was obliged in its own interest to increase the application of centralized control to industry, banking, and commerce, while working class pressure had obliged the state to provide more social benefits and services. Thanks to class organizations, the labor market was dominated by the collective action of the workers, who had it in their power to extract many concessions from capital, not only in short-term wage increases but in the form of permanent welfare institutions. It could not therefore be said that in capitalist society the state could never function in the interest of the proletariat. Experience had proved the contrary, and it was to be expected that private property would take on a more and more public character and that the working class would have increasing influence over its institutions. Thus it was no longer the case that the workers had an interest in weakening and destroying the state. On the contrary, they could use it as a lever to bring about socialist changes, and they ought to make it as strong and efficient as possible. This analysis led naturally to a general advocacy of the reformist path to socialism. Renner believed that a socialist society would develop as the workers gained more control over state institutions and as the proletariat succeeded more and more in obliging capital to perform public functions. Bauer and Adler, however, were less optimistic. Bauer, it is true, agreed that it could not be said that the state was always an organ of the bourgeoisie and was completely subordinated to its interests. This, he pointed out, was contrary to many of Marx's own observations, for example about periods of joint control by the aristocracy and the bourgeoisie, or the state at a given moment becoming an autonomous force owing to an equilibrium in the class struggle. Marxism, he argued, did not exclude the possibility that the proletariat and the bourgeoisie might share the state power, though this would not diminish the antagonism between them. This was what happened in Austria after the fall of the monarchy. But where bourgeois property was threatened, the bourgeoisie preferred to hand over political power to dictators if by so doing it could preserve its economic privileges. Witness the example of fascism. Bauer, it appears, did not believe that the proletariat had to destroy the machinery of the state before it could seize power, but he also did not. 278. Believe that socialism could develop organically out of the existing state by the extraction of successive concessions from the bourgeoisie. Adler's position on these questions was closest to the traditional doctrine of the revolutionary Marxists. His views on the state were summed up in Die Staatsauffassung des Marxismus, the starting point of which is a critique of Hans Kelson's Realismus und Stahl. Kelson had attacked Marxism as an anarchist utopia, arguing that the abolition of the state was an impracticable ideal. Law must always be the organization of coercion vis-a-vis individuals, but it need not be for the purpose of maintaining economic exploitation. To suppose that legal coercion could ever be abolished was to imagine a moral transformation of humanity that there was absolutely no reason to expect. There was no choice between the state and a stateless society, but there was one between democracy and dictatorship. Adler, on the basis of classical Marxist theory, combated these arguments at all points. The state, he contended, performed other functions than those of class oppression, but they were not essential or characteristic ones. The state was the historical form of human society that characterized all periods dominated by class antagonisms. More precisely, in communities that had not yet developed T class division, the state and society were the same. It was only later that the state became separate from society and an instrument of the interests of the privileged classes. A particular form of the state, Adler goes on, is political democracy with its parliamentary institutions, universal suffrage, and civil liberties. Not only is political democracy not opposed to class dictatorship, but it presupposes it. The bourgeois state is a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, and political democracy is the way in which that dictatorship is organized. Political democracy cannot create economic equality or cure social antagonisms. It is based on the will of the majority, a principle which presupposes conflicting interests. The opposite of political democracy is social democracy. This distinction can also be found in anarchist literature, which Adler endorses to some extent, observing that socialists agree with anarchists as to the ultimate aim while differing as to the means of achieving it. Social or true democracy is the same thing as socialism. It presupposes the unity of society, at least in the sense that when it prevails, the basic conflicts of interest due to class divisions will cease to exist. In this sense it signifies the abolition of the state. The state as a class organization will cease to exist, for there will be no more particular interests. Various forms of organization that are necessary to social life will remain, but there will no longer be a bureaucracy alienated from society. The state will be built up from below, starting with small assemblies on a local or production basis. In general, the present centralizing tendency is a transitory one. The organization of the future will be a federation or an assemblage of corporations linked only by their common aims and interests. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a necessary stage on the road towards a society of this kind, but it is not the same thing as social democracy. On the contrary, like the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie at the present time, it presupposes political democracy and majority rule. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a transitional form in which society has not yet attained the desired unity but is torn by particular interests, so that it requires political organizations, i.e. parties, to represent those interests, and the state to mediate between them. Parties, too, are a transitional institution and must disappear together with class divisions. The transition from the present form of political democracy to a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat must take the form of a revolution, but Adler stresses that it need not be a violent one. Whether or not it can be effected by peaceful means and without violation of legally is a secondary point, and we cannot be certain exactly how events will develop. Adler, however, is against reformism in the sense of a belief that socialism can be achieved by gradual, organic change. The difference between capitalism and socialism is qualitative, one cannot simply ripen into the other. Socialists support reforms and fight for them, but they are always conscious that reforms are not a partial realization of socialism, but only a means of preparing for revolution. In all this Adler is very close to German Orthodox Marxism. 280. And he shares with it the firm belief that socialism involves the removal of all conflicts of interest. Socialist freedom requires no institutions to ensure majority rule, for it is a true freedom based on the principle of universalism. As in Rousseau's ideal society, it is not the will of the majority that counts, but the general will. Adler does not explain how the general will can express itself without representative institutions, which, we are given to understand, will be superfluous. He merely states that socialists do believe, in spite of Kelsen, that human beings can change for the better. Once class conflicts are done away with, socialist education will bring out the natural feeling of solidarity that will ensure harmony without compulsion. Adler holds, in fact, that socialism is not only the ideal of a harmonious society, guaranteed by historical necessity, but also the reconciliation of empirical community life with the requirements of human nature, the transcendental unity of mankind which cannot find expression as long as class divisions breed inequality and injustice. He agrees not only with Rousseau but also with Fichte in believing that it is possible to restore to man his authentic essence, to make him once more what he really is, not merely what he would like to be, or must be by virtue of the laws of history. Adler's philosophy thus postulates this time in agreement with Marx but not with the orthodox of the Second International, a particular kind of reality that, though it is not empirically perceivable, already exists in some way, and is, as it were, the Entleerung or truth of humanity, the totality of the imperative demands of human nature, impelling the course of events towards a reconciliation of human essence with human historical existence. Adler's whole thought is centered on these two strictly correlated ideas, the unity of humanity as the transcendental constitution of consciousness, and the unity of humanity as an actual state of affairs which is the objective of the socialist movement. Adler concedes, it is true, that the community of the future will not put an end to all tension, nor will it dry up the sources of development. Since, however, there will be general solidarity and freedom from material cares, we can expect that people will devote themselves with more fervor to the problems of art, metaphysics, and religion. This may give rise to fresh conflicts, but they will not be such as to disturb the basic solidarity of 281. Mankind. Here too Adler was in agreement with the general Marxist stereotypes. He believed in the absolute salvation of humanity and in a perfect harmony grounded in the moral consciousness of all members of society. Adler dismisses the objection put forward by sociologists Max Weber and especially Robert Michels that any democracy, simply because it is a representative system, tends to evolve a bureaucracy which in time becomes an independent force, the master of the electorate instead of its servant. Michels in his classical work, Ur Sociologie der Parteiwesens in der modernen Demokratie concluded from a detailed analysis of the functioning of political parties, and especially the Social Democrats, that the emergence and autonomization of a political apparatus is an inevitable result of the democratic process within a party. Consequently, he argued, democracy is bound to fall into an internal contradiction, or, in other words, perfect democracy is a theoretical impossibility. In the pursuit of its objectives, the party creates a political machine which is virtually irremovable and can nearly always impose its will on the electors without violating the system of representation, while at the same time creating and furthering its own professional or factional interests. It can be expected that in future the oligarchic tendencies in democratic bodies will encounter more opposition from the masses than they do today, but such tendencies cannot be prevented from existing and recurring at all times, for they are rooted in the very nature of social organization. Adler does not accept this law of oligarchy. Under political democracy, he agrees, it is inevitable that autonomized apparatuses will come into being, both in political parties and in the state. No party, not even the workers, is exempt from this danger. But under social democracy it can be averted, by education and by decentralizing the state. Hence Adler especially values workers' councils as institutions of direct control by producers over economic processes, and for the same reason he sharply criticizes Lenin and the Soviet state. The Bolsheviks, he says, have not established a dictatorship of the proletariat, but a party dictatorship over the proletariat and the whole of society, the terrorist rule of a minority, and a far cry from the predictions of Marx, to whom the dictatorship of the proletariat meant the rule of the entire working class in conditions of 282. Political democracy. Adler thus attacks the Bolsheviks from a position similar to that of Rosa Luxemburg, and at the same time criticizes Kolakowski for wrongly opposing democracy to dictatorship. Like the German centrists, Adler failed to provide an exact definition of the term revolution. He agreed with Marx that the revolution must smash the existing state machine, but he also believed that it might, though not necessarily, be effected by legal and parliamentary means, without violation of the constitution. He did not make clear how these statements were to be reconciled. Like nearly all Marxists, he was also vague in his description of the future socialist order. He saw no difficulty in arguing that on the one hand society would be linked by a unity of interests and aims and that production must therefore be centrally planned, while on the other hand socialism implied the maximum degree of decentralization and federalism. In these matters all Marxists were content with general formulas, declaring that they were not utopians and were not disposed to predict the details of socialist organization. They ignored, or answered in generalities, the objections of the anarchists, who showed more discernment in this particular sphere. 11. The future of religion. While the Austro-Marxists were in general agreement with German orthodoxy on questions of the state, revolution, and democracy, both Adler and Bauer expressly differed from it as to the interpretation of religious faith. The Orthodox, following Marx and Engels, regarded religion as the outcome of specific social conditions, oppression, ignorance, and false consciousness. They advocated religious tolerance in state and party, but they were convinced that as exploitation and oppression were done away with and public enlightenment increased, religious beliefs were bound to die a natural death. As to the content of such beliefs, Their incompatibility with the scientific outlook seemed too obvious to need discussing. Adler did not accept these stereotypes, inherited by Marxism from the rationalists of the Enlightenment. He did not believe that men could ever do without religion, or that it was desirable that they should. In this respect too he was influenced by Kant, though he did not accept his view in every detail. 283. In Adler's opinion, the evolutionist assertion that religious beliefs had gone up as a result of nature worship was arbitrary and improbable, for there was no reason why concepts that bore no relation to experience should arise on a purely empirical basis. Religion was not a misinterpretation of experience, but resulted from the insoluble conflict between the natural and the moral order. Man was unable to resolve the contrast between his awareness of himself as a free, rational, purposive being and, on the other hand, the necessities of nature which restricted his freedom and spiritual expansion, brought upon him suffering and death, and created an impassable gulf between morality and happiness. No theoretical reflection and no empirical knowledge could reconcile these two orders of existence or provide a picture of the world as a synthetic whole. This could only be done by religion, which, thanks to the idea of the divine absolute, gave a universal meaning to the world of nature and the world of spirit, including scientific inquiry. This did not mean, however, that the idea of the absolute could be inferred from empirical data or rational reflection. Religious concepts had a practical, not a theoretical, significance, which again did not mean that they were delusions but that they were arrived at by a practical route. Religion that purported to replace scientific knowledge was superfluous and was rightly criticized. The existing forms of religion were historical in character, but contained an unchanging nucleus which might one day be seen in its pure form as a rational religion, not in the sense that its truth was proved by reason, but in the sense that it derived from man's practical attempts to define himself as a rational being, and not from any external revelation. Religion realized for the first time the primacy of practical reason, for it effected a synthesis between man as a part of nature and man as a moral and practical being, and conferred a meaning on human personality, to which nature is indifferent. God, as the absolute synthesis of being, is not an object of theoretical proof but is the postulate of practical reason in the Kantian sense, not merely something we desire, for our desires may be illusions, but something required by our existence as free, morally oriented subjects. Genuine religion is thus subjective in the sense that its proper meaning is related to human personality and cannot be based on an external revelation, but it is not subjective in the 284 sense that it is an arbitrary caprice or an illusory compensation. Adler's thoughts on religion, expressed, for example, in Das Soziologische in Kant's Erkenntniskritik, are based, it will be seen, on the opposition of nature and spirit. It is not clear how this is to be reconciled with the transcendentalist position which holds that everything is relative to the universal consciousness, and which thus leaves no room for nature conceived as indifferent and independent of consciousness. It would appear that Adler, on the one hand, wished to assert the perfect unity of the human species and evolved for this purpose his concept of transcendental consciousness, while on the other hand, realizing that this concept failed to allow for the unreplaceable value of the human individual, he sought to rescue the latter by means of the divine absolute. He seems thus to have felt that a purely anthropocentric or even purely transcendentalist position was unsustainable, as it took no account of personal subjectivity. In this respect his hesitations are reminiscent of Berezovsky, except that Adler maintained his absolute transcendentalism to the end instead of trying to synthesize it with his Vernunft religion and so repair the incoherence of his philosophy. Otto Bauer did not go so far as Adler in the philosophical interpretation of religion, but he too diverged from the Marxist stereotypes. He believed that historical materialism did not imply any specific Weltanschauung or answer to the problem of religion or philosophical materialism. A world outlook could be interpreted as a function of class interests, thus Calvinism was specially adapted to the needs of the bourgeoisie in the early stages of capitalism, while Darwinian materialism reflected the laws of capitalist competition. The modern bourgeoisie was returning to religion, seeking in it a defense against threats to the social order. But church institutions, the clergy, and their theological systems must be distinguished from the religious feeling which afforded consolation to the humiliated and oppressed. The Socialist Party should not profess or advocate an anti-religious outlook. It was fighting for clear political aims, not for the existence or non-existence of God. Nor should it be expected that the need for religion would die out in a socialist society. Men had a permanent need to seek for the hidden meaning of the world, and this could not be stifled. The expectation was rather that when religion was freed from social 285 entanglements, that aspect of it would come to light which did not depend on passing circumstances but on the nature of the human spirit itself. Unlike Adler, however, Bauer did not avow any religious convictions of his own, even in an abstract philosophical form. 12. Bauer, The Theory of the Nation. Bauer's book on the question of nationality is seldom read nowadays, as may be seen from the fact that references to it in various encyclopedic works are generally incorrect. Yet it is the most important Marxist study in this field, and is based on a shrewd historical analysis. Bauer criticizes a number of existing theories of the nation. Firstly, those of the spiritual type, which define it as the embodiment of a mysterious national soul, and secondly, materialist racial theories after the manner of Gobineau, based on the concept of a no less mysterious biological substance inherited by the national community. Both these are metaphysical and therefore unscientific interpretations. Thirdly, voluntarist theories like that of Renan, which define a nation by the will to form a state. These are mistaken, because they imply that a people which is content to remain within a multinational state like a large proportion of the Czechs does not qualify as a nation. Fourthly, empirical definitions which define a nation by enumerating various separate features such as language, territory, origin, customs, law, religion. These are unsatisfactory, because the individual features are not essential and play a different part at different times in forming the national life, so that by listing them we have not grasped the essence of the phenomenon. What then is a nation? We can answer this question by taking the existing, clearly recognizable national units and examining the historical conditions that have given rise to them. Bauer does this with a special reference to the German nation, and arrives at the following conclusions. The primary determinant of a nation is national character. This, however, itself requires explanation, and alters in the course of history. The factors that create and stabilize it are both natural and cultural. The physical community is defined not only by the existence of common forebears, but to a greater extent. 286. By the fact that conditions of life lead to a differentiated selection of physical types in accordance with the Darwinian law. Certain characteristics are conducive to the survival of maritime peoples, others of hunters, etc. The inheritance of selected qualities is not contrary to historical materialism, but supplements it. As a result of shared conditions of life and natural selection, there comes into being a cultural community which is, as it were, a piece of crystallized history. The nation is never anything but a community of destiny. This community, however, becomes effective on the one hand through the natural inheritance of qualities bred by the common destiny of the nation, and on the other by the transmission of a cultural patrimony the nature of which is determined by the nation's fate. The existence of a national character does not consist merely in the fact that the individuals forming the nation are in some ways alike, but in the fact that historical forces have made them so. In history up to the present time, the national community has taken two forms. The first is the tribal link, which dissolves and is modified with ease. The second is the nation embodying a class society, especially since the beginnings of capitalism. The community of the early Germanic tribes and that of the medieval empire based on the ethos of chivalry differ from that created by specifically capitalist economic and cultural ties. Commodity production and trade, the improvement of communications, national literature, the post, newspapers, universal education and military service, democracy, the franchise, and finally the working class movement, all these have successively contributed to uniting the isolated German peoples into a nation conscious of its unity. Even today, however, though less so than in the Middle Ages, participation in the national culture is reserved to the ruling classes. Peasants and workers are the backbone of the nation, but are culturally inactive. It is the business of the socialist movement to fight for the participation of all classes in the national culture. Hence Bauer draws the inference, which is natural to his argument but contrary to the received Marxist opinion, that socialism not only does not obliterate national differences but reinforces and develops them by bringing culture to the masses and making the national idea the property of everyone. Social. 287. Ism makes the nation autonomous, so that its fate is determined by its own will, and this means that in a socialist society nations will be increasingly differentiated, their qualities more sharply defined and their characters more distinct from one another. Clearly, if the nation is a collectivity of human beings united by community of destiny in a community of character, then the more the people shares in deciding its own fate, the more evident and significant national characteristics will become. Socialism does not level out national differences, but enhances to an extreme degree the importance of the national principle in history. This does not mean, however, that it intensifies national hatred or oppression. On the contrary, national hatred is a distorted form of class hatred, and national oppression is a function of social oppression. Hence the working class, fighting against all oppression, fights national oppression too, and in bringing about a socialist society it destroys the conditions that might revive national enmity and conflicts of national interest. The existence of many nations and national characters is part of the cultural wealth of mankind, and there is no reason to seek to diminish their number. In the preface to the second edition of his book Bauer refers to Duhem, who detected national peculiarities even in such a universal field as physics. The British are more concerned with constructing easily visualized mechanical models regardless of theoretical consistency, while the French are more interested in uniformity of theory. Bauer relates the state of affairs to the different development of absolute monarchy in the two countries. There is, then, no harm in the fact that the socialist movement itself is differentiated according to nationality, and it would be fatal to impose a uniform pattern on everyone. There is no conflict between proletarian internationalism and national variety. Members of the proletariat are linked together by a similarity of destiny, but not by a common destiny in the same sense as a nation. By destroying the conservative tradition and enabling every nation to decide its own affairs, socialism opens up entirely new prospects of the development of national consciousness and culture. The liberal bourgeoisie supported the right of nations to self-determination because the nations that 288 were awakening and throwing off the yoke of absolutism provided it with new markets. The imperialist bourgeoisie, on the other hand, endeavors to subjugate undeveloped countries. The working class sometimes profits by imperialist policy, but the adverse consequences far outweigh the good, and in any case the racial and imperialist ideology is profoundly alien to socialism. When the capitalist class aims at creating a large multinational state under the dominion of a single nation, the working class takes up the old bourgeois idea of a free national state. Socialism, therefore, is on the side of national self-determination, but does this mean that the working class in multinational states should fight under the banner of separate statehood for each nation? This was a key question for the Austrian Social Democrats. Bauer used the same arguments as Rosa Luxemburg, though he was far from sharing her nihilist attitude to the national question. The fight for separate statehood was harmful to socialism because it linked the workers with the bourgeoisie. The right course was to work within the framework of existing states, demanding freedom for all nations to organize their spiritual and cultural life. A constitution that gives each nation the ability to develop its own culture, and that compels no nation to reconquer and reassert this right again and again in a fight for political power, a constitution that does not base the power of any nation on the rule of a minority over the majority. This is what the proletariat demands in the field of national policy. Each nation should govern itself and be free to meet its own cultural needs from its own resources. The state should confine itself to watching over those interests that are common to all its nations and are neutral as between them. In this way, national autonomy and self-determination is necessarily the constitutional objective of the working class of all nations in the multinational state. Bauer considered, therefore, that in Austrian conditions the best course was to fight for complete national autonomy for all ethnic groups in the monarchy, for the maximum enlargement of the powers of national institutions, and the maximum limitation of the functions of the state. In agreement with Renner, he contended that the national principle should not be based on territory. There were in Austria-Hungary many areas of mixed 289 language and many linguistic enclaves, while migration to the towns and various economic factors caused incessant changes in the territorial basis of nationality. Consequently, the personal principle should prevail, i.e., every citizen should choose his own national status. Each nation would set up its own organization and possess funds for the development of national culture, schooling in its own language, and institutions of all kinds. National self-governing bodies should be the foundation of the whole authority of the state. Generally speaking, a separate state for each nation would no doubt present some advantages, but granted complete freedom of national life, the interests of large states would prevail. Bauer was of course aware of the difference between the position of those peoples who lived wholly within the confines of the monarchy, such as the Czechs, Hungarians, and Croats, and those who were divided by international frontiers, like the Poles, Ruthenians, Germans, and Serbs. He foresaw the possibility of an armed rising by the Poles in pursuit of national unity, but he thought this depended on events in Russia. If the revolution succeeded there, the Poles and other nations of the Russian Empire would gain their autonomy and Austria-Hungary would have to accept a similar solution. If the revolution failed, the Poles might rise against the partitioning powers and bring about the dismemberment of the monarchy. But the working class should not base its hopes on an imperialist war and the collapse of Austria-Hungary, for this would mean the victory of reaction in Russia and Germany. The struggle should be carried on the basis of the existing state. Bauer changed his mind, however, during the Balkan War, as he came to the conclusion that the monarchy was bound to collapse owing to the strong pressure of the Slav nations for independence. During the War of 1914-18 he proclaimed the right of every nation to form a state of its own. To sum up, Bauer shared the opinion of all Marxists that national oppression was a function of class oppression. He did not agree with them, however, that national differences would disappear in a socialist society, and he thought it a good thing that they should continue to exist. Unlike Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg, but like the Polish socialists of the PPS, he ascribed intrinsic value to the national community and thought this value should be defended. The Leninists, especially Stin. 290. In 1913, attacked him on the ground that he did not come out firmly for the right of each nation to break away from the monarchy, but confined his aim to self-determination in the form of cultural autonomy. But there was no essential theoretical difference between them. Bauer maintained that the working class should not fight under the banner of national separatism, and so did Lenin. Lenin, however, regarded national oppression as a destructive force of which the party should take advantage to overthrow the existing order. Bauer, who did not touch on this idea, was concerned to do away with national oppression, not to exploit it for party ends. He believed that in conditions of complete freedom and autonomy the problem of state separatism would cease to exist. There remained, of course, the question of the partitioned nations, especially Poland. Bauer did not take a clear line on this in his book, at any rate less so than Lenin, who endorsed the view that it would be a shameful farce if the Polish proletariat were to fight for the resurrection of the Polish state. Later, however, Bauer recognized not only Poland's right to independence but also, in contrast to Lenin's view, the real need for such independence. In the last resort the difference between him and Lenin was that to Lenin the national question was a tactical one of exploiting anti-Russian resentment, while national oppression would automatically disappear under socialism, whereas Bauer regarded nations as valuable in themselves and enriching human culture by their differences. Renner, from this point of view, was much more of an Austro-Hungarian patriot. He also advocated cultural autonomy, but to the last opposed the idea that the Socialist Party should rest its hopes on the dissolution of the monarchy. However, both he and Bauer emphasized that political democracy was a prerequisite to the solution of national conflicts, and that national oppression could not be done away with in conditions of despotism. 13. Hilferding, the Kant rover on the theory of value. Hilferding's controversy with Bohm-Bawerk epitomizes the whole range of problems connected with the Marxian theory of value and discussed during the period of the Second International. Eugen Bohm-Bawerk, the chief exponent of the Psycho. 291. Logical School of Economics, criticized Volume I of Capital in his Geschichte und Kritik der Kapital, ins Theorien and, after the publication of Volume III, produced a further criticism entitled Zum Abschluss der Marxistischen Systems. Hilferding believed that bourgeois political economy was no longer capable of forming integrated theories, but that the psychological school was an exception and was therefore worth noticing. Accordingly, in Bohm-Bawerk's Marx critic he summed up the Austrian economists' arguments against Marx and combated them from the orthodox standpoint. According to Bohm-Bawerk, Marx had furnished no empirical or psychological grounds for his theory that labor constitutes value. Like Aristotle, he argued that as objects were exchanged they must possess some comparable, commensurate feature, and he arbitrarily assumed that this must consist in the labor input. In so doing, Marx had made several errors. Firstly, he took into account only the products of labor, but the products of nature, such as land, were also exchanged, and accounted for quite a large part of the sum of transactions. Secondly, Marx entirely disregarded use value, which was illegitimate since, as he himself emphasized, use value was a condition of exchange value. Thirdly, Marx assumed that apart from use value an object consists of nothing but crystallized labor. But this ignores its scarceness in relation to demand, the fact that it is an object of need, the fact that it is or is not a natural product. Why then should only one of its properties be the basis of value? Moreover, Bohm-Bawerk continues, the category of value in Marx's sense is useless because it cannot be measured quantitatively apart from price, and one reason for this is that complex labor cannot, as Marx would have it, be reduced to a multiple of simple labor. Forms of labor differ in quality and cannot be expressed in units of labor time. The proposition that value governs the terms of exchange thus cannot be empirically verified and affords no explanation of true economic processes. In addition, Volume 3 of Capital contradicts Volume I, for in considering the origin of the average rate of profit Marx states that prices as a rule do not correspond to values, and that actual exchanges always take place at a rate different from the 292. Proportionate input of socially necessary labor. Admittedly, Marx also says that these deviations are made up for on the global scale, i.e. that the sum total of all prices is equal to that of all values, but this is a tautology if we cannot define the relative values of any particular commodities. Since the concept of value does not explain the actual price relationship, it cannot serve any purpose in economic analysis. In his rebuttal of this argument, Hilferding tries to show that Bohm-Bawerk failed to understand Marx's theory of value and that his objections are either misconceived or do not lessen its utility. As to the ignoring of use value, Hilferding says that in the act of exchange use value does not exist for the seller, so it would be hard for him to take it as the basis of price. According to Marx, as long as there is no commodity, production and exchange is a casual and inessential phenomenon. Objects are exchanged according to the will of their possessors, but in the course of time exchange value becomes independent of use value. Why then is labor the determinant of value? To this question Hilferding replies that objects acquire exchange value only as commodities, i.e. when they are quantitatively confronted with others on the market, the possessors take part in the act of exchange not as human individuals but as embodiments of the overall relations of production. The subject of economics is only the social aspect of commodities, i.e. their exchange value, although the object itself is a unity of exchange value and use value. The commodity expresses social relations, and hence the labor contained in it takes on a social character as necessary labor. In the exchange context, people are not people in the psychological sense, and commodities are not objects defined by their qualities. But Marx endeavors to find a link between factors of production, and this link appears in the exchange process in a mystified form, as a link between things and not people. The commodity is defined quantitatively as the sum of the labor contained in it, and in the last resort social changes can be reduced to the law of value. A theory which takes as its starting point use value, human needs, and the utility of objects seeks to explain social processes on the basis of the individual relation between the person and the thing, but it fails of its purpose, as it cannot on this basis. 293. Discover any objective social measure or apprehend the real course of social development, which cannot be deduced from the relationship between an individual who wants something and the object that satisfies his want. In Marx's theory, by contrast, the principle of value causally dominates the whole life of society. Within the total framework of social relations, things that are not commodities, such as land, may take on the character of commodities. Man's control over natural forces enables him to obtain an exceptional amount of surplus value, and this privilege is expressed as the price of land. As for the attributes of commodities other than value, which Baumgartner mentions, they afford no basis for quantitative comparison. As regards the reduction of labor to a common measure, Marx does indeed maintain that complex labor is a multiple of average simple labor, i.e. that involved in the expenditure of labor power such as every human being on the average possesses. Different kinds of work depend on the degree of complexity, and the quantitative proportion between them is determined by the social process itself. Certainly there is no absolute measure by which complex labor could be reduced to simple labor independently of the market, but there is no need of this, for the purpose of economics is not to account for specific price relations but to discover the laws of the social development of capitalism. Absolute prices as they are given in experience are the starting point of this investigation, but what it is concerned with are the laws of change, to which absolute prices are irrelevant. The important thing to note is that a change in the productivity of labor alters the relation between prices. Simple labor enters into complex labor in many ways, for example as labor expended in training complex labor power, and so in the end complex labor can be conceived as the sum of simple labor. Baumgartner confuses the theoretical and the practical measurement of value. The latter is not possible, but the former is, and the only true measurer is the whole of society and the laws of competition that govern it. The idea that it is possible in practice to measure the value of particular commodities led to the utopian notion of a labor currency. Marxism, however, is not concerned with fixing prices but with observing social laws. Nor is it true, Hilferding continues, that Marx's theory of 294 average profit refutes the theory of value. In volume I of Capital he discusses equivalent exchange, but he does not say that actual exchange takes place at the rate determined by the proportionate input of socially necessary labor, and he is careful to point out that prices diverge from values. These divergences do not invalidate the law of value, but only modify it. Economic theory is concerned to find out whether price changes conform to a general tendency that can be expressed as a law. It is not concerned with the value of particular products. Marx's statement that the sum total of prices equals the sum total of values is not an empty one, for it enables us to conclude that all profit comes from production and not from circulation, and that the total volume of profit is identical with the total volume of surplus value. The argument that it is not only value that determines price is not a refutation of Marx, for Marx holds that when prices are given, their subsequent movement depends on the productivity of labor. A careful reading of this controversy leads to the conclusion that Hilferding did not really answer Baumgartner's objections but was content to repeat the relevant arguments from Capital, so that his refutation is not convincing. Baumgartner's main arguments are three. Value in Marx's sense cannot be measured quantitatively, partly because there is no way of reducing different kinds of labor to a common measure. Prices depend on many factors, not only value, and we cannot ascertain the quantitative importance of value in relation to the others. Therefore the statement that value governs the movement of prices and social relations is both arbitrary and scientifically useless, for it does not help us to explain the movement of prices, still less to foresee it. Hilferding accepts the first 2 points but denies that they affect Marx's theory, since it does not purport to explain actual terms of exchange but only to discover the general laws of change, and these are subordinate to the law of value. We need only repeat here the remarks we have already made in discussing capital. In the empirical sciences we generally define a law as a statement that in such and such particular conditions, such and such phenomena always occur. Clearly the statement 295. That the value of a commodity is equal to the amount of socially necessary labor put into it is not a law but a definition of value. It could be proved that it was not an arbitrary definition if we were able to show that this particular attribute of commodities does govern actual price changes. This latter proposition could then be called a law. But here is the real difficulty: price changes depend on several factors: the average rate of profit, the supply-demand ratio, value, etc., and we cannot ascertain their quantitative distribution. Hilferding evades the point by means of the formula in the last resort, which is familiar from historical materialism. Economic changes are determined in the last resort by the value of commodities, but what does this mean, if we accept that actual price changes are not determined only by value? Hilferding only says that, other things being equal, changes in the productivity of labor produce price changes. The producer who uses a technique more efficient than the average will make a higher profit. This is of course true, but it can be established independently of the so-called law of value and is generally known without the benefit of that law. The concept of value does no more to explain it than does the concept of production costs. If the cost of producing an article is lower because of improved technique, the producer stands to make a bigger profit. Price changes resulting from changes in productivity can be explained without the aid of the concept of value. Value figures in these arguments as a qualitas occulta and is accounted for in the same fashion. Since we know it quantitatively only through prices, to say that as there are prices, there must be value is no better than to say, like the character in Molière, that as we know by experience that opium puts people to sleep, we can deduce that it has soporific qualities. All phenomena connected with the movement of prices can be just as well explained without reference to value. That inefficient producers are driven out of business by larger, more efficient ones is well known and obvious, and is amply explained by the movement of prices. It is arbitrary to say that it is explained by the law of value, for this does not enable us to foresee price movements any better than we could without it. Hence the law of value is not a scientific statement that can be empirically verified or refuted. The position is similar as regards the reduction of complex. 296. Labor to units of simple labor. Hilferding's statement that this process takes place of its own accord in the movement of market prices, but that it cannot and need not be quantitatively expressed, means simply that price changes are the empirical phenomenon and are not explained by the proportion between different kinds of labor. Hence the principle of reduction has no meaning that enables us to foresee or explain anything. As for the statement that value can be measured theoretically but not practically, its meaning is very obscure. It is hard to see what can be meant by saying that any magnitude cannot be measured in practice but only in theory. The assertion that in days when there was hardly any commodity production the terms of exchange depended on the will of individuals, but that afterwards they became subject to the law of value, is contrary to Engels' statement in the preface to Volume 3 of Capital that in primitive times goods were exchanged according to value, whereas the developed commodity economy introduced other factors regulating prices. But the law of value has in fact another sense, as Hilferding explains. In economic theory as Marx understands it, we are not concerned with actual terms of exchange but with the origin of profit. This theory does not explain the actual history of capitalism, but tells us that profit comes entirely from the workman's unremunerated labor, that capital does not create value, and that the only source of value is productive labor. Since the real producers, i.e. the workers, have no power over the values they create, While all these values are exchanged according to the impersonal laws of the market, the law of value as Marx conceives it is an economic description of the process of the universal alienation of capitalist society. It is an ideological, not a scientific category, and cannot be verified empirically. As a category of this kind it is of course significant and of importance to the doctrine, but it serves different purposes than the political economy, which seeks to ascertain actual price movements, predict changes in the economic climate, and give practical advice for the conduct of economic affairs. Marx's theory of value is intended to be of practical importance too, but in quite a different sense. Its purpose is not to describe the quantitative relations between 297 phenomena so that we can more easily influence events, but to unmask the anti-human character of a society in which production is entirely geared to the multiplying of exchange value, to lay bare the alienation of social life, and to throw light on the contradiction between man's requirements and his empirical existence. A theory of this kind is not so much an explanation as an ideological appeal, and must be understood as such. The controversy between Marxists and critics of the theory of value is thus insoluble, as the latter expect from a general economic theory something that Marx's doctrine is unable to provide. Hilferding believes, it is true, that it is possible to deduce from the labor theory of value a law of changes in capitalist society which would demonstrate the inevitability of socialism. He does not explain, however, how this is to be done. Marx believed in the necessity of socialism, but he did not indicate what features of the capitalist economy meant that socialism was certain to come about. It is not sufficient to say that capitalism suffers from an anarchical production system, undergoes periodical crises, and arouses the working class to revolt. All this does not prove that an economy of this kind which has existed, with whatever destructive consequences, for a considerable time cannot go on existing indefinitely. Marx ought to have shown that at a given moment the system is bound to break down, but the theory of value does not help to establish this conclusion. 14. Hilferding, the theory of imperialism. Hilferding's Finanzkapital gives the impression of a plan to rewrite almost the whole of Marx's Capital so as to adapt it to altered economic conditions. He expounds Marx's theory of currency, credit, interest rates, and crises, but the most important part of his work is concerned with changes in the world economy since Marx's death. These changes are connected with the concentration of capital, but they are of a qualitative nature and cannot be represented as a simple continuation of earlier processes. The argument starts from the theory of value and the theory of the average rate of profit. Value in the strict sense, i.e. crystallized labor time, cannot be expressed directly but is manifested in exchange as the quantitative ratio between prices. The fact that production is geared to profit means that exchange 298 does not conform to the principle of equal pay for equal work but to that of equal profit for equal capital. Sale is effected at production prices, not according to value. The impossibility of directly expressing the value of commodities points up the utopian character of such doctrines as Rodbertus's socialism, in which society fixes the standard amount of labor time for each product as a basis of exchange. The dominance of profit as a motive in production leads naturally to the concentration of capital and to technical progress. The latter expresses itself economically in the constantly increasing proportion of constant capital in the organic composition of capital, and also in a change within constant capital itself. Fixed capital increases faster than circulation capital. This means that the transfer of already invested capital is increasingly difficult. Circulation capital can be transferred at will from one branch of production to another, but fixed capital is linked to the production process. It would thus be extremely hard for an average rate of profit to emerge if there did not exist, in the form of joint stock companies and banks, the means of mobilizing capital on a large scale. The interests of banks, however, differ in some ways from those of individual capitalists. Competition which drives some firms out of business is not advantageous to the banks, though it is to the surviving firms. The banks therefore aim to prevent competition among their customers, and at the same time they are interested in a high rate of profit. In other words, the banks tend to create industrial monopolies. One result of monopoly production is a change in the function of trade. In the period of the primary accumulation of capital, trade plays a decisive role. It is the starting point of the development of capitalism, and in the first phase, thanks to the credit system, it makes production dependent on itself. In a developed capitalist economy, this dependence ceases, and production and trade are separate. Then, as capital becomes concentrated, trade loses its autonomy or even becomes superfluous as a distinct branch of economic life. Commercial capital thus decreases, and its share of profit is taken over by industrial capital. The merchant becomes increasingly the agent of syndicates and cartels. The concentration of capital leads to the concentration of banks, but, reciprocally, the greater amount of capital is at the 299 banks' disposal, the more they are able to bring about in their own interest the concentration of industrial capital. There is thus what would today be called a positive feedback. The banks accumulate the reserve capital of the capitalists and a large part of the cash resources of the non-producing classes. Consequently, the amount of capital available to industry is considerably greater than the total of industrial capital. This is advantageous to industry, but makes it highly dependent on bank capital. The bank capital, or capital in the form of money, which is thus in reality transformed into industrial capital, we call finance capital. Discussing the prospects of the cartelization of industry, Hilferding puts the question whether there is any impassable limit to this process, and answers that there is not. One can imagine the whole of capitalist production in the form of a universal cartel consciously regulating all productive processes. In such circumstances, prices would be fixed conventionally, and this would turn into a calculation which divided the total output between the cartel magnates and the rest of society. Money would cease to play a part in production, and the anarchy of the market would be done away with. Society would still be divided into antagonistic classes, but it would have a planned economy. Hilferding does not say that matters are bound to develop in this way, but that such is the tendency of the concentration of capital. In later years he came to regard this prospect as highly probable. He did not deduce that there was no hope for socialism, but he inclined to the view that socialism, by means of peaceful expropriation, could take over the machinery of capitalist planning almost ready-made. However, as long as the process of concentration did not attain this hypothetical absolute form, crises were inevitable in the capitalist economy. Production must go through cyclic stages of prosperity and depression. The possibility of crises was inherent in the very conditions of commodity production, the division of commodities into commodity and money, and the development of credit, meant that there could be a situation of insolvency due to marketing difficulties, and insolvency at any one point led to a natural chain reaction, for sales were the precondition of reproduction. Moreover, the urge to increase profit, which was the sole motive force of production, contained an inbuilt contra 300 diction, as it also endeavored to limit the consumption of the working class. This did not mean that crises were solely due to the low level of consumption by the workers and that, as Rodbertus's followers hoped, they could be cured simply by raising wages. An economic crisis, Hilferding explains, is a disturbance of circulation, but of a specifically capitalist kind, so that the laws of circulation as such do not account for it. Every industrial cycle begins with such accidental circumstances as the opening of new markets and new branches of production, important technical improvements, or the growth of population. These factors cause a rise in demand which spreads to other branches of production that are in some way or other dependent on the initial ones. The period of capital turnover is shortened, i.e., the amount that the businessman must invest decreases in relation to the production capital employed. But the conditions that favor technical progress at the same time produce a fall in the rate of profit and lengthen the period of capital turnover. At a certain stage, expanding production meets with insufficient demand and has to seek fresh markets. Meanwhile, capital naturally flows into branches where the organic composition is at its highest, and thus the investments in those branches are larger than in others, where the rate of profit is lower. The resulting disproportion interferes with the whole process of commodity circulation. Crises as a rule are most severe in the branches of production that are most technically advanced. This leads to a chain reaction of falling prices and profits. In addition, during boom periods prices and wages rise, but prices increase more rapidly than goods, for this is the condition of increased profit. Hence consumption cannot keep pace with production, and at a given moment the system breaks down. At that moment, owing to the huge demand for bank credit during the boom, the banks are unable to even out the disproportion by granting credits. There is an acute demand for ready money, but producers can obtain it only by realizing the cash value of their own products. Everyone wants to sell at once, with the result that nobody buys, prices collapse while huge stocks accumulate, and the upshot is bankruptcy and unemployment on a large scale. Owing to the interdependence of capitalist agencies, crises in one country affect others by way of import restrictions, and depressions tend increasingly to be worldwide. The least vulnerable. 301. Able concerns are those with the largest amount of capital, for they can cut production drastically without going bankrupt. Hence crises are themselves a cause of the concentration of capital, for they tend to eliminate small producers and leave the giants holding the field. The reign of finance capital also leads to a change in the function of the state and to the decline of bourgeois liberal ideology. The size of the area in which finance capital can operate freely becomes of even greater importance. Finance capital requires a strong state which can protect it from foreign competition and, by political and military means, facilitate the export of capital. Imperialism is the natural result of the concentration of capital and the fight to maintain and raise the profit level. The ideal situation, of course, is one in which the metropolis gains political domination over new markets and territories, providing a cheaper labor force. Hence finance capital supports imperialist policy and the spread of capitalist production throughout the world. The ideological weapons of the liberal bourgeoisie are out of date. The ideals of free trade, peace, equality, and humanitarianism are replaced by doctrines sanctioning the expansion of finance capital, racism, nationalism, the ideal of state power, and the worship of force. These developments have an important effect on the class composition of society. The old and sometimes mortal conflicts between the upper and lower bourgeoisie, between town and country or bourgeois and landowners, are less and less in evidence. Hilferding shows how the magnates of capital, as they gain control over the whole economic activity of the middle classes, create such a unity of interests that society tends more and more towards a class polarization between the workers and all the rest. The petty bourgeoisie has no longer any prospects beyond what large-scale capital allows it, and is forced to identify its interests with those of the cartels. It is also the class most receptive to imperialism and racism, to ideas of power and political expansion. Technical progress tends to reduce the working class population, first relatively and later absolutely, while administrators, technicians, and production managers are required more and more. At the present time these classes are clearly dependent on capital, not only in the economic field but in that of ideas, and provide support for 302. Reactionary political movements. But their position is vulnerable, the demand for their talents is less than the supply, and there is already a tendency to streamline managerial techniques so as to limit or decrease their numbers. In course of time we may expect members of this class to throw in their lot with the proletariat, as they come to realize that their position and interests as salary earners are essentially similar to those of the working class. The reign of finance capital does not diminish class antagonism but intensifies it to the highest degree, while at the same time weeding out the class structure, so to speak, by eliminating intermediate political forces and arraying against each other the hostile forces of a financial oligarchy and the proletariat. The latter's economic organizations, fighting for better terms for the sale of labor power, naturally evolve political organizations which go beyond the framework of bourgeois society. The coalescence of the state machine with finance capital is so obvious that the least conscious of the proletariat are aware of the antagonism between themselves and the whole existing system. The proletariat cannot, of course, oppose to imperialism the reactionary and senseless cry of a return to free trade and a liberal economy. At the same time, realizing as it does the inevitable tendency of the present system, the proletariat cannot support it even though its ultimate result is to bring about a proletarian victory. The proletariat's answer to imperialism can only be socialism. Imperialism and the reign of finance oligarchy greatly facilitate the political struggle and advance the prospects of socialism, not only by causing wars and political catastrophes that help to revolutionize the consciousness of the proletariat, but still more because they bring about the socialization of production to the utmost extent possible under capitalism. Finance capital has separated the management of production from ownership and created huge capital accumulations subject to unified control. Hence the expropriation of the financial oligarchy by the state, once the proletariat has gained power, is a comparatively easy task. The state need not and should not expropriate all medium-sized and small enterprises, which, in any case, are at the present time completely dependent on the magnates of finance. Finance capital has already performed most of the expropriation. The state has only to take over the big 303 banks and industrial firms in order to control production. If it is a working-class state, it will use its economic power in the public interest and not to increase private profit. A single wholesale expropriation would be economically superfluous and politically dangerous. At the end of his work, Hilferding formulates the historical law that in social formations based on class antagonisms, great social changes take place only when the ruling class has achieved the maximum concentration of its forces. This stage, he predicts, will soon be reached by bourgeois society, which will thus create the economic conditions for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Hilferding's work had a greater influence on the development of Marxism than any other product of the Austrian school. It was in fact the most comprehensive attempt at a scientific analysis, from the Marxist point of view, of post-Marxian trends in the world economy. Hilferding was one of the first to point out the importance of the separation between capitalist ownership and production management, and to point out the increasingly significant role of managers and technicians. He also gave a lucid summary of the economic and political consequences of the new era of the concentration of capital. His work is written from the standpoint of classical Marxism, i.e. on the basis that concentration will lead finally to the polarization of classes and that the industrial proletariat is the battering ram which will destroy the world of capital. He did not, however, draw the same conclusions from this analysis as Lenin subsequently did. Hilferding regarded capitalism as a worldwide system that would be destroyed owing to the exacerbation of class antagonism between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Lenin, from the same global point of view, concluded that the contradictions of imperialism would lead to its breaking down not at the points where economic evolution had gone furthest but at those where there was the greatest concentration and complexity of social conflicts. Other, non-proletarian demands, in particular those of the nationalities and the peasantry, must be present to constitute a reservoir of tension, and revolution was most probable where claims and dissensions were most numerous, rather than at the principal centers of finance capital. Hilferding believed in a proletarian revolution. 304. In the Marxian sense, as did Rosa Luxemburg, Pannekoek, and the whole of West European left-wing socialism, Lenin believed in a political revolution led by the party, supported by the proletariat but requiring in addition the impetus of other claims which it purported to represent and which it harnessed to its cause. Chapter 13. 1. Intellectual movements during the reign of Nicholas I. H1 Historical determinism and the peasant question. These two headings sum up the history of the radical intellectual movement in 19th-century Russia, both in its pre-Marxist phases and in at least the first phase of the evolution of Marxism. The two questions were by no means independent of each other. The issue was whether and how far the theory of historical necessity was reliable in general, and in particular what light it threw on the future of Russia, an overwhelmingly peasant country with a rudimentary industrial proletariat, governed by an autocracy and suffering, even after the 1861 reform, from many of the evils of feudalism. The peculiarities of Russian Marxism are generally attributed to the special political and economic circumstances of the empire, the effect of patterns created by pre-Marxist revolutionary movements, and the country's philosophical and religious tradition. There is no doubt much truth in these explanations, though they do not suffice to account for the spread of Russian Marxism in its Leninist form in other parts of the world after the October Revolution. In considering the special character of Russian history, emphasis has been laid not so much on political despotism as such but rather on its oriental nature, i.e. the far-reaching independence of the state and its bureaucracy vis-a-vis civil society, and its dominance over every social class including the most privileged. The Marxist thesis that state institutions in a class society are nothing but organs of the privileged classes is harder to apply to Russia than to West European societies. In the 19th century, some Russian historians, such as B. N. Chicherin, expressed the view, which is still held by some today, that the Russian state, far from being the outcome of previously existing class antagonisms, itself, as it were, created social classes from above. The Russian Marxists did not accept the theory of the autonomous nature of the Russian state in such an extreme form, but Plekhanov and Trotsky, for instance, agreed that the independence of the state apparatus in Russia was incomparably greater than elsewhere in Europe. Plekhanov in his historical analyses laid special emphasis on the Asiatic features of the Russian autocracy, hence the importance he attached to decentralization in political programs. Berdyaev wrote that Russia was a victim of the hugeness of her territory. The needs of defense and imperial expansion had led to the growth of a bureaucratic military apparatus of coercion which constantly thwarted the short-term interests of the possessing classes and, from the time of Ivan the Terrible onwards, had consolidated itself while brutally suppressing their aspirations. All major economic changes in Russian history have been effected from above by means of state power. This is true of Peter the Great's time, of the reforms of Alexander II, and of industrialization and collectivization under Stalin. The essential feature of what is today called totalitarianism, namely the principle that the whole life of society, especially economic and cultural activity, must not only be supervised by the state but must be absolutely subordinated to its needs, has been characteristic of Russia for centuries. It could not, of course, always be put into practice so effectively, but it was and is the constant basis of the activity of the state apparatus. It follows from this principle that the state is the only legitimate source of any social initiative, and that any organization or crystallization of social life that is not imposed by the state is contrary to its needs and interests. It also follows that the citizen is the property of the state, and that all his acts are either directed by the state or are a challenge to its authority. Russian despotism created a society in which there was scarcely any middle term between servility and rebellion, between total identification with the existing order and absolute denial of it. Hence it was only late in the day and with great difficulty that Russia assimilated the idea of freedom which had taken shape in Western Europe through centuries of struggle between kings and barons, the nobility and the bourgeoisie, freedom which is defined by law and presupposes a legal order of society. In Russia's social conditions were such that freedom was conceived only as anarchy, as the absence of law, since law presented itself in scarcely any other form than as the arbitrary will of a despotic ruler. Between absolutism and disorderly peasant revolt it was difficult in the extreme to evolve an idea of freedom sanctioned and limited by law. Revolutionary movements naturally slid into the idea of a new form of totalitarianism or towards the anarchist vision of a society free from all laws and political institutions. Extremism and maximalism, which are often singled out as characteristics of Russian culture, may be regarded as due to the history of a country which never produced a strong middle class and whose stability always depended on the strength and efficiency of a centralized bureaucracy and only to a very small degree on the organic crystallization of interest groups. A country in which to think about social reforms in a natural manner was to think of revolution, and there was no clear-cut dividing line between literary criticism and assassination. The weakness of the towns and the minor role played by commerce for centuries impeded the growth of an independent intellectual culture. The emancipation of intellectuals, the cultivation of logical faculties, the power to reason and debate, and the love of abstract analysis. All these are features of urban culture and are linked with commercial prosperity. The assertion of Moscow's supremacy and the destruction of Novgorod prevented the development of urban civilization, and the Orthodox religion helped to isolate Russia from the West. Russian Caesaropapism meant not only that the Eastern Church was the servant of Tsarist despotism, but also that the rulers claimed dominion over their subjects' souls. The Church was subordinated to the Tsardom in such a way as to give the latter unlimited authority over individual consciences, and the natural consequence was a system of state police supervision of citizens' thoughts. The rivalry between secular and ecclesiastical power, which did so much to develop Western civilization, was virtually absent in Russia. The Church identified itself with the state and allowed the latter to reign supreme in intellectual life. At the same time, Russia as a political organism was endowed with the Church's religious messianism. After the fall of Byzantium, the Orthodox Church evolved the idea of Moscow as the Third Rome, the successor, appointed for all eternity, to the capital of Christendom that had been conquered by the Turks. Moscow as the center of orthodoxy and Moscow as the capital of the Tsars were one and the same. Orthodox messianism became indistinguishable from Russian messianism, and the Tsar was not only a political autocrat but the guardian of religious truth. This, of course, is a simplified picture which does not apply equally to all periods of Russian history, but it helps to explain certain features of revolutionary Marxism in Russia. It was natural in these circumstances that religious and philosophical thought in Russia did not develop on the same lines as in Western Europe. Russia did not go through a scholastic phase or develop the powers of logic and analysis, the classification and definition of concepts, the marshalling of arguments and counter-arguments, that were the legacy of medieval Christian philosophy in the West. On the other hand, Russia also had no part in Renaissance civilization and was not convulsed by the spirit of scepticism and relativism which left such deep marks on European culture. Both these deficiencies are glaringly evident in Russian philosophical thought from its beginnings in the Enlightenment period. Its exponents are literary men and intellectual amateurs, intrigued by social or religious questions but incapable of systematizing their thoughts, of analyzing concepts with laborious care or appraising the logical value of arguments. The philosophical writings of the greatest Russian thinkers are often fascinating from the rhetorical and literary points of view, full of passion and authentic feeling and free from scholasticism in the pejorative sense. Russians did not ask what philosophy was for, they all knew its purpose. But as a rule their works are devoid of logical rigor, ill-constructed and inconsistent, shapeless, lacking in sequence and methodical subdivision. At the same time we are struck by the absence of scepticism and relativism. There is plenty of scoffing but very little irony, a frenzy of denunciation, but little power of detachment. Even the humor expresses rage and despair rather than merriment. The brilliance of the 19th century Russian novel no doubt proceeds from the same causes as do the defects of Russian philosophy. Academic philosophy of the Western type did not really exist in Russia until the last quarter of the 309 century, and had produced no works of the first rank when it was swept away by the revolution. It is noteworthy that the Russian philosophy which leads in a direct line to Russian Marxism has as its starting point questions and alternatives similar to those that prompted Marx's early thinking and took the form of reflections on Hegel's philosophy of history. These discussions go back to the dark and forbidding era of Nicholas I. The young Vissarion Belinsky and the young Bakunin begin their philosophizing from the same celebrated phrase about the identity of the real and the rational which inspired and organized the critique of the young Hegelians. Belinsky, who knew Hegel at second hand in a dilettante fashion, believed he had discovered the rationality of history even in its barbaric and despotic manifestations. It was possible, he thought, to come to terms with cruel reality if one grasped the insignificance of all that was individual, contingent, and subjective, and the greatness of historical reason, craftily mocking at the desires and hopes of human beings. In articles written in 1839 Belinsky expounded his philosophy of reconciliation, or rather submission to the majesty of universality embodied in an Asiatic satrapy. But within 2 years he had broken completely with this Hegelian, or rather pseudo-Hegelian, historiosophic masochism, and had come to believe in the merit of the human individual as the sole intrinsic value, which must not be sacrificed to the Moloch of the historical universale. After his conversion to socialism and then to naturalism à la Feuerbach, Belinsky remained in the Russian tradition as the type of a mind oscillating between desperate fatalism and moralistic revolt, between the rationality of the uncaring progress of the Weltgeist and the irrationality of the sentient individual, between objectivism and sentimentalism. The most important issue in Russian intellectual life under Nicholas I was that between Slavophiles and Westernizers. Slavophilism was a Russian variant of Romantic philosophy in its opposition to the Enlightenment, rationalism, liberalism, and cosmopolitanism. The Slavophiles were in search of a philosophy to legitimize the Russian autocracy and the Eastern churches claimed to be the sole depositary of Christian truth. They idealized pre-Petrine Russia, especially the Russia of 310. The first Romanovs, in which they discerned principles that could protect the nation from the pernicious imitation of Western liberalism and make it the spiritual leader of the world. For this purpose they elaborated the doctrine of community, the spiritual unity of society based on devotion to eternal truths and opposed to the mechanical, purely legal bond of interest that prevailed in Western Europe. The essence of the Russian spirit was freedom conceived as a result of the love of God, not the negative and unspiritual freedom of the liberals. Another essential feature was the integral development of the individual, in which human reason does not rely on its power of abstract thought but harmonizes its activity with living faith as the source of all spiritual values. This faith does not exist in the Roman Church, which maintains only the hierarchical unity of law, or in Protestant bodies, which have sacrificed the ideal of unity to a subjective love of freedom. In contrast to the West, whose intellectual culture and theology are based on confidence in the abstract power of logic, while its social organization takes for granted the antagonism of individual and class interests, restrained only by the repressive force of law, the Russian spirit is that of a free organic union based on voluntary submission to divine truth and the unity of secular and religious authority. The Westernizers did not have such a clearly defined social philosophy as the Slavophiles. Westernism was the general name for the policy of Europeanizing Russia. It went with the cult of natural science, an attachment to liberal principles, hatred of Tsarist despotism, and the conviction that only by taking the Western road could Russia emerge from her backwardness and cultural stagnation. Although both the Slavophiles and the Westernizers had roots in Russian tradition, symbolized respectively by Moscow and St. Petersburg, it is noteworthy that almost all the adherents of both schools were students of German philosophy and often defined their position with the aid of Hegelian categories. It might seem that in Nicholas I's time the conservatives had little enough reason to fear that Russia would be engulfed in a tide of liberalism. Nevertheless, despite the country's political and economic stagnation, Western ideas were beginning to seep through and find acceptance among the young, as witness the Petrashevsky discussion group. In the time of Alexander II and Alexander III, however, pure versions of 31-1. Slavophilism and Westernism became less important compared with trends which incorporated features of both in different ways and in varying proportions, as did all the variants of populism. 2. Herzen. Alexander Ivanovich Herzen was the first important advocate of a third solution, leaving room for Russia's own, non-capitalist way to social liberation and also for the values of Western liberalism. In his cult of science and hostility to religion and the autocracy he was sharply opposed to the Slavophil tradition, but his critique of capitalism was essentially in accordance with it. As a schoolboy Herzen vowed hostility to Russian despotism, and he remained faithful to that vow. He settled in the West in 1847, and from 1855 published a periodical entitled Poriarnia, Vezda, and afterwards Kolokol, which played a major part in animating the radical movement among the Russian intelligentsia. Like most intellectuals of his generation, he went through a Hegelian phase, in which he attacked conservative interpretations of the rationality of the real and upheld the dialectic as the principle of permanent negation and criticism of the existing order. He wrote some philosophical essays which, while they contain nothing original, played some part in propagating naturalist and anti-religious attitudes in Russia. His main influence, however, consisted in his critique of capitalism and hope of a specifically Russian road to socialism based on the traditional peasant community, the mir, or obshchina. Herzen was opposed to capitalism and Western civilization not because it bred poverty and exploitation but because it degraded people by the exclusive cult of material values. The universal ideal of prosperity crippled the personality, society became spiritually barren and was sunk in general mediocrity. As a rich member of the gentry, free from material cares and living in the comfort of Western capitals while he denounced the philosophy of wealth, Herzen was a suspect figure to some radicals, but he won much popularity with his appeal to a tradition that would enable Russia to achieve social justice while spurning capitalist values. He believed that the human personality was a supreme and intrinsic value, and that the purpose of social institutions was to enable it to develop and enrich itself. 312. Spiritually in every way. Western civilization had the opposite effect, by standardizing all values and allowing the universal spirit of competition to destroy the spontaneous solidarity of all human beings. This was an attack on capitalism from the standpoint of aristocracy rather than socialism. However, Herzen had the people's cause at heart and was anxious not merely to preserve the values created by the privileged classes, but to extend them to everybody. The common ownership of land by the mir seemed to him to hold out the prospect of a new social order which would unite justice and equality with the voluntary solidarity of individuals, abolishing despotism but not replacing it by universal egoism and money grubbing. In this way Herzen began a discussion that was to dominate Russian thinking for the next 3 decades, the question of Russia's road to socialism by way of the village commune. Herzen has been invoked as a pioneer by populists, liberals, and Marxists. To the Marxists he was not only a denouncer of the autocracy but also a standard-bearer of the cult of science, an enemy to religion and the Orthodox Church and a philosopher who could, without much exaggeration, be called a materialist. Despite his hatred for despotism, however, it is hard to call him an ideologist of revolution. He certainly was not one in the sense in which the next generation spoke of revolution, when it seemed hopeless to put any faith in a reform of the existing system. Herzen did not get on with the revolutionaries of the 1860s, he disliked their primitivism and contempt for the non-utilitarian values of art and education, their dogmatism, intolerance, and cult of a revolutionary apocalypse, which they seemed to desire for its own sake and to which they were prepared to sacrifice all existing values. A certain conservatism in Herzen's thought made him aware of the danger of the fanatic belief in progress that regards living generations as far less important than those still to come. Although Herzen thought that Russia's situation was historically privileged and that she could build a just society thanks to the tradition of the village commune, he did not link this with any nationalist messianism or with the idea of Moscow as the future Mecca of humanity. He was a Russian patriot, but not a chauvinist. In 1863 he offended a large part 313 of public opinion by defending the cause of the insurgent Poles. This was one reason, though not the only one, why his star began to fade during the 1860s. The death of Nicholas I and the defeat in the Crimea ushered in an era of reforms which either caused fresh intellectual divisions or made it necessary for old ones to be reformulated. With the abolition of serfdom and the grant of land to the peasants in 1861, followed by reforms in the judicial system, the army, and local government, the question of Russia's future under capitalism ceased to be purely speculative and took on practical significance. Intensive industrialization was still some 30 years away, the peasantry was encumbered with many remnants of serfdom, and economic questions were almost purely agricultural in scope, but it was nevertheless clear to all that a period of modernization had begun and that it was time to think about its possibilities and dangers. 3. Chernyshevsky. The writings of Nikolai Gavrilovich Chernyshevsky were much more important to the radical intelligentsia of the 60s than those of Herzen. Chernyshevsky was another of the chief inspirers of populism, though he is not generally termed a populist in the strict sense. He also looked to the village commune for Russia's social regeneration, but he was more of a Westernizer than Herzen. he adopted in full the naturalist philosophy of Feuerbach and presented it to the public in a work entitled The Anthropological Principle in Philosophy. He was a consistent exponent of Enlightenment-type utilitarianism on a materialist basis. He believed that all human motives come down in the last resort to a calculation of pleasures and pains, and that egoism is the sole driving force of human behavior. This, however, did not mean that there could not be cooperation and solidarity, or acts of the kind described as self-sacrifice or disinterested aid. All such acts could perfectly well be interpreted as instances of the universal desire for pleasure and profit. All these are traditional motifs, familiar from the history of utilitarian doctrine. From the same source Chernyshevsky derived his belief in rational egoism, i.e. the organization of communal life in such a way that all individual egoisms are satisfied in a general harmony. The conflict of egoisms is due to faulty social institutions and lack of education. Chernyshevsky accepted the basic values of liberalism. He desired the Europeanization of Russia, the overthrow of the autocracy, political freedom, universal education, and the emancipation of the peasants. He also believed, however, that Russia could enjoy industrial progress and liberalism without extinguishing the communist flame that burnt on in the Obshchina, and that the horrors of capitalist development could be avoided. As disappointment ensued after the reform of 1861, Chernyshevsky laid increasing emphasis on revolutionary hopes. As time went on, he lost interest in the village commune and devoted more attention in his writings to political developments and the need to overthrow the Tsardom by force. He was arrested in 1862 and sentenced to hard labor after 2 years' imprisonment. While in prison he wrote his celebrated novel What Is to Be Done, which became the catechism of Russian revolutionary youth. It is a work of small literary value, didactic, boring, and pedantic, but all the more faithful to Chernyshevsky's doctrine that art, like science, had no intrinsic value but was to be judged by its immediate social utility. The novel succeeded in its purpose of instilling into revolutionary youth a spirit of asceticism, seriousness, devotion to the people's cause, and contempt for the moral conventions of their elders. It did much to popularize the moral style of radical circles, marked by doctrinarism, fanaticism, sincerity, and self-sacrifice, the cult of science, and the lack of a sense of humor. Lenin respected and admired Chernyshevsky all his life as the teacher who had introduced him to revolutionary ideology, and we may say that Lenin was an ideal specimen of the type which Chernyshevsky portrayed and which was not uncommon among the revolutionaries, an intellectual so exclusively devoted to the cause that any discussion which cannot be made to serve the revolution is no better than idle chatter, and values that cannot be put to use in the same way are merely food for aesthetes and dilettanti. Conversion to the revolutionary faith made it natural for many of the Russian intelligentsia, shocked and humiliated by poverty, ignorance, and oppression, to abandon all values that were peculiar to the privileged classes. Given the gigantic task of raising Russia out of her backwardness and barbarism, the cult of spiritual, aesthetic, or intellectual values that was so strong in Herzen's case seemed a betrayal of the revolutionary mission. Utilitarianism and materialism were, so to speak, the natural expression of this attitude. The connection can be seen in Chernyshevsky and also in two writers who died young but were extremely popular in the 1860s, N.A. Dobrolyubov and D.I. Pisarev. To the latter is attributed the remark that a pair of boots is worth more than all the works of Shakespeare. Materialism, and this term can be applied to Chernyshevsky without reservation, thus had a clear political sense in Russia in the second half of the century. It of course involved hostility to the church and religion, and thereby served in the fight against autocracy. At the same time, by seeming to justify a utilitarian philosophy of life, it was a negation of the culture and habits of the educated classes. Its votaries were able to brand all disinterested artistic and intellectual pursuits as idle amusements of the aristocracy, and to apply to all human thoughts and actions the key question, whom does it profit? In and after the 60s, as elsewhere in Europe, materialism was reinforced by the popularity of Darwinism. For the radicals, however, Darwinism was a two-edged sword. On the one hand, it gave opponents of religion scientific ground for saying that all human affairs could be explained in purely biological categories. On the other, especially as interpreted by Spencer, it suggested that human history and society could be explained in terms of natural selection, the struggle for existence, and the survival of the fittest. This latter consequence of Darwinism was unwelcome to the revolutionaries on two grounds. In the first place, it might imply that the struggle for existence was an eternal law of nature, which put a stop to dreams of a perfectly harmonious future society. Secondly, if universally applied, it introduced a kind of biological fatalism which condemned to sterility any individual efforts or moral endeavors. Whatever men may do, according to social Darwinism, those who remain in possession of the field will finally be those who show most power of adaptation, not those whose sufferings are today most acute, or whose cause appears morally just. In this way scientism, utilitarianism, and materialism, which the revolutionaries adopted as weapons in the political struggle, appeared to show that the struggle had no purpose. Hence Chernyshevsky took from Darwinism the theory of the origin and mutation of species, but not the theory of natural selection, while later sociologists of the populist camp endeavored to limit the Darwinian theory in various ways so as to avoid having to draw unwelcome conclusions. For populism and the first reception of Marxism, the radical movement which developed in Russia after 186, I bore the general title of populism. Historians differ as to the exact meaning and applicability of this term. In an article of 1898 entitled "What Heritage Have We Abandoned?" Lenin defined populism as consisting of three factors. In the first place, the populists considered capitalism in Russia a retrograde phenomenon and wished to halt its development. Secondly, they regarded the peasantry and especially the obshchina as a self-contained institution in the sense that it could not be analyzed in terms of social class. They thus ignored class differences among the peasantry. Thirdly, they did not perceive the link between the intelligentsia and political institutions on the one hand and the class interests of Russian society on the other, and they thus imagined that the intelligentsia could be an independent force capable of imparting to history whatever course it chose. This account of populism, it will be seen, contains no reference to political strategy or policy vis-a-vis the autocracy. Those whom the Marxists combated under the name of populists in fact included both reformists and revolutionaries. Some relied on terrorism, others on propaganda. They differed in their view of historical determinism, their attachment to the Slavophile or westernizing tradition, and their attitude to Marxism. Most of the populist theoreticians were acquainted with Marxism and accepted some of its features, though none of them except Danielson styled himself a Marxist. The aspects of populism singled out by Lenin were those on which debate actually centered in the 1890s. He also characterized it from the point of view of class origin, as an ideology of small property owners who wished to free Russian life from feudal constraint, but were frightened by the advance of capitalism which threatened to destroy their economic position. In the same article, Lenin contrasted the populist tradition with that of the Enlightenment writers of the 60s, such as Skaldin, who opposed all remnants of servitude and demanded political freedom, self-government, education, and the Europeanization of Russia. These writers represented the ideology of capitalist progress in a more or less pure form and did not realize the contradictions and antagonisms that the triumph of capitalism was bound to bring with it. Unlike the liberals of this stamp, the populists stood for a romantic utopia. They realized what catastrophic results capitalism would bring, but they hoped to avert them by impossible dreams of a return to pre-capitalist forms of production and the preservation of the obshchina as the germ of the socialist future. The populists' merit, according to Lenin, was that they were the first to pose the question of the economic contradictions of capitalism in Russia, though they had no answer to offer except the reactionary idea of a golden age. From this point of view, Lenin compared them to Sismondi, who, like them, represented the ideological interests of small owners threatened by the advance of capitalism. Like them, too, Sismondi denounced the poverty, exploitation, and anarchy of capitalist production, but had nothing to set against it except a return to craftsmanship and petty trading. The view is held, for example by Richard Pipes, that populism in the sense defined by Lenin in this article never existed as a single intellectual or political movement. According to this view, populism properly denotes a tendency which arose in the early 1870s and was based on the Bakuninist idea that it was not for the intelligentsia to impose socialism or any other doctrine on the people, but to support wholeheartedly the latter's wishes and aspirations and work for the revolution on the lines the people desired. This, it is argued, was a clearly anti-intellectual trend, involving no theory of socialism or attitude to the development of Russian capitalism, and was in fact the negation of political activity. The Marxists, and particularly Struve, are responsible for coining the term populism to denote the opponents of capitalism and glorifiers of the peasant commune, but in this sense it was a political weapon and did not correspond to a historical reality. Other scholars, such as F. Venturi, A. Walicki, and Soviet historians, while not disputing that the populist ideology took many forms, use the term in the broad sense given to it by Marxist literature in the belief that it expresses the essence of the ideological controversy of the last quarter of the century in Russia, though in particular cases we may be in doubt as to whether this or that writer belongs to the populist camp. The question is not of the first importance as far as the history of Marxist doctrine is concerned, but it is necessary to take note of the development of populism for two reasons. In the first place, populism in a broad sense was the first intellectual movement in Russia to be infiltrated by Marxism. Secondly, Marxism in Russia largely took shape through the controversy with populism and was for a long time dominated by the peasant question and polemics with agrarian socialism. This accounts for certain features of the version of Marxism that finally prevailed in Russia, namely Leninism, and also for the fact that this version has since been particularly influential in parts of the world where the peasant question still dominates other social problems. Populism in this broad sense developed around 1870 and was, in its different varieties, the chief form of social radicalism in the 70s and 80s. In the latter decade, however, orthodox Marxism made its appearance and created a new polemical situation. The populists of varying shades were all agreed in identifying themselves with the cause of the Russian people, and devoted all their efforts to its emancipation. They differed, however, as to whether this meant emancipation by the people's own efforts, or whether there would have to be a revolution prepared and led by a conspiratorial organization. They agreed in believing that capitalism in Russia could only be a source of social degradation, and in hoping that the country could manage without it, but they differed in their general views of historical progress and determinism. They were united in despising political reforms and attaching no importance to liberal and constitutional slogans. These views determined the basic attitude of the populists towards Marx's theories. They were glad to invoke his authority, but did so in a highly selective manner. They naturally welcomed his emphasis on the destructive effects of capitalist accumulation, exploitation, poverty, and spiritual degradation, and the anti-human consequences of the division of labor in its advanced form. They also gave a favorable reception to those parts of his theory which served to denounce formal democracy, political liberties, and the whole liberal superstructure of capitalism and free competition. On the other hand, they rejected his view that capitalism was a tremendous historical advance and that the liberation of the working people must be preceded by the technological and social development that capitalism brought with it. In short, they rejected the Marxian Hegelian theory of progress by contradiction, together with any suggestion that all countries had to go through the same historical evolution and endure the rigor and injustice of capitalist accumulation before they could embark on a socialist revolution. There were, of course, disputes among them as to the true meaning and degree of applicability of Marx's theory of capitalism, especially in the light of Russian conditions. The statements of Marx and Engels themselves on this point, taken together, were by no means unequivocal. The three writers who did most to influence radical thinking in Russia in the 1870s were P. L. Lavrov, N. K. Mikhailovsky, and P. N. Tikashev. Peter Lavrov aroused the intelligentsia to a sense of guilt vis-a-vis the people and an urge to expiate their privileges. His historical letters, published in the late 60s, and the periodical V. Period, which appeared in Zurich in 1873-6, called on young members of the intelligentsia to work among the people and fan the flame of revolution. Under the combined influence of Lavrov and Bakunin, there took place in 1872-4 the celebrated movement in which hundreds of young people went into the villages with the object of educating the peasants for socialism, or, in the case of the Bakuninists, bringing their revolutionary instincts to the fore. The result of the pilgrimage was highly disappointing. No new Pogachevs and Stenkarazins made their appearance, nor did the peasants reveal a latent enthusiasm for socialism. They were more likely to denounce the agitators to the police than to heed their appeals. This did much to weaken Bakunin's influence, but it did not undermine the activity of Lavrov's followers, though they were obliged to change tactics. Lavrov held that the intelligentsia could and must be the fount of revolutionary consciousness, but he did not believe that the Russian peasant was revolutionary and socialist by nature. His belief in the mission of the intelligentsia was of a moral and 320. Not a determinist character. He did not contend that there was any historical law which made it certain that Russia would adopt socialism, but he believed this could be brought about by an enlightened elite identifying itself morally with the people's cause. He demanded from the young intelligentsia self-sacrifice and a spirit of battle. Their success would depend on the firmness of the people's will, not on ineluctable historical laws. Together with Mikhailovsky, Lavrov represented a viewpoint which was later called, in Russia, subjective sociology, viz. that social processes, unlike natural ones, are partly determined by subjective desires and ideals which animate people because they are thought to be right, not necessarily because they are expected to triumph. Our view that something is morally right cannot depend on whether we think it inevitable, and, as history is influenced by the fact that many people regard their own position as morally right, there is no reason to think that any universal laws, indifferent to human desires and ideals, are bound to impel the historical process in any particular direction. Lavrov shared the faith in the village commune as a possible nucleus of socialism in Russia, but he did not glorify the country's technical and economic backwardness. He thought the dissemination of socialist ideals among the toiling masses would lead to a revolution after which all problems of economic development could be solved. As to the struggle for a constitution and political freedom, it could only be a source of confusion and a waste of revolutionary energy. The basic elements of Lavrov's ideologic denial of historical determinism and of the inevitability of capitalism in Russia, faith in the intelligentsia as the standard bearer of socialism, the creative role of ideals in history, the village commune as the nucleus of socialism, indifference to the political struggle for liberalization, these together form a stereotype which was to be the chief target of Marxist attack. Among pre-Marxist writers, Lavrov contributed especially to awakening the revolutionary and socialist consciousness of the Russian intelligentsia. His attacks on religion as the fruit of ignorance, on law as the instrument of coercion by the privileged classes, on property as the result of theft, his emphasis on moral qualities and moral motivation among revolutionaries, his call for revolutionary asceticism and enlightenment for the people, all this went to form the radical ethos which prevailed. 321. In Russia for a long time and to a considerable extent inspired the social democratic intelligentsia. N.K. Mikhailovsky occupied a much more important place than Lavrov in the Marxists' anti-populist polemics. He was active as a writer for a longer period and was more influential, as he lived in Russia and wrote in the legal press, and, unlike Lavrov, he was not a revolutionary. Mikhailovsky sought to integrate the peasant question in Russia into a social philosophy based on personalist and moralistic principles. In his books and articles in Otechestvenny Zapiski and, in the 1890s, in his own periodical Russkoye Bogaystvo, he concentrated on analyzing the social effects of capitalist economy and showing, with the aid of subjective sociology, that it was not historically necessary for Russia to tread the dolorous path of proletarianization and the class struggle. There were no inexorable laws of history independent of human ideals. In reasoning about society, the question to ask was what is desirable, and not what is necessary. Social processes were the work of people and depended, in part at least, on what people believed to be good. Social thought should be framed in normative categories, for values that were generally accepted were, for that very reason, a real social force. In general, no idea of progress could be formed without evaluative premises. It was not a question of pursuing the unrealizable ideals of a sociology free from value judgments, but of examining critically the values underlying current theories of progress, viz. those of the positivists and Marxists. Mikhailovsky's criticism was thus leveled at both Spencer and the Marxists. Spencer believed that progress was based on the unlimited differentiation of all forms of life, so that the development of the division of labor in society was progress par excellence. But this, said Mikhailovsky, was the reverse of the truth. If we start from the point of view of the good of the individual, and individuals are the only social reality, we see that the division of labor leads to spiritual degradation and destroys the possibility of the all-round development of the individual. This was also Marx's view. The object of life was not to develop one-sided aptitudes and increase production for its own sake, but to further the harmonious and many-sided. 322. Development of personality. From this point of view, the capitalist economy, which favored specialization for the sake of increased productivity, was not an instance of progress but a cultural calamity. Capitalism signified pauperization of the spirit as well as the body. It broke the ties of solidarity and atomized society, universalizing the spirit of competition and struggle. Russia, however, had preserved in the village commune a form of social and productive organization which could bar the way to capitalism. The Obshchina was based on simple, not complex, cooperation, and left the way open for all-round personal development. Its members held their property in common and lived in a state of solidarity, not competition. In its present form it was not ideal, but the task was to remove the external obstacles that impeded its development and not to encourage disruptive factors in the name of abstract progress. The Marxists, with their faith in the inevitability of capitalism in Russia, were in effect proclaiming a gospel of inactivity and capitulation, accepting the prospect that the great majority of the workers would be condemned to proletarianization, exploitation, and spiritual death. In acclaiming capitalism as progressive, they were using a concept of progress in which the abstract idea of the common good was quite independent of the good of the individuals who made up society. But in reality all human values were personal values. There was no general good or perfect society that could be set up against the benefit of human individuals, for it is they and not society who feel and think, suffer and desire. The domination of impersonal values, even such as justice or science, over real individuals is contrary to anything that can properly be called progress. Not without reason, the Marxists regarded Mikhailovsky as a romantic critic of capitalism. In his attacks on it we recognize themes from Romantic literature, the utopian socialists, Rousseau, and the anarchists, Saint-Simon and his followers, Stimmer and Herzen. These attacks coincided on essential points with Marx's social philosophy, but the difference was that according to Marx, humanity, to attain salvation, must first descend into the inferno of capitalism. The tyranny of money and machines over live human beings would end by destroying itself and enabling men to recapture their lost values. The question was, however, whether this applied to each country separately, or whether the fact that capitalism in some parts of the world had created the preconditions of socialism might not make it possible for others to avoid going through the full cycle. Marx himself had considered this point, and his well-known remarks on Russia afforded support in one important respect to the populists, who duly made use of them. In 1874 Engels, in controversy with Tikashev, expressed himself strongly against the idea that the socialist revolution could take place in a country without a proletariat, like Russia. He agreed, however, that the village commune might provide a nucleus of socialism if it survived until there was a proletarian revolution in the West. In other words, there could only be a Russian road to socialism if socialism first triumphed in its natural habitat, the highly industrialized countries. This idea is repeated in the preface by Marx and Engels to the Russian edition of the Communist Manifesto, If a Russian revolution were to give the signal for the proletarian revolution in Western Europe, the village commune might be the nucleus of socialist changes. The populists were especially pleased with a letter which Marx wrote in 1877 to the editor of Otechestvennaya, Apisky. The letter was not sent, and was published in Russia only in 1886. In it Marx says clearly that the schemata of capital apply to Western Europe and do not claim universal validity. Therefore, Marx goes on, there is no necessary reason why Russia should follow in the footsteps of the West, but she will be obliged to do so if she continues on the course of 1861, for she will then lose her chance of separate, non-capitalist development. Marx expresses the same idea even more emphatically in a letter of March 1881 to Varazej Sulich and in his preparatory notes for this letter. Here he repeats that the argument of capital does not in any way prejudge the question of the Obshchina, but adds that, having examined the matter, he believes that the latter can be a source of social regeneration if it is not destroyed by external pressure. Russia, thanks to its backwardness, is privileged socially as well as technologically. Just as it can adopt Western techniques in a ready-made, developed form without going through all the stages that have been necessary in the West, and was able to set up a banking and credit system that took centuries to establish in Western countries, so in the field of social evolution Russia can avoid the horrors of capitalism and develop the village commune into a universal productive system. Marx does not, of course, predict that this will necessarily be so, but repeats that Russia still has open to it the possibility of non-capitalist development. Altogether it may be said that on this crucial issue in Russian polemics at the time, Marx was much less of a Marxist than his Russian disciples. The latter, however, showed in the 1890s that the issue had become pointless, as by then no power could arrest the development of capitalism and the decline of the Obshchina. Engels at this time reverted to his previous opinion and, in letters of 1892 and 1893 to Danielson, acknowledged that the Obshchina was a lost cause. However, in a letter of 1885 to Varazej Sulich he supported the populist conspirators in another way by stating that Russia was in an exceptional situation in which a handful of people could, if they chose, bring about a revolution. On this last point Engels was in agreement with Tikashev and his adherents. Peter Tikashev took part in underground activities from his early youth and was imprisoned more than once. From 1873 he lived abroad and became the chief ideologist of those populists who founded their hopes on a revolution brought about by terrorist conspiracy. Tikashev came to the conclusion, later formulated by Marx, that if Russia embarked on a capitalist course nothing could prevent its further development along this line, and the country would have to go through the same martyrdom as the West. But there was still time to avert this, for capitalism had not yet taken hold in Russia. The opportunity must therefore be seized to carry out a revolution at once and avoid the capitalist cycle of development. It was no good counting on the people's innate revolutionary instincts. The revolution could only be the work of a conscious, well-organized minority, an underground party with strict discipline and centralized command. The object of the revolution was the happiness of all, in particular the abolition of inequality and the destruction of elite cultures. Here, Tikashev repeats themes from the totalitarian utopias of the 18th century. The perfect society will suppress any possibility of exceptional individuals arising and will create equal conditions of life and education for all its members. A centralized authority of the enlightened avant-garde will plan every aspect of public life. Tikashev does not explain how the principle of equality can prevail in a society where the majority is subjected to the absolute, unfettered dictatorship of the revolutionaries, or how he reconciles hatred for elitism with the assumption of power by a revolutionary elite. His communism is of a homespun kind and displays no theoretical insight. But he is responsible, more than anyone else in Russia, for the idea of a centralized and disciplined party as the main organ of revolution. Historians have often emphasized his role as a precursor of Lenin on this point. The clandestine populist association founded in R876 and known as Zemlya I Volya owed its organizational ideas to Tikashev, although it did not take over his social ideology. Lenin, while showing the greatest contempt for the populists especially in their later stages, had a high respect for the organizational traditions of the underground populist movement. In the eyes 9F Marxist critics, all the ideologists of populism were subjectivists, for they believed that the future of Russia could be decisively shaped by moral ideals spread by an enlightened elite, socialist education of the people under the guidance of the intelligentsia, or the revolutionary will of an organized party. There remained, however, the question that Mikhailovsky put to the Marxists: if the scientific and completely unsubjective attitude consists in accepting what is said to be inevitable, i.e. whatever actually happens, how do the Marxists justify their own revolutionary activity? This question came to the fore later on, especially in the argument between the orthodox and the legal Marxists. The populists, as it were, repeated in Russian terms the dilemma which had challenged Marx as a young man, between historical fatalism and a moralist utopia. How can one justify theoretically and consistently the attitude of a revolutionary who desires to weigh up social phenomena in their practical, cause and effect relationships, not measuring them by arbitrary moral criteria, yet who does not wish to be a mere spectator or chronicler of events but believes that he can affect them by his own actions? It should be noted that the populist doctrine in general, and the glorification of the village commune in particular, were not confined to moralists in search of a social ideal. The defense of the commune and the idea of bypassing capitalism in Russia also had purely economic foundations, as expounded, for example, by the populists Vorontsov and Danielson. These men were not political revolutionaries but, on the contrary, endeavored to persuade the government that for the sake of economic and social progress it should cease to promote capitalist reforms and work for industrialization on different lines. They claimed to judge between the rural commune and capitalism from the standpoint of economic efficiency, while also pointing out the social consequences of each. V.P. Vorontsov, in articles written in the 70s and published in book form in 1882, argued that capitalism in Russia was not only undesirable but impossible, at all events in a developed form. Russia could not follow the same path as the West, partly because its access to foreign markets was barred by stronger competitors, and also because it could not count on a home market large enough to permit the expansion of capitalist production. The development of capitalism so far was due less to natural conditions than to government protectionism, a policy that was ruinous and incapable of attaining its own aims, though it might well succeed in proletarianizing the peasantry. The home market could not expand sufficiently because capitalism, by destroying village crafts, was depriving the peasants of income with which to buy industrial products. The post-emancipation years had shown that land was passing into peasant hands on a large scale instead of its ownership being concentrated. Vorontsov was not an opponent of industrialization or a worshipper of primitive technology, but he believed that if the government went on fostering capitalism, Russia would suffer from all the evils of the system without enjoying its benefits. The government should nationalize those branches of industry which required large-scale investment and should entrust small-scale industrial production to workers' cooperatives. At the same time it should remove the fiscal burdens and encumbrances which were breaking up the village. 327. Commune, and should allow agriculture to develop freely on traditional lines. Vorontsov thus advocated a kind of state socialism under the aegis of the Tsarist government. The Marxists of course mocked this proposal, but, as R. Pipes observes, it is not very different from the principles of Lenin's new economic policy. N. F. Danielson, the translator of Capital and a Marxist by conviction, also held that capitalism in Russia was bound to meet insuperable obstacles, it was in no position to conquer foreign markets, and was destroying its own home market by proletarianizing the peasants and bringing about mass unemployment. Russia's social needs could be met only by a popular system in which the means of production belonged to the producers. Instead of being destroyed, the village commune should be made to adopt modern techniques and thus become the foundation of a socialist society. The populist economists cared as little, or even less, about political freedoms and constitutions as most other members of the populist camp, but they set the whole of radical opinion against them by offering a program of reforms whereby Russia might find salvation under the Tsar's auspices. In so doing, however, they raised new problems with which Marxist literature had to come to grips. In the 90s, the question of markets was one of those most discussed in Marxist circles. In order to confute the populists, it was necessary to prove that Russian capitalism was in a position to create a market sufficient for its own development. This problem was studied by all the chief Marxist writers, including Struve, Tugan-Baranovsky, Plekhanov, Lenin, and Bulgakov. Almost immediately on its inception in the mid-70s, Zemlya I Volya was faced with the decision whether to concentrate on the political struggle or on socialist propaganda. The former meant in practice fighting for constitutional liberties and for the liberalization of Russia on Western lines, but the populists' dilemma was that this seemed incompatible with their socialist ideals. If Russia were to adopt a liberal and parliamentary system, the prospect of socialism would recede to an indefinite future, for it was hard to foresee a time when socialism would triumph on the basis of popular representation. The adherents of the traditional populist ideology therefore preferred a policy of revolutionary propaganda and education, while opposing both the idea of an alliance with the liberals and an attempt to take over power by revolutionary force. Before long, in 1879, the organization split into two groups. The advocates of the political struggle formed the People's Will Party with a program of terrorist action, while its adversaries formed a group named Black Repartition to carry on propaganda for the sharing out of large estates among the peasantry. Unlike the abstract ideals of socialism, this was calculated to appeal to the rural population, and the members of this group were thus faithful to the populist tradition of concentrating on issues understood by the people. Narodnaya Volya, a small organization of fanatically brave and devoted terrorists, bequeathed the legend of A.I. Lyubov and Sofia Perovskaya, who organized the assassination of Alexander II. It did not produce any theoretical works of importance. Its chief propagandist was Lyov Tikhomarov, who subsequently recanted his revolutionary views and became an arch-reactionary and monarchist. Lyubov and Perovskaya were hanged after the Tsar's murder_er on March 1881. Lyubov declared in court that he was fighting for justice in Christ's name, and before his execution he kissed the cross. While the members of Narodnaya Volya held that the main revolutionary task was to fight against the state, whose destruction would remove every hindrance to social liberation, the non-political adherents of Black Repartition opposed the Blanquist idea of seizing power without the participation of the masses. The repressions which followed the Tsar's murder effectively destroyed the populist underground in both its forms. While the heroes of Narodnaya Volya became a revolutionary legend, the Black Repartition movement produced the first outstanding ideologist of Russian Marxism in the person of G. V. Plekhanov. 14. Plekhanov and the codification of Marxism. Plekhanov ranks with Kolakowski in the importance of his role in the history of Marxism and the dissemination of Marxist doctrine. He is generally, and rightly, called the father of Marxism in Russia. Many populists had read Marx and been influenced by him, but Plekhanov was the first Russian to adopt Marxism as an integral, self-sufficient worldview, embracing all philosophical questions and social theories and providing complete guidance for political activity. Without exception, all Russian Marxists of Lenin's generation were Plekhanov's pupils and acknowledged the fact. In addition, his writings were influential far beyond Russia. He was not an original theoretician, nor did he intend to be. He sought to remain faithful to the doctrine as he understood it, and to defend it against all comers. He was an accomplished writer with a wide knowledge of history, world literature, and social thought, though he was less well acquainted with pure philosophy. He was also an excellent popularizer and publicist. His mind was of a strongly dogmatic cast, and he was attracted to all-embracing schemata. He did more, perhaps, than anyone to reduce Marxism to a catechetical form. He wrote the first works which can be called manuals of Marxism and which were in fact used as such. His major role in Russian history is the more remarkable as he spent the whole of his Marxist life in emigration, keeping in touch with Russian affairs through periodicals and conversations with friends, and wrote of the mission of the Russian proletariat though he had no contact with actual workers. Nevertheless, he was the true instigator of the Marxist movement in Russia, and consequently also of Russian social democracy. 1. The origins of Marxist orthodoxy in Russia. George Valentinovich Plekhanov, the son of a 330 Plekhanov and he codification of Marxism landowner, was born at Gudilovka in the central Russian province of Tambov. He attended the cadet school at Voronezh and in 1873 was enrolled at the Konstantin Military Academy in St. Petersburg. However, he abandoned the military career after a few months and in 1874 entered the Mining Institute. Losing interest in his studies there, he was expelled after 2 years. During this period he imbibed the works of Chernyshevsky and other radical writers and met a number of revolutionaries, 2 of whom Pavel Axelrod and Lyov Deutsch were to be his closest collaborators and friends. At this time they were populists of the Bakunin persuasion. Plekhanov was a founder member of Zemlya I Volya and in 1876 was co-organizer and chief speaker at a demonstration in St. Petersburg against political persecution in Russia. He fled to Berlin to escape arrest, and returned in the middle of 1877 to embark on the career of a professional revolutionary. He worked for a time at Saratov organizing revolutionary groups and anti-Tsarist propaganda and composing Bakuninist manifestos and appeals. At this time he shared the populist contempt for political action to secure liberal and constitutional reforms, but he also opposed individual acts of terror as being ineffective and out of tune with the cult of the people. He was in this sense a classic populist, and when the split came in 1879 he declared against the terrorists and became leader of the Black Repartition Group, which concentrated on propaganda among the people in the belief that only a mass movement of peasants and workers could bring freedom to Russia. However, this activity was carried on only by a handful of conspirators and was soon stopped by police repression. The group still had a semblance of existence at the beginning of 1880, but early in that year its chief members Plekhanov, Deutsch, and Varazay Sulich were obliged to flee abroad. Plekhanov, who was not to see Russia again until 1917, settled in Geneva. During his first 2 years there he was converted to Marxism, which does not mean that he was ignorant of it previously. Like many other populists he was acquainted with Marxist doctrine and accepted many of its principles. From the articles he wrote as a populist we may infer that he subscribed to historical materialism and did not hold with subjective sociology, but considered that the general depend 33 ardence of political and ideological systems on the economic base was compatible with the idea that Russia, owing to its special historical circumstances, might be able to avoid the Western path of development. In accordance with Bakunin's social philosophy, he argued in Marxist terms against the idea of a political struggle for the liberalization of Russia, as social development ultimately depended on the economic base. The aim should be a social and not a political revolution, not changes in the superstructure, but a transformation of the country's economic system. Plekhanov's conversion to Marxism was not a matter of coming to believe in the primacy of economic conditions as opposed to ideas, or in materialism as opposed to religion. It consisted in the adoption of 3 basic conclusions in regard to Russian conditions which were at variance with populist ideology. These were, first, that socialism must be preceded by a political revolution of a liberal democratic kind, second, that Russia must go through a capitalist phase before she could be ready for a socialist transformation, and third, that transformation must be carried through by the industrial proletariat and not by the people in general, still less the peasantry. In short, Plekhanov's acceptance of Marxism represented a change in his idea of political strategy rather than a radical alteration of Weltanschauung. Having embraced Marxism, Plekhanov remained faithful to it all his life. To some extent he altered his stand on particular questions affecting the tactics of social democracy in Russia, but he derived from Marxism the intellectual satisfaction of a system that leaves practically nothing to contingency, making it possible to believe in the iron regularity of history and in principle to foresee all future events. Having once attained confidence in the all-embracing system, Plekhanov remained of the same mind on all theoretical questions, repeating the same truths again and again and, at most, supplementing them with fresh examples or applying them to new problems. In Geneva, where he was beset with money troubles, Plekhanov tried for a time to continue his populist activities. He published 2 numbers of a 332 journal and made contact with what was left of the organization in Russia. His efforts came to nothing, however, both because the organization was so weak and because its members soon underwent a change of opinion in the direction of social democracy. Having decided that the fight for democratic freedoms was the most urgent need in Russia, that it was by no means a matter of indifference what political system the exploited classes lived under, and that a change from absolutism to bourgeois democracy did not simply mean, as the populists contended, exchanging one exploiter for another, Plekhanov had to grapple with the question of the relationship of the workers' movement to the bourgeoisie. In his populist days he had maintained that the fight for political liberties was the affair of the bourgeois, and that if the revolutionary movement took any effective part in it, it would merely be pulling the chestnuts out of the fire for its own exploiters. Having now decided that the fight for democracy was essential to the prospects of socialism, Plekhanov had to consider how it was possible to justify the alliance in this fight of 2 basically hostile classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. This problem was the main object of his attention for the next few years. In 1883 a small band of émigré converts to Marxism formed the Labor Emancipation Group, the first Russian social democratic organization in the West European sense. It never became a political party, and in effect consisted only of its founders, Plekhanov, Deutsch, Varazé Sulich, and Axelrod, who had joined them in exile, yet in the first 2 years of its existence it created the ideological foundations of Russian social democracy. This was due principally to 2 works by Plekhanov, Socialism and the Political Struggle and Our Differences, which marked the beginning of the breach between populism and the socialist revolutionary movement in Russia. The populists were wrong, said Plekhanov, to blame the Marxists on the ground that, as they held socialism to be a product of the evolution of capitalism, they must in Russia be allies of the bourgeoisie. The laws of history could not be bent by adjurations or the purest of revolutionary motives. The first task was to find out in what direction Russia was being impelled by inexorable economic necessity. Now it was clear that the village commune 333 was doomed to disappear and could not form the basis of a socialist organization. Socialism in Russia, as in the West, could only be brought about by the contradictions of the capitalist economy which must soon overspread the country. Since the right forms of Alexander II, Russia had embarked on capitalism and a money economy, and that one could not be altered by dreams of a leap from primitive, natural economy to communism. The capitalist differentiation of the peasantry had begun and was bound to continue, condemning millions to expropriation and proletarianization. Land would be concentrated in the hands of a dwindling number of owners who would improve cultivation with modern techniques. Industry and transport were inevitably transforming Russia into a capitalist country subject to the normal laws of accumulation. Society was bound to be divided between the bourgeoisie and a growing army of the proletariat, and Russia's future would be decided by the struggle between them. The development of Russian capitalism, however, was hampered by numerous survivals of feudalism and by the political autocracy. The bourgeoisie was interested in the Europeanization of Russia and the replacement of absolutism by liberal institutions. Russia's first need was not a socialist revolution but a bourgeois political one to sweep away the obstacles that the state superstructure opposed to the free expansion of capitalism. Despite populist dreams, this revolution could not coincide with the socialist one, which presupposed an advanced state of industrial development and a well-organized, class-conscious proletariat. Russia must go through a capitalist era, which could not be avoided and ought to be welcomed. A bourgeois revolution was in the highest interest of the Russian proletariat, which needed a period of political freedom to organize itself and develop its strength for the socialist revolution of the future. Hence the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, though basically antagonistic, had a common interest in seeking democratic changes in Russia. And this is especially important for Marxist strategy. Although the next revolution would be a bourgeois one, it did not follow that it must be carried out by the bourgeoisie or even under its leadership. The weak and cowardly Russian bourgeoisie will not be equal to the task. 334. And the bourgeois revolution could only take place under the leadership of the proletariat. This argument was attacked with a special vigor by the populists, who demanded to know why the proletariat should fight in order to give a clear field to its oppressors. But, said Plekhanov, this is a wrong way of putting the question. The proletariat has an interest in political freedoms and the abolition of the autocracy, as this is the precondition of its own victory. Moreover, and this is the second basic feature of social democratic strategy in the struggle against absolutism, the proletariat must not be a mere instrument in the hands of the bourgeoisie but an independent force, conscious of its own interests and how far they coincide with those of the capitalists, and also conscious that in proportion as capitalism succeeds in its objectives, the basic antagonism of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie will become more and more evident. Daily experience, however, does not enable the workers themselves to develop a socialist consciousness and become fully aware of their position as a class. It is the task of the enlightened intelligentsia to act as their spiritual and political guide and open their eyes to the coming struggle. The proletariat must learn the lesson of bourgeois revolutions in the West, where, for lack of class consciousness and organization, the workers shed blood in revolutionary upheavals which in the end profited only the bourgeoisie. The Russian proletariat can avoid this if it is imbued with socialist consciousness by an organized social democratic movement. It cannot be helped, however, that after a bourgeois revolution the working class will not be the masters but will be in opposition to the system they have fought to establish. Basically, Russia must follow the same development as the West, but there is reason to expect that on account of her very backwardness, capitalism will flourish and decay more rapidly than in Western Europe. By adopting advanced technology, learning from the experience of other countries, and possessing a ready-made theoretical basis, Russia may be able to shorten the cycle of development, but cannot bypass it altogether. Between the bourgeois and the socialist revolution there must be a period of capitalist exploitation. The social democratic movement should profit from the mistakes and defeats of the Western proletariat so as to avoid falling into the same errors and accelerate the course of events. 335. In the light of these predictions and recommendations, the whole populist ideology is revealed as a reactionary utopia. The populists want Russia to enjoy the benefits of industrial development without its consequences in the form of rural proletarianization, the concentration of land ownership, and the decline of the village commune. They also want socialism without its social preconditions, i.e. the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie and the advanced technological, political, and social development that goes with capitalist society. These are self-contradictory demands and are contrary to the scientific, deterministic interpretation of social phenomena, which shows that the links between different aspects of social life and successive phases of development are matters of objective necessity, independent of human will. Even if we suppose that a handful of revolutionaries by some chance or other seized power by a coup d'état, they could not introduce a socialist system because Russian capitalism is insufficiently developed. The result, so Plekhanov writes prophetically in Our Differences, would be a political abortion after the manner of the ancient Chinese or Persian empires, a renewal of Tsarist despotism on a communist basis. In both the works mentioned above, Plekhanov showed himself to be an extreme westernizer, as he remained throughout his life. Thanks to them, Russian social democracy adopted an ideology of a basically European type, reflecting the conviction that the schemata of Western development described by Marx were equally applicable to Russia. They laid the foundation of a strategy for Russian socialists which concentrated on political revolution of a liberal type. The program included two paradoxical elements: that the proletariat should be the driving force of a bourgeois revolution, and that it was for the non-proletarian intelligentsia to instill socialist consciousness into the working class. The first of these propositions was not in conflict with Marx's doctrine, but it left open the question that was to confront socialists: if there has to be an alliance with other classes in a bourgeois revolution, should the proletariat's ally be the bourgeoisie, or rather the peasantry or part of it? 20 years later this question helped to split the Russian Social Democrats into two camps. As to the second premise, it is debatable how far it is consistent with Marxist schemata, but this controversy too did not break out until later. 2. Dialectical and historical materialism. Thanks to their faith in the immutable laws of social development, Plekhanov and his group were able to maintain their courage and hope during the long years when the revolutionary movement in Russia died out almost completely, and reaction appeared triumphant. The 80s were a time of discouragement and political retrogression. At this time Plekhanov gained the reputation of being the chief spokesman of Russian Marxism. His writings filtered through in small quantities only, but they did reach the few people who, in the 90s, were to lay the foundations of the social democratic movement in Russia itself. In 1889 Plekhanov was expelled from Switzerland as the result of an accidental explosion caused by a group of Russian terrorists with whom he had nothing to do. He moved to France, but was expelled again in 1894 for attacking the French government in a speech at the Congress of the International in Zurich. He then went to London, but was allowed shortly afterwards to return to Geneva. At the end of 1894 he published legally in Russia, under the pseudonym Beltov, a book originally entitled In Defense of Materialism, but renamed A Contribution to the Question of the Development of the Monistic View of History. This innocuous-sounding work established Plekhanov's position as the supreme authority in Russia on matters of Marxist doctrine, and was for years the main source from which the faithful imbibed their knowledge of its philosophical foundations. It contains almost everything that Plekhanov later repeated in his many works on philosophical and sociological questions. In addition to criticizing subjective sociology, chiefly in the writings of Mikhailovsky and Karayev, and the populist utopia of Russia's separate road, the work is a systematic exposition of Marxism and its theoretical sources, considered from the point of view of their merit in preparing the way for the materialist interpretation of history, and their idealistic errors and inconsistencies. In this field Plekhanov partly created, and partly followed Engels in popularizing, a large number of stereotypes which became part of the current coin of Marxism. According to Plekhanov the basic categories and intellectual 337 trends of Marxism were derived from the following sources, purged of their errors and contradictions. Firstly, 18th-century materialism, especially the French materialism of Holbach and Helvetius. This had the merit that it explained spiritual phenomena by material ones, it discerned the source of all knowledge in sense perception, and understood that human ideas and feelings are created by social environment. It fell into a vicious circle, however, in attributing changes in the environment to the influence of ideas. Moreover, it did not attain to an evolutionary view of history, it erred by fatalism and had no knowledge of dialectical method. Secondly, classical German philosophy, especially Hegel. In this and other works by Plekhanov, the picture of Hegel is mainly taken from Engels. It is much oversimplified and seems to be based on fragmentary and cursory reading. The dialectic is presented as a method of inquiry which considers all phenomena from the point of view of their development and interdependence, and in every form of life seeks to find the germ of that form's destruction and transformation into its opposite. It seeks everywhere to discover forces and attributes beyond those which appear at first glance. Development according to the triadic schema is not, however, essential to Hegel's doctrine. The dialectic also discerns qualitative leaps in nature and society, arising from the accumulation of quantitative changes. In this way Plekhanov, like Engels, treats the dialectic as a method which can be abstracted from Hegelian philosophy, detached from idealist metaphysics, and applied to a materialist worldview. Hegel's other great merit is to have seen that human history is subject to laws independent of the will of the individual. However, in his eyes the necessity of history is of a spiritual nature and thus ultimately coincides with freedom. Marxism transforms this idealistic worldview by showing that the necessities of history are rooted in material conditions of life, and that freedom consists of understanding the laws of history and taking advantage of them in order to act effectively. Thirdly, utopian socialism. The utopians sought means of reforming society, but instead of studying inevitable consequences and laws of development, they posed questions of a normative kind, asking what is good or desirable from the point of view of the requirements of human nature. By so doing, 338. They condemned themselves to sterility, for goodwill is powerless by itself to effect social changes. Fourthly, the French historians of the Restoration period, Guizot, Thierry, and Mignot, had done much to interpret historical processes as struggles due to the differing material interests of social classes, and in this respect they paved the way for Marxism. But they remained bound to the idealist philosophy of history, ascribing social conflicts and forms of property, in the last resort, to unaltering human nature, whereas the latter postulate clearly cannot explain changing historical forms. The defects of all these theories were finally cured by Marx's philosophy, which Plekhanov compares in importance to the Copernican revolution or to Darwinism. Like Copernicus, Marx laid the foundations of social science by introducing the idea of necessity, which is the basis of all scientific thinking, into the study of social phenomena. But the comparison with Darwin is more significant. As Darwin explained the evolution of forms of life by the adaptation of species to changes in the environment, so Marx showed that human history can be explained by man's relations with external nature and especially his growing control over it by means of tools. Marx's historical monism is based on the premise that in the last resort all historical changes are due to the development of tools, the ability to make which determines the character of the human species and the social bond of cooperation. The objection that technical change itself depends on human intellectual effort is invalid, for intellectual progress is in turn the result of technical progress. In this way cause and effect are constantly interchanging. At any given moment of history the level of productive forces determines the intellectual level of society, including technical inventions which make production more efficient still. Man is constantly being changed by external circumstances, and thus there is no such thing as unchanging human nature. At a particular level of productive forces there come into being relations of production which in turn are the basis of political institutions, social psychology, and ideological forms. However, 339. There is at all times a reciprocal influence. Political institutions affect economic life. The economy and psychology of a society are two aspects of one and the same process, the production of life or the struggle for existence, and both depend on the level of technology. Psychological attitudes adapt themselves to economic conditions, but on the other hand the conflict of technology with relations of production produces changes in human psychology which precede economic changes. Thus Marxism cannot be reproached with one-sidedness, for it takes account of the whole multiplicity of mutual reactions in society. Economic conditions are also the source of ideological creations, including science, philosophy, and art. True, one form of art may influence another, but the notion of influence in itself explains nothing. Different peoples can only influence one another artistically if their social conditions are similar. History cannot be explained by the special role of outstanding geniuses. On the contrary, it is history that explains them. A genius is one who grasps the meaning of incipient social relations sooner than other people, and expresses in a more perfect way the tendency of a particular social class. Since the necessity that governs the world is universal, freedom from the Marxist point of view as in the philosophy of Spinoza or Hegel is not a matter of enjoying a kind of margin within which causality does not operate, but of being able to control nature by understanding its laws. The measure of this control increases throughout history, and we have reached the point where it is possible to envisage the final triumph of mind over necessity, of reason over the blindness of law. This will be because men have learned to govern social processes, over which they formerly had no power. Similar ideas to these are repeated in Plekhanov's many subsequent articles, books, and lectures. some of which have become classics of Marxist instruction even outside Russia, for example, Fundamental Problems of Marxism, The Role of the Individual in History, and Contributions to the History of Materialism. All his theoretical writings are to some extent polemics against those whom, at any particular moment, he 340 regarded as most dangerous to the integrality and consistency of Marxist doctrine. This means that his adversaries were either close to Marxism or were desirous of reforming or revising it from within. After the populists came the German revisionists, then the neo-Kantians and the Russian school of Empiria criticism. Unlike most West European Marxists, who saw no logical connection between Marxism as a theory of social development and any particular view of epistemological or metaphysical questions, Plekhanov insisted that Marxism was a complete and integral body of theory embracing all the main questions of philosophy. Dialectical materialism. Plekhanov was apparently the first to use this term to denote the whole of Marxist philosophy could not be separated from historical materialism, which was the application of the same principles and rules of thought to the investigation of social phenomena. This insistence on the integrality of Marxism was inherited from Plekhanov by Lenin, and became part of the ideology of the Soviet state. It is based on the premise that social democracy cannot be neutral in any philosophical question, and that it possesses a comprehensive worldview which cannot be partially adopted without deforming each of its parts. Marxist philosophy as expounded by Plekhanov was a repetition, without attempt at further analysis, of Engels's formulas, generally in an exaggerated version. Materialism rests on the assertion which Marxism adopted from Feuerbach, that being or matter is self-based, while all thought is a product of being. However, dialectical materialism differs from Feuerbach in stating that the human subject is not merely passively aware of objects, but comes to know the world in the process of acting upon it. This does not mean, says Plekhanov, that men form or help to form the objects they become aware of, but only that the cognition of objects in themselves takes place chiefly as a result of labor and not of contemplation. Materialism is an irrefutable theory confirmed by science, and all its modern critics Croce, Schmidt, Bernstein are only repeating arguments that were long ago demolished by Feuerbach. The dialectic is the theory of the development of the world with its interconnections, contradictions, and qualitative leaps, and these are demonstrated by modern science, for instance de Vries's theory of 341 mutations. Qualitative changes are seen in the transformation of water into ice or steam, of a chrysalis into a butterfly, or again in arithmetic, as after the digit G we make a leap into double figures. Plekhanov is full of such naiveties, and one of them is the idea that dialectical contradictions are incompatible with formal logic. This recalls the contention of the Eleatic philosophers that motion is self-contradictory, as a moving body both is and is not in a given place. As rest is a particular case of motion, formal logic is a particular case of dialectical logic and applies to reality treated as unchanging. A political revolution is an example of a qualitative leap. Dialectical contradictions include the class struggle, etc. All these arguments, which were to become part of the canon of dialectical materialism in Russia, are evidence of the shallowness of Plekhanov's philosophical education and the oversimplicity of his thought. In questions of historical materialism he shows better powers of analysis and knowledge of the subject. Here too, however, he is concerned above all to preserve his monistic faith in productive forces as the all-sufficient motive power of history. However, following Engels, he takes issue with the statement that Marxism explains all historical processes in terms of a single factor, since, he contends, all factors are only methodological abstractions. There is in reality one single historical process, and this is determined in the last resort by technical progress. The phrase "in the last resort," Plekhanov explains, means that in a given society we can distinguish intermediate stages through which productive forces determine various features of social life, economic conditions, the political system, psychology, and ideology. In addition, there is always the factor of interaction. The superstructure is determined by the base but afterwards reacts upon it. the base is constituted by the requirements of productive forces but itself affects those forces, and so on. These ideas do not fit into a coherent whole. Like other Marxists of his time, Plekhanov cannot explain how the belief in productive forces as the ultimate cause of events is to be reconciled with the theory of interaction. If the higher stages can initiate changes in the lower, it is not clear what becomes. 342. Of historical monism, or how it can be said that the lower stages condition the higher in the last resort. If changes cannot be so initiated, what is the meaning of interaction? Again, it is not clear how it can be said that, for example, political institutions, ideologies, and property relations are only abstractions used for purposes of argument, while at the same time making a substantive distinction between stages and asserting, in addition, that everything depends on changes in the forces of production, as though for some reason these were not factors like the others. In Fundamental Problems of Marxism, Plekhanov adds for good measure that productive forces are determined by geographical conditions, so it would seem that, contrary to what is said elsewhere, these last are the real and ultimate cause of history. It is clear that Plekhanov, like many Marxists, wishes to maintain his belief in a single principle accounting for the whole of history, but not to part company with common sense, which tells us that events are due in general to a variety of concurrent causes. Hence the numerous reservations which are meant to attenuate the rigor of the monistic explanation, but in fact destroy it, as the vague expression in the last resort finally loses its meaning when we also speak of interaction. We are in fact thrown back on the common sense view that important events are due to a multiplicity of forces whose relative strength cannot be calculated, including of course the level of technology in a society, its class structure and political system. But there is nothing specifically Marxist in this formulation, and therefore it is not one that can be uttered by true believers. Plekhanov, like Kolakowski, is also convinced that social processes can be studied in the same completely objective way as natural phenomena, human history being subject to universal laws of change, evolution, contradiction, qualitative leaps in the same way as geological formations. He replies in this sense to Stammler's criticism that Marxists ignore the teleological character of human behavior, and that when they urge mankind to cooperate with what they claim to be inevitable progress, it is as though they were to demand support for an eclipse of the sun which is bound to take place anyway without human aid. This criticism is groundless, Plekhanov says, because Marxists recognize that among the circumstances necessary to 343. Certain social processes are the purposive actions of human beings, their feelings, passions, and desires. They maintain, however, that such feelings and desires are necessarily determined by productive forces and the social conditions which these create. Plekhanov, however, seems to miss the point of Stammler's objection, as Kolakowski did in the case of Bauer. It is one thing to reflect on past history, in which human feelings, purposes, and passions appear simply as psychological and social factors helping to shape the course of events. It is another to consider one's own share in processes whose future results one believes to be determined by irresistible historical forces. If an individual is considering what purpose to aim at or why he should take part in a given social movement, the statement that his aims, whatever they may be, are irrevocably determined by productive forces does not help him to make up his mind, any more than the statement that certain results of the historical process are inevitable. Plekhanov says that if I join a movement that I regard as historically necessary and certain to prevail, I am treating my own action as an indispensable link in that necessary process. But this is no answer to Stammler, for the belief that a movement is going to win is not in itself an argument for joining it, except to someone who wants to be on the winning side at all costs. This viewpoint, i.e. that of the long-sighted opportunist, is of course a possible one, but it is not the one Plekhanov is concerned with, and it does not answer the question what moral grounds exist for joining a movement that is certain to succeed. If there are no such grounds, there is no reason why I should join it, and if there are, they must derive from some other source than the laws of history. This was the neo-Kantist objection, which Plekhanov failed to understand. He regarded himself as a necessary link in the process of socialist change, implying that it could not take place without him. This may have been true in his case, but it conflicts with his own principles as to the historical role of the individual, and it still does not explain why he, or anyone else, should have taken upon themselves to be the necessary link. To sum up the characteristics of Plekhanov's theoretical writing, we may say that it is marked by an absolute conviction of historical necessity, the denial of any basic distinction between the study of nature and that of society, the belief that historical 344. Materialism is an application of the rules of dialectical materialism, and an insistence on treating these two fields as part of a unique, indivisible whole, strong emphasis on the integrality of Marxism as the social democratic worldview, and the belief that social democracy as such must have a philosophical doctrine of its own, strong emphasis, also, on the importance of the philosophical tradition in the genesis of Marxism. Plekhanov was one of the principal founders of that style of Marxist writing which Lenin adopted in a still cruder form and which recalls the polemics of religious sects. Having decided, on his conversion to Marxism, that it supplied the answers to all problems of philosophy and social development, Plekhanov never afterwards wrote as a man seeking for the solution of a theoretical problem, but as an adept defending an established doctrine. He uses any argument that comes to hand, the object being not to follow the discussion wherever it leads, but to knock the adversary down. He derides opponents who invoke any scientific authority, but he himself quotes any authority that may serve his turn, irrespective of whether he knows anything of the field in question, so that he constantly falls into factual error. He piles up examples to confirm the laws of dialectic or of historical materialism without realizing the extent of the gap between a collection of mostly trivial instances and the general principle they are supposed to illustrate, for example that all processes consist of an accumulation of quantitative changes culminating in a qualitative leap. He does not observe that while it is easy to find examples, for instance, of particular cultural features which are due to the technical level of a society, or ideological ones which are due to class conflict, it is no less easy to find examples the other way round, for example technical development which is due to political institutions or political institutions due to ideological tradition. Such examples, however, do not prove any general theory of historiosophy beyond vague assertions that on the one hand such and such circumstances account for such and such others, while on the other hand the process may be reversed. 345. 3.1/1 Marxist aesthetics. Much space is devoted in Plekhanov's writings and lectures to the discussion of art from the viewpoint of historical materialism. He was a pioneer in this field, along with Mering and Lafargue. He was more at home in the history of art than in philosophy, and was able to support his argument with examples from diverse periods. Here too, however, there is a wide gap between his frequently accurate observation of the dependence of artistic activity on technical conditions and social conflict, and his general thesis that the artistic life of civilized nations is no less subject to necessity than that of primitive peoples. The only difference is that among civilized nations art no longer directly depends on technique and the means of production. He uses the accounts of various ethnographers to show that in primitive society art is connected with work either in the sense of imitating it, or by aiding it, or again by association with such values as wealth or physical fitness, wherein the symbols that arouse such association come to be regarded as beautiful. In class societies, on the other hand, the dependence of art on productive forces is indirect, as art expresses the ideals, feelings, and thoughts of this or that class. 18th-century French comedy expressed popular discontent with the existing order, classical tragedy the ideals of the court and aristocracy, and so on. Plekhanov fails to notice that such observations as these are not specifically Marxist. The effect of class interests and social changes on literary genres or styles of painting was known to many non-Marxist historians and critics, including some that Plekhanov himself quotes, such as Guizot, Taine, and Brunetière. What is essentially Marxist is not the recognition of such influences but the claim that they account for the whole of artistic creation, and that there is a necessary link between the state of class relations in a given society and its artistic output. If this were taken seriously, we should have to suppose that a keen enough mind could deduce the whole of a country's art and literature from its economic situation, i.e. that one could write the works of Shakespeare if one knew enough about the economy of Elizabethan England. Plekhanov, of course, does. 346. Not say anything so absurd, but he fails to see that it would be a natural consequence of his theory. He is constantly endeavoring to show that artistic activity is wholly accounted for by class values and that the merits of a work of art should be judged by its content, which is also expressible in non-artistic language. At the same time, he wishes to preserve the distinction between ideological content and artistic presentation. Here again we are saved by the magic formula: in the last resort the value of a work of art is determined by the specific gravity of its subject matter. To know the genesis of a work of art, then, is to know the criteria of its artistic merit. These are not absolute, for everything changes, but they are objective, i.e. we can state with certainty what is or is not beautiful in the conditions of its time. The work is to be judged by the correspondence between its idea and its form. The more closely they coincide, the more successful it is. But to be able to judge this, we should have to know, independently of the actual work of art, what forms are best suited to express the given idea, and Plekhanov does not suggest how we can acquire such knowledge. Nor is this all. It is not sufficient, we are told, for the form to correspond to the idea. For the work to be beautiful, the idea must be a true one. We see here to what extent Plekhanov, partly of his own accord and partly under Chernyshevsky's influence, evolved the basic premises of what was to be called socialist realism. Not that Plekhanov's own preferences were based on such criteria, or that he ascribed artistic merit to all works that expressed ideas he believed in and to no others. On the contrary, his tastes were those of most educated people in his time, including a detestation of new trends in painting. But his theory laid the foundation for measuring artistic value by political utility. Plekhanov believed that the slogan "art for art's sake," and the idea that the main purpose of a work of art was to produce artistic values as an end in themselves, was itself the necessary product of a certain kind of social situation, that in which the creative artist feels isolated from society. This, he considered, was the state of affairs at the turn of the century. Impressionism and Cubism were a sign of bourgeois decadence. The former was superficial and did not look beyond the outer shell of phenomena, the latter was nonsense raised to the third power. 347. The same applied to symbolist literature in Russia and abroad, for example Merezhkovsky, Xenodogippius, and Przybysewski. In a typical passage Plekhanov wrote, "Let us suppose the artist wants to paint a woman in a blue dress. If what he paints is like his subject, we call it a good picture. If, however, all we see on the canvas is a few stereometric figures tinted here and there, in a more or less primitive fashion, with layers of more or less diluted blue paint, we may call it a painting of whatever we like, but not a good picture." There is of course nothing surprising in such naivety. We know that after a certain age people cannot appreciate new artistic forms that are too unlike the ones they knew in youth, and reject them as extravagant and unnatural. But Plekhanov does not regard such judgments as mere expressions of his own taste, but as the inevitable logical consequence of the Marxist theory of society, and therefore as scientific statements. From this point of view the influence of his writing, which virtually established the canons of Soviet aesthetic taste, was deplorable, even though he believed firmly in creative freedom for the artist and knew how barren art was when executed under compulsion, to please political masters or to present the world as it should be instead of as it is. For the struggle against revisionism as the result of rapid industrialization and the Great Famine of 189–1–2 the 90s witnessed a revival of political activity in Russia. Marxism and social democratic ideology became the subject of widespread public debate. This was to some extent a triumph for Plekhanov as the chief exponent of the doctrine, but the larger or smaller social democratic groups that came into existence in the cities produced new leaders and theorists who, while respecting Plekhanov as a teacher, were not prepared blindly to follow his advice in politics. He for his part did not bear opposition gladly and claimed absolute authority in all matters of doctrine and also of socialist policy in Russia. This state of affairs led to painful tension on some occasions, the best known of which was Lenin's disappointment at his meeting with the master in Igu. In the late 1890s much of Plekhanov's energy was taken up by the controversy with Bernstein and the Neo-Kantians. He was the 348 first to launch a frontal attack on Bernstein and was, with Rosa Luxemburg, the most intransigent critic of revisionism. None of the Germans equaled in virulence these two émigrés from Eastern Europe. Unlike Rosa Luxemburg, however, he directed his attack at the philosophical basis of revisionism, which, again unlike most critics, he treated as a point of contention of the first order. Kantianism he regarded as an attempt to instill bourgeois mentality among social democrats. It taught, in the first place, that men could not know things in themselves, and it thus left room for religious faith, which had always been a means of spiritual enslavement of the oppressed classes. Secondly, the Kantists, in accordance with the theory of infinite progress, regarded socialism as an ideal which could be approached by degrees but never actually reached. They thus created a philosophical basis for reformism and opportunism, abandoning socialism as a practicable aim and revolution as the means to it. At the same time Plekhanov attacked the analyses of changes in capitalist society which Bernstein used to justify his departure from revolutionary Marxism. Even if the middle classes represented a growing proportion of the population as a whole, and the workers' lot was actually improving in absolute terms, this did not weaken the Marxist theory of intensifying class antagonism. Real wages might go up, but social inequalities still increased. If the trade union mentality was spreading among the workers, this was not due to the class situation but to opportunistic leaders. In this matter Plekhanov argued on the same lines as Rosa Luxemburg and Lenin. The doctrine teaches that the working class is, by the nature of things, a revolutionary class. If shallow empiricism does not appear to bear this out, it cannot be due to any change in the workers' class situation but only to the machinations of renegades among the union and party leaders. Plekhanov's other principal target was Russian economism, which he regarded as a variant of Bernsteinian revisionism. Some of its advocates still paid lip service, at least, to the final aim of social democracy, but, in accordance with the classic tradition of populism, their approach to the workers was confined to immediate practical issues such as economic claims, to the neglect of political work, the struggle for constitutional freedoms. 349. And the cultivation of a socialist consciousness among the proletariat. The economists distrusted the idea of intellectuals leading the working class movement. They believed that the latter should be composed of workers and not merely be working class in name and ideology, and they held this to be the intention of Marx himself, who maintained that the proletariat could only be liberated by its own efforts. The economist viewpoint was represented among the émigrés by S.N. Prokopovich and his wife E.D. Kuskova, but in Russia itself it enjoyed for a time a certain predominance over orthodox social democracy. It was expressed chiefly in the pages of the underground journal Rabochaya Mist, from 1897. Plekhanov attacked the economists with similar arguments to those he had used against populism. Only socialism as a final aim gave meaning to the struggle for reforms and particular economic gains by the proletariat. A campaign which confined itself to these partial aims and could not, therefore, become a countrywide proletarian movement was not a fight for social democracy, and to regard it as a true workers' movement was to abandon Marxism. What Marxism required in Russian conditions was to fight for democratic freedoms that would provide a framework for the final battle, and to subordinate economic demands to the political struggle for socialism. If the economists claimed that they represented the true consciousness of the Russian working class, then, as in the case of German reformism, it was their own fault that that consciousness was not evolving in a socialist direction. Plekhanov thus stood for uncompromising orthodoxy against revisionism and economism. For some years he and Lenin were political allies, but the dispute over the editorship of Iskra, while it had much to do initially with Plekhanov's personal claim to supremacy among the Social Democrat émigrés, was also due to the fact that he thought Lenin over-conciliatory towards the economists and legal Marxists. In the argument over the party program drafted in 1902, there were no essential differences between the two men. Lenin wished to make Plekhanov's draft more precise and less abstract, but he did not object to its basic premises. At the Brussels-London Congress in the summer of 1903, at which the party split into Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, Plekhanov took Lenin's side as regards centralized forms of 350 organization, and also in the celebrated dispute over paragraph 1 of the rules, which, as proposed by Lenin, defined a party member as one who personally participated in the work of a party organization, the object being to create a party of professional revolutionaries. At the same Congress, in reply to a delegate who raised the question of the absolute value of democratic principles, Plekhanov made his celebrated speech declaring that the cause of the revolution was the supreme law for revolutionaries, and that if it should require the abandonment of any democratic principle, such as universal suffrage, it would be criminal to hesitate. 5. The conflict with Leninism. Plekhanov was thus a Bolshevik, but only for a short time, after which he allied himself once more with Axelrod, Martov, and others whom he had criticized at the Congress. Before long he was attacking Bolshevism and Lenin's idea of the party, accusing the Bolsheviks of ultracentralism and of aiming at absolute power and a party dictatorship over the proletariat. In numerous polemics he argued that Lenin's conception of the party, which made it completely independent of the spontaneous consciousness of the proletariat, meant that the role of the working class would be usurped by a party of intellectual professional revolutionaries. This party would become the sole source of political initiative, which was grossly at variance with Marx's theory of the class struggle. It was equally contrary to Marxism and to historical experience when Lenin declared that the working class could not attain to socialist consciousness by itself. This showed a lack of confidence in the workers and was idealistic to boot, as it implied that the class consciousness of the proletariat was not the result of its living conditions, but must be the work of intellectuals. Plekhanov's anti-Bolshevism, founded on classical Marxist schemata, grew more and more violent as time went on. Just as he had brought the same charges against the economists as previously against the classical populists, namely that they showed excessive respect for spontaneity and neglected political activity, so now he attacked the Bolsheviks on the grounds for which he had condemned the terrorist branch of the populist movement. He accused them of Blankism, Jacobinism, Voluntariterism, aiming to force social development by conspiratorial means and to bring about a revolution not by the operation of natural laws but at the behest of a handful of plotters. He maintained his own strategic viewpoint that the proletariat should cooperate with the bourgeoisie for democratic aims, and even the revolution of 1905 did not alter his conviction, though he realized how uncertain such an alliance would be. Lenin, on the other hand, envisaged a bourgeois revolution followed immediately by a democratic revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. Plekhanov for his part did not regard the peasantry as a useful political ally. He seems to have thought that the proletariat could carry on the fight against the bourgeoisie and overtly aim at its destruction, while at the same time joining forces with it to overthrow the autocracy. This view rested on his dogmatic, anti-populist belief that the phases of development in Russia would be basically the same as in the West. His doctrinaire attitude and his hesitations considerably weakened his position as a social democratic leader after 1905. He continued to stand closer to the Mensheviks than to the Bolsheviks, while occasionally attempting, without success, to bridge the gulf between them. Plekhanov held that the Bolsheviks had departed from Marxism in the philosophical sphere also. He regarded the attempts to introduce empiria criticism into Marxist philosophy as a typical symptom of the basic Bolshevist attitude. The Bolsheviks despised or ignored the objective laws of social development and believed in a revolution brought about by organization and strength of will. It was natural therefore that they should be attracted by a subjectivist philosophy which regarded the human mind as the active organizer of the universe. This was indeed true of the empiria-critical philosophers in the Bolshevik camp, but it was far from meeting with Lenin's approval. The fight against empiria criticism was the last occasion on which Lenin and Plekhanov found themselves in alliance. Plekhanov spent the years after 1905 chiefly in writing on historical, philosophical, and aesthetic questions. He also began preparatory work on a long history of Russian social thought, of which he was only to complete 3 volumes. During the period from 1905 to 1914, Plekhanov's attitude to 352 basic questions was close to that of the central group of the International. When war broke out, he adopted a national position like most members of that group, switching at once from anti-war slogans and proletarian internationalism to the defense of Russia's cause and that of the Entente. This of course did not mean that he had given up Marxism. As the Central Powers had attacked Russia, the war was a defensive one, and support for it was in accordance with the resolutions of the International. Moreover, the defeat of Germany was in the interest of international socialism, as it would advance the revolutionary movement in both Germany and Russia. The rest of Plekhanov's patriotic activity, his call to national unity and a suspension of the class struggle, could be justified on the same grounds. In the result, he found himself on the extreme right wing of the social democratic movement. The collapse of the autocracy, which had been awaited for decades, came in February 1917. Plekhanov returned to Russia at the end of March. He was received with enthusiasm, but it soon became clear that as a theoretician who had spent nearly 40 years abroad, he was unable to find his bearings in the new situation. His view was that, Tsarism having been swept away by a bourgeois revolution, there should now naturally be a long period of constitutional and parliamentary rule. At the same time, the war with Germany should be fought through to victory. In this he stood closer to the provisional government than to any socialist group. He continued, as a Marxist, to combat the idea of a socialist revolution in the near future. Socialism could not be victorious in an economically backward country with a huge preponderance of peasants. He regarded the events of October as a deplorable error by the Bolsheviks, which might ruin all the achievements of the February Revolution. He died in a Finnish sanatorium on May 30, 1918, embittered and unreconciled to a situation which he himself had done a great deal to bring about, but which did not fit into his theoretical schemata. S.H. Barron, the author of a basic work on Plekhanov, observes that his struggle against revisionism did much to facilitate the rise of Leninism, but that his subsequent opposition to Leninism brought him to a position close to the revisionists. The same author considers that the root cause of Plekhanov's 353 political defeats was his unshakable faith in the applicability of the West European pattern of development to Russia. He considered the Bolsheviks to be Bakuninists rather than Marxists. In this he was certainly right to some extent, on the basis of what Western Europe regarded as Marxist orthodoxy. But even though he correctly foresaw what would happen to a revolution carried out on Leninist principles, nevertheless the fact that it could succeed at all was inexplicable in terms of his social philosophy. Soviet Russia, as was to be expected, condemns Plekhanov for his later political attitude but, following Lenin, applauds him as a Marxist theoretician. A complete edition of his writings was published shortly after his death. Separate works have since appeared, dealing with philosophy but not politics. In view of his controversy with the Bolsheviks, he could not, of course, be ranked as a classic of Marxism in terms of Soviet state ideology. Nonetheless, he remains one of the chief begetters of that ideology, which, under the name of Marxism-Leninism, in time succeeded with the aid of the party, state, and police in supplanting and destroying the Marxist idea. 15. Marxism in Russia before the rise of Bolshevism. In the 1890s, Marxism became a subject of public debate in Russia and was an essential and influential part of the country's intellectual life. At this time, however, it was chiefly a movement of the intelligentsia. Contrary to the position in Western Europe, Marxism and socialism existed in Russia before there was a working class movement. The reference here is to Marxism as a doctrine which defines itself as the mature consciousness of the working class and which is based on the Marxian analysis and critique of capitalist conditions, regarding capitalism as an essential phase of social progress and an independent workers' movement as the precondition of a socialist transformation. As already mentioned, Marxism had considerable influence on populist thinkers, but they made use of it chiefly to denounce the effects of capitalism, while hoping that Russia might avoid these by choosing a road of her own. Marxism as a social democratic ideology took shape, during the first 10 years or so, largely in opposition to populism. The main subject of Marxist literature was the development of capitalism in Russia, and its main theme was that it was a utopian dream to seek to prevent it. The prospects of socialism depended on the working class movement which would develop as the capitalist economy expanded, and which could fight effectively only in conditions of political freedom. The first objective for social democrats, therefore, was to carry out a democratic revolution and overthrow the autocracy. It soon became clear, however, that when Marxism was no longer defined simply by opposition to populism, its application to the future of capitalism in Russia could be judged in different ways. To some of the intelligentsia, Marxism was in effect a substitute for a liberal ideology, which the country did not otherwise possess. Those who thought in this way emphasized 355. The need to introduce democratic freedoms, which they regarded as an end in themselves and not simply a means of developing the socialist movement. Interpreting Marx as they did, they expected a long period of capitalist conditions and regarded socialism either as a distant prospect with little practical meaning at the present time, or as a regulative moral norm. This was the attitude of the group whom their opponents later called legal Marxists, and who from the beginning advocated ideas similar in many respects to German revisionism. Most of them eventually abandoned Marxism and became liberal ideologists. The Social Democrats, on the other hand, linked the struggle for democracy with the coming fight for socialism by an organized movement of the proletariat. The fact that Leninism eventually prevailed may suggest that pre-revolutionary Marxism in Russia should be studied entirely in relation to its Leninist variant. But the quarter century was one of many-sided discussion in the fields of politics, philosophy, and social doctrine, and produced many variants of Marxism, some of which are more interesting than Lenin's from the theoretical point of view. At the same time, it is hard to say that the perspective created by later events, and by what we know today of the historical consequences of Russian Marxism, is a false one. In describing a historical process, we cannot really do so from the inside, i.e., treating each event in turn as if we knew no more of its effects than people did at the time. It is true to a certain extent that the history we write is that of the victors. We can only judge the importance of events, including intellectual events, by their consequences, and every historical account must be based on a selection of what is most important. It is therefore legitimate to treat Leninism as the mainstream of 20th century Marxism, although when we compare Lenin's works with those of his Marxist opponents, we often find the latter a good deal richer in theoretical content. One of the events that animated ideological discussion and helped to crystallize the Marxist movement in Russia was the disastrous famine of 1891-2. Populist economists regarded it as a confirmation of their views and a proof of the horrors of capitalism, while the Marxists disputed this analysis. It was not only a question of economic causes, however, but of the whole range of social problems connected with Russia's future. Study. Groups of Marxists and Marxist sympathizers began to be formed in the ensuing years, chiefly among students. From these there soon emerged leaders who laid the foundations of Russian social democracy: Lenin, Struve, Patrusov, Martov. I. Lenin, Early Journalistic Writings. If the greatness of historical figures is measured by the consequences that can be ascribed to their acts, Leninists certainly rank as the greatest man of the 20th century. The October Revolution was, of course, like all revolutions, the result of many chances and coincidences. In particular, it was made possible by the February Revolution and the resulting breakdown of the Tsarist government machine. Yet hardly anyone, even Trotsky, has called in question that Lenin's presence and activity, in forming the Bolshevik Party and at the time of the revolution itself, was an indispensable condition of its outbreak and success. It is also beyond dispute that Lenin decisively influenced the character of the Soviet state as a historical formation of a completely new kind. The subject of the present work is the history of Marxist doctrine and not of the socialist or communist movement, but in Lenin's case more than in any other it becomes clear that there is a certain artificiality in this distinction. From the outset of his political activity Lenin devoted himself, with extraordinary consistency and resolution, to a single cause and a single task. He was wholly absorbed in working for revolution in Russia, and all his theoretical works were subordinated to this end. Lenin was never a theorist in the sense of approaching questions in a spirit of intellectual curiosity and the disinterested quest for a solution. All questions, even epistemological ones, were potential instruments of the revolution, and all answers were political acts. There is some controversy as to Lenin's intellectual and political development up to the time when he laid the foundations of Bolshevism. However, except for Soviet official hagiography, most historians agree that as a young man he was strongly influenced by the tradition of populism in its terrorist form, that afterwards, until about 1899, he was a westernizing Marxist like Plekhanov, and that it was only in 1899 to 1902 that he worked out his own variant of Marxism, in which the populist tradition was again partly in evidence. 357. Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov was born on April 22, 1870 at Tsimbursk, now Ulyanovsk. His father, Leon Nikolaevich Ulyanov, was the provincial school inspector, a senior and well-paid member of the Tsarist bureaucracy. He seems to have been a loyal and conservative official. The children received a religious but unbigoted upbringing. The elder son Alexander, born in 1866, studied at St. Petersburg University and belonged to a clandestine group, inspired by Narodnaya Volya and claiming to be a terrorist branch of that organization, which plotted to assassinate the Tsar. The amateur conspiracy was discovered, and in May 1887 Alexander Ulyanov was hanged. Vladimir at this time was taking his final school examinations. His brother's death naturally aroused in him a sense of hatred for the authorities and an interest in the revolutionary cause. That autumn he entered the University of Kazan, whence he was expelled 3 months later for taking part in a demonstration against new regulations limiting the autonomy of universities and the freedom of students. He moved to his mother's estate at the village of Kokushkino and spent much time reading, particularly the works of Chernyshevsky, which impressed him greatly. In 1888 the family took a house in Kazan, but the brother of the would-be regicide was not allowed to resume his university studies. During his first and his second stay in Kazan Lenin was connected with local groups which sought to keep alive the Narodnaya Volya tradition. He had similar contacts in Samara, where he spent the next 3 years. Thanks to his mother's efforts he was allowed to become an extramural student at St. Petersburg University. He passed all the examinations in the course of a year, graduated at the end of 1891, and spent the next 18 months or so in a lawyer's office at Samara. In the years around 1890 he read Marx and Plekhanov and became convened to Marxism as a doctrine that explained the mechanism of the capitalist economy and provided a theory of revolution, not brought about by terrorist conspiracy but by the expansion of capitalism and the developing class consciousness of the proletariat. In September 1893 Lenin moved to St. Petersburg and began his political apprenticeship in the industrial and intellectual capital of Russia. During the next 2 years he made his name in socialist circles as an expert on Marxism and became acquainted with many of his subsequent collaborators and opponents Struve, Martov, Krzyzanowski, and Patrusov. He also met Nadezhda Krupskaya, whom he was to marry in 1899 and who thereafter shared in all his literary and political activity. Martov was born at Constantinople in 1873, the son of well-to-do Jewish parents. He was brought up in Odessa and enrolled at St. Petersburg University in 1891, but was expelled for taking part in socialist discussion groups. He was arrested and spent some months in prison, after which he lived at Vilna. There he gained experience of propaganda among the workers, and on his return to St. Petersburg in 1895 he was able to help the socialist intelligentsia to make contact with the real proletariat. He urged that the Social Democrats, instead of expounding theory to the workers, should concentrate on immediate practical conflicts, especially the observance of factory legislation. This would soon awaken a spirit of solidarity among the workers and convince them that the state was on the side of the exploiters and that particular disputes were only instances of the antagonism between the workers and the system as a whole. The social democratic groups in St. Petersburg accordingly went to work among the proletariat on these lines. The earliest of Lenin's writings date from 1893 to 5 and are chiefly aimed against the economic doctrines of the populists. The first, a review of a book by V.Y. Postnikov on peasant farming in South Russia, was rejected by the periodical to which it was sent. Postnikov's book spoke of the progress of capitalism in Russian agriculture and the differentiation of peasant incomes, and in this way furnished arguments against the populist ideology. In the same year Lenin also wrote an unpublished report for a discussion group on the market question. Here he joined issue with the populist economists for stating that capitalism was unable to create a home market in Russia as it was undermining its own position by proletarianizing the peasants and curtailing their purchasing power. Lenin argued that impoverishment and proletarianization did not prevent the market from increasing. The proletarianized peasants were obliged to sell their labor power, and in this way created a 359 market, while capitalism, as it developed, also created a market for means of production. In 1894 Lenin wrote a dissertation of some length attacking the social philosophy of populism and particularly the views of Mikhailovsky and Krivenko. This work, entitled What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats, was hectographed and distributed to social democratic groups. Its middle section has not been preserved. In it Lenin combats the subjective and moralistic viewpoint of populist writers and contrasts it with Marxism as a scientific, determinist doctrine which does not ask any questions about what ought to be but considers all social processes, including the phenomena of consciousness, as natural events determined by the relations of production. Marx treats the social movement as a process of natural history, governed by laws not only independent of human will, consciousness, and intentions, but, on the contrary, determining the will, consciousness, and intentions of men. If the conscious element plays so subordinate a part in the history of civilization, it is self-evident that a critique whose subject is civilization can least of all take as its basis any form of, or any result of, consciousness. There is no conflict between determinism, which rejects the stupid fable of free will, and the possibility of evaluating human acts or the role of the individual in history. All history consists of the acts of individuals. The question is in what conditions individual acts can be effective. Moreover, everybody knows that scientific socialism never painted any prospects for the future as such. It confined itself to analyzing the present bourgeois regime, to studying the trends of development of the capitalist social organization, and that is all. On this point Lenin takes the same view as Plekhanov and the Orthodox Germans. Marxism is a determinist interpretation of history which, by observing the present state of society, predicts how it will develop independently of human wishes, opinions, or values. Marxism can thus answer the question as to which human aspirations are in accordance with objective trends and which are condemned to remain idle dreams. Like other orthodox Marxists, Lenin does not reply to the objection of the subjectivists and neo-Kantians that to know which of our actions are likely to succeed is not the same as having a reason for them. Whence is this reason to be derived? By speaking of progress we tacitly introduce a value judgment, implying that the social process is not only necessary but deserves support, but this cannot follow from any mere descriptive analysis. Lenin nevertheless uses the concept of progress, without explaining how it relates to a determinist historiosophy. He declares that capitalism is progressive as compared with Russian autocracy, and this clearly does not simply mean that the country is heading for a capitalist economy. However, and this is of fundamental importance in Lenin's eyes, capitalism in Russia and the future democratic changes associated with it are progressive not in themselves but because they will facilitate the struggle of the working class to overthrow capitalism. He emphasizes that Marxists must call themselves social democrats and never forget the importance of democratism and the struggle against feudalism, absolutism, and the Tsarist bureaucracy, since these must be overthrown before the bourgeoisie can be dealt with. That is why it is the direct duty of the working class to fight side by side with radical democracy against absolutism and the reactionary social estates and institutions, a duty which the Social Democrats must impress upon the workers, while not for a moment ceasing also to impress upon them that the struggle against all these institutions is necessary only as a means of facilitating the struggle against the bourgeoisie, that the worker needs the achievement of the general democratic demands only to clear the road to victory over the working people's chief enemy, over an institution that is purely democratic by nature, capital. Lenin repeats this admonition several times, and its purport is clear. Democracy is not an end in itself, political freedom is mainly for the benefit of the bourgeoisie, but the working class has an interest in it as it will facilitate the struggle for socialism. This view presages an early breach between the Social Democrats and the legal Marxists, who regarded political freedoms as valuable in themselves and not merely weapons in the fight for the next stage of history. Lenin from the beginning envisaged the struggle against absolutism in the context of the future victory of socialism, and only from this point of view did he take seriously anti-Tsarist activity or alliances with democratic forces. To measure the progressiveness of social institutions at 361 was not enough to compare different formations based on class antagonism, everything must be related to the final aim of socialism. On this point Lenin's eschatology is fully in accordance with Marx's ideas. Democratic institutions, and the political and cultural freedoms that go with the capitalist economy, are not values in themselves, their sense is entirely determined within the capitalist order. Lenin agreed with Plekhanov at this time in holding that capitalism was bound to prevail in Russia. The populists, in his view, were involved in a contradiction on this point. They wished to do away with feudal survivals and yet preserve social institutions that could only exist by virtue of those survivals, to abolish the remaining restrictions of serfdom and feudal servitude, yet to avert the inevitable consequences of this process in the shape of the expropriation and class differentiation of the peasantry. They were reactionaries inasmuch as they wished to preserve institutions that progress condemned to be swept away, such as the attachment of the peasant to the soil. The work quoted above clearly formulates the basic practical task to which Lenin devoted the rest of his career, the organization of a socialist workers' party thanks to which the proletariat would not be a mere instrument of the bourgeoisie in the struggle against absolutism, but would be an independent body aware of its antagonism to capital as well as to the Tsardom. In forming the workers' party the intelligentsia would play only a subsidiary part. The role of the intelligentsia is to make special leaders from among the intelligentsia unnecessary. The proletariat was not only to form an independent movement but to lead the fight against absolutism. This last point is only indicated in general terms, but it figures in later writings as the key to Lenin's tactics. In 1893-4, then, Lenin made his appearance on the political and intellectual scene of St. Petersburg as a Marxist in the classical Plekhanov sense. All the main elements of the social democratic outlook can be found in these early works, the assertion that historical inevitability is central to Marxism and that the latter has no room for evaluative elements, that the cause of capitalism has irrevocably prevailed in Russia, and that the task of social democracy is to help the workers organize an independent political movement which will lead all democratic. 362 Marxism in Russia before Bolshevism forces in the fight against absolutism and thus clear the field for the future victory over capitalism. The year 1895 is of a special importance both in Lenin's biography and in the history of Russian socialism. It is the date of Lenin's first journey abroad, his arrest, the creation of a social democratic organization in St. Petersburg, the first contacts between the social democratic intelligentsia and the workers, and Lenin's first conflict with Peter Struve and with what was later called legal Marxism. 2. Struve and legal Marxism. The term legal Marxism is applied to the writings of a group of Russian philosophers and economists who advanced Marxist ideas in the 1890s but who, almost from the beginning, took up an increasingly critical attitude towards essential features of orthodoxy, both in political economy and in the social field. None of the legal Marxists were orthodox in the way that Plekhanov or Lenin was, and after 1900 they embraced political liberalism and, for the most part, Christian philosophy. In the 90s, however, they dominated the field of Marxist journalism in Russia. Their main differences from orthodoxy may be summed up in a few points. While accepting the principles of historical materialism, they held that it had no logical connection with philosophical materialism and was compatible with a spiritualist philosophy, or with positivism or Kantianism. They regarded Marxism as a scientific explanation of historical processes, but agreed with the neo-Kantians that it did not account for moral principles and that these must be derived from another source. They regarded political freedoms and democratic institutions as valuable in themselves, and were interested in the possibilities of political and economic reform under capitalism, not only from the point of view of the ultimate aim but from that of the immediate interest of the workers, peasants, and intelligentsia and of cultural development. Marxism, to them, was rather a theory of society than a practical weapon. They were more interested in its cognitive value than its political function. They criticized Marx's theory of value, of the falling rate of profit, and the concentration of capital in agriculture. In some respects they anticipated German revisionism, and in others they endorsed its criticisms. They did much to popularize Marxism among the intelligentsia, but also to undermine its influence. They are regarded as the Russian counterpart of the revisionists, but the analogy is only partially valid. By the end of the century the legal Marxists were among the protagonists of the ideological struggle for liberal reforms. They existed as a group until Russian socialism and liberalism finally parted company. The most eminent of the legal Marxists was Peter Bernardovich Struve. Other members of the group were Nikolai Alexandrovich Berdyaev, Mikhail Ivanovich Tagan-Baranovsky, Sergei Nikolaevich Bulgakov, and Semyon Ludwigovich Frank. The term legal Marxism was mainly used, in a pejorative sense, by Lenin and others of the orthodox camp. As pointed out by R. Kindersley in the principal monograph on the subject, the term did not refer so much to the fact that they published books or articles that were allowed by the censorship, but rather to their legal status as individuals, i.e. that they lived under their own names and did not as a rule carry on underground activity. The orthodox used the term, however, to suggest that the group regarded legal reformist activity as the only way to achieve social change in Russia. Struve, whose father was governor of the province of Perm, entered St. Petersburg University in 1899 and studied first zoology, then law. He was a typical intellectual as opposed to a political figure, and became a Marxist for theoretical rather than political reasons. As a student he had a reputation for wide reading and expert knowledge of Western philosophy and sociology. Marxism attracted him by its scientific, unsentimental approach to social questions, its thoroughgoing determinism and the light it threw on social prospects in Russia. From his youth Struve was attracted by liberal ideas, and as R. Pipes points out in his monograph, from the beginning he treated liberalism as an end and socialism as a means, whereas to orthodox Marxists it was the other way round. A convinced Westernizer, he saw Russia's future in terms of Europeanization and believed that the working class would be the chief agent in this process. In 1890-1 he was the leader of a group which discussed social and philosophical questions. He was influenced at an early stage by neo-Kantian literature, and this was reinforced by a year 364 Marxism in Russia before Bolshevism spent at the University of Graz in 1891. Like all Marxists of his generation he began his writing career by attacking the populists on the peasant question and that of capitalism in Russia. In reviews and articles in 1892-3 he argued that class differentiation in the countryside and the development of a commodity economy were not only inevitable but salutary, and that capitalism had put an end to dreams of a barter economy and the maintenance of the village commune. In the autumn of 1894 his book Critical Remarks on the Subject of Russia's Economic Development was published in St. Petersburg. This was a Marxist work in the sense that Struve declared himself to be a historical materialist and criticized subjective sociology from that point of view, renewing his attacks on populist economic theory and vain attempts to reverse the course of history, but in some important respects the book foreshadowed his future position as a revisionist. In the first place, he rejected the common Marxist view that the state is nothing but an instrument of class oppression. On the contrary, it performed many necessary functions that were not tied to any particular class interest. This was so under any social system, and would be the case when capitalism was superseded. Secondly, and more importantly, Struve was in favor of evolutionary socialism, developing out of the capitalist system by a process of gradual and continuous change. He thus also rejected the theory of the inevitable impoverishment of the working class. The book is not only a critique of the populist utopia but also a hymn of praise to capitalism, not only because it contains the seeds of its own destruction and replacement by higher things, but because it represents enormous progress in every sphere: the productivity of labor, economic rationalization, political and cultural freedoms, and the socialization of life. The book ends with a sentence that became famous as the target of populist attacks: "Let us admit our lack of culture and be schooled by capitalism." The populists accused Struve of glorifying capitalism and of being a bourgeois ideologist, but he considered himself a Marxist and a social democrat, and for some years he and Lenin treated their differences of opinion as divergences within the social democratic movement. If the term legal Marxism is intended to denote a clearly separate movement, aware of its separateness, this is to some extent a projection into the past of Lenin's attitude. 365. After he had broken with Struve. On the other hand, it is reasonable enough to regard the legal Marxists as forming a single group, since they showed certain common trends from the beginning, although for some years the differences between revolutionists and revisionists were less important than their joint opposition to populism. In autumn 1895 Struve went to Switzerland, where he met Plekhanov, and then to Berlin, where he studied for some months. In the following year he and Patrusov were sent to the Congress of the International in London by a social democratic organization formed largely on the initiative of Martov and Lenin and named the League for the Liberation of the Working Class. Struve's contacts with the Fabians encouraged him to place his hopes in socialism evolving out of capitalism. At the beginning of 1897 he and Tikhon Baranovsky took over Novoye Slovo, a periodical previously published by Liberai populists. Until its suppression nearly a year later this became the principal organ of Russian Marxism, publishing articles by Plekhanov, Lenin, Martov, and other leaders, and also a discussion between Struve and Bulgakov on Stamler's new book concerning historical materialism. Struve endeavored to reconcile historical materialism with freedom on the lines of Kant's distinction between the empirical and the noumenal world, though he seems to confuse this distinction with that between physical and psychological reality. He declares that all ideals and evaluative experiences can be causally explained by social circumstances, however, since they present themselves psychologically as independent of such conditions and as possessing a reality of their own, this psychological reality cannot be described in entirely the same language as the world of phenomena, and we must therefore assume that there is some kind of independence as between historical conditions and human ideals. This reasoning is clumsy and unconvincing, but it shows the tension in Struve's mind between historical materialism and the desire to safeguard certain non-historical and non-relative values. Before long he resolved this tension by abandoning Marxism altogether. In March 1898 a number of social democratic groups sent delegates to a meeting at Minsk which was intended to be the founding Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Workers. 366 Marxism in Russia before Bolshevism Party. It did not bring about the desired integration, and nearly all the participants, who were few in number, were arrested immediately after the meeting. However, it left behind it not only the name but also a manifesto drafted by Struve, though he was not present at the Congress itself. This stated that the immediate task of the working class was to achieve political freedoms, that in view of the weakness and cowardice of the bourgeoisie it was for the proletariat to overthrow the autocracy, but that the proletariat must continue to fight against the bourgeoisie for its own class aims and must preserve its separate identity as a class. All this was in accordance with Plekhanov's doctrine. However, the drafting of this program for the nascent party was Struve's last act as a social democrat. Bernstein's book and articles confirmed his doubts as to the Marxist doctrine of revolution, though he rightly did not think much of Bernstein's criticism from the philosophical point of view. Before long he put forward similar conclusions with better arguments of his own. In Die Marx-Theorie der sozialen Entwicklung, published in 1899 in Archiv für so, Elgeset, Gebung die Statistik, he attacked the notion of social revolution as contradictory and formulated his general objections to Marx's theory of society, though he continued to treat that theory with respect and even to call himself a Marxist. Struve argued that Marx's theory of the pauperization and degradation of the working class had in its time been based on well-ascertained data. Apart from the fact, however, that later developments had shown that these did not necessarily represent a permanent trend, Marx in any case had failed to notice that if his theory were right on this point the outlook for socialism would be hopeless, for it could not be expected that a class condemned to increasing degradation of mind and body would be able to bring about the greatest revolution in history, including not only economic changes but the efflorescence of art and civilization. There was no reason to maintain that social antagonisms, especially the opposition between producers and the relations of production, must go on becoming more and more acute. On the contrary, the theory of the intensification of social contradictions and the universal collapse of capitalism conflicted with the other premises of historical materialism. It was wrong to think of the economy and the legal superstructure as two independent ontological realities, standing in a relationship of cause and effect or, as Stammeiler would have it, of content and form. Both these supposed entities were hypostases, intellectual creations and not real phenomena. What was real was the constant pressure of economic facts on legal ones, and a process of constant adaptation. Marx himself had admitted that the process of socialization went on uninterruptedly in a capitalist economy, but he assumed without proof that this must be accompanied by a steady increase in the capitalist character of the legal system, so that the gap between the two abstract entities was bound to get wider. In reality the opposite was the case. Socialist development took place within capitalist society in both the economic and the legal sphere, and the inevitable disharmony of these two became less and less acute as time went on. In a real society there is neither absolute antagonism nor absolute harmony between the economy and the law, but they constantly collide yet partially adapt to each other. If the notion of a social revolution means anything it can only mean the slow process of social change which at some moment may, but need not, be accompanied by a political revolution. The process of socialist change takes place not by the continual increase of tension but by its gradual elimination. This view is in accordance with historical materialism, whereas the idea of a violent social revolution is contrary to it. The continuity of change is an epistemological condition of the intelligibility of the concept of change, whereas the idea of capitalism and socialism being opposed to each other in all respects and separated by an abrupt hiatus is quite unintelligible. As to the political revolution establishing a dictatorship of the proletariat, such a dictatorship becomes less likely or desirable, not more, as the proletariat grows in strength, for as the strength and social importance of the working class increase, so does the socialist element in the system of society. This, it will be seen, is a repetition, on the empirical side, of Bernstein's argument to the effect that social reform under capitalism is itself the building of socialism. The epistemological point, on the other hand, is decidedly far-fetched. Marx said that socialist conditions are prepared within the capitalist. system by the growth of cooperation and concentration of the technological process of production, and he predicted that a political revolution, i.e. the seizure of power by the organized proletariat, was the necessary condition of a change in economic relations and especially the socialization of means of production. However this doctrine may be criticized, it does not appear to contain any logical inconsistency. The basic practical content of the social revolution was to be the violent expropriation of the capitalists, and it is hard to see why this should be logically impossible. Struve's connection with the Social Democrats lasted for a year or two longer, but in 1901 it ceased in a welter of accusations and intrigue. For some time after Lenin and Martov returned from exile in Siberia, they conducted involved negotiations with Struve with the object of collaborating on periodicals, existing or projected, but it was clear that the breach between them was too wide. Struve criticized, one after the other, various crucial points of social democratic ideology and Marxist philosophy, and in the end rejected them all. In 1899, following Böhm-Bawerk and the Russian economists, he criticized Marx's theory of value, stating that Marx had tried to combine in one concept two entirely different phenomena, the social fact of exploitation and the economic fact of exchange. If, as argued in Volume 3 of Capital, industry creates the average rate of profit, this simply means that economic realities do not correspond to the concept of value as defined by labor, for value is ultimately determined as a function of production costs, while value as in volume I of capital remains a purely metaphysical entity, of no use to political economy. The estrangement was completed by Struve's philosophical criticism. True, he had never professed dialectical materialism after the fashion of Engels or Plekhanov, his views were those of a scienticist and positivist, but his general determinist and empiricist outlook was in accordance with the way of thinking prevalent among Marxists. In 1900, however, he wrote a long introduction to Berdiev's Subjectivism and Individualism in Social Philosophy, in which he expressly abandoned positivism for a Kantian transcendentalism on a religious basis. As values cannot be derived, this was not the organ of any political party, but was closely linked with the liberal movement that was taking shape in Russia, and was devoted to unmasking and combating the autocracy. From this time on, Struve's activity as a writer and politician has no connection with the history of Marxism except that he was constantly under fire from the Social Democrats. Of the other legal Marxist writers, Berdiev had least in common with Marxism. As a student he belonged to social democratic groups, was arrested, and exiled for 3 years to Vologda, as were Bogdanov and Lunacharsky for the same reason. However, from the beginning of his career as a writer he stood much further from Marxism than did Struve. In the book referred to above he accepted the premises of historical materialism and the idea of the class struggle, but with reservations that were incompatible with even the loosest conception of Marxism. He believed that there must be an ontological repository of unchanging moral and logical values, and that historical circumstances, in particular the class struggle, govern the rules of cognition and obligation only in the sense that in each phase of history a different class is the exponent of those rules. Hence, while accepting the positivist argument that obligation cannot be deduced from empirical data, he endeavored from the outset to base moral absolutism on other grounds. Of the former legal Marxists, Berdiev became the best known to the Western public, but this was after his expulsion from Soviet Russia and on account of his works attacking communism and preaching a kind of Christian existentialism. 370 Marxism in Russia before Bolshevism based on faith in the absolute value of personality. Tugan Baranowski, Bulgakov, and S. L. Frank were known in the 1890s chiefly as economists, the first named being professionally the most qualified in this field. They were concerned to a large extent with the key question of markets and whether Russian capitalism was, as the populists denied, capable of creating a home market sufficient for its expansion. Tugan Baranovsky argued that the viability and development of capitalism did not depend on the level of consumption, as the market for means of production expanded faster than that for consumption goods. Since, under capitalism, production and accumulation were ends in themselves, capitalism was in a position to create its own conditions of compound reproduction and was not absolutely dependent on popular consumption. In that case, however, as Rosa Luxemburg had pointed out, capitalism could apparently keep going indefinitely and there was no economic reason to prophesy its overthrow. Tugan-Baranovsky worked out a theory of crises to supplement Marx's arguments, but he did not in fact believe that capitalism would collapse as a result of its crises or of the imbalance between production and the market. In this he was not at variance with Lenin, who likewise did not hold that capitalism was certain to collapse owing to the difficulty of finding outlets. The economic revisionism of the legal Marxists centered on Marx's theory of value. Their attack had no special political effects, but it struck at what the orthodox regarded as the keystone of the doctrine. Since value in Marx's sense was unmeasurable and did not in fact define the terms of exchange, so that there was no logical transition from value to price, it followed, according to Bulgakov, that value must be regarded purely as a social category of no importance in studying price movements, but essential to the broad analysis of capitalism. In this way, like Sombart, Bulgakov sought to protect the theory of value by limiting its applicability. Frank, in Marx's theory of value and its significance, questioned the utility of Marx's concept if, as Marx himself intended, it was supposed to denote not exchange value but an intrinsic property of goods, whether marketed or not. In the end the legal Marxists either rejected the category of value altogether, as being of no interest to economics insofar as it differed from price, or adopted the 371 theory of marginal utility whereby value depends on the purchaser's sense of need, expressed as the price he will pay for the last unit of a commodity that he is disposed to regard as useful. The legal Marxists also attacked Marx's economic theory on other essential points. Tugan-Baranovsky declared that the theory of the diminishing rate of profit conflicted with other elements of the doctrine. The value of constant capital falls as the productivity of labor increases, so that the rate of profit may be constant although productivity is rising, and also that it was contrary to factual observation. Bulgakov, like the German revisionists, criticized the theory of concentration in agriculture. In spite of all these criticisms, Russian Marxism could be regarded as a single ideological camp, though with internal differentiations, as long as the Marxists held that the chief task of social democracy was to combat the populist idea of a separate, non-capitalist road for Russia. Before the end of the century, however, it was clear that the populist economic doctrine was losing ground in the sense that appeals to stop capitalism developing were ineffectual, while Marxists of all shades regarded the defense of the village commune as a hopeless cause. Thus, around 1900, what might have appeared secondary differences within Russian Marxism took on the aspect of a basic dispute, especially as they coincided in time with the debate over revisionism in Germany and the birth of a liberal movement in Russia. Marxism could no longer define itself simply as antipopulism. The relationship of social democracy to the bourgeoisie, the question of revolution, and the relation between the political and economic struggle of the working class became the paramount subjects of debate. In 1898 to 1900, three main trends may be discerned in Russian Marxism: revolutionary orthodoxy, revisionism or legal Marxism, and economism. Before long, however, the legal Marxists went over to liberalism and ceased to count as revisionists. Bulgakov, Berdyaev, Frank, and Struve returned by different paths towards Christianity. They continued to play an important part in intellectual life as the contributors to three collections of essays, the first two of which, Problems of Idealism and Landmarks, are among the most significant events in the history of the Russian intelligentsia before the revolution. The third, entitled De Profundis 372 Marxism in Russia before Bolshevism, was produced in 1918 but immediately confiscated, and was practically unknown for half a century. It depicted the revolutionary apocalypse as a national and cultural calamity. It may seem strange that although revisionism made its appearance in Russia before there was an organized social democratic movement, it did not remain in existence for long, whereas it did so in Germany despite the opposition of an orthodox party establishment. However, German revisionism was the theoretical superstructure of a reformist struggle waged successfully for many years by an organized workers' movement. In Russia, reformist ideas had a very fragile basis in political experience, and the idea of a wholesale and final revolution was deeply rooted in the minds of the radical intelligentsia. Moreover, while in Germany revisionism appeared from the beginning as a section of the social democratic movement existing alongside the liberals, in Russia it played for a time the part of the liberal movement with which it eventually merged, while the writers we have been considering regarded Marxism as a weapon against populist conservatism rather than a theory of global revolution. Marxism harmonized with the attitude of those who, having been inspired in their youth by the ideals of scientism, sought after a scientific interpretation of society as opposed to populist moralism. They also found in Marxism a promise of the triumph of capitalism and therefore of democratic and constitutional principles in Russia. Marxism proved that Russian absolutism was doomed by history, and this was probably more important to the legal Marxists than the prospect of socialism. When the Russian Social Democrats made it clear in the course of time that they regarded any alliance with liberalism as purely tactical, it became impossible to maintain a half-Marxist and half-liberal standpoint. There is another important fact to be noted in the history of Russian revisionism. Because Marxism and social democracy made their appearance in Russia independently of a workers' movement and were at the outset purely intellectual in character, Marxism took on a much more dogmatic and fanatical form than in the West, where it had constantly to adjust to the realities of labor politics. In Russia, where revolution had been a word to conjure with for decades and where there was every reason to mistrust the prospects of reform. 373. The tiny group of revolutionaries were naturally doctrinaire in the extreme, the more so as their convictions were of purely moral and intellectual origin and were not due to their being members of an oppressed class. In the resulting atmosphere, theoretical problems were debated in terms of loyalty and treachery rather than simple truth and falsehood, and tactical questions were unvaryingly and solely related to the ultimate end. Despite ideological differences, the Russian socialists shared the mentality of populist conspirators rather than that of West European social democrats. It is significant that as soon as a Russian workers' movement came into existence, there also appeared, though not for long, a variant of German revisionism in the shape of economism, i.e., roughly speaking, a trade unionist doctrine of non-political efforts to improve the workers' lot. 3. Lenin's polemics in 1895 to 1901 up to 1899. Lenin was mainly absorbed by the controversy with populism, but the critique of legal Marxism, and later especially of economism, already figured prominently in his works. In 1895 his first printed article appeared in a miscellany published by Patrusov, under the title The Economic Content of Narodism and the Criticism of it in Mr. Struve's book. This was an analysis of Struve's work on Russia's economic development. While critical in parts, it did not accuse Struve of treason and anti-Marxism but rather urged him to conform more strictly to the orthodox position. Apart from attacking the populists, Lenin's work contains some general theoretical remarks, and he reiterates his view of the progressiveness of capitalism. Yes, the Marxists do consider large-scale capitalism progressive, not, of course, because it replaces independence by dependence, but because it creates conditions for abolishing dependence. Criticizing Struve for opposing the idea of reform to that of the breakdown of capitalism, Lenin argues that one is a means to the other. His main criticism of Struve is that he is an objectivist. He agrees with Sombart, whom Struve quotes, that in Marxism itself there is not a grain of ethics from beginning to end, since theoretically, it subordinates the ethical standpoint to the principle of causality, in the practice it reduces it to the class struggle. He also agrees that scientific 374 Marxism in Russia before Bolshevism. Socialism rejects philosophy altogether. From the standpoint of Marx and Engels, philosophy has no right to a separate, independent existence, and its material is divided among the various branches of positive science. In short, he understands the scientific character of Marxism in the same way as Plekhanov and most of the Orthodox Germans. Marxism is a non-evaluative, non-philosophical theory of social phenomena. Thus far Lenin is in agreement with Struve. But this formulation may suggest that Marxism confines itself to describing historical necessities and of itself offers no practical counsel, except of course as to the efficacy of certain actions. This was the difficulty of those who found it necessary to supplement the Marxist doctrine with a normative ethic derived from elsewhere, generally from Kant. Struve at this time had not gone so far, but confined himself to observing that Marxism was objective, i.e. descriptive only. To Lenin, however, this was unacceptable. An objectivist, in his view, was one who speaks only of the necessities involved by a particular social formation, and, by limiting himself to these, runs the risk of becoming an apologist for them simply as necessities. A materialist, on the other hand, does not so limit himself but goes on to explain what class forces are involved. Materialism includes partisanship, so to speak, and enjoins the direct and open adoption of the standpoint of a definite social group in any assessment of events. From the theoretical point of view this is clumsy and unconvincing, for it is clear that to analyze historical necessities in the light of the class structure of a society is not to go beyond a purely objective description, and it is not explained why materialism as such should oblige us to anything or imply any active commitment. It is evident, however, that Lenin wished to avoid the dilemma propounded by the neo-Kantians: either Marxism describes the social process without telling us what human individuals should do about it, or it must be supplemented by normative ideas. Lenin, though he was unable to express his thought clearly, was endeavoring to bring out the essential point which was first elucidated by Lukács: Marxism does away with the dichotomy between facts and values, for it is identical with the self-knowledge of the working class. That class comprehends the social process in the very act of revolu. 375. Shionizing the world, so that in this one privileged case the understanding and the making of history appear as a single act. Lenin consistently ignored the neo-Kantian criticism and, being unable to examine the question properly, confined himself to summary statements like those quoted. He perceived vaguely, however, that it is the characteristic feature of Marxism that it is neither purely descriptive nor purely normative, nor a combination of descriptive and normative judgments, but claims to be at once a movement and an act of understanding the self-awareness of the proletariat in the act of struggle. Knowledge of the world, in other words, is an aspect of changing it. Theory and its practical application are one. In 1895 Lenin went abroad for the first time and met in Geneva the founding fathers of Russian Marxism, Plekhanov and Axelrod. The meeting was successful, though the émigrés had trouble convincing Lenin of the necessity of an alliance with the liberal bourgeoisie. Soon after returning to Russia he was arrested. Police measures had been intensified owing to a wave of strikes in St. Petersburg, which the Social Democrats had done much to instigate. He remained in prison for a year and a half, writing appeals and pamphlets, and was then sentenced to 3 years' exile at Shushenskoye in the Krasnoyarsk area of Siberia, where he continued to study and write intensively. While in prison he drafted a program calling on the Social Democratic Party to fight for democratic freedoms and social legislation. The program does not envisage the conquest of state power by the working class, but only a share in the making of laws. The party is to help the workers develop class consciousness and to point out the objectives of the struggle. It must also explain to the workers that while they should support the bourgeoisie in the fight for political freedom, this is only a temporary alliance. In the summer of 1897 Lenin published in Novoye Slovo a fresh attack on the populists entitled A Characterization of Economic Romanticism, in which he compared their doctrine with that of Sismondi, the champion of small producers threatened by the expansion of capitalism. Sismondi might succeed in revealing the dire consequences of capitalist accumulation, but he had nothing to set against it except a romantic, sentimental nostalgia for the pre-capitalist era. Like the populists he was no better than a reactionary, for he dreamt of returning to the past instead of seeing that the solution to the contradictions and injustices of capitalism lay in allowing it to develop to the full. Lenin also reverted to the question of the home market, anticipating to some extent the problems later raised by Rosa Luxemburg. It was not true that capitalism was prevented from realizing surplus value by reason of the collapse of small owners and the resulting contraction of the market. Productive consumption offered capitalist production a wide field of expansion. While in exile, Lenin wrote a pamphlet on the tasks of the Russian Social Democrats, published in 1898 in Geneva, which defined the party's general strategy in regard to alliances with other social forces. Social Democrats were to support all moves against the autocracy and to denounce all forms of oppression, whichever social groups were its victims. They should support protests against national, religious, social, and class oppression, aiding the bourgeoisie against the reactionary strivings of the petty bourgeoisie, and the latter in their democratic demands upon the Tsarist bureaucracy. The party, however, was not to consider itself a champion of the interests that it supported. It aided the persecuted sectarians, it had no concern for their religious aspirations. To support, in fact, meant simply to exploit. Social democracy was, in Lenin's view, the only force that was engaged consistently and unreservedly against the autocracy, all others were irresolute or half-hearted. The party could and must act as a center for all the social energies which would one day bring absolutism to the ground, but at the same time it must have exclusively in view the interests of the proletariat as a separate class. The Social Democrats render this support in order to expedite the fall of the common enemy, but expect nothing for themselves from these temporary allies, and concede nothing to them. Support for the democratic demands of the petty bourgeoisie certainly does not mean support of the petty bourgeoisie. On the contrary, it is precisely the development which political liberty will make possible in Russia that will, with particular force, lead to the destruction of small economy under the blows of capital. In a letter to Patrusov, written from exile and dated January 26, 1899, Lenin says, "To free Alfred Schritt like Stromunjan from the rubbish of Narodism and agrarianism and to utilize all of them in this purified form. In my opinion, utilize is a much more exact and suitable word than Unterstützung und Bundesgenossenschaft. The latter indicates the equality of these Bundesgenossen, whereas they must follow in the wake, sometimes even with gnashing of teeth. They have absolutely not grown so far as to reach equality and will never grow to reach it, owing to their cowardice, disunity, etc." It is thus clear that Lenin from the outset regarded all political alliances as meaning simply the utilization of other groups for social democratic ends. Social democracy must rally around itself all forces that can in any way contribute to the breakup of the existing system, in the full awareness that that breakup is ultimately intended to destroy its allies as well. From this point of view, Lenin's attitude, and subsequently that of the whole Leninist movement, is identical whether it be a question of the bourgeoisie against absolutism, peasants against landowners, religious sects aspiring to freedom, nationalities oppressed by great Russian imperialism, or democratic institutions themselves. There is of course no mention of utilizing the working class, for all these strategic rules are designed to enable that class, which is the raison d'etre of the struggle, to attain its final aim. Nevertheless, it soon became clear that as far as basic strategy was concerned, the working class too, in Lenin's concept, was rather an instrument than a substantive agent. While in exile, Lenin also wrote a treatise on the development of capitalism in Russia, which was published in 1899. This is his magnum opus against the populists, full of statistics and detailed analysis of the trends in agriculture and industry. It argues that Russian agriculture is in a state of commodity economy and shows all the signs of capitalist change, class differentiation, competition, and proletarianization on a large scale. In industry, Lenin depicts the process of concentration and the formation of a single countrywide market, sweeping away medieval forms of production and exchange. While controversy with the populists played a diminishing role in intellectual life, unorthodox ideas were making their appearance among social democrats and were causing Lenin anxiety. He was roused to fury, as he himself states, by an article of Bulgakov's attacking Kolakowski's recent analysis of the agrarian question. He was also disturbed by the growing popularity of Bernstein and the influence of Neo-Kantianism, of which Struve and Bulgakov were to some extent the Russian spokesman. He even began, as he wrote to Patrusov on June 27, 1899, to study philosophy. He read Holbach and Helvetius, and intended to apply himself to Kant. But he attached less importance to purely philosophical disputes at this time than subsequently. Meanwhile, besides theoretical revisionism, the younger Social Democrats had taken up economism. Lenin reacted violently to the first signs of this movement, which attacked the very foundations of social democracy as he conceived it. In summer 1899, on receiving the document known as the Credo, drawn up by Kuskova and Prokopow's and setting out the economist program, Lenin wrote a sharp protest which was endorsed by 16 other exiles, and was published next year at Geneva by the local organization of Social Democrats. The Credo called in question the desirability of a separate political workers' party in Russia, which its authors regarded as an artificial application of Western experience to quite different conditions. The workers' movement, they argued, should always aim at the point of least resistance. In the West it was much easier to carry on a political than an economic struggle, but in Russia it was the reverse. Marxists should therefore concentrate on helping the workers' economic struggle and should back up the liberal opposition, which would presumably be directed by non-socialist democratic forces. Lenin regarded this as a prescription for political suicide, and in reply set out principles that were generally accepted by the orthodox. The workers' movement must have its own political aims and an independent party to pursue them. It must organize opposition elements of every kind, while never forfeiting its independence or running the risk of becoming an instrument of bourgeois parties. Russian economism was, as it were, a revival of classic populism, with the working class substituted for the peasantry. It maintained that intellectual leaders should concentrate on the most obvious and easily understood aspirations of the workers, viz. their economic aims, leaving it to the liberals to fight for freedom and themselves playing only an auxiliary role in the political battle. Economism 379 was not revisionism as this term is used of Bernstein and his supporters, who had no intention of persuading the workers to abandon the political and parliamentary struggle, but it corresponded to the trade unionist tendency which was strongly rooted in German social democracy and which was allied for a considerable period with the theoretical revisionists. Lenin's alarm at this new deviation was well founded, for it dominated social democracy in Russia for about 2 years and won over a majority of the émigrés, leading to a split among their ranks. After 1900 the economists declined in importance, but it was nevertheless largely in answer to them that Lenin wrote What is to be Done, in which he laid the ideological foundations of Bolshevism. Lenin's Siberian exile ended at the beginning of 1900, and in July of that year he went abroad for the purpose of organizing Russian Social Democrats into a united movement. The first step to be taken, as he had long believed, was to found a periodical which would act as a link between scattered groups and make it possible to create a real party. Such a periodical would of course have to be printed abroad and smuggled into Russia. The name chosen for it was Iskra. The process of launching the paper was beset by quarrels that need not be gone into here. Lenin's meeting with Plekhanov was a disaster. In a posthumously published note on his encounter with the Geneva veterans he speaks bitterly of the older man's arrogance, though he had approached him with respect and admiration. Evidently Plekhanov was jealous of his authority among the Russian Social Democrats and vented his pride and intolerance on the young disciple. As Lenin put it, and as he was to remember for the future, an enamored youth receives from the object of his love a bitter lesson to regard all persons without sentiment, to keep a stone in one sling. In spite of these troubles the first number of Iskra was published in December 1900. It was printed successively in Leipzig, Munich, London, and Geneva, and had as its contributors the intellectual cream of Russian Marxism: Lenin, Plekhanov, Martov, Axelrod, Patrusov, and Varazay Sulich. The years 1901–3 marked a new stage in the development of Russian Marxism and Russian social democracy. During this time the foundations were laid of the Leninist variant of Marxism, the novelty and specific character of which were visible only by degrees. Up to now Lenin's ideological statements had been no different from those of Plekhanov or the Western Orthodox Marxists, apart from the strong emphasis he laid on certain elements of the doctrine. Among these was the principle, which he repeated at every opportunity, that only the final aim, the conquest of political power by the proletariat, endows current actions with any meaning, and that social democrats may conclude any alliance and support any cause if by so doing they will bring the ultimate aim any closer. All other movements and social classes, human beings and ideologies, must be treated as subservient to the final revolution. 16. 1. The controversy over Leninism. The character of Leninism as a variant of Marxist doctrine has long been a subject of dispute. The question is, in particular, whether Leninism is a revisionist ideology in relation to the Marxist tradition, or, on the contrary, a faithful application of the general principles of Marxism to a new political situation. The political bearing of this controversy is obvious. Stalinist orthodoxy, which on this point is still in force within the communist movement, naturally takes the second view. Stalin maintained that Lenin added nothing to the inherited doctrine and took nothing away from it, but applied its principles unerringly, not only to Russian conditions but, most important, to the entire world's situation. On this view, Leninism is not a specifically Russian application of Marxism or one limited to Russian conditions, but a universally valid system of strategy and tactics for the new era of social development, viz. that of imperialism and proletarian revolutions. Some Bolsheviks, on the other hand, regarded Leninism as more particularly an instrument of the Russian Revolution, while non-Leninist Marxists argued that Lenin had been false to Marx's doctrine on many essential points. The question, thus ideologically formulated, is in practice insoluble, like all such questions in the history of political movements or religious sects which have a strong inbuilt need of fidelity to their sources. It is natural and inevitable that the generations which come after the founders of the movement are confronted by questions and practical decisions that are not expressly foreseen in the existing canon, and that they interpret the canon in such a way as to justify their acts. In this respect, the history of Marxism resembles that of Christianity. The result is generally to produce compromises of various kinds between doctrine and the demands of practice. New lines of division and conflicting political formations take shape under the immediate pressure of events, and each of them can find the support it requires in tradition, which is never perfectly integrated and consistent. Bernstein was indeed a revisionist in the sense that he openly rejected certain features of Marxist social philosophy and did not profess to be an inflexible custodian of the Marxian heritage on all points. Lenin, on the other hand, endeavored to present all his acts and theories as the only possible or correct application of an existing ideology. He was not, however, a doctrinaire in the sense of preferring fidelity to Marx's text to the practical efficacy of the movement which he led. On the contrary, he had immense practical sense and the ability to subordinate all questions, whether of theory or tactics, to the single purpose of revolution in Russia and in the world. All questions of general theory had, in his view, already been settled by Marxism, and it was only necessary to draw intelligently on this body of doctrine to find the right solution for particular circumstances. In this he not only regarded himself as a faithful executor of the Marxist testament, but believed that he was conforming to the practice and tactics of European social democracy as exemplified more particularly in the German Party. Up to 1914 he regarded German social democracy as a pattern and Kolakowski as the greatest living authority on theoretical questions. He relied on him not only in theoretical matters but also on tactical Russian questions about which he himself knew a good deal more, such as the boycott of the Second Duma. In 1905 he wrote, in Two Tactics F Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution. When and where did I ever claim to have created any sort of special trend in international social democracy, not identical with the trend of Bibi and Kolakowski? When and where have there been brought to light differences between me, on the one hand, and Bibi and Kolakowski on the other, differences even slightly approximating in gravity to the differences between Bibi and Kolakowski, for instance, at Breslau on the agrarian question? The question whether Lenin was a revisionist cannot be decided simply by comparing his writings with those of Marx or posing the unanswerable question as to what Marx would have done or said in this or that situation. Clearly Marx's theory is incomplete or ambiguous in many places, and could be applied in many contradictory ways without manifestly infringing its principles. Nevertheless, the question of the continuity between Marxism and Leninism is not wholly without significance. It can best be considered, however, not in terms of fidelity but rather by examining the general trend of Lenin's attempts, in the theoretical field, to apply or supplement the Marxist heritage. To Lenin, as we have said, all theoretical questions were merely instruments of a single aim, the revolution, and the meaning of all human affairs, ideas, institutions, and values resided exclusively in their bearing on the class struggle. It is not hard to find support for this attitude in the writings of Marx and Engels, who in many theoretical passages emphasized the transience and class-relatedness of all aspects of life in a class society. Nonetheless, their specific analyses were generally more differentiated and less simplified than such reductionist formulas might seem to imply. Both Marx and Engels had a considerably wider horizon of interest than that suggested by the question "Is this good or bad for the revolution?" To Lenin, on the other hand, this was the all-sufficient criterion as to whether a matter was important at all and, if so, how it should be decided. Marx and Engels had a sense of the continuity of civilization, and did not consider that all human values, including science, art, morals, and social institutions, were nothing but instruments of class interests. Nevertheless, the general formulas in which they expressed their historical materialism lent themselves well enough to the use Lenin made of them. To Lenin, philosophical questions had no meaning in themselves but were merely weapons in the political struggle, so were art and literature, law and institutions, democratic values and religious ideas. On this point he not only cannot be reproached with deviating from Marxism, but it can rather be said that he applied the principles of historical materialism more thoroughly than Marx. If law, for instance, is nothing but a weapon in the class struggle, it naturally follows that there is no essential difference between the rule of law and an arbitrary dictatorship. If political freedoms are nothing but an instrument used by the bourgeoisie in its own class interest, it is perfectly fair to argue that communists need not feel obliged to uphold these values when they come to power. As science, philosophy, and art are only organs of the class struggle, it can be seen that there is no qualitative difference between writing a philosophical treatise and using firearms. The two are merely different weapons for different occasions and should be regarded in this light, whether used by friend or foe. These aspects of Lenin's doctrine became drastically evident after the Bolsheviks seized power, but they are expressed in his writings from the earliest years. Lenin often held the advantage in discussions with Marxists of other shades of opinion because of the devastating simplicity and consistency with which he applied the principles they had in common. When his adversaries were able to point out that he was in conflict with something Marx had actually said, for example, that dictatorship did not signify a despotism unfettered by law, they were proving Marx's own inconsistency rather than Lenin's unorthodoxy. Nonetheless, on one or two essential points the innovations that Lenin introduced into the Russian revolutionary movement suggested considerable doubt as to his fidelity to Marxist tradition. In the first place, Lenin at an early stage advocated an alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry as the basic strategy for the bourgeois revolution, while his opponents contended that an alliance with the bourgeoisie would be more in accordance with the doctrine in this case. Secondly, Lenin was the first to see the national question as a powerful reservoir of energy that social democrats could and should use to further their cause, instead of merely an awkward hindrance. Thirdly, he formulated his own organizational rules and his own version of the attitude the party should adopt towards a spontaneous outbreak by the workers. On all these points he was criticized not only by reformists and Mensheviks but also by such a pillar of orthodoxy as Rosa Luxemburg. On all of them, too, his doctrine turned out to be exceedingly practical, and it can safely be said that on all 3 points his policy was necessary to the success of the Bolshevik Revolution. To the party and the workers' movement. Consciousness and spontaneity. The basic principles of Leninism as a separate political entity were formulated in 1901–3. These years saw the creation in Russia of the chief political groups which, while constantly at odds with one another, carried on the struggle against the Tsardom until the October Revolution, viz. The Bolshevik and Menshevik wings of social democracy, the Social Revolutionaries, and the Constitutional Democrats. The principal organ in which Lenin's ideas gradually took visible shape was Iskra. Up to the Second Party Congress in 1903, the differences between Lenin and the rest of the editorial board were not of great consequence, and it was he who in fact gave the paper its tone. He edited it first in Munich and then in London, where he moved in the spring of 1902. Iskra was intended not only to combat revisionism and economism in Russian social democracy but to act as a link between groups which, despite the formal existence of the party, were still disunited as regards both ideology and organization. As Lenin put it, a newspaper is not only a collective propagandist and a collective agitator, it is also a collective organizer. Iskra in fact played a decisive part in preparations for the Congress, which, when it assembled, united the Russian Social Democrats into a single party and immediately split the party into two warring groups. On the key question of the party's role, Lenin laid the foundations of Bolshevik ideology in his conflict with economism, which he regarded as highly dangerous even though its influence was waning. The economists interpreted historical materialism as a theory of the primacy of the proletariat's economic struggle as compared with political aims, and they identified the working class movement with a movement of workers in the sense of a spontaneous struggle by the workers as a body. They emphasized the strictly class character of their own program and attacked the Iskra group for touting after the intelligentsia and liberals, for exaggerating the importance of theory and ideology, and for giving too much weight to the common antagonism of all classes to the autocracy. Economism was a kind of Russian Prudhonism, or Voyeurism as it was called. According to its adherents, social democracy should be the organ, rather than the leader, of a true workers' movement. In several articles and particularly in What is to be Done? Lenin attacked the economists for denying the party's role as a vanguard, and expressed in general terms his view on the importance of theory in the social democratic movement. The vital question for the prospect of revolution was, he argued, the theoretical consciousness of the revolutionary movement, and this could in no way be evolved by a spontaneous movement of workers. There cannot be a revolutionary movement without a revolutionary theory. This was even truer in Russia than elsewhere, since social democracy was in its infancy and since the task confronting the Russian proletariat was no less than to overthrow the bastion of European and Asiatic reaction. This meant that it was destined to be the vanguard of the world proletariat, and it could not perform this role without a proper equipment of theory. The economists spoke of the importance of objective economic circumstances in social development, regarding political consciousness as an automatic consequence of economic factors and therefore denying it the right to initiate and activate social processes. But the fact that economic interests were decisive did not mean that the workers' economic struggle could itself assure them final victory, since the basic class interests of the proletariat could only be satisfied by a political revolution and a proletarian dictatorship. The workers, left to themselves, were not capable of attaining to consciousness of the fundamental opposition between their class as a whole and the existing social system. We have said that there could not have been social democratic consciousness among the workers. It would have had to be brought to them from without. The history of all countries shows that the working class, exclusively by its own effort, is able to develop only trade union consciousness, i.e. the conviction that it is necessary to combine in unions, fight the employers, and strive to compel the government to pass necessary labor legislation, etc. The theory of socialism, however, grew out of the philosophic, historical, and economic theories elaborated by educated representatives of the propertied classes, by intellectuals. This was so in the West and so it would be in Russia. Lenin appealed on this point to Kolakowski, who wrote that the class struggle of the proletariat could not in itself create socialist consciousness. The class struggle and socialism were separate phenomena, and it was the task of social democracy to instill socialist consciousness into a spontaneous movement. If the party regarded itself as merely the organ or servant of a spontaneous workers' movement, it could never be the instrument of a socialist revolution. It must be the vanguard and organizer, the leader and ideologist without which the workers could not advance beyond the horizon of bourgeois society or undermine its foundations. Here, however, Lenin adds a remark of decisive importance. Since there can be no question of an independent ideology formulated by the working masses themselves in the process of their movement, the only choice is either bourgeois or socialist ideology. There is no middle course, for mankind has not created a third ideology, and in a society torn by class antagonisms there can never be a non-class or an above-class ideology. But the spontaneous development of the working class movement leads to its subordination to bourgeois ideology. Trade unionism means the ideological enslavement of the workers by the bourgeoisie. Hence our task, the task of social democracy, is to combat spontaneity. The doctrine of bowing to spontaneity, or kvosti, :M, is the chief target of Lenin's attack on the economists Martynov, Kuskova, and others. The workers may fight to sell their labor power on better terms, but the task of social democracy is to fight for the abolition of wage labor altogether. The antagonism between the working class and the whole capitalist economic system can only be grasped by scientific thought, and until it is grasped there can be no general political struggle against the bourgeois system. This fact, Lenin continues, leads to certain inferences as regards the relation between the working class and the party. In the economist view, the revolutionary organization is no more or less than the organization of workers. But to be effective, an organization of workers must be broadly based and as open as possible in its methods, and must have a trade union character. The party cannot identify itself with a movement such as this, and there is no party in the world that is identical with the trade unions. On the contrary, the organization of the revolutionaries must consist first and foremost of people who make revolutionary activity their profession. In view of this common characteristic of the members of such an organization, all distinctions as between workers and intellectuals must be effaced. Such a party of professional revolutionaries must not only gain the confidence of the working class and take over the spontaneous movement, but must make itself the center of all forms of protest against social oppression, concentrating all the energies directed against the autocracy regardless of their origin or what class interests they represent. The fact that social democracy is the party of the proletariat does not mean that it should be indifferent to the oppression and exploitation of other groups, even of the privileged classes. Since the democratic revolution, although bourgeois in content, is to be led by the proletariat, it is the latter's duty to rally all the forces that aim to overthrow the autocracy. The party must organize a general campaign of exposure, it must support bourgeois demands for political freedom, combat the persecution of religious sectarians, denounce the brutal treatment of students and intellectuals, support peasant claims, make itself felt in every sphere of public life, and unite the separate currents of indignation and protest into a single powerful stream which will sweep away the Tsarist order. To cope with these requirements, the party must be composed chiefly of professional revolutionaries, men and women who regard themselves, and are to be regarded, not as workers or intellectuals but simply as revolutionaries, and who devote their whole time to party activity. The party must be a small, centralized, disciplined organization on the lines of Zemlya I Volya in the 70s. In conspiratorial conditions it is impossible to apply democratic principles within the party, though it is natural to do so in overt organizations. Lenin's idea of the party was much criticized as despotic, and some historians today believe that it contained in embryo the whole hierarchical, totalitarian structure in which the socialist system was subsequently embodied. It should be considered, however, in what respects his idea differed from those generally accepted at the time. He was accused of elitism and of desiring to substitute a revolutionary organization for the working class. It was even maintained that his doctrine represented the particular interests of the intelligentsia or of intellectuals, and that he wished to see political power entirely in their hands and not in those of the proletariat. As regards the alleged elitism of treating the party as a vanguard, It should be noted that Lenin's position was no different from that generally accepted among socialists. The idea of a vanguard figures in the Communist Manifesto, whose authors describe the communists as the most conscious part of the proletariat, with no interests other than those of the class as a whole. The view that the workers' movement could not of itself evolve a revolutionary socialist consciousness, but must receive it from the educated intelligentsia, is one that Lenin shared with Kolakowski, Victor Adler, and most of the social democratic leaders, who stressed their difference from the syndicalists on this point. Basically, the thought expressed by Lenin is indeed a truism, since clearly no workman could have written Capital or the Anti-Dairing, or even What is to be Done. No one could dispute that the theoretical foundations of socialism must be laid by intellectuals and not by factory workers, and if this was all that was meant by the instilling of consciousness from outside, there was nothing to argue about. The proposition that the Workers' Party was something different from the whole working class was also generally accepted, and it cannot be shown that Marx identified the party with the proletariat, though it is true he never defined exactly what the party was. What was new in Lenin's thought was not the idea of the party as a vanguard, leading the working class and imbuing it with socialist consciousness. The novelty consisted, in the first place, in his statement that the spontaneous working class movement must have a bourgeois consciousness, since it could not develop a socialist one, and no other kind existed. This does not follow from any of Kolakowski's arguments quoted by Lenin, nor from any of the premises of Marxism. According to Lenin, every social movement has a definite class character. Since a spontaneous workers' movement is incapable of a socialist consciousness, i.e. a proletarian one in the proper theoretical and historical sense of the term, it follows, curious as it may seem, that the workers' movement is a bourgeois movement unless it is subordinated to the Socialist Party. This is supplemented by a second inference: the working class movement in the true sense of the term, i.e. a political revolutionary movement, is defined not by being a movement of workers but by possessing the right ideology, i.e. the Marxist one, which is proletarian by definition. In other 39 degrees the rise of Leninism words, the class composition of a revolutionary party has no significance in determining its class character. Lenin consistently maintained this view, holding for instance that the British Labour Party was a bourgeois party although its members were working men, whereas a tiny group with no roots in the working class was entitled, so long as it professed the Marxist ideology, to declare itself the sole representative of the proletariat and the sole embodiment of proletarian consciousness. This is what Leninist parties have done ever since, including those which had not even minimal support among actual workers. This does not mean, of course, that Lenin was indifferent to the composition of his own party or that he intended to build up a revolutionary organization consisting solely of intellectuals. On the contrary, he frequently insisted that there should be as high a proportion of workers in the party as possible, and he treated the intelligentsia with supreme contempt. The term intellectual was a pejorative one in his vocabulary and was regularly used to signify irresolute, unreliable, undisciplined, consumed with individualism, capricious, up in the clouds, and so forth. There can be no question of Lenin having intended to substitute intellectuals for workers, or having regarded them as the embodiment of socialist consciousness simply because they were intellectuals. That embodiment was the party, a body of a special kind in which, as we have seen, the distinction between intellectuals and workers was to disappear. The intellectual ceased to be an intellectual, and the workman to be a workman. Both were components of a strictly centralized, disciplined revolutionary organization. Thus, according to Lenin, the party with its correct theoretical consciousness embodies the proletarian consciousness irrespective of what the real, empirical proletariat may think about itself or about the party. The party knows what is in the historical interest of the proletariat and what the latter's authentic consciousness ought to be at any particular moment, although its empirical consciousness will generally be found. 39.1. Lagging behind. The party represents that consciousness not because the proletariat agrees that it should, but because the party knows the laws of social development and understands the historical mission of the working class according to Marxist theory. In this schema the empirical consciousness of the working class appears as an obstacle, an immature state to be overcome, and never as a source of inspiration. The party is completely independent of the actual working class, except in so far as it requires its support in practice. In this sense Lenin's doctrine of party hegemony certainly means that in politics the working class can and must be replaced not by intellectuals, however, but by the party. The party cannot act effectively without proletarian support, but it is for the party alone to take political initiatives and to decide what the proletariat's aims shall be. The proletariat is incapable of formulating its own class aims, and if it tries to do so they will be bourgeois aims confined within the limits of capitalism. It will thus be seen that it was not elitism, or the theory of socialist consciousness being introduced from outside into a spontaneous workers' movement, which made Lenin's party into the centralized, dogmatic, unthinking yet highly effective machine that it became, especially after the revolution. The theoretical source, or rather justification, of that machine was Lenin's conviction that the party, by virtue of its scientific knowledge of society, is the one legitimate source of political initiative. This later became the principle of the Soviet state, where the same ideology serves to justify the party's monopoly of initiative in all fields of social life, its position as the sole fount of knowledge concerning society and therefore the sole proprietor of that society. It would of course be hard to maintain that the whole system of the totalitarian state was preformed, let alone consciously intended, in Lenin's doctrine as expressed in 1902, but the evolution of his party before and after the seizure of power confirms to some extent the Marxist or rather Hegelian belief in a logical order of things embodied, although imperfectly, in the historical order. Lenin's premises require us to believe that the interests and aims of a social class, the proletariat, can, and indeed must be determined without that class having a say in the matter. The same, moreover, is true of the whole of society once it is ruled by that class and therefore. 39. The rise of Leninism presumably shares in its aims, once again the tasks, purposes, and ideology of the whole body are governed by the party's initiative and under its control. Lenin's idea of party hegemony developed naturally into that of the party's leading role in a socialist society, i.e. into a despotism based on the principle that the party always knows better than the community itself what are the latter's interests, needs, and even desires. The people themselves may be too backward to understand these, but the party can divine them thanks to its scientific knowledge. In this way the notion of scientific socialism, opposed on the one hand to utopianism and on the other to a spontaneous workers' movement, became the ideological basis of a party dictatorship over the working class and the whole of society. Lenin never abandoned his theory of the party. At the Second Congress he admitted that he had exaggerated slightly in what is to be done, but he did not say in what respect. We all know now that the economists bent the stick one way. To straighten matters out somebody had to bend it back the other way, and that is what I have done. I am convinced that Russian social democracy will always vigorously straighten out whatever has been twisted by opportunism of any kind, and that therefore our stick will always be the straightest and the fittest. A further distinction must be made in considering how far what is to be done embodies the theory of the monolithic party. At this time and afterwards Lenin took it for granted that different views would be expressed within the party and that particular groups would be formed. He thought this natural but unhealthy, since in principle only one group could be in possession of the truth at a given time. Those who are really convinced that they have made progress in science would not demand freedom for the new views to continue side by side with the old, but the substitution of the new views for the old. The much vaunted freedom of criticism does not imply substitution of one theory for another, but freedom from all integral and pondered theory. It implies eclecticism and lack of principle. There can be no doubt that Lenin always regarded fractionalism and differences on essential points as a sign of disease or weakness in the party, though it was many years before he stated that all such 393 manifestations should be cured by radical means, either by an immediate split or by expulsion from the party. Only after the revolution was there a formal ban on fractionalism. Even before the revolution, however, Lenin did not hesitate to break with his colleagues over important matters. Believing as he did that all differences of view, not only on questions of major principle and strategy but also in matters of organization, in the last resort reflected class antagonisms, he naturally regarded his opponents in the party as carriers of some kind of bourgeois deviation or as symptoms of bourgeois pressure on the proletariat. As to the fact that he himself at all times represented the true and best understood interests of the proletariat, Lenin never had the slightest doubt. The theory of the party expounded in What is to be Done was supplemented in Lenin's organizational proposals for the Second Congress, which met at Brussels after long preparation on July 30, 1903, it was afterwards transferred to London, where it sat until August 23. Lenin attended from Geneva, where he had been living since the spring. The first and acutest point of difference concerned the celebrated paragraph I of the party rules. Lenin wished membership to be confined to those who participated actively in one or other of the party organizations, whereas Martov proposed a looser formula admitting all who worked under the guidance and direction of a party organization. This apparently trifling dispute led to a near split and to the formation of two groups which, as soon became clear, were divided not only on organizational matters but on many others. Lenin's formula, backed by Plekhanov, was rejected by a small majority. During the rest of the Congress, however, Lenin's supporters gained a slight predominance owing to the walkout of two groups, the Bund and the economists representing the periodical Rabotchi Delo. The small majority which Lenin's group thus gained in the election to the Central Committee and the Party Council led to the coining of the famous terms Bolshevik and Menshevik, after the Russian words for majority and minority. Their origin was thus fortuitous, but Lenin and his followers seized on the appellation Bolshevik and clung to it for decades, suggesting as it did that throughout the party's later vicissitudes the Bolsheviks were the true majority group. Many who were unfamiliar with the history. 394 The rise of Leninism of the Congress, on the other hand, took the word to mean maximalist. The Bolsheviks themselves never suggested this interpretation. The dispute over the membership clause in fact reflected two opposite ideas of party organization, about which Lenin had much to say at the Congress and in subsequent articles. In his opinion, the effect of the loose formula put forward by Martov, Axelrod, and Akamov was to allow any professor or schoolboy who might help the party, or any worker who came out on strike, to call himself a member. This would mean that the party lost all cohesion, discipline, and control over its own ranks. It would become a mass organization, built from below and not from above, a collection of autonomous units, unfit for centralized action. Lenin's idea was the exact opposite: strictly defined conditions of membership, rigid discipline, absolute control of the party authorities over its organizations, a clear dividing line between the party and the working class. The Mensheviks accused Lenin of adopting a bureaucratic attitude towards party life, of contempt for the working class, of dictatorial ambitions, and of wishing to subordinate the whole party to a handful of leaders. Lenin for his part wrote after the Congress, Comrade Martov's fundamental idea self-enrollment in the party was this same false democracy, this idea of building the party from the bottom upward. My idea, on the other hand, was bureaucratic in the sense that the party was to be built from the top downwards, from the party Congress to the individual party organizations. Lenin had rightly perceived the fundamental importance of the dispute at the outset, and later on several occasions he compared it to the quarrel of the Jacobins and the Girondists. This was an apter parallel than the dispute between Bernstein's followers and German orthodoxy, for the Mensheviks' position was very close to the center of German social democracy. They stood for a less centralized and military organization and believed that the party should be a working class one not only in name and ideology, but by including as many workers as possible and not being merely a staff of professional revolutionaries. They thought the party should allow considerable autonomy to individual organizations and not deal with them. 395. Exclusively by way of command. They accused Lenin of distrusting the working class, though they themselves accepted the doctrine of consciousness having to be instilled from outside it. It soon became clear that the Menshevik wing tended to adopt different solutions in other matters also. The dispute over a single paragraph of the rules had in fact divided the party into two camps which, instinctively as it were, reacted differently to strategic and tactical issues. In every case the Mensheviks gravitated towards an alliance with the liberals, while Lenin proclaimed the peasant revolution and a revolutionary alliance with the peasants. The Mensheviks attached importance to legal forms of action and, when this became possible, to fighting by parliamentary means. Lenin for a long time opposed the idea of Social Democrats participating in the Duma, and subsequently treated it purely as a propaganda platform, putting no faith in any reforms it might enact. The Mensheviks emphasized trade union activity and the intrinsic value of any improvements the working class might secure by legislation or by strike action. To Lenin, all such activity was valuable only insofar as it helped to prepare for the final conflict. The Mensheviks regarded democratic freedoms as valuable in themselves, while to Lenin they were only weapons that might serve the party in particular circumstances. On this last point Lenin quotes with approval a characteristic remark made at the Congress by Posadovsky. Should we subordinate our future policy to certain fundamental democratic principles and attribute absolute value to them, or should all democratic principles be exclusively subordinated to the interests of our party? I am decidedly in favor of the latter. Plekhanov also supported this view, which illustrates how, at the very outset, the interest of the party was exalted above all other considerations including the immediate interests of the class that the party was supposed to represent. Other writings by Lenin leave no doubt that he ascribed no value to freedom as such, although his appeals and pamphlets are full of references to the fight for freedom. They who serve the cause of freedom in general without serving the specific cause of proletarian utilization of this freedom, the cause of turning this freedom to account in the proletarian struggle for socialism, are, in the final analysis, plainly and simply fighters for the interests of the bourgeoisie. June 1905, Works, Volume 8, p. 502. In this way Lenin laid the foundation of what was to become the Communist Party, a party distinguished by ideological unity, efficiency, a hierarchic and centralized structure, and the conviction that it represents the interests of the proletariat whatever the proletariat itself may think, a party which deems its own interest to be automatically that of the working class and of universal progress, because it possesses the scientific knowledge that entitles it to ignore, except for tactical purposes, the actual wishes and aspirations of the people it has appointed itself to represent. The Mensheviks, like Rosa Luxemburg, regularly accused Lenin of Blancoism, plotting to destroy the existing order by a coup d'état, embracing the conspiratorial ideology of Tikhachev, and striving for power regardless of objective conditions. Lenin replied that his theory had nothing to do with Blanquism, that he wished to build up a party with real proletarian support and had no thought of a revolution carried out by a handful of conspirators. The Mensheviks claimed that he had an anti-Marxist faith in the decisive role of subjective factors, i.e. of revolutionary willpower. Historical materialism taught that revolutionary consciousness could not be artificially created by the party's efforts but depended on the ripening of social conditions. To attempt to provoke a revolution instead of waiting for economic events to bring about a revolutionary situation was to violate the laws of social development. This criticism, though exaggerated, was not without foundation. Lenin, of course, was not a Blanquist in the sense of envisaging a coup d'état which a small group of conspirators, properly prepared, could carry out at any moment. He realized that revolutions were elemental occurrences that could not be planned or produced at will. His view was that a revolution in Russia was inevitable, and that when it broke out the party must be prepared to direct it, to ride the wave of history and to seize power, sharing it initially with representatives of the revolutionary peasantry. He was not planning to cause a revolution, but to foster the growth of revolutionary consciousness and eventually take control of the mass movement. If the party was the subjective factor in the revolutionary process. 397. And this is how both Lenin and his opponents understood the matter. He was indeed of the opinion that the spontaneous uprising of the working class would come to nothing unless the party was there to give it shape and direction. This was an obvious corollary of the party's role as the only possible vehicle of socialist consciousness. The proletariat itself could not evolve that consciousness, and therefore the will to revolution could not be brought about simply by economic events but must be deliberately organized. The economists, the Mensheviks, and the left-wing German Social Democrats, all of whom expected economic laws to bring about a socialist revolution automatically, were following a disastrous policy, for this would never happen. It was no good appealing to Marx in the matter. Marx did not say that socialist or any other consciousness arose automatically from social conditions, but only that conditions made its development possible. For the possibility to become a reality, the revolutionary idea and will must be present in the form of an organized party. There is no certain answer as to which side in the dispute was interpreting Marx more accurately. Marx believed that social conditions gave rise to the consciousness which would in time transform those conditions, but that to be effective it must first take on an explicit and articulate form. Many texts of his can be quoted in support of the view that consciousness is nothing but the reflection of an actual situation, and this appears to justify the attentisme of the orthodox view. But, on the other hand, Marx regarded his own writing as the expression or explicitation of a latent consciousness. In the first text, in which he refers to the historic mission of the proletariat, he says, "We must force these petrified relationships to dance by playing their own tune to them. Somebody must play the tune, the relationships cannot do so of their own accord." If the principle that social being determines consciousness applies only to past history, in which social consciousness invariably took on mystified forms, and ceases to be valid when the proletariat comes on the scene, then the doctrine that a vanguard is necessary to arouse consciousness is in accordance with Marx's teaching. The problem is then merely to identify the criteria by which we determine that conditions have ripened to the point at which the arousal is possible. Marxism gave no indication as to what these criteria were. Lenin often stated that the proletariat was the revolutionary class. This, however, did not mean that it would of itself develop a revolutionary consciousness, but only that it was capable of receiving it from the party. While Lenin, therefore, was not a Blanquist, he did believe that the party alone could and must be the initiator and source of revolutionary consciousness. The subjective factor was not only a necessary condition of the advance to socialism, but was the real creator of revolutionary consciousness, though it could not start a revolution without help from the proletariat. Although Marx himself never put the matter in these terms, there is insufficient ground for holding that Lenin's opinion on the point was a distortion of Marxism. 3. The question of nationality. The Second Congress also provided the occasion for taking a stand on the national question, which was a basic element in the politics of the Tsarist Empire. The matter was raised by the Bund, whose claim to be recognized as the sole representative of the Jewish working population was rejected by a majority including Lenin. Like many others, including Kolakowski and Struve, Lenin thought the Jews could not be considered a nationality, as they lacked a common language and a territorial base, but he also objected to the Bund proposal on grounds of principle, as it implied the creation of a federal party based on national criteria. In Lenin's view, differences of origin, education, and occupation ought to be of no account in the party, and this was still more true of nationality. Centralization was to do away with all differences between party members, each of whom was to be the embodiment of the purest party spirit and nothing else. The problem engaged Lenin's attention more and more as the subject peoples of the empire manifested their separatism in nationalist movements. He wished the party to denounce national oppression and use the question as a lever, among others, to unseat the autocracy. There is no doubt that Lenin hated Great Russian chauvinism and did his best to extirpate it within the party. At the end of Igo 1, apropos of the violation 399 of Finland's modest autonomy by the Tsarist government, he wrote, "We are still slaves to such a degree that we are employed to reduce other peoples to slavery. We still tolerate a government that suppresses every aspiration towards liberty in Russia with the ferocity of an executioner, and that furthermore employs Russian troops for the purpose of violently infringing the liberties of others. There was no dispute among Social Democrats on the question of national oppression, but by no means all of them accepted the principle of self-determination, i.e. the right of each nationality to a separate political existence. The Austrian Marxists stood for national autonomy within the dual monarchy. Each ethnic group was to have complete freedom of language, culture, education, publication, etc., but political independence was not expressly mentioned. Renner, Bauer, and their colleagues were incessantly troubled by national conflicts within the party. The Austro-Hungarian proletariat belonged to a dozen or more national groups, mostly not in clear-cut areas but jumbled up geographically, so that political separatism raised an inextricable problem of frontiers. As far as Russia was concerned, Lenin thought that cultural autonomy would not suffice and that self-determination would be no use unless it included the right to form separate states. He expressed this view on several occasions, and encouraged Stalin to do so in a pamphlet on the national question in R9-R3. The right of self-determination was the subject of a long dispute with SDKPL, which on this account remained outside the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party for some time. Lenin's most determined adversary, as already mentioned, was Rosa Luxemburg, whose position on the matter, apart from the special circumstances of Poland, was stronger in terms of fidelity to Marx. In Lenin's view, all peoples were equally entitled to self-determination, and, unlike the founders of scientific socialism, he made no distinction between historical and unhistorical nations. However, in theory at all events the dispute was not so violent as it might appear. Lenin acknowledged the right of self-determination, but from the beginning he made certain reservations. These account for the fact that within a short time after the revolution, although Lenin's formulas remained 400 the rise of Leninism unchanged, the right in question became no more than an empty flourish, as indeed it was bound to do. The first restriction was that although the party upheld the right to self-determination, it did not commit itself to supporting all separatist aims. In many, indeed most, cases it found itself on the opposite side to the separatists. There was no contradiction in this, Lenin argued. The party might demand the legalization of divorce, but it did not follow that it wanted all married couples to split up. We, the party of the proletariat, must always and unconditionally oppose any attempt to influence national self-determination from without by violence or injustice. While at all times performing this negative duty of ours, we on our part concern ourselves with the self-determination of the proletariat in each nationality rather than the self-determination of peoples or nations. As to support of the demand for national autonomy, it is by no means a permanent and binding part of the program of the proletariat. This support may become necessary for it only in isolated and exceptional cases. The second restriction followed from the general principle that the party is interested in the self-determination of the proletariat and not of the people as a whole. Attacking the Polish Socialist Party, Lenin wrote that in demanding Poland's independence unconditionally, this party proves how weak in theoretical background and political activity is its link with the class struggle of the proletariat. But it is to the interests of this struggle that we must subordinate the demand for national self-determination. A Marxist can recognize the demand for national independence only conditionally. The Polish question was crucial in these discussions for three reasons. First, Poland was the largest of the subjected nations of Europe. Second, it was divided among three great continental powers. And third, according to Marx, Polish independence would strike a decisive blow against reaction in the shape of the Tsarist autocracy and the other partitioning powers, Germany and Austria-Hungary. Rosa Luxemburg and Lenin both believed, however, that Marx's view on this point, if it had ever been valid, was out of date. Rosa Luxemburg ruled. 401. Out the restoration of Polish independence as contrary to the economic tendencies of the Tsarist Empire. In any case, she regarded self-determination as a bourgeois invention designed to hoodwink the proletariat with the pretense of ideals common to a whole nation. Lenin was less firm on this point, though he rejected the idea that Polish Social Democrats should go for independence as an aim in itself irrespective of the party's interest. He quoted with full approval some remarks made by Mering in 1902, Had the Polish proletariat desired to inscribe on its banner the restoration of a Polish class state, which the ruling classes themselves do not want to hear of, it would be playing an historical farce. If, on the other hand, this reactionary utopia seeks to win over to proletarian agitation those sections of the intelligentsia and of the petty bourgeoisie which still respond in some measure to national agitation, then that utopia is doubly untenable as an outgrowth of the unworthy opportunism which sacrifices the long-term interests of the working class to the cheap and paltry successes of the moment. At the same time, Lenin goes on to say, no doubt the restoration of Poland prior to the fall of capitalism is highly improbable, but it cannot be asserted that it is absolutely impossible. And Russian social democracy does not in the least intend to tie its own hands. Lenin's position is thus clear, and it is hard to see how he can ever have been represented, as he notoriously was, as a champion of political independence for all peoples. He was a convinced opponent of national oppression and proclaimed the right of self-determination, but always with the reservation that it was only in exceptional circumstances that social democracy could support political separatism. Self-determination was at all times absolutely subordinate to the party's interests, and if the latter conflicted with the national aspirations of any people, the latter were of no account. This reservation in effect nullified the right of self-determination and turned it into a purely tactical weapon. The party would always try to utilize national aspirations in the struggle for power, but the interest of the proletariat could never be subordinated to the desires of a whole people. As Lenin wrote soon after the revolution in his theses on the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, no Marxist, without renouncing the principles of Marxism and of socialism generally, can deny that the interests of socialism are higher than the interests of the right of nations to self-determination. Since, however, the interest of the proletariat is by definition identical with the interest of the party, and its true aspirations can only be uttered through the party's mouth, it is clear that if the party comes to power it will be alone competent to decide questions of independence and separatism. This was inscribed in the party's program in 1919, which stated that the level of historical development of each nation must decide the question as to who expresses its real will in the matter of independence. Since, as the party ideology also lays down, the will of the nation is always expressed in the will of its foremost class, i.e. the proletariat, while the latter's will is expressed in that of a centralized party representing the whole multinational state, it is clear that a particular nation has no power to determine its own destiny. All this is fully in accord with Lenin's Marxism and his interpretation of the right to self-determination. Once the interest of the proletariat is embodied in the interest of a proletarian state, there can be no doubt that the interest and power of that state are superior to all national aspirations. The invasion and armed suppression, on one occasion after another, of nations seeking to be free was quite consistent with Lenin's views. His objections to the brutal methods applied in Georgia by Orджonikidze, Stalin, and Dzerzhinsky may have been due to a desire on his part to use as little cruelty as possible, but they did not affect the right of the proletarian state to subjugate its neighbor. He saw nothing wrong in the fact that the Georgian people, with a social democratic government established by legal elections, was the object of an armed incursion by the Red Army. In the same way, the recognition of Poland's independence did not prevent Lenin, as soon as the Polish-Soviet War broke out, from forming the nucleus of a Soviet government for Poland, though it is true he believed, with almost incredible blindness, that the Polish proletariat would greet the invading Soviet troops as its liberators. In short, on the presumption that the interest of the proletariat is the only absolute value and is identical with the interest of the party, which has proclaimed itself the vehicle of the true consciousness of the proletariat, the principle of national self-determination can be no more than a tactical weapon. Lenin was well aware of this, which is not to say that the principle was an unimportant part of his doctrine. On the contrary, his discovery of national aspirations as a powerful source of energy which the party could and should use in the fight for power was one of the most important features of his policy and did much to ensure its success, in opposition to the orthodox view that the Marxist theory of the class struggle made it unnecessary to pay specific attention to national problems. Lenin, however, was not only right in the sense that his theory paid off, it was also in accordance with Marxism. Since the interest of the proletariat is the supreme value, there can be no objection to exploiting national quarrels and aspirations in order to promote that interest, nor to the later policy of the Soviet state in supporting such aspirations in conquered and colonial territories in order to weaken the capitalist powers. On the other hand, Engels's distinction between historical and unhistorical nations, and Lenin's between the nationalism of great nations and that of small ones, do not seem to follow from the basic doctrine and may be regarded as bypaths, related to particular historical circumstances. The principle of national self-determination in its pure form, i.e. as an absolute right valid in all circumstances, is clearly contrary to Marxism, and from this point of view Rosa Luxemburg's position was easy to defend. The class division is paramount and is international, and there can be no national interests that are worth fighting for. But in the light of Lenin's far-reaching reservations, which reduced the principle to one of mere tactics, it is impossible to maintain that his defense of it was contrary to established doctrine. In other words, the dispute between him and Rosa Luxemburg on this issue was one of tactics and not of principle. National differences and national culture had no intrinsic value in Lenin's eyes but were, as he often repeated, essentially political weapons of the bourgeoisie. As he wrote in 1908, the proletariat cannot be indifferent to the political, social, and cultural conditions of its struggle, consequently it cannot be indifferent to the destinies of its country. But the destinies of the country interest it only to the extent that they affect its class struggle, and not in virtue of some bourgeois patriotism, quite indecent on the lips of a social democrat. We do not support national culture. But international culture, which includes only part of each national culture, only the consistently democratic and socialist content of each national culture. We are against national culture as one of the slogans of bourgeois nationalism. We are in favor of the international culture of a fully democratic and socialist proletariat. The right to self-determination is an exception to our general premise of centralization. This exception is absolutely necessary in view of reactionary Great Russian nationalism, and any rejection of this exception is opportunism. It means foolishly playing into the hands of reactionary Great Russian nationalism. Lenin frequently expressed himself on these lines before and during the war. He quoted with emphasis the famous saying that the working man has no fatherland, and believed it quite literally. At the same time he was the only important social democratic leader who proclaimed the unrestricted right to self-determination and expressly applied it to the oppressed peoples of the Tsarist Empire. At the end of 1914 he wrote a short article on the national pride of the Great Russians, which was one of the texts most frequently reprinted and quoted as Russian communism came to be more and more permeated with chauvinism. Unlike all Lenin's other articles, in which he denounces and derides every form of patriotism, he declares on this occasion that Russian revolutionaries love their language and country, that they are proud of their revolutionary traditions and for this reason desire the defeat of the Tsardom in every war, as the least harmful outcome for the working population, and that the interest of the Great Russians is in accordance with that of the Russian proletariat and of all others. This is the only text of its kind in Lenin's works, and diverges from the remainder in so far as it seems to regard national culture as valuable in itself and worth defending. In the light of Lenin's doctrine as a whole it gives the impression of an attempt, by watering down his views, to rebut the charge of treason that was leveled against the Bolsheviks at the time and to show that their policy deserved support on patriotic grounds as well. Certainly it is hard to see how the defense of Great Russian national pride can be reconciled with the statement that the place of those who advocate the slogan of national culture is among the nationalist petty bourgeois, not among the Marxists. However, the article of December 1914 is not at variance either with the principle of self-determination or with the restrictions Lenin imposed upon it. 4. The proletariat and the bourgeoisie in the democratic revolution. Trotsky and the Permanent Revolution. All social democrats were agreed that Russia was on the eve of a bourgeois revolution which would sweep away the autocracy, establish democratic freedoms, give the land to the peasants, and abolish the relics of serfdom and personal dependence. But this left undecided several important questions, which to some extent involved the theoretical foundations of Marxist doctrine. The idea that the proletariat would lead the coming revolution, as the Russian bourgeoisie was too weak and cowardly to do so, came from Plekhanov and was more or less common property among the Social Democrats, who from the beginning joined issue on this point with the populists and later the economists. However, the Mensheviks did not adhere to this opinion consistently, but inferred from the bourgeois character of the revolution that the proletariat's natural allies in overthrowing the autocracy were the bourgeoisie and the liberal parties, and that after the revolution these latter would be in power and the Social Democrats would be in opposition. On this point Lenin at an early stage declared for quite different tactics. The fact that the revolution would pave the way for capitalism in Russia did not mean that the bourgeoisie would hold political power after it, or that the Social Democrats ought to ally themselves with the liberals to bring it about. Lenin was guided in this not only by his inveterate hatred of the liberals, but mainly by his conviction that the peasant problem was the decisive element. This led him to condemn the adoption in Russia of any schema based on the experience of democratic revolution in the West. Unlike the orthodox Marxists, he perceived the huge revolutionary potential that lay in the peasants' unfulfilled demands, and he urged the party to exploit this even though, from the traditional point of view, it might seem to involve a reactionary program of backing smallholders. Lenin, with his sharply practical, opportunist, undoctrinaire outlook, was less interested in Marxian correctness and mainly, or exclusively, concerned with the political efficacy of the proposed tactics. Generally speaking, he wrote, it is reactionary to support small property because such support is directed against large-scale capitalist economy, and consequently retards social development and obscures and glosses over the class struggle. In this case, however, we want to support small property not against capitalism but against serf ownership. There are two sides to all things in the world. In the West, the peasant proprietor has already played his part in the democratic movement, and is now defending his position of privilege as compared with the proletariat. In Russia, the peasant proprietor is as yet on the eve of a decisive and nationwide democratic movement with which he cannot but sympathize. In a historic moment like the present, it is our direct duty to support the peasants. Our principal immediate aim is to clear the way for the free development of the class struggle in the countryside, the class struggle of the proletariat, which is directed towards attainment of the ultimate aim of the international social democratic movement, the conquest of political power by the proletariat and the laying of the foundations of a socialist society. Lenin thus accepted the general notion of an alliance with the bourgeoisie, but immediately and fundamentally qualified it, not the liberal bourgeoisie which was prepared to come to terms with the monarchy, but the revolutionary, republican bourgeoisie, i.e. the peasants. This was the chief bone of contention between him and the Mensheviks. More important than the question of the party rules, it was also the main theme of Lenin's two tactics, written after the Third Congress in 1905. Bulletin was a question not only of alliance during the revolution, but of power thereafter. Lenin proclaimed the slogan of rule by the proletariat and peasantry in the bourgeois society that the revolution was to establish. This society, he believed, would permit the unrestrained development of the class struggle and the concentration of property, but political power would be exercised by the proletariat and peasantry through their respective parties. With this in view, the Social Democrats must cultivate peasant support and prepare a suitable agrarian program. This too became a subject of dispute. Lenin proposed to go for the nationalization of all the land, emphasizing that this was not a specifically socialist measure and that it would gain peasant support while not undermining bourgeois society. Most Bolsheviks, like the S.R.S., favored confiscating the big estates and church lands without compensation, and then partitioning them. The Mensheviks were for municipalizing the expropriated lands, i.e. handing them over to local authorities. In an appeal to the rural poor in 1903, Lenin wrote, "The Social Democrats will never take away the property of the small and middle farmers who do not hire laborers," but in the same pamphlet he stated that after the socialist revolution all means of production, including land, would be held in common. It was not clear how the rural poor were expected to reconcile these two statements. All social democrats regarded the distinction between the minimum and maximum program as a matter of course, and all were concerned as to how social democracy would carry on the fight for the next stage after the bourgeois revolution. None of them ventured to predict how long Russia's capitalist era would last. The Mensheviks, however, generally thought that it would take a whole historical epoch to assimilate Western democratic and parliamentary institutions, and that the transition to socialism was a remote prospect. Lenin, for his part, took seriously the principle, which was quite in the spirit of Marxism, that all tactics must be geared to the future socialist upheaval, and that the final aim must be constantly kept in mind and govern all the party's acts. The question was, if the bourgeois revolution gave power to the people, i.e. the proletariat and peasantry, would they not inevitably seek to transform society in a socialist direction, so that the bourgeois revolution would grow into a socialist one? This problem came to the fore in the years just before the 1905 revolution, and immediately after it in the writings of Parvus and Trotsky. Leo Trotsky had made a name for himself in 1902-3 as a gifted exponent of Marxism in Russian émigré circles. Born in 1879 on November 7. At Yanovka in the province of Kherson, the son of a Jewish farmer, he went to school at Odessa and Nikolaev and became a Marxist at the age of 18. He studied mathematics for some months at Odessa University, but soon devoted himself to political work and was active in the South Russian Workers' Union, which although not purely social democratic was much influenced by Marxist ideas. He was arrested at the beginning of 1898, spent nearly 2 years in jail, and was then sentenced to 4 years in Siberia. In prison and in exile he eagerly pursued his Marxist education, and in Siberia gave lectures and published articles in the legal press. Escaping from banishment with a false passport in the name of Trotsky, under which he belongs to history, he joined Lenin in London in the autumn of 1902 and became a contributor to Iskra. At the Second Party Congress he was one of the majority which voted against Lenin's draft paragraph 1, on the ground that Lenin was trying to turn the party into a close circle of conspirators instead of a working-class organization. He remained for a time in the Menshevik camp, but broke with it before long as he disapproved of the trend towards an alliance with the liberals. In 1904 he published in Geneva a pamphlet entitled Our Political Tasks, which among other things attacked Lenin's conception of the party. He asserted that Lenin despised the people and the working class and was trying to substitute the party for the proletariat, which meant that in course of time the Central Committee would replace the party and a dictator would replace the Central Committee. This prophecy, which has been much quoted since, was based on the same premises as Rosa Luxemburg's criticism of Lenin, the idea of a centralized, hierarchic party of professional revolutionaries was contrary to the fundamental Marxist principle that the working class can only be liberated by its own efforts. For many years Trotsky acted mainly as an independent social democratic publicist, identifying with neither wing of the party but using his influence in the direction of restoring unity. In Munich he became a friend of Parvus, a Russian Jew who had settled in Germany and belonged to the left wing of the German Social Democrats, and who is regarded as the true forerunner or originator of the theory of permanent revolution. His view was that the democratic revolution in Russia would bring to power a social democratic government which would of necessity endeavor to continue the revolutionary process towards socialism. Trotsky adopted this idea and expounded it in the light of the 1905 revolution. Generalizing from that event, he stated that as the Russian bourgeoisie was so weak the coming revolution must be headed by the proletariat and therefore would not stop at the bourgeois stage. Russia's economic backwardness meant that the bourgeois revolution would be immediately followed by a socialist revolution. But, while in the first stage the proletariat would be supported by the peasantry, in the socialist revolution it would have the mass of small owners against it. Being a minority in Russia, the proletariat would not be able to maintain itself in power unless aided by a socialist revolution in the West, but it was to be expected that the revolutionary process would spread promptly from Russia to Europe and to the rest of the world. Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution thus rested on the two propositions, which he frequently repeated in the coming years, that the bourgeois revolution in Russia would evolve continuously into a socialist one and that this would touch off a conflagration in the West. If it did not, the Russian Revolution could not survive, as the proletariat would have to contend with overwhelming opposition from the peasant masses. Until April RGR7, Lenin did not believe that the first revolution would immediately develop into the second, and he contested Parvis's view that a social democratic government would come to power in the first stage. Such a government could not last, he wrote in April 1905, because only a revolutionary dictatorship supported by the vast majority of the people can be at all durable. The Russian proletariat, however, is at present a minority of the population in Russia. The Social Democrats should therefore reckon on sharing power with the peasantry, which in its entirety was interested in overthrowing the autocracy, but not on an immediate transition to socialism. On the other hand, Lenin wrote before the R905 revolution that the dictatorship of the proletariat must be a dictatorship against and over the entire class of peasant proprietors. This is clearly expressed in his notes on Plekhanov's second draft of the party program. The concept of dictatorship is incompatible with positive recognition of outside support for the proletariat. If we really knew positively that the petty bourgeoisie will support the proletariat in the accomplishment of the proletariat's, revolution, it would be pointless to speak of a dictatorship, for we would then be fully guaranteed so overwhelming a majority that we could get on very well without a dictatorship. The recognition of the necessity for the dictatorship of the proletariat is most closely and inseparably bound up with the thesis of the Communist Manifesto that the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class. The more indulgence we show, in the practical part of our program, towards the small producer, the more strictly must we treat these unreliable and double-faced social elements in the theoretical part of the program, without sacrificing one iota of our standpoint. Now then, we say, if you adopt this standpoint of ours you can count on indulgence of every kind, but if you don't, well then don't get angry with us. Under the dictatorship we shall say about you, there is no point in wasting words where the use of power is required. In accordance with these views, Lenin wrote in Revision of the Agrarian Program in 1906 that, the nearer the peasant uprising is to victory, the more likely is the peasant proprietor to turn against the proletariat, the more necessary is it for the proletariat to have its independent organization. The rural proletariat must organize independently together with the town proletariat to fight for the complete socialist revolution. The program must therefore contain a precise definition of the next step the movement can and should take to consolidate the peasants' gains and to pass from the victory of democracy to the direct proletarian struggle for socialism. At the party's unity congresses in April 1906, Lenin clearly took the view that peasant resistance would defeat the revolution if there were not, as he was sure there would be, a proletarian uprising in the West. The Russian Revolution can achieve victory by its own efforts, but it cannot possibly hold and consolidate its gains by its own strength. It cannot do this unless there is a socialist revolution in the West. Without this condition, restoration is inevitable, whether we have municipalization, or nationalization, or division of the land, for under each 411. And every form of possession and property the small proprietor will always be a bulwark of restoration. After the complete victory of the democratic revolution, the small proprietor will inevitably turn against the proletariat, and the sooner the common enemies of the proletariat and of the small proprietors, such as the capitalists, the landlords, the financial bourgeoisie and so forth, are overthrown, the sooner will this happen. Our democratic republic has no other reserve than the socialist proletariat in the West. This shows clearly how far Stalin exaggerated when he spoke later of a basic antagonism between Leninism and the theory of permanent revolution. Stalin maintained against Trotsky that, in the first place, this theory implied distrust of the peasants as a revolutionary force, suggesting that as a class they would be enemies of the proletariat in the socialist revolution. Secondly, Trotsky called in question the possibility of building socialism in one country and did not believe that the revolution could preserve its achievement in Russia without an upheaval in the West. On both points, according to Stalin, Lenin, and Trotsky were totally opposed from the outset. But in fact Lenin held before 1917, and was by no means alone in doing so, that even a democratic revolution in Russia, let alone a socialist one, could not maintain itself without a socialist revolution in the West. Lenin stressed the need to organize the rural proletariat, i.e. the landless peasants, whose interests, he believed, coincided with those of the town workers and who would therefore support a socialist revolution, but he realized before 191-7 that the entire peasantry would turn against the proletariat at the second stage. Finally, Lenin thought that although the first stage could not lead to a socialist government, it would inaugurate the direct proletarian struggle for socialism. The theory of permanent revolution was contrary to Lenin's views only insofar as it suggested that the first stage would lead at once to rule by the proletariat or its party. It was only later, when Lenin based his tactics on the class struggle in the countryside and put forward the doctrine of a dictatorship of the proletariat and the rural poor, that he was compelled to oppose a policy based on the theory of an unbridgeable gulf between the proletariat and the peasantry as a whole. The theory of the party, the national question, and the relationship of the proletariat to the bourgeoisie and the peasantry on these 3 points, even before the revolution of 1905, Leninism took shape as a new formation within the socialist movement, although its novelty was not at first perceived by Lenin himself. Leninism envisaged a socialist movement allied with the peasantry but not with the urban bourgeoisie. The proletariat was to organize itself for a democratic revolution in a semi-feudal country, in the hope of first sharing democratic power with the peasantry and then initiating the struggle for socialism and a proletarian dictatorship against the bourgeoisie and the peasant proprietors. In all this the proletariat was to act under the leadership of the party, the true keeper of the proletariat's consciousness, which, while it sought the workers' support, considered itself proletarian not by reason of that support but because of its scientific understanding of society. It was to be a centralized, hierarchical party, built around a core of professional revolutionaries, and in its tactics and ideology independent of the empirical proletariat. Its task was to exploit all elements and forms of opposition and to channel all the energies, whether national, social, religious, or intellectual, directed against the ancien regime, but to use them for its own purposes and not to identify with them. Thus it supported the liberal opposition to the tsardom even though its own future intent was to destroy liberalism. It supported the peasants against the relics of feudalism, although its ultimate purpose was to deprive the peasants of the right to own land. It supported religious sectarians against orthodox persecution, although it professed atheism and intended to do away with religious prejudices. It supported national movements and aspirations to independence insofar as they helped to disrupt the empire, although its own purpose was to abolish national states altogether. In short, it set out to make use of all destructive energies aimed against the present system, while intending eventually to destroy, as separate social forces, all the groups that embodied those energies. The party was to be a kind of universal machine, uniting social energies from every source into a single current. Leninism was the theory of that machine, which, aided by an extraordinary combination of circumstances, proved effective beyond all expectation and changed the history of the world. 17. Philosophy and politics in the Bolshevik movement. 1. Factional struggles at the time of the 1905 revolution. The effects of the Second Congress were felt throughout the remaining life of the Russian Social Democratic movement. It became clear soon after the Congress that Lenin could not, as he had hoped, use the small majority he had gained in its latter stage to achieve control over the party. This was mainly because of Plekhanov's treachery. The Congress had appointed an editorial board for the party journal. This body, which was at that time practically independent of the Central Committee and often more important in practice, consisted of Plekhanov, Lenin, and Martov, while the rest of the minority Axelrod, Verezay-Sulich, and Patrusov were eliminated on a motion by Lenin. Martov, however, declined to function on the board as thus constituted, while Plekhanov broke with the Bolsheviks a few weeks later and, by the weight of his authority, succeeded in reconstituting the board with all 4 Menshevik members. This caused Lenin in his turn to resign. From then on Iskra became a Menshevik organ, and it was a year before the Bolsheviks were able to found one of their own. The Congress was the occasion for an avalanche of articles, pamphlets, books, and leaflets in which the newborn factions exchanged insults and charges of disloyalty, intrigue, misappropriation of party funds, etc. Lenin's book One Step Forward, Two Steps Back was the most powerful piece of artillery fired in this campaign. It analyzed all the important votes at the Congress, defended the centralist idea of the party, and branded the Mensheviks as opportunists. In Iskra, on the other hand, articles by Plekhanov, Axelrod, and Martov accused the Bolsheviks of bureaucratic centralism, intolerance, Bonapartism, and plotting to subordinate genuine working-class interests to those of professional revolutionaries from the intelligentsia. Each side leveled the same charge against the other, that its policy was not a true expression of proletarian interests, but the charge missed its mark, as they meant different things by proletariat. The Mensheviks had in mind an actual movement by actual workers, whom it was the party's role to assist to victory. To Lenin the actual, spontaneous workers' movement was by definition a bourgeois phenomenon, while the true proletarian movement was defined by the supremacy of proletarian ideology, that is to say of Marxism in its Leninist interpretation. The Bolsheviks and Mensheviks continued to be, in theory, sections of a single party. The breach inevitably affected the party in Russia, but it was less evident there, as many leaders regarded the Migral squabbles as off little account, while working-class Social Democrats had hardly heard of them. The two factions jostled for influence in the underground organization and formed committees on every hand, while Lenin and his supporters pressed for a fresh Congress to be held as soon as possible, to heal the split which was paralyzing party action. Meanwhile Lenin created the organizational and ideological basis of the Bolshevik faction with the aid of new leaders and theorists such as Bogdanov, Lunacharsky, Bonkbruyevich, Vorovsky, and others. The 1905 revolution came as a surprise to both factions, neither of which had anything to do with the first spontaneous outbreak. Of the Migrals who returned to Russia, Trotsky, who did not belong to either group, played the most important part. He made his way to St. Petersburg at once, while Lenin and Martov did not return till November 1905, after the proclamation of an amnesty. The first stage of the revolution was linked with the formation, by the Petersburg workers, of trade unions that were in fact organized by the police, as if to confirm Lenin's warning of what would happen to the working class left to itself. The unions, however, which were under the patronage of Zubetov, chief of the Moscow Okhrana, got out of hand from the point of view of their organizers. Father Gapon, who took seriously his role as a leader of the working class, became a revolutionary as the result of Bloody Sunday, when the police fired on a crowd of peaceful demonstrators at the Winter Palace. This event touched off the crisis which was already coming to a head owing to defeats in the war with Japan, strikes in Poland, and peasant revolts. In April 1905 Lenin summoned a Bolshevik Congress in London which proclaimed itself to be a Congress of the whole party and, for a time, set the seal on its division, passing anti-Menshevik resolutions and electing a purely Bolshevik Central Committee. However, as the revolution progressed, members of both factions in Russia cooperated with one another, and this helped towards a rapprochement. The spontaneous workers' movement created new bodies in the shape of workers' councils. Bolsheviks inside Russia at first distrusted these as non-party organs which could not possess true revolutionary consciousness. Lenin, however, soon recognized them as the nucleus of workers' power in the future, and instructed his followers to join them and do their best to control them politically. In October 1905 the Tsar issued a manifesto promising a constitution, civil liberty, freedom of speech and assembly, and an elected parliament, the Duma. All the social democratic groups and the S.R.S. denounced these promises as fraudulent and boycotted the elections. In the last 2 months of 1905 the revolution reached its peak. The revolt of the Moscow workers was suppressed in December. Bloody repressions followed in all the revolutionary centers of Russia, Poland, and Latvia, while reactionary bands inspired mass terror and pogroms. For some time after large-scale revolts were put down, local outbreaks and acts of violence took place and were stamped out by the authorities. Despite this ebb of the revolutionary tide, Lenin at first hoped for an early renewal of the struggle, but he finally accepted the need to work within the reactionary system, and stood out for social democratic participation in the elections to the Third Duma in mid-1907. On that occasion, he was opposed by a majority of his own group, but supported by the Mensheviks. As a result of the revolution, the Social Democratic Party was formally reunited. At the Stockholm Congress in April 1906 the Mensheviks had a considerable majority, but the old names were retained. Organizational unity was restored in a form that lasted for the next 6 years, until Lenin brought about a final split in 1912. Ideological and tactical unity, however, were still lacking. The basic differences and mutual accusations continued, although for a time Lenin used less crude and insulting terms about the Mensheviks than previously. Each group interpreted the results of the revolution as a confirmation of its own theories. Lenin argued that it was clear that the bourgeoisie was ready to come to terms with the Tsardom in return for trifling concessions and was more afraid of a popular revolution than of the autocracy. The revolution had also shown, he contended, that the only force that could be counted on besides the proletariat was the peasantry, which at this stage was the natural ally of the Social Democrats. Some Mensheviks, on the other hand, thought the revolution had failed because in its second phase the proletariat had been isolated by the excessive radicalism of its demands, which had alienated the bourgeoisie instead of turning it to account as an ally. Trotsky was led by the events of 1905 to formulate his theory of permanent revolution more precisely, arguing that a Russian revolution must at once evolve into a socialist phase and that it could touch off a socialist upheaval in the West. Thus in the post-revolutionary period the old divisions remained and new problems confronted the two factions, who reacted according to their respective ideas. The Mensheviks were much more inclined to make use of the new parliamentary opportunities. Lenin's followers at first held out for a boycott, and when they finally agreed to be represented in the Duma they treated it as a sounding board for revolutionary propaganda and not an instrument of social reform. The Mensheviks, though they took part in armed clashes during the revolution, regarded an armed uprising as a last resort and were more interested in other forms of struggle, whereas to Lenin an uprising and the conquest of power by violence were the only possible way of achieving revolutionary aims. He was scandalized by Plekhanov's words "we should not have taken up arms," and quoted them repeatedly to show what an opportunist the Mensheviks' ideological leader was. The Mensheviks favored the most decentralized forms of government in the future republican state, and for this reason among others they proposed to make over confiscated lands to local government authorities, arguing that nationalization would mean strengthening the central power, which would be in the hands of the bourgeoisie. Lenin held to the plan for nationalization, i.e. not the confiscation of peasant land, or rural collectivization, but the transfer of absolute rent to the state. In his view the post-revolutionary government would be one of the proletariat and peasantry, so the Menshevik argument had no force. Other Bolsheviks again, including the young Stalin, were for partitioning all the confiscated land. This was closest to what the peasants actually desired, and was finally inscribed in the program. The Mensheviks, both in and outside the Duma, were inclined towards tactical alliances with the cadets. Lenin denounced the cadets as lackeys of the Tsardom and preferred to work with the peasants, represented after 1905 chiefly by the labor group. The Mensheviks devised plans for a broad non-party organization of the proletariat in a general workers' congress, i.e. a nationwide system of Soviets, whereas to Lenin this meant eliminating the party and replacing it, horrible dictu, by the proletariat. He also violently attacked Axelrod, Lerin, and other advocates of the Workers' Congress, arguing that the Soviets were only of use for insurrectionary purposes. Soviets of workers' deputies and their unification are essential for the victory of the insurrection, but a victorious insurrection will inevitably create other kinds of organs. The next few years were filled with argument on these questions, especially the agrarian program and relations with the cadets. The Menshevik group was much more beset with doubts and was often irresolute in tactical matters, inclining to ascribe importance to legal institutions and broadly based proletarian organizations. Lenin wished the party to use every opportunity of legal activity, but to preserve its clandestine organization and to resist the blandishments of constitutionalism, parliamentarianism, and trade unionism. All legal forms must be subordinate to the eventual aim of seizing power by force. At the same time, Lenin was opposed to the SR policy of terrorism against individuals. He emphasized before 1905 that the party did not renounce terror as a matter of principle and that it was necessary in certain circumstances, but attacks on ministers and other public figures were premature and counterproductive, as they dissipated revolutionary forces and could not bring about any significant effect. In the latter part of the revolutionary period he crossed swords with the Mensheviks over expropriations, i.e. acts of armed robbery by terrorist groups for the purpose of replenishing party funds. The Mensheviks, and Trotsky, condemned this practice as unworthy and demoralizing, but Lenin defended it provided it was not exercised against individuals but against banks, trains, or state property. At the London Congress in the spring of 1907 expropriations were condemned by a Menshevik majority, against Lenin's opposition. The party's ranks were much depleted by the period of reaction. After the Unity Congresses in September 1906, Lenin estimated its numbers at over 100,000. The delegates at the Congress represented about 13,000 Bolsheviks and 18,000 Mensheviks. The Bund rejoined, bringing in 33,000 Jewish workers. To these were added 26,000 Polish and Lithuanian Social Democrats and 14,000 Latvians, yet Trotsky in 1910 estimated the total at only 10,000. However, despite repressions, the post-revolutionary situation offered much wider opportunities for legal activity. At the beginning of 1907 Lenin moved to Finland, whence he re-emigrated at the end of the year. He proclaimed a boycott of the elections to the Second Duma, but not all Social Democrats obeyed, and 35 were elected. After about 3 months the Second Duma, like the first, was dissolved, whereupon Lenin abandoned the boycott policy and sanctioned his followers' participation in the Third Duma, not for the sake of social reform but to expose the delusions of parliamentarianism and to push the peasant delegates in a revolutionary direction. A few months previously, anyone who opposed the boycott showed, according to Lenin, that he had no conception of Marxism and was an arrant opportunist. Now, anyone in favor of it was a self-confessed opportunist and ignoramus. Among the Bolsheviks there came into being a subgroup who criticized Altman from the left, and whom he dubbed Itzovists, i.e. recallists, for demanding the recall of the Social Democratic delegates from the Duma, while another group were nicknamed ultimatists because they drafted an ultimatum to be addressed by the party to its deputies, mostly Mensheviks, on pain of recall if they did not obey. The distinction between the two subgroups was not essential, but there was against Lenin a faction of revolutionary Bolsheviks who thought the party should have nothing to do with parliament but concentrate on direct preparation for the coming revolution. The most active member of this group, A. Bogdanov, had for years been Lenin's most faithful collaborator. He had played the main part in organizing Bolshevism inside Russia and can be regarded as the joint creator, with Lenin, of Bolshevism as a separate political movement. Among the other Itzovists or ultimatists were several intellectuals: Lunacharsky, Pokrovsky, Menzinsky, some of whom later reverted to Leninist orthodoxy. The tactical controversy with the Itzovists was intertwined in a curious fashion with a philosophical dispute which arose at this time in the Social Democratic camp and which drew from Lenin a treatise in defense of materialism, published in 1909. This dispute had a previous history which should be briefly described. Two new intellectual trends in Russia. At the turn of the century the Russian intelligentsia showed a marked tendency to abandon positivism, scientism, and materialism, which had for so long been the dominant modes of thought. The same trend was seen throughout Europe, in philosophy and social thought as in poetry, painting, and drama. The typical free-thinking Russian intellectual of the last quarter of the century believed that science had the answers to all questions of social and individual life, that religion was a collection of superstitions maintained by ignorance and deceit, that the biologist's scalpel had annihilated God and the soul, that human history was irresistibly impelled by progress, and that it was the task of the intelligentsia to support progress against autocracy, religion, and oppression of all kinds. Historical optimism, rationalism, and the cult of science were the keynotes of evolutionary positivism a la Spencer, reinforced by the tradition of 19th-century materialism. Russian Marxism in its first stage duly gave pride of place to these positivistic elements of the inherited worldview. To be sure, the second half of the 19th century was not only the 420 period of Chernyshevsky and Dobrolyubov, but also that of Dostoevsky and Solovyov. But the most dynamic and influential parts of the intelligentsia, and the great majority of the revolutionaries, whether populist or Marxist, accepted the rationalist and evolutionist catechism as a natural concomitant of their struggle against the Tsardom and the Church. In the early 1900s, however, this outlook began to give place to a variety of intellectual attitudes in which it is hard to distinguish any common feature except that they rejected the scientistic, optimistic, and collectivist ideals of the previous century. In addition to academic philosophy in the style of Kant or Hegel, new works by non-academic philosophers struck a religious, personalist, and anti-scientistic note. Many Western philosophers were translated, not only Wundt and Windelband but also Nietzsche, Bergson James, Avenarius, Mach, and even Husserl, together with Max Stimmer, the prophet of egocentric anarchism. In poetry symbolism and decadence flourished, and Russian literature was enriched by the names of Merezhkovsky, Zinaida Hippius, Bloch, Bryansov, Bunin, Vyacheslav Ivanov, and Bailey. Interest in religion, mysticism, oriental cults, and occultism was almost universal. Solovyov's religious philosophy experienced a revival. Pessimism, Satanism, apocalyptic prophecies, the search for mystic and metaphysical depths, love of the fantastic, eroticism, psychology and self-analysis, all these merged into a single modernistic culture. Merezhkovsky, with Berdiyev and Rezanov, brooded on the metaphysic of sex, and Minsky extolled Nietzsche, wrote religious poems, and cooperated with the Bolsheviks. Ex-Marxists returned to the Christian faith of their ancestors, a generation which had identified an interest in religion with obscurantism and political reaction gave place to a generation which regarded scientific atheism as a symbol of naive, narrow-minded optimism. In 1903 there appeared Problems of Idealism, a collection of essays many of whose authors had recently been Marxists, but which condemned Marxism and materialism for their moral nihilism, contempt of personality, determinism, and fanatical pursuit of social values regardless of the individuals who made up society. They also attacked Marxism for its uncritical worship of progress and sacrifice of the present to the future. No ethical 421 system, Berdiyev claimed, could be based on a materialist worldview, since ethics presupposed the Kantian distinction between what is and what ought to be. Moral norms cannot be deduced from experience, and the experimental sciences are therefore useless to ethics. For these norms to be valid there must be an intelligible world in which they have their being, other than the world of experience, and their validity also presupposes the free, noumenal nature of man. Moral consciousness thus postulates freedom, the existence of God, and the immortality of the soul. Positivism and utilitarianism cannot provide man with absolute criteria of value. Bulgakov attacked materialism and positivism on the ground that they failed to solve metaphysical puzzles, regarded the world and human existence as the work of chance, denied freedom, and offered no criteria of moral value. The world and man's presence in it were only intelligible in the light of faith in the divine harmony, and social commitment could be based on nothing but a sense of religious duty. Only when our acts are given meaning by their relation to divinity can we speak of true self-realization and the integration of personality, which is the supreme human value. Most of the authors of Problems of Idealism were agreed in holding that the validity of legal or moral norms presupposes a non-empirical world and that self-realization must not be sacrificed to the demands of society, since personality is an intrinsic and absolute value. Novgorodtsev emphasized the need for law to be based on a priori norms of justice. Struve criticized the ideal of equality in the sense of universal leveling and the elimination of personal differences. Most of the writers, especially S. L. Frank, invoked Nietzsche to support their personalist views, scanning his philosophy for condemnation of moral utilitarianism, eudaimonism, slave morality, and the sacrifice of personal creativity to the welfare of the masses. Struve, Berdyaev, Frank, and Askoldov all in some degree endorsed Nietzsche's attacks on socialism as a philosophy of mediocrity and the values of the herd. All regarded socialist ideals as designed to stamp out personal values for the sake of man as an abstraction. All were skeptical of historical laws and criteria of progress derived from empirical history without the benefit of a priori moral norms, and all saw in socialism the 422 prospect of abstract collective values tyrannizing over personality. Problems of Idealism was an important event in Russian cultural history, not because its ideas were especially novel but because it was a concerted attack on all the intellectual and moral stereotypes which the progressive intelligentsia had derived from 19th-century evolutionism and utilitarianism, and because it criticized Marxism not from the populist point of view, still less that of conservative orthodoxy, but from that of the most up-to-date, neo-Kantian, or Nietzschean philosophy. The key concepts that were accepted by revolutionists of every shade, and the main historiosophical dogmas of the progressive intellectuals, were challenged by men who until recently had, at least to some extent, regarded them as their own. Atheism, rationalism, evolutionism, the categories of progress and causality, and the premises of collectivist morality, all these, it was claimed, did not represent the victory of reason over superstition but were symptoms of intellectual poverty. The new critics brought into the light of day everything in Marxism and socialism that was contrary to freedom and personal values, all doctrinaire schemes that enslaved the present to the future and self-realization to collective ideals. At the same time, without being fully aware of it, they brought to light the conflict between the absolute value of the individual and his development, and the desire for social change, a conflict especially obvious when the individual was extolled on Nietzschean lines. The Marxists, who regarded Problems of Idealism as nothing but a manifestation of bourgeois liberalism, were quick to emphasize those elements of the new movement which could be regarded as glorifying egocentrism or the morality of the Herrenmensch who despises the sufferings and aspirations of the masses. Lyubov Axelrod, who at this time was, with Plekhanov, the most vigorous defender of traditional Marxist philosophy, published in Zarya, under the pseudonym Orthodox, an exhaustive criticism of the new ideas from this point of view. She was able, as Lenin generally was not, to summarize the opposing arguments in a sober, factual manner. Her reply, however, consists mainly of repeating hallowed formulas and trying to show that the cult of personal values as preached by Berdyaev, Frank, and Bulgakov is a glorification of egoism and a dissolvent of social obligation. Rehearsing the Marxist attack on religion as an instrument of oppression and inequality, she lays stress on the link between historical and philosophical materialism. In this as in all other respects she was a disciple of Plekhanov. The question was a live one in Marxist controversy. Max Zetterbaum had recently published a series of articles in Die Neue Zeit arguing that historical materialism did not involve any particular ontological position and was compatible with Kantian transcendentalism. This view, popular among German and Austrian Marxists, was of course anathema to Plekhanov and Orthodox. The mechanistic outlook, as she writes, is an integral interpretation of the world which includes pre-human history as well as that of mankind. There is room in it for a rational concept of progress. What is historically progressive is whatever tends towards the preservation of society and of individuals. There is no basic difference between the study of human history and the natural sciences. Social science is just as objective and just as much concerned with laws and repeatable phenomena as physical science. This summary and oversimplified reply was made easier by the fact that the authors of the work criticized did not profess to be Marxists and defended idealism under its own name. It was harder to deal with those social democrats who were led astray by the new heresy and tried to combine the Marxist tradition with a socialist philosophy based on subjectivist trends, and in particular on the empiriocritical brand of epistemology. It is noteworthy that while attempts were also made in the West to graft empiriocriticism onto Marxism, it is only in Russia that one can speak of a whole school of philosophers of this way of thinking, who exercised appreciable influence though only for a short time. Unlike many Western revisionists, this school did not contend that Marxism was philosophically neutral and could be combined with any epistemological theory, but sought, on the contrary, to adopt a philosophy in harmony with Marxist social theory and revolutionary strategy. In the same way as their orthodox critics, they endeavored to create an integral picture of the world in which a particular philosophical doctrine, and no other, would provide a basis for historical materialism and the theory of the revolution. In this respect they shared in the doctrinaire spirit which prevailed among Russian social democrats. What attracted them in empiriocritical philosophy was its scientistic and anti-metaphysical rigorism and its activistic approach to epistemology. Both these characteristics seemed well in accord with the iconoclastic attitude of Marxism towards inherited philosophical systems, and with the revolutionary orientation of the Bolshevik wing of Russian social democracy. 3. Empiriocriticism. This term is associated with a fairly large number of philosophers and physicists, chiefly in Germany and Austria, among whom the most prominent names are those of Ernst Mach and Richard Avenarius. The two men worked independently of each other and their conclusions were not identical, but their thinking ran on similar lines although expressed in different terms. The objective that Avenarius set himself was to demolish all philosophical concepts and explanations that turn the world into a mystery by postulating a difference between the phenomena we perceive and the true reality which lies beneath or beyond them. Above all, he sought to refute epistemological idealism, which derived from the distinction between mental impressions and inaccessible things in themselves. He also held that all agnostic doctrines were based on the same false distinction. If his ideas were fairly often interpreted, by Wundt among others, as a new variety of subjectivism or even immanentism, this was due partly to a certain inconsistency in his argument and partly to the extreme complexity of his language, which bristles with neologisms and endeavors to make a clean sweep of all the traditional abstractions of philosophy. The error which causes us to distinguish between the contents of the mind and the thing itself, or between the subject's interior and the object, this error, leading to all the aberrations of idealism and agnosticism, is due to an instinctive process which Avenarius calls introjection. If we examine our perceptions without any philosophical prepossession, we do not find them mysterious. Philosophy, however, persists in telling us that our impression or sensation, for example when we touch a stone, is something other than the thing itself, and that the problem is how they are related to each other. If it were so, we could never find the answer, for there is no way of comparing the likeness with the original and seeing whether they agree, whatever this may precisely mean. But the question is a false one. We do not have to do with the thing and the impression separately, and if we dichotomize the world in this way, we condemn ourselves to barren speculation which can only result in our capitulating before the mystery of a world concealed by a veil of sensations, or embracing the idealist delusion that the world is nothing but a medley of mental states. Projection I.e. the mental process by which, as it were, we take in physical objects in the form of subjective images or reflections is due to a false, though historically inevitable, interpretation of our relations with the world. Since we rightly presume that other people's mental experience is similar to ours, and since we thus treat them as experiencing subjects and not as automata, we attribute to them a mental interior similar to our own, a sort of container for their experiences, which we cannot ourselves directly perceive. Having thus dichotomized other people, we do the same for ourselves, treating our own perceptions as mental states caused by outside stimuli but different from them. We thus divide the world into what is subjective and what is objective, and then speculate on how the two are related. Hence, in due course, the distinction between the body and the immaterial soul, and all spiritualist and religious illusions. But the mistake of introjection can be avoided. I can recognize that another person is a cognizant subject like myself without making a distinction between his or my for interior and that which is external. Once we shake off the illusion that we have an inner consciousness in which external objects are mysteriously present objects which exist independently of the fact that they are given, but which we cannot know in any other way, we are freed from all the traditional questions and categories of philosophy, the disputes between realism and spiritualism, and the insoluble problems inherent in the notions of substance, force, and causality. However, the removal of the delusion does not solve the question of the act of cognition, which in the ordinary sense implies a distinction between the knower and the known. This relationship must now be defined in terms free from the error of introjection. The critique of introjection is the negative aspect of Avenarius's thought. Its positive counterpart is the idea of principal coordination. The content of my experience includes things, other people, and also myself, for the self that I experience directly is present in the same way as a thing, i.e. as the known and not the knower. It is not a subjective interior transforming things into copies of themselves. At the same time, the self is irremovably present in experience as a relatively permanent part of it, and principal coordination is the name given to the permanent conjunction of the term and counter-term of experience, which are equipollent and combined in such a way that neither is prior to the other. The central term is each separate human being, and the counter-term, i.e. what was formerly called the object of experience, is numerically identical for any number of central terms. Different people, in other words, perceive the same object. The counter-term does not multiply itself to match the number of subjects, and this rules out epistemological idealism. By removing the possibility of idealism and solipsism, we also eliminate the problem of the thing in itself hiding behind phenomena, for this would imply a counter-term that is not a counter-term since it is not given, and would therefore be self-contradictory. Principal coordination does not, Avenarius continues, affect the sense we ascribe to scientific knowledge, for when we address ourselves to any object we create a situation of coordination, i.e. we include that object in a cognitive combination. We may think, for instance, that we are asking what the world was like when there was no one to perceive it, but in fact we are adding an imaginary observer to the scene and asking what the world would have been like then. We cannot raise a question about any part of the universe without embracing it in our act of inquiry and thus making it a counter-term of experience. We may say, and this is probably what Avenarius intended, that the act of inquiry cannot be eliminated from the content of the question, and therefore the situation of questioning is an instance of principal coordination. It is impossible to put a question concerning independent being, for the very act of uttering it establishes a dependence. To ask about being in itself is to ask how we can know the world without creating a cognitive situation, that is to say without knowing it. In this sense all the traditional questions of epistemology and metaphysics, as posed by Descartes, Locke, Kant, and their successors, are seen to be wrongly framed and meaningless. If human cognitive activity is understood in this light, Avenarius claims, its true biological significance becomes plain. Cognition is a form of behavior comprising the reactions of the body to stimuli which constantly disturb our biological equilibrium, and the reactions have no other purpose than to restore it. Cognition, being simply a biological reaction, is not concerned with truth in any transcendental sense or with discovering how things really are. The predicates true and false do not belong to components of experience, like pleasant and painful, good and bad, beautiful and ugly. They are related to a particular interpretation of experience, they are characters and not elements. Human ideas about the world, whether philosophical doctrines or religious beliefs, are to be interpreted biologically and not in relation to truth. They can without exception be genetically understood as the response of individuals or communities to needs occasioned by changes in the environment. This does not mean that the content of my knowledge is not valid for all mankind. Some features of biological existence are universal, and so therefore are certain truths enunciated by human beings, but this universality refers to the human species and not to any transcendental validity of knowledge. From the purely biological point of view, cognition is of course possible, but not a theory of it which would entitle us to claim that our knowledge is true objectively, i.e. independently of the act of cognition. Although it was Avenarius's object to free philosophy from the dualism of mind and matter by reducing all being to experience in which the self and the object are present on equal terms, he was unable to avoid drawing conclusions that brought him under suspicion of subjectivism or inconsistency. If the self is not a subject but is something known, and if the central term is inseparable from any account of experience, in what does the act of knowing consist? It would appear to be an experience which is nobody's, a situation in which something is given not to anyone in particular but in general, an act of perception without a percipient. If I say that I see something or other, this statement comprises me as a grammatical and epistemological subject and implies that I, as the cognizant subject, am not on a par with the other components of the perceptual field, otherwise it would be truer to say that something is perceived than that I perceive it. But Avenarius's explanation is not clear. How could the category of subject be banished from the account of experience, and what is the difference between the central term of the Empiria critics and the subject in the ordinary sense? If we hold to the view that the self is only a component of the perceptual field, it is not clear why principal coordination happens at all, i.e. why the self must be present in every act of experience. It is in fact hard to reconcile the two fundamental categories of introjection and principal coordination. The critique of introjection is intended to do away with the subject as a superfluous construction and with the distinction between subjective and objective being. Experience is left as an ontologically neutral zone, whose relation to being in itself cannot be meaningfully inquired into. Epistemological aspirations are relinquished, and science is left to deal with its problems as they are, without ontological interpretation. This is how Mach understood the matter. If, however, we also adopt the theory of principal coordination, the subject, under a different name, reappears as a separate category, whose inevitable presence in experience can only be understood on the supposition that it is the knower and not the known, yet Avenarius rejects this supposition. If we accept both parts of his interpretation, the result may easily lead us into an absurdity. The self, as a component of experience on the same footing as things, is for some unintelligible reason the condition of the appearance of all its other components. The inadmissibility of this is clear when Avenarius identifies the central term of coordination with the human nervous system so that the latter, a physical object, is the condition of the presence of all other physical objects. Avenarius does not, of course, state this absurd conclusion, but it is hard to see how it can be avoided if both his basic tenets are maintained. A second fundamental difficulty, to which Naderp and especially Husserl drew attention, is that of the physiological interpretation of cognitive values combined with the recognition of scientific knowledge as true in the everyday sense. If, as Avenarius says, truth is not part of experience but is a secondary interpretation of it, the whole purpose of scientific knowledge is reduced to biological utility. On this purely pragmatic view, what is true is that which it is advantageous to accept in given conditions. Some truths may be universally valid, but this only means that they are advantageous in all circumstances because of the unaltering features of human species life. But at the same time Avenarius bases his biological interpretation of knowledge on observations of the physiology of perception. He accepts these as valid or true in the everyday sense, and thus seems to fall into a petitio principii. Hence, Husserl argued, the whole idea of biological epistemology is an impossibility. We cannot find the meaning of all experience on the basis of certain particular data of experience which we tacitly regard as true in the ordinary sense. Avenarius sought to explode all the traditional questions of philosophy by doing away with subjectivity as a superfluous construction, without which these questions would not arise. But his doctrine of principal coordination thwarts the attempt and introduces a major inconsistency into the whole theory. The real achievement of his critique, for which the theory of coordination is unnecessary, is to show the insuperable difficulties of treating the content of perception as consisting of copies or images of objects that are independent of the perceptual situation. His intention was to restore to cognitive acts their natural character, unblurred by philosophical speculation. In the natural conception of the world there was, in his view, no dichotomy between mind and matter, and cognition was not a process of storing images of things into a mental container. The critique of introjection was not meant to be a discovery of something new but a return to the naive, immediate view of the world, in which cognitive acts would recover their true biological meaning. It was also in accordance with the basic principle of intellectual economy. In Avenarius's view, as in that of Mach, the principle of economy was not a general law of physics, as in Maupertuis, but signified, as in Spencer's philosophy, that any living organism, including the human brain, acts so as to attain its object with the minimum output of energy. The whole history of human thought exemplified this. The capital 43 degreesization of knowledge proceeded by increasingly far-reaching generalizations and increasingly efficient ways of recording and transmitting acquired information. All abstract ideas were instruments of this process, so were human speech and writing, the laws of science, and the methods of mathematics. Scientific laws did not purport to reflect any particular facts in their every detail, but to express recurrent aspects of phenomena that were of biological importance. They were shortcuts which saved effort in the manipulation of things. Metaphysical categories like thing, substance, spirit, and matter were byproducts of the same activity. They were useful in so far as they denoted certain relatively permanent combinations of qualities in experience, but when petrified in language our imagination was apt to treat them as metaphysical entities. The task of science, in accordance with the principle of economy, was to purge experience of such superfluous constructions. Mach's philosophy is not open to the same charge of inconsistency as that of Avenarius, since it contains no equivalent of the principle of coordination. Mach was an experimental physicist and a historian of physics. He had a stronger sense than Avenarius of the relativity of knowledge, and did not believe in a one-way process of purifying experience so as to achieve a definitive, uniform scientific world picture. He regarded science as a biological instrument of the human species, developing in accordance with the principle of economy, and equally provisional and relative at each successive stage. Like Avenarius, he took a pragmatic view of cognition, whether pre-critical perception or scientific hypotheses. This conception of knowledge left no room for metaphysics. The world consisted of collections of various qualities, which showed varying degrees of permanence and changed in a more or less predictable manner. These qualities or elements, perceived without prepossession, had no ontological significance. They were in themselves neither mental nor material. Considered in relation to the human body they were sensations, while in their interdependence they appeared as things. These, however, were secondary interpretations. Experience itself did not require us to attribute any ontological status to colors, sounds, pressures, time, or space. The actual content of knowledge, including the laws of science, comprised nothing that was not in experience. The purpose of 43.1. Science was to select, classify, and record concisely the results of experience, in accordance with the biological needs of the human species, and to facilitate manipulation and prediction. Truth in the transcendental sense was a superfluous addition and introduced nothing of value. All knowledge was experiential in origin and content, except for those parts of mathematics that were purely tautological and gave no information about the world. On this point Mach was faithful to the Humean tradition. All knowledge consists of the description of experience and of analytical judgments. There is no necessity in it except of a linguistic kind. There are no synthetic a priori judgments. Mach's ideas were basically a new version of Humean positivism, intended to free the human mind of an encumbering load of concepts, questions, and distinctions that were not rooted in experience but owed their existence to the inertia of language. He was not a subjectivist, treating material qualities as mental states, but sought to outlaw questions of the relationship between mental images and things in themselves, as the concepts they implied were not part of experience and were the fruit of philosophical prejudice. The world as man perceived it was selected and organized in a certain way under the pressure of biological needs. Although its primary features were found in experience, and although science, properly conceived, could add nothing to them, it could arrange experience by means of abstract concepts and laws so that the whole universe appeared under the aspect of a certain order. This order, however, was the work of human selection and was, in this sense, of our own making. If we try to identify the common intention of Avenarius, Mach, and the many philosophers and physicists who thought like them, we find it to consist in a form of scientism and positivism, closely related to modernistic European culture. In their opposition to metaphysical preconceptions, whether materialist or religious, the Empiria critics sought to return to a direct, spontaneous, unphilosophical outlook on the world, to restore to man his natural status as a cognitive being, freed from the abstract constructions of philosophy and religion and from the jugglery of language. They also held that the order of the universe which knowledge displays to us is not a real order to be passively apprehended but is a product of man's adaptive 43-2. Power. The return to nature and the idea that man is responsible for the order of the external world are characteristic of the intellectual life of the time. The anti-metaphysical scientism of the Empiria critics, and their biological, pragmatic view of knowledge, attracted Marxists in search of a new and more thoroughgoing interpretation of the universe in accordance with the revolutionary spirit. 4. Bogdanov and the Russian Empiria critics. The principal Russian Empiria critics were the Bolsheviks Bogdanov, Lunacharsky, and Bazarov. There is, however, nothing specifically Bolshevik about their philosophy, although they themselves believed that their political and philosophical positions were closely connected. The same applies to the Mensheviks Yushkevich and Valentinov, and to the Sr. Viktor Chernov. All these were in search of a monistic philosophy embracing the whole of experience and practical politics, but in a different way from that of Engels and Plekhanov, which seemed to them naive, arbitrary, and unsupported by any analysis of the concepts they used. The output of the Marxist Empiria critics is enormous and has not as yet been fully studied. Bogdanov was certainly the most important of them, both as a philosopher and as a politician. He was a doctor by profession but a man of varied learning, versed in psychology, philosophy, and economics, a novelist and one of the most active Bolshevik organizers and ideologists. In all his work he was obsessed with the monistic quest for a philosophy containing the key to every problem and explaining everything by a single principle. Alexander Alexandrovich Bogdanov was born at Tula in 1873. He studied natural science at Moscow, and medicine at Kharkov until 1899. He was a populist until 1896, when he became a social democrat together with Bazarov. In 1897 he published a popular Marxist handbook of economics, of which Lenin wrote a highly favorable review. This work presented a conspectus of all economic systems in a catechetic form and did much to create the conventional schemata of economic history which became part and parcel of Marx-Idolorem-Leninism. In 1899, fascinated by the energism of Wilhelm Ostwald, he published Basic Elements. 433. Of the historical view of nature, which sought to construct a monistic worldview based on the concept of energy. In this work he displays the relativist tendency which he regarded as a cornerstone of Marxism. All truths are historical in the sense that they express man's biological and social situation. Truth is a matter of practical applicability, not objective validity. He later took the view that energism was only a certain way of observing the world, but did not explain the stuff it was made of and therefore could not satisfy the mind's monistic aspirations. Arrested in Moscow in 1899 and sentenced to exile, Bogdanov lived in Kalyuga and then Vologda until 1903. During this period he met Berdyaev, as well as Lunacharsky and other social democrat intellectuals. He was the inspirer and part author of a collective work of 1904 entitled An Outline of the Realist Worldview, An answer to problems of idealism. Other contributors were Lunacharsky, Vladimir Frich, Bazarov, and Suvorov. In 1904-06 Bogdanov published his three-volume magnum opus, Empirio-Monism, an attempt to adapt the epistemology of Mach and Avenarius to historical materialism. Bogdanov was a Bolshevik from 1903 onwards. Lenin, despite Bogdanov's heretical views on philosophy, maintained political ties with him for some years. He encouraged Lyubov Axelrod to write against empiria criticism, but did not himself join the fray until the philosophical deviationists also opposed his policy towards the Duma. After the split in the Social Democratic Party, Bogdanov was Lenin's chief lieutenant in St. Petersburg. From 1906 he worked to rebuild the United Organization there, and joined Lenin in Finland as one of the three Bolshevik members of the Central Committee. He opposed the participation of Social Democrats in the Duma elections, and was later an ultimatist. The left-wing Bolsheviks who, with different degrees of firmness, rejected legal methods and pressed for the continuation of a directly revolutionary policy after 1907 were all more or less adherents of the empiria-critical philosophy. In 1909 Bogdanov and his friends were expelled from the Bolshevik Center, and afterwards from the Central Committee. For a time the group published its own journal and, with financial help from Gorkaya, to Lenin's anxiety, sympathized with the unorthodox trend, founded a party school at Kopri as a center for the revival of revolutionary Bolshevism. The school functioned for some 434 months in 1909, and again at Bologna in 1910-1 Besides Bogdanov, its lecturers included Lunacharsky, Aleksinsky, Menzinsky, and occasionally Trotsky. Lenin was invited to give a lecture at the school, but declined. In 191 Bogdanov's group disintegrated and he turned to Russia for good. He continued to pour out philosophical writings, seeking more and more generalized formulas in which to express his monistic views. Together with other deviationists he published two collective works, Essays on the Philosophy of Marxism and Essays on the Philosophy of Collectivism. Among his own publications were The Decline of Fetishism, which analyzed fetishism in general terms as a cognitive and social phenomenon, The Philosophy of Living Experience, a popular account of empirio-monism, and Techtology, a universal organizational science. The last was an attempt to lay the basis of a universal science comprising philosophy, sociology, physics, and technology. It may be regarded as a forerunner of praxeology. In addition, Bogdanov published manuals of economics that were much reprinted, and several dissertations on proletarian culture. He pursued this with vigor after the revolution and was one of the chief ideologists of the institution known as Proletkult. During the war, Bogdanov served at the front as an army doctor. He did not rejoin the party. In 1926 he was appointed director of the Hematological Institute in Moscow, and 2 years later he died as the result of a transfusion experiment on himself. Even this had its philosophical bearing. Blood transfusion was, to him, a proof of the biological unity of mankind, and was thus linked with the collectivist outlook. An author who produced over 50 books and innumerable articles on all kinds of subjects could not be a philosopher of the first rank. He was also a bad writer. His principal work is diffuse, chaotic, vague, and repetitive. Nevertheless, he was the most influential expounder of proletarian philosophy, and for many years the whole Bolshevik party learned economics from his books. As a philosopher he was superior to Lenin in all respects: erudition, knowledge of his subject, independence of thought, and skill in formulating problems. He also appears to 435 have been an excellent organizer. He lacked, however, what Lenin possessed in full measure, the non-doctrinaire ability to change tactics in a new situation. Like most ideologists, he was too consistent for his own good. Bogdanov's empirio-monist philosophy is based on three main ideas. All spiritual and mental activities are instruments of life in the biological and social senses. Psychic and physical phenomena are alike from the ontic point of view. The life of the human race tends towards the integral harmony of all its manifestations. The first two ideas are found in Mach, but Bogdanov gives them a distinctive interpretation on the strength of which he calls his theory empirio-monism and not empiria-criticism. The third point is specifically connected with socialist doctrine. According to Bogdanov, Mach's philosophy supports Marxism inasmuch as they both treat cognitive processes as instruments of man's fight for existence, and reject the possibility of ideas not derived from experience. The objectivity of acts of cognition lies in the fact that they are valid for human societies and not only for the individual. This collective aspect distinguishes physical phenomena from subjective ones. The objective character of the physical world consists in the fact that it exists not for me personally but for all, and has for everyone a definite meaning, the same, I believe, as it has for me. Nature is collectively organized experience. Space, time, and causality are forms in which men coordinate their respective perceptions, but this coordination is not as yet complete. There are experiences, socially significant and with a social origin, which nevertheless conflict with other experiences. This is due to social antagonisms and the class division, which have the effect that human beings only understand one another within certain limits, while their discordant interests inevitably produce conflicting ideologies. In an individualistic society like ours, each person's experience centers on himself, whereas in primitive communist societies the self was merged in the community. In the society of the future it will be different again, when work is collectively organized and there will be no possibility of conflict between my own self and another's. Work is genetically prior to all other forms of community life. However, when the immediate expenditure of energy in the fight with nature is supplemented by organizational forms to increase the efficiency of labor, these call into being ideological instruments in eluding all modes of communication, language, abstract knowledge, emotions, customs, moral norms, laws, and arts. The ideological process constitutes all that part of social life that lies outside technical processes, beyond the immediate struggle of social man with external nature. Science is not an ideology, for it develops as an immediate organ of technology. Ultimately, however, all forms of collective spiritual life, whether ideological or scientific, are subservient to the struggle for existence and have no significance apart from their function in that struggle. This subordination of all forms of life to the requirements of technology and increased efficiency is not yet visible to all, on account of ideological delusions which keep alive countless metaphysical fetishes, but it is becoming visible to the proletariat, and in the future it will be common to all mankind. The technical value of products, replacing the fetish of exchange value, is the sum of the social energy of human labor crystallized in those products. The cognitive value of an idea is its power to increase the volume of social energy of labor by planning and organizing the forms of men's activity and the instruments they use. The moral value of human behavior consists in increasing the social energy of labor by harmoniously uniting and concentrating human activity and by organizing it in the direction of maximum solidarity. This purely pragmatic interpretation, according to which knowledge and the life of the mind generally are an assemblage of instruments whose ultimate purpose is to assist technical progress, leaves no room for the concept of truth in the traditional sense, i.e. the conformity of our judgments to independent reality. The natural world, in Bogdanov's view, is the result of the social organization of experience, and truth means utility in the struggle for existence. This attitude, he claims, is strictly scientific, as it sweeps away all the metaphysical fetishes that have deluded philosophers and common men over the centuries. Having reduced the universe to collective experience, and cognitive values to socially useful ones, we have no need of 437. Such categories as substance or thing in itself, or such specifications as spirit, matter, time, cause, force, etc. Experience contains nothing that answers to these concepts, and they are not required for the practical handling of objects. Bogdanov's critique of the thing in itself as a superfluity which can be eliminated from Kantian philosophy is based on a misunderstanding. Bogdanov and Mach, from whom he took this interpretation, appear to think that in Kant's view there is behind every phenomenal object a mysterious thing in itself to which we have no access. If it be removed, the phenomena remain as they were and nothing has been lost except a metaphysical construction. This, however, is a parody of Kant's thinking. What he held was that the phenomenon is the mode in which things appear, so that they are immediately accessible to us, but organized in a priori forms. If the thing in itself were removed, the phenomenon would be removed also. In short, the concept of a phenomenon must mean something quite different for Bogdanov and Mach than it does for Kant, but they do not explain this meaning. Mach's merit, according to Bogdanov, was that he broke with the dualism of mind and matter and introduced instead the concept of experience, in which phenomena appear as mental or physical according to whether we connect them with one another or relate them to our own modes. But Mach did not completely eradicate the dualism, as he retained these two aspects and did not explain why they should be different. The answer offered by expiriomonism is that the stuff of mental and physical phenomena is identical. There is no area of subjectivity in the universe, only the discordance between individual and collective experience, which is due to social causes and which history will in time remove. We come here to the obscurest part of Bogdanov's philosophy. He appears to be saying that our thoughts, feelings, perceptions, acts of will, etc. are made of the same material as water or stones, but that this material is in some sense ultimate and therefore cannot be defined, encompassing everything. It cannot be explained in terms of anything specific. In this respect, of course, Bogdanov's concept of experience is on a par with all fundamental categories in all monistic doctrines, including matter as understood by the materialists. Apart from this one's only the general idea that man's being is entirely a part of nature, that our subjectivity is no different in kind from the rest of the universe. In this sense the doctrine is a materialist one, i.e. it reduces man to the functions prescribed by his position in nature and regards him as wholly explicable within the natural order. But the matter becomes more complicated when Bogdanov tries to describe this identity in his nebulous theory of substitution. This theory involves a psychophysical parallelism, not on the basis that mental and physical phenomena are two aspects of a single process, for this involves the error of introjection, as though the body was the receptacle of the mind, but in the sense that there is a functional link between them analogous to that, for example, between the visual and tactile qualities of a single body. This is not a monism of substance, but a monism of the type of organization in accordance with which experience is systematized, a monism of the method of cognition. Within the field of uniform experience there is no problem of transition from inanimate to organic nature, for the whole of nature is an assemblage of homogeneous elements, and it is only our abstract thinking that calls parts of it inanimate, whereas they too are parts of our own life. This does not signify, however, that they have a psychical character, but that there is in them a substratum of which we know nothing specific but which is related to their physical aspect in the same way as mental phenomena are related to physiological ones in human beings. In human life physiological processes are the reflection of direct experiences, and not the other way about. Physiological life is the result of the collective harmonization of the external perceptions of a living organism, each of which is the reflection of a single complex of experiences in another organism. In other words, physiological life is the reflection of direct life in the socially organized experience of living subjects. Physical nature itself is derivative in relation to direct complexes which differ in their degree of organization. We must suppose that the world we perceive is of like nature to our experience, for otherwise we could not imagine the one affecting the other. We must therefore accept a kind of panpsychism, but without. 439. The assumption of different substances. Within the totality of experience, lower forms of organization corresponding to the inorganic world precede higher ones corresponding to the human mind, and in this sense the priority of nature vis-a-vis human existence remains valid. The following passage, though somewhat lengthy, is the most concise summary of Bogdanov's epistemology. The mental and the physical as forms of experience do not correspond to the concepts of mind and nature. The latter have a metaphysical sense and relate to things in themselves, but we, discarding metaphysical things in themselves as empty fetishes, place in their stead empirical substitution. This substitution, which originates in each man's recognition of the psyche of others, presupposes that the basis of the phenomena of physical experience consists of direct complexes organized in different degrees, including psychic complexes. In recognizing that the physiological processes of the higher nervous centers, as phenomena of physical experience, are the reflection of psychic complexes which can also be substituted for them, we also saw that all the physiological processes of life admit of the substitution of associative, i.e. psychic complexes, but in proportion as the physiological phenomenon is less complex and less highly organized, so also are the substitutes. We noted, further, that in the inorganic world outside physiological life empirical substitution still takes place, but the direct complexes that are to be substituted for inorganic phenomena have an organizational form that is not associative but of another, lower kind. They are not psychical combinations but are less definite, less complex, and at a lower level of organization, which in the lowest, limiting phase appears simply as a chaos of elements. Thus it is among the direct complexes that we substitute for physical experience that we must seek analogies for nature and mind in order to establish their mutual relation. But the very formulation of this question suggests the answer: nature, that is to say the inorganic and the simplest organic complexes, is genetically prior, while mind, i.e. the higher organic and associative complexes, and particularly those which constitute experience, are genetically secondary. Thus our viewpoint, although not materialist in the narrow sense, belongs to the same category as materialist systems. It is an ideology of productive forces, of the technical process. The obscurity and ambiguity of this philosophy is due to the 44 degrees fact that Bogdanov, unlike Mach, does not simply deny the validity of the metaphysical question but, having declared it to be meaningless, then proceeds to try and solve it, which he cannot do without contradiction. His starting point is a kind of collective subjectivism. The world is a correlative to the human struggle for existence, and it is no use ascribing any other meaning to it or inquiring as to its independent nature. Things are crystallizations of human projections, governed by practical ends. They make their appearance only within the horizon that biology determines for the human race. They are components of collective experience, which figures as the one absolute point of reference. Within the framework of this relativization, mental phenomena differ from physical ones only inasmuch as the latter are valid collectively and the former only for individuals. Having said this, Bogdanov then presents physiological phenomena as the reflection of mental processes, which does not make sense in terms of the previous distinction. He goes on to seek analogies in the field of inanimate nature and thus falls into a kind of panpsychism. He tells us that it is not really panpsychism, as it does not presuppose any substance, but he does not explain its true nature. As a result, we are unable to fathom the meaning he attaches to the priority of experience in relation to the distinction of mental and physical phenomena. He uses the term mental or psychical in at least 3 senses, though he appears not to be aware of this. Sometimes it means valid only for the individual, sometimes subjective in the ordinary sense, and sometimes reflected in physiological processes. This results in hopeless confusion, which there is little point in trying to remedy. Nonetheless, the main intention of Bogdanov's epistemology is clear: to do away with metaphysical fetishes, concepts without empirical correlates, and to preserve a strictly anthropocentric point of view in which the whole of reality is presented as the intentional correlate of human praxis. In this way he seeks to eliminate all substantial entities, especially matter and subject, and also time, space, causality, and force, as well as the concepts of truth and objectivity in the usual sense. The resulting picture, he claims, is strictly scientific, being free from metaphysics, and likewise humanistic, as it firmly relates all reality to human existence. In both respects this is in harmony with the intentions of Marxism, which is a scientistic, activistic. 44.1. and socially pragmatic philosophy, it has no need of the category of individual subjectivity or truth in a transcendental sense, and relates the whole universe to human labor, thus making man the creator and organizer of the world. This, in Bogdanov's judgment, is true not of any form of Marxism but only of that embodied in the Bolshevik movement. He and the other Russian Empiria critics believed that their activist epistemology was well attuned to the spirit of Bolshevism and to its general idea that the revolution would not break out of itself when economic conditions were ripe, but that it depended on the willpower of a group of organizers. Bogdanov, to whom organization was an obsession, used the term with equal freedom in regard to party matters and the principles of epistemology. Each of the Russian Empiria critics differed from the others in some respects. Some, like Valentinov, were strict Marxists, others devised variant names for their ideas, such as Bogdanov's Empirio-monism and Yushkevicius's Empirio-symbolism. However, they all agreed in emphasizing the anti-metaphysical, scientistic aspect of Marxism as opposed to the dualism of matter and subject, and in envisaging the world in terms of human social praxis. The same viewpoint of collective subjectivism dictated their interpretation of Marx's theses on Feuerbach. 5. The philosophy of the proletariat. Bogdanov endeavored to apply his theory directly to the prospect of socialism as a system under which all minds would at last share the same picture of the world, and even the separateness of the individual ego would disappear. The philosophical basis of proletarian culture was as follows. All human cognitive activity is directed to one end, namely man's success in the fight with nature. One can of course distinguish scientific activities, which are directly concerned with technical efficiency, from ideological ones, which perform the same function indirectly through the forms of social organization. This is not a distinction according to epistemological criteria of truth or falsehood, but only relates to the way in which the activities in question increase the productivity of labor. In both cases the principle holds good that truth is the living, organizing form of experience, it guides our activity and gives us a foothold in the battle for life. 44.2. In other words, the validity of the results of cognition does not consist in their being true in the usual sense, but in the help they afford in the struggle for survival. We thus reach a position of extreme relativism. Different truths may be useful in different historical situations, and it is quite possible that any truth is valid only for a particular epoch or social class. Nor is there any epistemological reason to distinguish truth from emotions, values, or social institutions, all of which are equally to be judged according to how far they strengthen man in his fight with nature. At the same time, we can speak of the viewpoint of one class being superior to another's, not as if it were true in an absolute sense but because the social forces it represents are more conducive to technical progress. According to Marx's theory, the division of labor led to the separation of organizational functions from executive ones, and in course of time to the division of classes. The managing class gradually ceased to perform any technical activity and became parasitic. Its ideology naturally mirrored the situation, evolving religious myths and idealist doctrines. Direct producers, on the other hand, are instinctively drawn to materialism, the technique of machine production, expressed in cognition, unfailingly produces a materialist outlook. The materialism of the progressive bourgeoisie expressed their link with technical progress, but, being the outlook of a privileged class, it could not do without various metaphysical fetishes. The materialism of the proletariat, however, rejected metaphysics and took a purely scientific view of the world. The word materialism was really a survival, and was appropriate to the new outlook only in the sense that it was anti-metaphysical and anti-idealist. The proletariat, as the class destined to sweep away class antagonisms and restore to mankind the unity of labor, knowledge, and will, was the best embodiment of man's natural tendency to extend his power over nature. The proletariat was the standard bearer of technical progress, which required the elimination of everything that opposed individuals to one another. In present-day society social antagonisms had reached their peak and it was almost impossible for the classes to come to terms or understand one another. The opposition of normative and cognitive ideologies is increasing and is dividing the classes into two societies that regard each other in the same 443 way as they do the forces of external nature. In the society of the future, however, there would be a return to perfect unity. In the solidarity of close cooperation, men would have no reason to oppose their ego to others, all individual experiences would be harmonized, there would be a single society with a single ideology. This ideology, it need hardly be said, would be that of empirio-monism, as the most radical thought form eschewing the traditional fetishes of metaphysics. No other Marxist, perhaps, carried the doctrine of the primacy of productive forces over ideology to such an extreme as Bogdanov, nor did any express so consistently the collectivist ideal and the hope that individuality would disappear in the perfect society. The utopia of the absolute unity of society in all respects was, to Bogdanov, a natural consequence of his Marxist faith. As all forms of spiritual life are wholly determined by the division of classes, and indirectly by the technical level of society, and as technical progress was the sole criterion of truth and required the elimination of class antagonisms, it was clear that socialism would abolish all differentiation between human beings, and that the subjective sense of difference would lose its raison d'etre when it no longer had an economic basis in the conflict of individual interests. These conclusions of Bogdanov's, which are not to be found in Marx himself, are a link between the former's views and the totalitarian utopias of the 18th century. The same doctrinaire belief, inherited from Marxist tradition, in the ancillary function of culture and its absolute dependence on technology led Bogdanov to the theory of proletarian culture and the belief that it was the proletariat's mission to effect a clean break in cultural history. Since the classes were so estranged and hostile that they regarded one another as things and not people, they could not possibly have a common culture. The culture of the proletariat must borrow nothing from the tradition of the privileged classes but must make a Promethean effort to create ex nihilo, paying attention to its own needs and to nothing else whatever. In a pamphlet entitled Science and the Working Class and in other writings Bogdanov proclaimed the slogan of proletarian science. Marx, adopting the standpoint of the working class, had 444 transformed economics. It was now time to recast all sciences in accordance with the proletarian worldview, not excluding, for example, mathematics and astronomy. Bogdanov did not explain what proletarian astronomy or integral calculus would be like, but he declared that if workers had difficulty in mastering the various sciences without long, specialized study, it was chiefly because bourgeois scientists had erected artificial barriers of method and vocabulary so that the workers should not learn their secrets. The theory and practice of proletkult did not find favor with the Bolshevik leaders except Bukharin, who edited Pravda after the revolution and supported Bogdanov's idea in its columns. Trotsky was against it, and Lenin criticized it sharply on several occasions. This was not so much because some of its advocates, including Bogdanov, had fallen into philosophical heresy, but because the idea seemed to Lenin an idle fantasy unconnected with the party's true objectives. In a country with a huge percentage of illiterates, the need was to teach them reading, writing, and arithmetic and give them an elementary idea of technology and organization, not to pull civilization up by the roots and start again from zero. In any case, Lenin did not share the view of some proletkult enthusiasts and their futurist allies that the art and literature of past ages should be scrapped by the working class. It was of course impossible for proletkult to adhere consistently to the principle of a clean break, either in theory or, still more, in actual artistic production. Nonetheless, Bogdanov and others had raised a question which is neither trivial nor absurd from the point of view of Marxist doctrine. Given that culture is nothing but an instrument of class interests and Marx afforded much foundation for this view, and that proletarian interests are in all respects contrary to those of the bourgeoisie, at any rate at the stage of socialist revolution, how was it possible to defend the idea of cultural continuity or of a universal culture for all mankind? Did it not logically follow from Marxism that the proletariat, in the struggle for socialism, must not take over any part of the existing heritage? The theoreticians of proletkultur were, however, in an ambiguous position. In opposition to those who spoke of an art for all. 445. Mankind. They quoted historical examples to show that different classes and periods had developed their own artistic forms. It was natural, therefore, that the proletariat should evolve an art of its own reflecting its struggle and its historical mission. But, at the same time, they accepted the notion that art was common to humanity, although every class and every period gave it different forms according to its own tastes and interests. In effect, therefore, they agreed that there was a continuing cultural heritage to be added to by each generation, a view in accordance with common sense, but not with the theory that art is purely a matter of class interests. Before the October Revolution these disputes were of no great practical importance, but it was different when the Soviet state had to decide on its cultural policy and what it meant by proletarian culture. Lunacharsky, Lenin's first commissar for education, had to solve practical problems in this field, and Proletkult became, especially from 191-7 to 192-1, a fairly large organization devoted to the cultivation of revolutionary art and science among the workers. Lunacharsky showed moderation and tolerance, especially in comparison with the doctrinaire attitude of the revolutionary avant-garde. His belief in the dependence of art on social class did not blind him to artistic values, although like most Marxist theoreticians on art, at all events educated ones, he had difficulty in accommodating his bourgeois tastes to his proletarian ideology. Thus, although he hoped to see an upsurge of proletarian art in the future, and explained its absence in the present by such evident facts as the workers' lack of education, he never shared the fanaticism of the proletkult extremists. He pursued a policy of repression mild enough at this stage towards bourgeois artists and writers, but he realized that art would wither and die under police control. The period of his authority from 1917 to 1929 is regarded as the golden age of Soviet culture, though it did not seem so to those who were harassed even then for producing works with insufficient revolutionary spirit. The artistic merit of the 20s may have been exaggerated, but there is no comparison between them and, for instance, Zhdanov's dictatorship over Soviet cultural life after the Second World War. 6. The God-builders. Anatoly Vasilyevich Lunacharsky is noted in the history of Russian Marxism not only for helping to spread the empiriocritical heresy and for his work as a literary critic and dramatist and art theoretician, but also for his plan, which especially infuriated Lenin, for a socialist religion. This plan, known as God-building, was a Marxist counterpart to the general increase of interest in religion after the 1905 revolution, just as the empiriocriticism of the Social Democrats was a result of the permeation of the revolutionary intelligentsia by philosophic modernism. The movement is chiefly associated with the names of Lunacharsky and Gorky, and was a kind of reconstruction of the religion of humanity expounded by Kant and especially Feuerbach. Lunacharsky developed his idea of an anthropocentric Marxist religion in several articles and in a book entitled Religion and Socialism. G. L. Klein, an authority on the Russian religious tradition, observes that the God-builders adopted not only Feuerbach's deification of humanity but, perhaps in an even greater degree, Nietzsche's ideal of the Superman. The new religion was to be an answer not only to the God-seeking movement of Christian philosophers but also to the arid old-fashioned atheism of Plekhanov and the other orthodox Marxists, for whom the history of religion was summed up in the opposition between it and science. Lunacharsky and Gorky argued that historical religions were not a mere bundle of superstitions but were the expression, albeit ideologically false, of desires and feelings that socialism should take over and ennoble, not destroy. The new religion was purely immanent and had no need of belief in God, the supernatural world, or personal immortality, but it embraced all that was positive and creative in traditional faiths, the sense of community, man's yearning to transcend himself, a profound communion with the universe and the rest of mankind. Religion had always set out to reconcile men with their lives and give them a sense of the meaning of existence. This, and not metaphysical explanation, was its chief function. The old myths had 447 collapsed, but men still sought to find a meaning in life. Socialism opened up dazzling prospects and was able to inspire feelings of unity and enthusiasm that deserved to be called religious. Marx was not only a scholar, but equally a religious prophet. In socialist religion, God was replaced by humanity, a superior creation in which the individual could find an object of love and worship. He could thus rise above his insignificant ego and experience the joy of sacrificing his own interest to the infinite increase of collective being. Man's effective identification with humanity would liberate him from the fear of suffering and death, restore his dignity and spiritual strength, and enhance his creative abilities. The new faith was a premonition of the great harmony of the future. Individual mortality was cancelled by collective immortality, and human actions thus acquired a meaning. The true creator of God was the proletariat, and its revolution was the fundamental act of God-building. All this Promethean rhetoric and deification of humanity, with its stress on a future harmony as a surrogate of transcendence for the individual, was in effect a repetition of Feuerbach's philosophy, with anthropology considered as the secret of theology. It added nothing to Marxist philosophy, and was merely an attempt to give emotional color to scientific socialism. As in Feuerbach, the words religion and religious feeling were used as mere ornaments and were unrelated to any actual religious tradition. God-building was an attempt to assimilate the neo-romantic vocabulary and to channel the religious inclinations of the intelligentsia, and religious emotion generally, into the service of socialism. Plekhanov and Lenin, however, condemned it as a dangerous flirtation with religious obscurantism, and after the revolution Lunacharsky dropped the new style and reverted to the traditional language of atheism. Thereafter God-building had no discernible influence on Marxist ideology. 7. Lenin's excursion into philosophy. While the Russian Epiria critics mostly considered themselves Marxists, they did not conceal their contempt for the naive and uncritical common-sense philosophy of Engels and Plekhanov. In a letter of February 25, 1908 to Gorky, Lenin described the history of the dispute with Bogdanov and his allies. He wrote that in 1903 Plekhanov had spoken to him of Bogdanov's errors but had not thought them particularly dangerous. During the 1905 revolution he and Bogdanov had tacitly ruled out philosophy as a neutral field. In 1906, however, Lenin had read the third volume of Empirio-Monism and been intensely irritated by it. He sent some lengthy critical remarks to Bogdanov which, however, have not survived. When essays on the philosophy of Marxism appeared in 1908, Lenin's exasperation knew no bounds. Every article made me furiously indignant. No, this is not Marxism. Our empirio-critics, empirio-monists, and empirio-symbolists are floundering in a bog. To try to persuade the reader that belief in the reality of the external world is mysticism, to confuse in the most disgraceful manner materialism with Kantianism, to preach a variety of agnosticism and idealism, to teach the workers religious atheism and worship of the highest human potentials, to declare Engels' teaching on dialectics to be mysticism, to draw from the stinking well of some French positivists or other, of agnostics or metaphysicians, the devil take them, with their symbolic theory of cognition. No, really, it's too much. To be sure, we ordinary Marxists are not well up in philosophy, but why insult us by serving this stuff up to us as the philosophy of Marxism? Plekhanov, who had been directly attacked by the Empiria critics, was the first in the orthodox camp to cross swords with them in defense of Engels' traditional materialism. He denounced their philosophy as subjective idealism, treating the whole universe as the creation of the perceiving subject. When splits occurred in the party, Plekhanov, with some reason, given the situation of the Bolshevik intelligentsia, associated in his attack the Bolshevism of his opponents with their idealist doctrine. He maintained that Russian Empiria criticism was a philosophic attempt to justify Bolshevik Blanquism, a policy which flouted Marxist theory by seeking to hasten social development by violent means instead of letting it happen naturally. Bolshevik voluntarism was of a piece with the voluntaristic epistemology, which regarded knowledge as an act of subjective organization and not an account of things as they existed independently of the human mind. Empiria criticism, Plekhanov. 449. Claimed, was contrary to the realism and determinism of Marxist doctrine in the same way as Bolshevik policy was contrary to Marxist historical determinism. In defending his realist position against the Marxists, Plekhanov went so far as to admit that human perceptions were not copies of objects but were signs of hieroglyphics. Lenin was not slow to reproach him for this, describing it as an inadmissible concession to agnosticism. Lyubov Axelrod also took up the cudgels on Engels's behalf in an article against Bogdanov published in 1904, in which she said that Lenin had encouraged her to write it 18 months earlier. Conscious of her duty to the party, she argued that Mach and Bogdanov treated objects as collections of impressions, thus making mind the creator of nature, in direct opposition to Marxism. This subjective idealism, which defines society by its consciousness, would lead with remorseless consistency to social conservatism. As Marx had shown, the dominant consciousness was that of the ruling class, and consequently subjectivism meant perpetuating the existing society and giving up thoughts of the future as idle and utopian. In philosophical essays, Lyubov Axelrod attacked not only Bogdanov but also Berdyaev, Struve, the Kantians, and philosophic idealism in general. The book contains almost everything that Lenin later wrote in his rebuttal of Empiria criticism. It is more concise than Lenin, but equally crude in tenor. Two main arguments are advanced in support of the view that the external world is reflected in our perceptions or corresponds to them. In the first place, we distinguish true and false perceptions, delusions, and correct observations, and we could not do this if reality and our sensations were one and the same. Secondly, everyone knows that things are not in our heads, but outside them. Kant's philosophy was a compromise between materialism and idealism. He preserved the concept of an external world, but under pressure from theology and mysticism he described that world as unknowable. The compromise, however, will not work. Our knowledge has its source either in consciousness or in matter. There is no third possibility. Matter cannot be defined, for it is primal fact, the essence of all things, the beginning and sole cause of all phenomena, the 45 degrees original substance, etc. Matter is given in experience and can be known by sensual perception. Idealism asserts that there is no object without a subject, but science has shown that the earth existed before man, so consciousness must be the product of nature and not a condition of it. All our knowledge, including mathematical knowledge, comes from experience, which consists of the reflection of external bodies in our minds. To claim, as Mach does, that the world is man's creation is to make science impossible, for science presupposes an external world as the object of its study. Idealism leads to reactionary conclusions in politics. Mach and Avenarius regard man as the measure of the universe, and this subjective theory is of great objective value. It is easy to prove by it that the poor are rich and the rich poor, as everything depends on subjective experience. Subjective idealism also leads infallibly to solipsism, since if everything is in my imagination there is no ground for belief in the existence of other subjects. This is the philosophy of primitive man. The savage believes, literally, in everything that comes into his head, confusing dreams with reality, false perceptions with true ones, and thought with actual being, in the same manner as Berkeley, Mach, Struve, and Bogdanov. In the same work Lyubov Axelrod defends determinism against Stammeiler, who objected that it was inconsistent to believe both in historical determinism and in revolutionary willpower. On this point too she echoes Plekhanov's counter-argument: it is human beings who make history, but their acts and the effectiveness of their intentions depend on circumstances outside their control. There is no difference between natural and historical necessity or, therefore, between the methods of the natural and social sciences. Bourgeois ideologists claim that only the present is real. In so doing they express the fears of a class that history has doomed to destruction, but to Marxists the future is real in that it can be foreseen in the light of historical laws. It should be added that Lyubov Axelrod and Plekhanov both indicate that the term reflection should not be taken literally. Sensations are not copies of things in the same sense as mirror images, but in the sense that their content depends on the objects that produce them. 45.1. Lenin evidently thought that Plekhanov and Orthodox had not refuted empiria criticism as thoroughly as it deserved, and he therefore entered the fray himself, although conscious that his philosophical education was fairly rudimentary. He spent most of 1908 working on the subject, including several months in London, where he studied at the British Museum. The result was published in Moscow in 1909 in the form of a book entitled Materialism and Empiria Criticism, Critical Comments on a Reactionary Philosophy. In attacking empiria criticism, Lenin was not especially concerned with the objections of various philosophers to the doctrine on grounds of internal consistency. His object was to show that it did not succeed in avoiding the basic problem of philosophy, that of the priority of mind over matter or vice versa, but was a piece of verbal jugglery concealing out and out Berkeleian idealism, and was therefore calculated to uphold religious spiritualism and the interests of the exploiting classes. Lenin's argument is based on the principle of partisanship in philosophy. He uses this term in two different senses. In the first place, it means that there can be no middle position between materialism and idealism as Engels defined these, and that philosophers who claim to have transcended the opposition are merely disingenuous idealists. Moreover, all the main questions of philosophy are ancillary to this one. Whether the world is knowable, whether determinism holds true, what are the criteria of truth and the significance of time and spatial, these questions are special instances or an extension of the basic problem. Any answer given to them is either materialistic or idealistic in tendency, and the choice between the two cannot be avoided. Secondly, partisanship means to Lenin that philosophical theories are not neutral in the class struggle but are instruments of it. Every philosophy is in the service of some class interest, and in a society torn by the class struggle this cannot be otherwise, whatever the intentions of the philosophers themselves. It is no more possible to be a non-party man in philosophy than in direct political action. Non-partisans in philosophy are just as hopelessly thick-headed as they are in politics. Non-partisanship in philosophy is only wretchedly masked servility to idealism and 45.2. Fideism. Only materialism can serve the interests of the working class, and idealist doctrines are instruments of the exploiters. Lenin does not discuss the relations between these two meanings of partisanship, nor does he consider whether the association of philosophies and classes can be projected into the past. For example, did the materialist Hobbes and the plebeian Christian sectaries represent the ideology of the oppressed classes and of property owners respectively? He confines himself to arguing that at the present time the basic social antagonism between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie corresponds to the division of philosophers into the materialist and the idealist camp. The connection of idealism with political reaction is most clearly shown by the fact, which Lenin regards as obvious, that all forms of idealism and, particularly, epistemological subjectivism are buttresses of religious faith, either in practice or as a matter of logical consistency. It was hard for Lenin to corroborate this charge against the empiria critics, who on the basis of their own philosophy attacked all forms of religious faith. Berkeley, however, was an easier target, as he held that belief in the reality of matter, which his theory denied, was the chief support of atheism. Anyway, said Lenin, the disputes among idealists were of trifling importance. There was no basic difference between Berkeley, Hume, Fichte, the empiria critics, and Christian theologians. The attacks of Catholic philosophers on subjective idealism were mere family quarrels. Similarly, the empiria critics' opposition to religion was a fraud intended to lull the vigilance of the proletariat and lead it by different paths in the same direction as religious mythology. The subtle epistemological crotchets of a man like Avenarius remain a professorial invention, an attempt to form a small philosophical sect of his own, but, as a matter of fact, in the general circumstances of the struggle of ideas and trends in modern society, the objective part played by these epistemological artifices is in every case the same, namely to clear the way for idealism and fideism, and to serve them faithfully. It was easy to see, therefore, that the Empiria critics were deceiving their naive readers when they claimed to construct a picture of the world in which the elements of experience were ontologically neutral, neither psychical nor physical. 453. Mach and Avenarius, who differed in nothing but their fraudulent terminology, and their brother philosophers in Germany, Britain, and Russia purported to reduce the world to a collection of impressions, so that material reality became merely the product of consciousness. If they had consistently followed out their theory, they would have ended up in the absurdity of solipsism, regarding the whole world as the creation of an individual subject. If they did not state this conclusion, it was because they desired to mislead the reader or feared to reveal the emptiness of their own doctrine. In any case, they were lackeys of the clergy and unintelligible word spinners, out to deceive the simple-minded and confuse the true philosophical issue, while the bourgeoisie took advantage of the people's bewilderment to maintain itself in power. Every one of us knows what is physical and what is mental, but none of us knows at present what that third is. Avenarius was merely covering up his tracks by this subterfuge, while in fact declaring that the self is the primary and nature the secondary. But, Lenin continues, science enables us to refute this idealist nonsense. No educated person doubts that the earth existed before the appearance of mankind. But the idealist cannot admit this, for on his own premises he must hold that the earth and the whole physical world is a figment of the human mind. Contrary to the plain facts of science, he must argue that man came first and nature second. Moreover, we know that man thinks with his brain, which is a physical object, but the idealist cannot admit this either, since he regards all physical objects as the product of thought. It is clear, therefore, that idealism contradicts the most elementary scientific knowledge and is contrary to all progress, whether social or intellectual. Having thus demolished idealism, Lenin opposes to it the philosophy of the militant proletariat, i.e. dialectical materialism. A fundamental part of this is the theory of reflections or images, according to which sensations, abstract ideas, and all other aspects of human cognition are the reflection in our minds of actual qualities of the material world, which exists whether or not it is perceived by anyone. Matter is a philosophical category denoting the objective reality which is given to man by his sensations, and which is copied, reflected, and photographed. 454. By our sensations while existing independently of them. As Lenin repeats again and again, it is literally a question of copying. Our sensations are images of things, not merely effects or, as Plekhanov would have it, symbols. Engels speaks neither of symbols nor of hieroglyphs, but of copies, photographs, images, mirror reflections of things. Sensations are not a screen between us and the world but a link with it, a subjective imitation of it. Dialectical materialism does not claim to solve the physical problems concerning the structure of matter, but that is not its business. It can accept all that physics tells us, for the sole property of matter with whose recognition philosophical materialism is bound up is the property of being an objective reality, of existing outside the mind. On this last point Lenin is inconsistent, for he himself confidently answers various questions of physics. For example, he says that it is reactionary nonsense to claim that there can be more than 3 dimensions, and all forms of indeterminism are likewise nonsensical. As to matter being defined simply by its property of existing outside the mind, this was later a subject of dispute among Leninists, as it suggested that matter must be characterized by its relation to the experiencing subject, so that mind enters into the concept of matter as its correlative. In the same way Lenin uses objective to mean independent of mind. Elsewhere he says, following Lyubov Axelrod, that matter cannot be defined, as it is the broadest category of all and therefore cannot be expressed in particular terms. He does not attempt to reconcile this with the statement quoted above. An essential part of the theory of reflection is the rejection of relativism and acceptance of the traditional idea of truth as conformity to reality. Truth, says Lenin, can be predicated of sensations, concepts, and judgments. We can say of any product of cognitive activity that it is true or false, i.e. a right or wrong reflection of reality, that it presents the world as it is in itself, independent of our knowledge, or that it gives a distorted picture of the world. But the objectivity of truth does not conflict with its relativity, as Engels showed. The relativity of truth does not mean, as, for example, pragmatists argue, that the same judgment is true or false according to who pronounces it and in what circumstances, and what benefit accrues from assenting to. 455. It at the time. Science, as Engels pointed out, can never tell us with absolute certainty the limits within which its laws are valid, and consequently they are all liable to revision. This, however, does not change truth into falsehood or vice versa, but merely signifies that what was thought to be universally valid applies only in certain conditions. No truths are ultimately verified, and in that sense all are relative. All knowledge, too, is relative in the sense that we can never know all about the universe and that although our knowledge continues to expand it remains incomplete. But these reservations do not affect the concept of truth as conformity to reality. As Engels also said, the most effective criterion of truth, i.e. the best way to find out whether a judgment is true, is to put it to the test of practice. If we can apply to practical manipulations the discoveries we have made concerning natural relationships, the success of our actions will confirm that our judgments were the right ones, and failure will prove the opposite. The practical criterion can be applied equally in natural science and in social science, where our analysis of reality is confirmed if the political actions based on it are effective. This effectiveness is not utility in the pragmatist sense. Our knowledge is potentially useful because it is true, it is not true because it is useful. Marxist theory, in particular, has been signally confirmed by practice. The successes of the workers' movement based on it are the best proof of its validity. Once we have recognized the objective nature of truth, the empiriocritical principle of economy of thought is seen to be an idealist subterfuge, purporting to replace conformity with reality by an ill-defined criterion consisting in the economy of effort. It is also clear that the empiriocritic's objections to Kant's philosophy are aimed from the right, i.e. from a more reactionary position than his. They challenge the distinction between the phenomenon and the noumenon, but they do so in order to show that the thing in itself is superfluous, i.e. there is no reality independent of mind. Materialists, however, criticize Kant from the opposite point of view, not for recognizing that there is a world beyond phenomena, but for holding that we can know nothing about it. There is no difference, they contend, between the phenomenon and the thing in itself. Inasmuch as there is no reality that cannot in principle be known, they condemn Kant's agnosticism, while recognizing the materialist element in his idea of the reality of the world. From the materialist point of view, reality may be divided into the known and the not yet known, but not into phenomena that can be known and things in themselves that cannot. As regards such categories as space, time, and causality, Lenin follows Engels's interpretation. Dialectical materialism does not regard causality as a functional dependence, but there is a true necessity in the relations between events. Practice is the best confirmation of the real necessity of the causal connection. Whenever we observe a regular sequence of events and are able thereby to produce a desired consequence, we demonstrate that the cause and effect relation is not the work of our imagination but a real quality of the physical world. Such connections must, however, be understood dialectically. In cases where types of events and not merely single events are involved, there is always a mutual interaction, though one element retains its primacy over the other. Time and space are neither the product of an organizing perceptual force, nor a priori forms of sensibility, nor antonymous entities independent of matter, they are objective qualities of physical being. Thus the relations of succession in time and arrangement in space are real properties of the world, but do not possess the status of independent metaphysical entities. Lenin holds that dialectical materialism as expounded by him is not only an effective weapon in the practical sense but is also the only philosophy consistent with the present state of natural and social science. It is because the physicists themselves do not understand this that science is, or appears to be, in a crisis. Modern physics is in travail, it is giving birth to dialectical materialism. Scientists must realize that dialectical materialism is the only way out of the trouble they have got into through ignorance of Marx and Engels. It will soon triumph even though some scientists oppose it, the reason for their attitude being that most of them are servants of the bourgeoisie, though they have achieved great things in specialized fields. Lenin's book is of interest not for its own merits but for its influence on the development of philosophy in Russia. As 457. Philosophy it is crude and amateurish, based on vulgar common-sense arguments eked out by quotations from Engels and unbridled abuse of Lenin's opponents. It shows complete failure to understand their point of view, and reluctance to make the effort to do so. It adds hardly anything to what is contained in the passages quoted from Engels and Plekhanov, the main difference being that Engels has a sense of humor and Lenin none. He makes up for it with cheap mockery and invective, decrying his adversaries as reactionary madmen and lackeys of the clergy. Engels's arguments are vulgarized and turned into cut and dried catechetical forms, sensations are copies or mirror reflections of things, philosophical schools become parties, etc. The exasperation which pervades the book is typical of a primitive thinker who cannot understand how anyone of sound mind can seriously maintain that by the power of his own imagination he has created the earth, the stars, and the whole physical universe, or that the objects he is looking at are in his head when any child can see that they are not. In this respect Lenin's battle with idealism is similar to that of certain unsophisticated Christian apologists. Lenin's attacks were answered by Bogdanov, Bazarov, and Yushkevich. The latter, in Pillars of Philosophical Orthodoxy, attacked Plekhanov as a flat-footed ignoramus who had no more idea of philosophy than a gendarme. Both Plekhanov and Lenin, he declared, exemplified the decadence of Russian Marxism by their dogmatic self-assertion and inability to understand anyone's views but their own. Yushkevich was especially severe on Lenin's ignorance, his inability to write, and the coarseness of his language. He accused him of factual errors, of bringing the habits of the Black Hundred into Marxism, of not having read the books he quoted, etc. The definition of matter by its power to cause sensations was itself a capitulation to Marxism. This applied to Plekhanov, and to Lenin who had copied from him. Neither Mach nor Berkeley had questioned the existence of the world. The question at issue was not its existence but the validity of categories like substance, matter, and spirit. The Empiria critics, said Yushkevich, had achieved a Copernican revolution by abolishing the dualism of mind and matter. They had changed nothing in man's natural relation to the world but, on the contrary, restored the spontaneous value of realism by freeing it from metaphysical fetishes. Lenin in fact confused epistemological realism with materialism. The whole theory of reflection was a repetition of the naive pre-Democratian belief in images that detach themselves mysteriously from the object and strike upon one's eye or ear. No one can say what the similarity is supposed to be between the thing in itself and a purely subjective image of it, or how the copy can be compared with the original. Materialism and Empiria criticism had no particular influence before the revolution or directly after it. Later it was proclaimed by Stalin to be a fundamental epitome of Marxist philosophy, and for about 15 years, together with a short work by Stalin himself, it was the chief source of philosophical learning in the Soviet Union. Slight as its value was, it represented one of the last points of contact between orthodox Leninist Marxism and European philosophy. In later decades there was virtually no contact, even in the form of polemics, between Leninism and non-Marxist thought. The official Soviet criticism of bourgeois philosophy took for granted that the latter in its various forms was a repetition of the idealist nonsense of Mach and Avenarius, which had been annihilated by Lenin's refutation. The importance of Lenin's book, however, must be seen in the political context. It does not appear that when writing it he had any intention of enriching, supplementing, or heaven forbid reforming Marxism. He was not in search of answers to any philosophical questions, for all the important ones had been solved by Marx and Engels. In his preface he mocks at Lunacharsky for saying perhaps we have gone astray, but we are seeking. Lenin was not seeking. He believed firmly that the revolutionary movement must have a clear-cut, uniform Weltanschauung, and that any pluralism in this respect was a grave political danger. He also believed that idealism of any kind was a more or less disguised form of religion, which was invariably used by exploiters to delude and stupefy the masses. 459. 8. Lenin and religion. Lenin regarded religion as a key issue in the party's ideological activity, since the adversary was a mass phenomenon and not merely a group of theoreticians like the Empiria critics. His own attitude towards it was absolutely clear as a matter of philosophy, but his tactics were relatively flexible and changeable. Lenin was brought up in an unbigoted religious atmosphere. He lost his faith at the age of 15 or 16, before he had any contact with Marxism. From then on he took atheism for granted as scientifically self-evident, and at no time argued the case for it on merits. The problems of religion, in his view, presented no substantive difficulties but were matters of education, politics, and propaganda. In Socialism and Religion and some later writings he argues that religious beliefs are an expression of the impotence of the oppressed and poverty-stricken masses, an imaginary compensation for their sufferings, spiritual booze, as he puts it, coarsening in his usual way the language of Marx and Engels. At the same time religion and the churches were a means of keeping the masses humble and submissive, an ideological knout to keep the exploiters in power and the masses in a state of misery. The Orthodox Church was a glaring example of the conjunction of spiritual and political oppression. Lenin also laid stress on the need to exploit the repressive attitude of the regime towards religious sectarians. The party program spoke from the outset of religious tolerance, the right of the individual to profess any faith he chose, and also the right to carry on atheistic propaganda. Church and state were to be separated, and the public teaching of religion abolished. But, unlike many Western social democrats, Lenin emphasized that while socialists might regard religion as a private matter vis-a-vis the state, it was not private so far as the party was concerned. In present conditions the party must tolerate believers in its midst, but it was committed to carrying on anti-religious propaganda and educating its members to be militant atheists. The party could not be philosophically neutral, it was materialistic, therefore atheistic, and anti-clerical, and this world outlook could not be a matter of political indifference. However, anti-religious propaganda must be linked with the class struggle and not treated as an end in itself in the spirit of bourgeois free thought. Whatever his tactical concessions, Lenin was on political grounds an implacable opponent of religious belief. Hence the violence of his attack on the Empiria critics, whose philosophy coincided in part with that of the God-builders. The latter were only trying to add rhetorical and sentimental trimmings to Marxism, but in Lenin's eyes they were engaged in a perilous compromise with religion. In his main philosophical work, in letters to Gorky, and on other occasions he argued that religion stripped of its cruder superstitions and using the language of social progress was even more dangerous than the besotted Orthodox Church which brutally proclaimed its union with Tsarist despotism. Religion in a humanist disguise was all the better able to conceal its class content and delude the unwary. Thus, while Lenin was prepared to compromise with believers on tactical grounds, his mind was firmly made up on the question of substance and he refused to admit any suggestion that the party's worldview could leave any room whatsoever for religious faith. Lenin's position in these matters was in accordance with the Russian free-thinking tradition. The link between the Orthodox Church and the Tsarist bureaucracy was manifest. When the Soviet government came to power, most, though not all, churchmen were hostile to it. Owing to this and to the basic principles of Leninism, the fight against the church soon took on wider dimensions than those indicated in the party's programs. The government did not confine itself to expropriating church estates and secularizing schools, measures which in any case were regarded as bourgeois reforms and not specifically socialist. The church was in practice deprived of all public functions and prevented from teaching, publishing books and periodicals, and educating the clergy. Monasteries and convents were for the most part dissolved. The treatment of religion as a private affair vis-a-vis the state could not apply in a one-party system in which party membership was, in the vast majority of cases, a precondition of state service. Persecution of the Church and the faithful varied in intensity according to political circumstances. It was much relaxed, for instance, during the War of 1941-5. But the principle that the socialist state must strive in every way to eradicate religious prejudices has remained in force and is wholly in accordance with Lenin's doctrine. The separation of church and state is only workable when the state is ideologically neutral and does not, as such, profess any particular worldview. The Soviet state, regarding itself as the organ of the proletariat and atheism as an essential feature of the one and only proletarian ideology, can no more accept the principle of disestablishment than, say, the Vatican with its similarly built-in ideology. Lenin and the other Marxists always held that there was no difference in this respect between a proletarian and a bourgeois state, both of which were bound to support a philosophy that represented the interests of the ruling class. But for this very reason the separation of church and state, which Lenin used as a battle cry against the Tsardom, was contrary to his theory of the relations between ideology, classes, and the state and could not be maintained after the Bolsheviks seized power. On the other hand, the nature and scale of anti-religious measures was of course not prescribed by the doctrine and varied according to circumstances. 9. Lenin's dialectical notebooks. Apart from occasional passages in articles and speeches, Lenin wrote nothing further on purely philosophical subjects. However, there appeared posthumously in the Soviet Union a volume entitled Philosophical Notebooks consisting of extracts made by Lenin from various works and manuals, chiefly in 1914-15, together with approving or exasperated comments and some philosophical observations of his own. In certain cases it is not clear whether the notes are summaries of what he has read or represent his own position. The book is of interest inasmuch as the principal notes are concerned with the dialectic and to some extent tone down the crude formulas of materialism and empiriocriticism. They show, in particular, the influence of Lenin's wartime reading of Hegel's Logic and lectures on the philosophy of history. These convinced him that the Hegelian dialectic was of great importance in the development of Marxism. He even wrote that capital could not be understood without a thorough study of Hegel's logic, and added with irreproachable consistency, so, after half a century, no Marxist has yet understood Marx. This boutade should not be taken literally, for it is hard to believe that Lenin did not think he himself had understood Marx until 1915, but it shows to what extent he was fascinated by Hegel's speculation. As the notebooks show, Lenin was most interested by the question of universality and individuality in Hegel's logic and by the dialectic considered as a theory of the unity and conflict of opposites. He sought to discover in Hegel's dialectic the themes which could be taken over and used by Marxism after the transposition to a materialist basis. As to the question of abstraction and the relation between direct perception and universal knowledge, Lenin emphasized everything in Hegel that was opposed to Kant's doctrine and pointed out the autonomous cognitive function of abstract thinking. According to Lenin, logic, dialectic, and the theory of knowledge were all the same thing. Whereas materialism and empiriocriticism concentrated on combating the subjective interpretation of sensations and seemed content to regard them as the source of all knowledge of the world, the notebooks raise the question of abstractions that are contained in perception itself and introduce unending contradictions into the cognitive process. Laws, and hence universality, are already contained in the particular phenomenon, and similarly the individual perception contains universal elements, i.e. acts of abstraction. Nature is thus both concrete and abstract. Things are what they are only in terms of conceptual knowledge, which apprehends them in their general regularity. The concrete cannot be grasped in its full concreteness by a particular act of perception. On the contrary, it reproduces itself only through an infinite number of concepts and general laws, so that it is never exhausted by cognition. Even the simplest phenomenon reveals the complexity of the world and the interdependence of all its components, but because all phenomena are thus interconnected, human knowledge is necessarily incomplete and fragmentary. In order to apprehend the concrete in all its particularity, we should have to have absolute and universal knowledge of all the connections between phenomena. Every reflection of the world suffers from internal contradictions which, as knowledge progresses, disappear and are replaced by new contradictions. The reflection is not dead or inert, but by its fragmentary nature and contradictions gives rise to the increase of knowledge, which continues indefinitely but never reaches absolute finality. Thus truth manifests itself only as the process of the resolution of contradictions. Since there is always a certain tension or contradiction between the particular and the abstract components of knowledge, it is always possible in the cognitive process to absolutize the latter at the expense of the former, i.e. to think in idealist terms. Along with Lenin's emphasis on the universal aspects of the reflection, this idea is a second important departure from the rough and ready interpretation of idealism as a fraud invented by the clergy and the bourgeoisie. Idealism, it now appears, has no zoological sources. It is not just a mental aberration, but the absolutization or one-sided development of a real aspect of cognition. Lenin even remarks that wise idealism is closer to wise materialism than is foolish materialism. The second important subject of the notebooks is the conflict and unity of opposites. The whole of the dialectic, Lenin claims, can be defined as the science of the unity of opposites. Among the 16 elements of the dialectic which he enumerates, the conflict of opposites appears in various forms as the main motif. Every single thing is the sum and unity of opposites, every property of things turns into its opposite, content conflicts with form, features of lower stages of development are reproduced in higher ones by the negation of the negation, etc. All these ideas are expressed in very brief and general terms and are therefore not suited to over-precise analysis. Lenin does not inquire how contradiction, a logical relationship, can be a property of objects themselves, nor does he explain how the introduction of abstractions into the content of perception fits into the theory of reflections. It can be seen, however, that like Engels he regarded the dialectic as a universal method that could be expounded, irrespective of object, as a generalized logic of the world, and that he treated Hegel's logic as the raw material of a materialistic transformation. However, his remarks in general suggest an interpretation of Hegelianism that is less simplified than Engels's. The dialectic is not merely an assertion that everything changes, but an attempt to interpret human knowledge as a perpetual interplay between subject and object, in which the question of the absolute primacy of either loses its sharpness. The notebooks were published mainly to serve the party in its critique of mechanistic materialism. While party philosophers used materialism and empiriocriticism to combat all doctrines suspected of idealism, they quoted the notebooks to emphasize the difference between Marxism and mechanicism, especially in the campaign against Bukharin and his followers in the 1930s. There was of course no question of admitting that the two texts were in any way inconsistent with each other. Later, when the teaching of dialectical materialism in the Soviet Union departed from the schema laid down by Stalin, the notebooks were used as the new basis and the 16 elements took the place of Stalin's 4 main features of the dialectic. However, materialism and empiriocriticism is still revered as the philosophical foundation of Leninism, a status conferred on it by Stalin. It has had a deplorable effect in furnishing pretexts for the stifling of all independent philosophical thought and in establishing the party's dictatorship over science and culture in every sphere. As Valentinov and others pointed out, the extreme obstinacy with which Lenin defended materialism was rooted not only in Marxism but in the tradition of the Russian materialists, especially Chernyshevsky, whose philosophy was a popularization of Feuerbach. Comment on these lines was also heard in the Soviet Union in the 1950s, but was condemned as it suggested that Leninism was a specifically Russian philosophy and not the infallible, universally valid continuation of Marxism. Apart from the question of the influence of Russian sources, it is clear that Lenin's philosophy was closely linked with his political program and the idea of a revolutionary party, and that he himself was fully aware of this. A party of professionals in which all theoretical questions were strictly subordinated to the struggle for power could not safely countenance philosophic pluralism or be neutral in ideological questions. For the sake of its own success it must possess a clearly defined doctrine or body of inexpugnable dogma, binding upon its members. Party discipline and cohesion demanded that any risk of laxity, vagueness, or pluralism in theoretical matters should be eliminated. That the ruling ideology must be strictly materialist was ensured by Marxist tradition and by the need to combat religious thought in all its forms as an obstacle to revolution, as well as to avoid an ontologically neutral philosophy. Lenin castigated, in friend and foe alike, any tendency to compromise even verbally with religion, or to sidestep ontological questions on the ground that they were wrongly formulated or insoluble. Marxism, he believed, was a ready-made answer to all the major questions of philosophy and admitted of no doubts. Any attempt to shelve philosophical questions was a threat to the party's ideological unity. Thus his course, uncompromising materialism, was not only the effect of a particular tradition but was part and parcel of his technique for action. The party must have the sole right to decide all ideological questions, and from this point of view Lenin well understood the danger that idealism presented to his political program. The idea of totalitarian power, embracing every aspect of cultural life, was gradually taking shape in his mind and was eventually put into practice. It was well served by his philosophy, which was not concerned with investigating and solving problems but with imposing a dogmatic intellectual system on the socialist movement. In this way the fury of his philosophical attacks and lack of interest in others' arguments had their roots in his political doctrine. Even for Leninists, however, materialism and empiria criticism was ambiguous on two important points. Firstly, as already mentioned, Lenin held, unlike Engels and Plekhanov, that objectivity, i.e. independence of the subject, was the only attribute of matter that materialists as such were bound to recognize. This statement was evidently designed to free Marxist philosophy from any dependence on changing scientific theories, especially in physics, as matter suffered no harm from any attributes that science might bestow or take away from it. Science presented no danger to materialism. But this gain was achieved by emptying matter of all content. If matter is defined simply by the fact of being something other than the perceiving subject, it is clear that this can equally be said of any substance that is regarded as differing from the content of perception. Matter becomes simply another term for everything, without implying any of the attributes spatial, temporal, or dynamic that we generally associate with materiality. Secondly, this definition readmits the vague dualism that it purports to exclude. If everything outside the subject is material, then either the subject itself is not material or we must extend the definition of matter to comprise subjective phenomena. The formula that matter is primary and mind secondary appears to presuppose that mind and matter are different, and is thus contrary to materialist monism. Lenin's work does not answer these problems or deal with them consistently, and there is no point in trying to probe more closely. The obscurities of his text are not due so much to inherent philosophical difficulties as to Lenin's indolent and superficial approach and his contempt for all problems that could not be put to direct use in the struggle for power. 18. From a theory of the state to a state ideology. 1. The Bolsheviks and the war. The years 1908 to 11 were a period of catastrophic decline and disintegration in the Russian social democratic movement. After the post-revolutionary repressions there was a temporary stabilization of the Tsarist regime, as civil liberties were considerably increased and attempts were made to base the weakened social structure on other foundations than the bureaucracy and the army. Stolypin, the prime minister, introduced reforms designed to create a strong class of peasantry with medium-sized holdings. These measures aroused the alarm of socialists, especially those of the Leninist persuasion, who realized that if the agrarian question could be solved under capitalism by means of reform, the revolutionary potential of the land-hungry masses would be irretrievably lost. In an article of April 29, 1908 entitled On the Beaten Track, Lenin recognized that Stolypin's policy might succeed and might establish a Prussian road of capitalist development in agriculture. If this happened, Marxists who are honest with themselves will straightforwardly and openly throw all agrarian programs on the scrap heap altogether, and will say to the masses, the workers have done all they could to give Russia not a junker but an American capitalism. The workers call you now to join in the social revolution of the proletariat, For after the solution of the agrarian question in the Stolypin spirit there can be no other revolution capable of making a serious change in the economic conditions of life of the peasant masses. Stolypin's policy did not last long enough to bring about the hoped-for results, which might have completely altered the later course of events. Lenin wrote after 191-7 that the revolution could not have succeeded had the Bolsheviks not taken over the SR program of confiscating the land and sharing it out to the peasants. Despite the assassination of Stolypin in 1911, for some years Russia was clearly moving in the direction of a bourgeois state with the rudiments of a constitutional monarchy. This development led to new divisions among the Social Democrats. In addition to the Hitsovists, i.e. those Bolsheviks who believed exclusively in illegal revolutionary action, Lenin at this time incessantly attacked the liquidators, a term more or less synonymous with the Mensheviks. He accused Martov, Patrusov, Dan, and most of the other Menshevik leaders of wishing to liquidate the illegal party organization and replace it by a formless legal assembly of workers, geared to a reformist struggle within the existing order. The Mensheviks did not in fact wish to wind up the party's illegal activity, but they attached much more importance to peaceful methods and to the legal development of workers' organizations, hoping that when the autocracy was overthrown the Social Democrats would be in a similar position to their brothers in Western Europe. Meanwhile the old intra-party divisions continued to exist. The Mensheviks accepted the Austrian recipe for the national question, while the Bolsheviks advocated self-determination including the right of secession. The Mensheviks maintained their links with the Bund and the Polish Socialists, both of which Lenin regarded as organs of bourgeois nationalism. However, Plekhanov, unlike most of the Menshevik leaders, was against the policy of the liquidators, and accordingly Lenin dropped his campaign of abuse and polemics against him and reverted to a kind of shaky alliance with the veteran of Russian socialism. The various dissensions resulted in a new and final split in the party. In January 1912 the Bolshevik Conference at Prague declared itself to be a general party congress, elected its own central committee, and broke with the Mensheviks. Besides Lenin, Zinoviev, and Kamenev the central committee included Roman Malinovsky, the Okhrana agent, against whom Lenin was repeatedly warned by the Mensheviks. He called these warning the filthiest slander they could collect in the garbage heaps of the Black Hundred newspapers. Malinovsky was indeed an obedient executor of Lenin's orders, as the Okhrana had instructed him to be, and he had no ideological or political ambitions of his own. Shortly after the Prague Conference Stalin was co-opted onto the Central Committee at Lenin's instance, thus making his debut in the field of Russian social democratic politics. Lenin spent the last 2 years before the outbreak of war at Krakow and the nearby resort of Poronine, whence it was easier to maintain contact with the organization in Russia. The Bolsheviks neglected no opportunity of legal action. From 1912 they published Pravda in St. Petersburg. The paper reappeared after the February Revolution and has been the party daily ever since. There were a few Bolshevik members of the Duma, who cooperated with the Mensheviks until forbidden to do so by Lenin. The outbreak of war found Lenin at Poronine. Arrested by the Austrian police, he was set free a few days later thanks to the intervention of the PPS and the Vienna Social Democrats. He then returned to Switzerland, where he remained until April 1917, fulminating against the opportunist traders who had wrecked the International and working out directives for revolutionary social democracy in the new situation. Lenin was the first and only important leader of social democracy in Europe to proclaim the slogan of revolutionary defeatism: the proletariat in each country should endeavor to bring about the military defeat of its own government so as to turn the imperialist war into a civil war. Out of the ruins of the International, most of whose leaders had gone over to the service of the imperialists, there must be created a communist international to direct the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat. These appeals might well have seemed idle dreams, as only a handful of socialists were prepared to support them. Most social democrats took the view that they should suspend the class struggle and rally to the defense of their country. Among the Russians who thought in this way was Plekhanov, who, while continuing to profess himself a Marxist, wholeheartedly accepted the patriotic viewpoint. This sharply put an end to the truce between him and Lenin, and Plekhanov and Patrusov were once more decried as clowns and lackeys of the reactionary. 47 degrees leader Purishkevich. Lenin took a similar view of all socialist leaders who based their attitude on the principle of national self-defense, such as Hindman in Britain and Guesde and Hervé in France. Naturally there were no aggressors among the belligerent powers. By degrees, however, anti-war groups were formed in all countries, mostly by socialists who had formerly occupied a central position, Bernstein, Kosky, and Ledbuhr in Germany, Ramsay MacDonald in Britain. Here too belonged most of the former Mensheviks, headed by Martov and Axelrod, and also Trotsky. For a time, despite their fundamental differences, Lenin's group sought to come to terms with these pacifists. Owing principally to the efforts of Swiss and Italian socialists, an international conference was held at Zimmerwald in September 1915 and adopted a compromise anti-war resolution. Zimmerwald was regarded for a while as the embryo of a new international movement, but after the Russian Revolution the divergences between the center and the Zimmerwald left proved stronger than the conflict between the pacifists and the social chauvinists, as the defenders of their country at any price were called. The Zimmerwald left, consisting of 7 out of the 38 delegates, in addition to signing the general resolution issued one of their own, calling on socialists to resign from imperialist governments and found a new revolutionary international. At an early stage Lenin attacked the anti-war, pacifist Social Democrats almost as fiercely as he did the social chauvinists. His main objections were, firstly, that the centrists wanted peace through international arbitration and agreement, not by waging a revolutionary war against their own governments. This meant a return to the pre-war order and a quest for peace by bourgeois methods. The centrists were evidently lackeys of the bourgeoisie, and they failed to see that the only way to stop imperialist war was by a revolution that would at least overthrow the 3 great continental empires. Secondly, the pacifists wanted peace without annexations or indemnities, by which they meant only to cancel wartime annexations, thus preserving the old empires with all their nationalist oppression. The revolutionary objective must be, however, to invalidate all annexations and secure the right of all peoples to self-determination and, if they so desired, to form their own national. 47.1. States. Lenin was on strong ground in condemning socialists who invade against annexation and oppression, but only when perpetrated by their national enemies. The Germans were full of indignation at the treatment of subject nationalities in Russia, but said nothing about conditions in the Reich and Austria-Hungary. Russian and French socialists demanded freedom for the subjects of the Central Powers, but kept quiet about those of the Tsar. Finally, although the pacifists condemned chauvinism in words, they could not make up their minds to break with the opportunists once and for all, but dreamed of reuniting with them and resurrecting the corpse of the International. This point is especially important. As on the occasion of all previous disputes and splits within the party, Lenin showed equal ferocity against his opponents and against appeasers in his own camp, who hesitated to break completely with the opposition and thus sacrificed their principles to a hankering for organizational unity. The centrists condemned Lenin's attitude as fanatical and sectarian, and it is true that on several occasions it appeared to have reduced him to the leadership of a helpless, isolated group. In the end, however, he was proved right inasmuch as no other tactics could have produced such a centralized, disciplined party as the Bolsheviks, and at the critical moment a more loosely organized party could not have mastered the situation and seized power. During his last years outside Russia, Lenin wrote what is perhaps the most generally known of his works, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. This pamphlet, the economic portions of which contain nothing that is not to be found in Lenin's main sources, Hobson and Hilferding, was intended to serve as a theoretical basis for the new tactics that were to dominate the Revolutionary Party. Stressing the worldwide character and uneven development of imperialism, Lenin laid the foundation for the tactics which were soon to become binding on communist parties. The right course was to support any movement tending to overthrow the system at any point, for any reasons and in the interests of any class: liberation in colonial countries, national or peasant movements, bourgeois national uprisings against the big imperialists. This was a generalization of the tactics he had been preaching in Russia for years, to support all claims and all movements against the 47-2 Tsarist autocracy, so as to exploit their sources of energy and seize power at the critical moment. The victory of the Marxist Party was the final aim, but it could not be achieved by the proletariat alone. Lenin soon came to the conclusion, in fact, that a revolution could not be carried out by the working class in its own name, without the support of other mass movements such as the nationalities or the peasants. In other words, a socialist revolution in the traditional Marxist sense was an impossibility. This discovery was the source of nearly all the successes of Leninism, and nearly all its failures. The question of relations with the peasantry was at this time one of the main points of disagreement between Lenin and Trotsky. Up to the outbreak of war, Trotsky lived chiefly in Vienna, where from 1908 onwards he edited his own journal Pravda. He worked with the Mensheviks from time to time on various questions but did not join them, as he held different views of the coming revolution, prophesying that it would evolve into a socialist phase. He made repeated but unsuccessful efforts to restore party unity. From 1914 he belonged to the anti-war wing and joined Lenin in attacking social patriotism. He also drafted the Zimmerwald Manifesto. Together with Martov he published a journal in Paris to which Lunacharsky and other leading social democratic intellectuals contributed. From the Second Congress until 191-7, when he joined the Bolsheviks, he was the object of exceptional hostility on Lenin's part, whether or not they agreed on actual issues. Lenin described him, according to circumstances, as a noisy phrase-maker, a play-actor, an intriguer, a go-between, and a yudushka. He lost no opportunity of saying that Trotsky was a man without principle, dodging between one group and another and only caring that he should not be found out. In 1911 he wrote, "It is impossible to argue with Trotsky on the merits of the issue, because Trotsky holds no views whatever. We can and should argue with confirmed liquidators and etsovists, but it is no use arguing with a man whose game is to hide the errors of both these trends. In his case the thing to do is to expose him as a diplomat of the smallest caliber." 473. In 1914 he repeated the same idea. Trotsky, however, has never had any physiognomy at all. The only thing he does have is a habit of changing sides, of skipping from the liberals to the Marxists and back again, of mouthing scraps of catchwords and bombastic parrot phrases. As for Trotskyism itself, from the Bolsheviks Trotsky's original theory has borrowed their call for a decisive proletarian revolutionary struggle and for the conquest of political power by the proletariat, while from the Mensheviks it has borrowed repudiation of the peasantry's role. Trotsky in fact shared Lenin's view that the party must be the guiding force in the revolutionary struggle and not an adjunct to the bourgeoisie. Like Lenin, he was against both liquidators and etsovists, and he foresaw, sooner than Lenin, the revolution in two stages. However, he did not believe in the revolutionary potential of the peasantry, and he thought the proletariat would prevail in Russia thanks to a general European revolution. Although the various socialist groups lived in the expectation of a revolution, the outbreak in February 1917 took place without their aid and came as a surprise to all of them. Some weeks before, Trotsky had settled in the United States in the belief that he was leaving Europe forever. Lenin, in January 1917, gave a lecture in Zurich on the 1905 revolution which contained the words, "We of the older generation may not live to see the decisive battles of this coming revolution." If any party had anything directly to do with the February Revolution, it was the Cadets in concert with the Entente governments. Lenin himself observed that the capitalists of France and Britain as well as of Russia wished to prevent the Tsar concluding a separate peace with the German Emperor, and had therefore conspired to remove him from the throne. The conspiracy coincided with a revolt of the masses, made desperate by hunger, defeat, and economic chaos. The Romanov dynasty, which had stood for 300 years, collapsed overnight, and it was clear that no serious elements in society had been prepared to defend it. For 8 months, for the first 474 And last time in its history, Russia enjoyed complete political freedom, not thanks to any legal order, but chiefly because no social force was in command of the situation. The provisional government established by the Duma shared uncertain authority with the councils of workers and soldiers' deputies, formed in imitation of 1905, but neither was in proper control of the armed masses of the big cities. The Bolsheviks for the time being were a small minority in the Soviets, and all parties were completely confused as to the course the revolution was taking. Lenin arrived in Petrograd in April. The Germans had given him a safe conduct, together with a few dozen repatriates of various political parties. His adversaries used the pretext to brand him as a German agent. Lenin accepted German aid not, of course, in order to help the Kaiser's war but in the hope that revolution would spread from Russia to the rest of Europe. In letters from afar, written just before he left Switzerland, he formulated his basic strategy. As the Russian Revolution was a bourgeois one, the task of the proletariat was to unmask the deceit of the ruling classes, who could not give the people bread, peace, and freedom. The order of the day was to prepare the second stage of the revolution, which would give power to the proletariat supported by the indigent, semi-proletarian part of the peasantry. These maxims were developed, immediately after his return to Russia, in the famous April Theses. No support for the war or the provisional government, power for the proletariat and the poor peasants, replacement of the parliamentary republic by a republic of Soviets, abolition of the police, army, and bureaucracy, all officials to be elective and removable, confiscation of large estates, Soviet control over all social production and distribution, re-establishment of the International, and adoption by the party of the designation Communist. These slogans, with their clear demand for an immediate transition to the socialist phase of the revolution, were opposed not only by the Mensheviks, who saw them as a complete denial of the socialist tradition, but also by many Bolsheviks. Lenin's firmness, however, prevented all hesitation. At the same time he made it clear to his followers that the provisional government could not be overthrown at once, as it was supported by the Soviets. The Bolsheviks must first gain control of the Soviets and 475. Get a majority of the working masses on their side, convincing them that the imperialist war could only be ended by a dictatorship of the proletariat. In July Lenin revoked the slogan "All Power to the Soviets," having decided that the Bolsheviks could not gain a majority in them for the time being, and that the dominant Mensheviks and S.R.S. had gone over to the counter-revolution and become the servants of Tsarist generals. The peaceful road to revolution was thus closed. The revocation of the slogan took place after the Bolshevik show of force which, though Lenin strenuously denied this in later years, was probably a first attempt to seize power. Threatened with arrest, Lenin fled from Petrograd and went into hiding in Finland, directing the party's activity and at the same time writing The State and Revolution, an extraordinary semi-anarchist blueprint for a proletarian state in which power was to be directly exercised by the whole people in arms. The basic ideas of this program were not only soon falsified by the course of the Bolshevik Revolution, but were derided by Lenin himself as anarcho-syndicalist fantasies. General Kornilov's unsuccessful putsch increased the general confusion and made things easier for the Bolsheviks. Lenin's policy was for the party to aid in the resistance to Kornilov but not to drift into supporting Kerensky's government. As he wrote in a letter to the Central Committee on August 30, the development of this war alone can lead us to power, but we must speak of it as little as possible in our propaganda, remembering very well that even tomorrow events may put power into our hands, and then we shall not relinquish it. In September the Bolsheviks gained a majority in the Petrograd Soviet, and Trotsky became its chairman. In October a majority of the Central Committee voted for an armed rising. Zinoviev and Kamenev dissented, and made their attitude publicly known. The seizure of power in Petrograd was comparatively easy and bloodless. The Congress of Soviets, which assembled on the following day, with a Bolshevik majority, passed a decree on the land question and a decree calling for peace without annexations or indemnities. A purely Bolshevik government was in power and, as Lenin had promised, it had no intention of letting go. There can be no doubt that Lenin's insurrectionary policy and all his calculations were based on the firm expectation that the Russian Revolution would touch off a world revolution or at least a European one. This view was in fact shared by all the Bolsheviks. There was no question of socialism in one country for the first few years after the revolution. In a farewell letter to Swiss workers in 191-7, Lenin wrote that in view of Russia's agrarian character and the mass of unsatisfied peasant aspirations, a Russian revolution might, by reason of its scale, be the prelude to a world socialist revolution. But this might soon disappear from Lenin's speeches and articles, and for the next few years they are full of confidence that proletarian rule in Western Europe is just round the corner. In September 1917 he wrote, "The maturing and the inevitability of the worldwide socialist revolution is beyond doubt. If the proletariat gains power, it will have every chance of retaining it and of leading Russia until there is a victorious revolution in the West." Almost on the eve of the October Revolution he wrote, "Doubt is out of the question. We are on the threshold of a world proletarian revolution." After the revolution he declared to the Third Congress of Soviets on January 24, 1918, "Today we see that the socialist revolution is maturing by the hour in all countries of the world." In August 1918, we already see how frequent the sparks and explosions of the revolutionary conflagration in Western Europe have become, inspiring us with the assurance that the triumph of the world workers' revolution is not far off. On October 3, 1918, the crisis in Germany has only begun. It will inevitably end in the transfer of political power to the German proletariat. On November 3, 1918, the time is near when the first day of the World Revolution will be celebrated everywhere. On March 6, 1919, at the First Congress of the Third International, the victory of the proletarian revolution on a world scale is assured. The founding of an international Soviet republic is on the way. On July 12, 1919, at the party's Moscow conference, he predicted that next July we shall welcome the victory of the World Soviet Republic, and that victory will be full and irreversible. 477. These prophecies were based not only on the observation of events, the rising tide of revolution and the outbreaks in Bavaria, Hungary, and Estonia, but also on Lenin's conviction that the European war could only be stopped by overthrowing capitalism. In a speech on July 3, 1918 he said, as reported in Pravda, that the war was becoming hopeless. This hopelessness was an earnest that our socialist revolution had a very good chance of holding on until the world revolution broke out, and the guarantee of this was the war, which only the working masses could end. It is also beyond doubt that Lenin did not believe in the permanence of victory in one country. At the Third Congress of Soviets in January 1918 he said, "The final victory of socialism in a single country is of course impossible." In an article on 1 March 2, 1918, "Salvation lies only along that road of world socialist revolution upon which we have set out." In a speech on May 26, 1918, "We do not shut our eyes to the fact that in a single country, even if it were a much less backward country than Russia, even if we were living in better conditions than those prevailing after 4 years of unprecedented, painful, severe, and ruinous war, we could not carry out the socialist revolution completely, solely by our own efforts." In a speech on July 23, 1918, aware of the isolation of its revolution, the Russian proletariat clearly realizes that an essential condition and prime requisite for its victory is the united action of the workers of the whole world, or of several capitalistically advanced countries. When these hopes were disappointed and it became clear that the European proletariat either did not wish to follow the Bolshevik example or would fail in its revolutionary attempts, and that the war could be brought to an end by other means than revolution, the party was confronted with the question of what to do with the power it had conquered. There was no question of giving up that power or, in practice, of sharing it with other socialist forces. The dispute over socialism in one country broke out after Lenin's death. Stalin in his fight with Trotsky completely falsified the background to the problem, but he was probably more faithful to Lenin's ideas than Trotsky. The point. At issue was not whether socialism should or should not be built in a country that found itself in isolation for various historical reasons, but whether the building of socialism in Russia should be subordinated to the cause of world revolution or vice versa. This question was of decisive importance for the policy of the Soviet state, especially, but not only, its foreign policy and the fixing of goals for the Comintern. Trotsky could point to many statements by Lenin showing that he regarded the Russian Revolution as a prelude to world revolution, and Soviet Russia as the advance guard of the international proletariat. Naturally, Lenin never disavowed anything he had said on the subject, and Stalin did not do so expressly either. Instead, he misrepresented the argument as though it was a question of whether socialism could be built in one country, implying that Trotsky was abandoning the cause of socialism in Russia. As regards Lenin, it must be recognized that after the Civil War his attention was almost wholly taken up by the problems of peaceful construction, and in his last years his policy was that of a head of state and not the leader of a world revolution. It is true that in a speech on November 29, 1920 he said, "As soon as we are strong enough to overcome capitalism as a whole, we shall immediately seize it by the scruff of the neck," and no doubt he really meant this. But when he wrote that communism equals the Soviets plus electrification of the whole country, he clearly meant the electrification of Russia and not of Western Europe. His change of front was not accompanied by any express theoretical justification. Stalin's attempt to contrast Lenin's position with Trotsky's on this point was purely demagogic, as the question did not exist in Lenin's day in the form in which Stalin put it. Stalin, however, was not only more cautious than Trotsky in his estimate of the prospects of world revolution, but also interpreted more logically Lenin's dictum that Soviet Russia was the advance guard of the revolution, for if Soviet Russia is the world proletariat's most precious possession, clearly whatever is good for the Soviet state is good for the world proletariat. There could of course be a problem of what to do if the immediate interest of the Soviet state conflicted with the immediate interest of a revolutionary movement in another country. But in such cases Stalin's strategy of never sacrificing Soviet interests to the uncertain fortunes 479 of a foreign revolution was in accordance with Leninist principles. There is, indeed, no better proof that Lenin acted in this way than the history of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. This humiliating capitulation of the young republic to the Germans was forced through by Lenin despite the infuriated opposition of his own party and nearly the whole of Russia. To patriots outside the Bolshevik party it was a national disgrace, to Bolsheviks, a betrayal of the world revolution and a recantation of Lenin's frequent assurances before October 1917 that there could be no question of a separate peace with German imperialism. The treaty was a defeat, and Lenin never tried to pretend otherwise. He was not in the habit, as Stalin later was, of representing every setback as a brilliant triumph. Lenin was fully conscious of the dilemma, as he explained to the party: he must either save Bolshevik power by an ignominious peace, or wage a revolutionary war against Germany with every likelihood that Russia would be defeated and Bolshevik power destroyed. The lesson was a bitter one, as is shown by the frequency of his references to the treaty during the rest of his life. But his action in forcing the Central Committee to accept it despite the initial opposition of a large majority was the first clear instance of the policy later followed by Stalin. The interests of the Soviet state and Bolshevik power are paramount, and must never be put at risk for the sake of a problematical world revolution. Almost immediately after the revolution, the question of the legitimacy of the new authority was unambiguously resolved in accordance with Leninist principles. The elections to the Constituent Assembly, preparations for which had been made before the revolution, took place towards the end of November, and the Bolsheviks received about a quarter of the votes. This was the only instance in Russian history of an election held on a basis of equal, universal suffrage, and it took place when the popularity of the Bolsheviks was at its peak. The assembly, when it met on January 18, 1918, was dispersed by armed sailors, and thus ended the history of Russian parliamentary democracy. Both before and after the dispersal of the assembly, Lenin repeatedly declared that to give it power signified a return to the rule of the bourgeoisie and the big landowners. In point of fact, it had an SR majority, expressing the wishes of the peasant masses. In a speech on December 14, 1917, Lenin had said, "We shall tell the people that their interests are superior to the interests of a democratic institution. We must not return to the old prejudices, which subordinate the intereses of the people to formal democracy." Again, on December 26, he stated that, the slogan "All power to the Constituent Assembly," which disregards the gains of the workers' and peasants' revolution, has become in fact the slogan of the cadets and Kaledanites and of their helpers. Every direct or indirect attempt to consider the question of the Constituent Assembly from a formal, legal point of view, within the framework of ordinary bourgeois democracy and disregarding the class struggle and civil war, would be a betrayal of the proletariat's cause, and the adoption of the bourgeois standpoint. In saying this, Lenin was only repeating his long-standing belief that it was none of the people's business to decide what its interests were. He had indeed no intention of returning to the old prejudices. For a time, however, he believed that if a dictatorship had to be exercised against the peasantry, i.e. the bulk of the Russian people, it could still be a dictatorship supported by the great majority of the proletariat. This illusion too was dispelled before long. At the outset, however, the new state could count on support from a majority of the workers and peasants, otherwise it could not have survived the appalling hardships of the Civil War, when, as Lenin freely admitted, the future of Soviet power more than once hung by a thread. The superhuman energy that the Bolshevik Party displayed in those years, and the sacrifices it was able to elicit from the workers and peasants, saved Soviet power at the cost of economic ruin, immense human suffering, the loss of millions of lives, and the barbarization of society. In the last phase of the struggle, the revolution encountered a further defeat in the Polish War, which finally destroyed the hope that the Soviet system could be transplanted to Europe at an early date. As to the reasons for the success of the October Revolution, Lenin made no attempt to present the matter in traditional Marxist terms but referred to Russia's backwardness, the unsatisfied peasant demands, and the war situation. On April 23, 1919, he wrote, "It was easier for the Russians to begin the great proletarian revolution, but it will be more difficult for them to continue it and carry it to final victory, in the sense of the complete organization of a socialist society. It was easier for us to begin, firstly, because the unusual for 20th century Europe political backwardness of the Tsarist monarchy gave unusual strength to the revolutionary onslaught of the masses. Secondly, Russia's backwardness merged in a peculiar way the proletarian revolution against the bourgeoisie with the peasant revolution against the landowners. On July 192 at the Third Congress of the Comintern, he put the matter even more clearly: we were victorious in Russia, and with such ease, because we prepared for our revolution during the imperialist war. That was the first condition. 10 million workers and peasants in Russia were under arms, and our slogan was, an immediate peace at all costs. We were victorious because the vast mass of the peasants were revolutionarily disposed against the big landowners. Secondly, we were victorious because we adopted the agrarian program of the socialist revolutionaries instead of our own, and put it into effect. Our victory lay in the fact that we carried out the socialist revolutionary program. Lenin had indeed realized for a long time that if the Russian communists had to wait, like the Western parties, for the contradiction between relations of production and productive forces to mature to the requisite point, they could say goodbye to the hope of a proletarian revolution. He was fully aware that the course of events in Russia bore no relation to the traditional Marxist schemata, though he did not consider the theoretical problem in all its bearings. The massive strength of the Russian Revolution lay not in the class conflict between workers and bourgeoisie but in the aspirations of the peasants, the wartime debacle, and the longing for peace. It was a communist revolution in the sense that it transferred state power to the Communist Party, but not in the sense of confirming Marxist predictions as to the fate of capitalist society. 3. The beginnings of socialist economy. The economic history of Soviet Russia under Lenin is divided into two periods, that of war communism and, from the spring of 1921, the new economic policy. The term war communism was coined during the second period, and is misleading in that it suggests a temporary policy resulting from the civil war and the need to adopt extraordinary measures to feed the country in its state of economic ruin. History books not infrequently put the matter in this way and suggest, further, that the NEP was planned in advance but could not be put into effect owing to the exceptional circumstances of the war. In other words, it was not a retreat and a confession of error, but a return to the previously chosen path from which the party had been temporarily forced to deviate. In actual fact, both the course of events and Lenin's account of them make it clear that war communism was thought of from the beginning as the economic system to be maintained until the complete victory of communism, while the NEP was an admission of defeat. The key question in devastated Russia was of course the production of food, especially grain. War communism consisted primarily of requisitioning from the peasants all food surpluses, or rather all foodstuffs that the local authorities or the requisitioning squads regarded as surplus. As it was impossible to calculate accurately the quantity of stocks and surpluses on millions of small farms, the requisition system not only turned the peasant masses against the government and led to bribery and coercion on a vast scale, but ruined agricultural production and thus undermined the whole system of power. Lenin believed, however, that in a country of small farmers free trade in grain, as a principle rather than a temporary measure, was tantamount to the restoration of capitalism, and that those who proposed it in the name of economic recovery were no better than allies of Kolakowski. In a speech on May 19, 1919 he referred to this historical epoch, when the struggle of the oppressed working people for the complete overthrow of capital and the abolition of commodity production stands in the forefront, and declared that free trade in grain was Kolakowski's policy. On July 30 of that year, in a speech on the food situation, he re-emphasized the point stating that the question of free trade was decisive in the final battle with capitalism, and that there cannot be any concessions here, in this particular sphere, as free trade was the economic standby of Denikin and Kolakowski. We know that one of the main sources of capitalism is freedom to trade in grain in the country, and it is this source that has been the ruin of all previous republics. Today the last, decisive battle against capitalism and against freedom to trade is being fought, and for us this is a truly basic battle between capitalism and socialism. If we win in this fight there will be no return to capitalism and the former system, no return to what has been in the past. Such a return will be impossible so long as there is a war against the bourgeoisie, against profiteering and against petty proprietorship. Similarly, in an article written but not published at this time, he wrote, "Freedom to trade in grain is a return to capitalism, to the full power of the landowners and capitalists, to a savage struggle between people for profit, to the free enrichment of the few, to the poverty of the masses, to eternal bondage." While, then, Lenin did not envisage an immediate transition to collective or state farming, he was in no doubt that rural production must from the outset be under direct state control and that free trade in commodities meant the ruin of socialism. His intention from the start was that agricultural production should be based on police coercion of the peasants and on the direct confiscation of produce in the form of quotas which were supposed to leave the peasants enough seed corn for the following year and a minimum on which to feed themselves. The transition to NEP was due to the catastrophic failure of this policy, a failure predicted by the Mensheviks and S.R.S., who for their pains had been denounced, imprisoned, and murdered as henchmen of the White Guards. Lenin sounded the retreat at the party's 10th Congress, in March 1921. He announced that small farming would have to go on for many years, and the unrestricted trade slogan will be inevitable. It is apt to spread because it conforms to the economic conditions of the small producer's existence. He acknowledged that in the nationalization of trade and industry the party had gone further than theoretical or practical considerations justified, and declared that we must satisfy the middle peasantry economically and go over to free exchange, otherwise it will be impossible economically impossible. In view of the delay in the world revolution, to preserve the rule of the proletariat in Russia. As Lenin emphasized soon afterwards, the NEP was meant as a serious long-term policy, consisting not only of replacing the appropriation of surpluses by a uniform grain tax, but of numerous other measures, wide concessions to foreign capital in Russia, aid to cooperatives, the leasing of state factories to private persons, relief to private traders and the distribution of state products through private merchants, greater independence and initiative for state enterprises as regards the use of financial and material resources, and the introduction of material incentives into production. Commodity exchange is brought to the fore as the principal lever of the new economic policy. Lenin made no secret of the fact that a disastrous error had been committed. We expected, or perhaps it would be truer to say that we presumed without having given it adequate consideration, to be able to organize the state production and the state distribution of products on communist lines in a small peasant country directly as ordered by the proletarian state. Experience has proved that we were wrong. It appears that a number of transitional stages were necessary: state capitalism and socialism, in order to prepare by many years of effort for the transition to communism. Not directly relying on enthusiasm, but aided by the enthusiasm engendered by the Great Revolution, and on the basis of personal interest, personal incentive, and business principles, we must first set to work in this small peasant country to build solid gangways to socialism by way of state capitalism. In attempting to go straight over to communism, we, in the spring of 192, sustained a more serious defeat on the economic front than any defeat inflicted upon us by Kolchak, Denikin, or Pilsudski. This defeat was much more serious, significant, and dangerous. It was expressed in the isolation of the higher administrators of our economic policy from the lower, and their failure to produce that development of the productive forces which the program of our party regards as vital and urgent. The surplus food appropriation system in the rural districts, this direct communist approach to the problem of urban development, hindered the growth of the productive forces and proved to be the main cause of the profound economic and political crisis that we experienced in the spring of 192. After the Brest Treaty, the NEP was a second major demonstration of Lenin's extraordinary ability to sacrifice doctrine to the retention of power. It excited less opposition in the party, as all could see that the country was on the brink of an abyss, but it was none the less a retreat towards capitalism, a case, as Lenin put it, of recular pour mieux sauter. In the preceding years he had supposed that all important economic problems could be solved by police and military terror. This had been the Jacobins' policy. He believed that it had brought excellent results, but like them he found himself on the edge of a precipice, though he was able to draw back at the last moment. His economic directives during the period of war communism were simple. They consisted of shooting, imprisonment, and intimidation. It turned out, however, that Marxist doctrine was quite right. Economic life has its own laws, which cannot be set aside by terror. In time of famine and the breakdown of society, the execution of profiteers will not put an end to profiteering. 4. The dictatorship of the proletariat and the dictatorship of the party. The new situation, however, brought about other changes that were bound to arouse dissension in the party. All the pre-revolutionary promises had suddenly become scraps of paper. Lenin had undertaken to abolish the standing army and the police, to equalize the pay of high officials and specialists on the one hand and skilled workers on the other. He had promised that the people in arms would exercise direct rule. Directly after the revolution, and long before NEP, it was evident that these were utopian dreams. An army with a cadre of professional officers had to be organized at once on a basis of rank and strict discipline, like any other army. Trotsky revealed his genius as the chief organizer of the Red Army, and was the main architect of victory in the Civil War. The methods used were drastic enough. Hostages were taken and executed, deserters and those who harbored them were shot, as were soldiers for offenses against discipline, etc. But such methods would not have been possible without a large, trustworthy force under arms. To keep an army together by intimidation and terror, there must be enough people willing to apply that terror in a situation where counter-terror is also powerful. It was necessary, immediately after the revolution, to establish a force of political police, which was efficiently created by Felix Dzerzhinsky. It soon became clear that production could not be organized without privileges for specialists, and that it could not be based on intimidation alone. As early as April 1918, Lenin recognized, in the immediate tasks of the Soviet government, that it was necessary to compromise in this respect and to depart from the principles of the Paris Commune. Lenin also proclaimed from the beginning of the revolution that it was important to learn from the bourgeoisie. Those who thought socialism could be built without learning from the bourgeois, so Lenin told the Central Executive Committee on 29 April 1918, had the mentality of Central African natives. In his writings and speeches he devoted more and more attention to civilization, i.e. the technical and administrative skills necessary to run industry and the state. He emphasized that communists must stop being arrogant, must admit their ignorance and learn these skills from the bourgeoisie. In May 1918 he bethought himself of a better model than the Paris Commune, namely Peter the Great. While the revolution in Germany is still slow in coming forth, our task is to study the state capitalism of the Germans, to spare no effort in copying it and not shrink from adopting dictatorial methods to hasten the copying of it. Our task is to hasten this copying even more than Peter hastened the copying of Western culture by barbarian Russia, and we must not hesitate to use barbarous methods in fighting barbarism. The principle of unity of control in industry was soon introduced, and dreams of the collective administration of factories were condemned as a syndicalist deviation. Thus the new society was to be built by means of increasing technical and administrative knowledge on the one hand, and coercion and intimidation on the other. The NEP brought no relaxation of political and police terror, nor was it intended. 2. The non-Bolshevik press was closed down during the Civil War, and was never again permitted to appear. The opposition socialist parties, the Mensheviks and S.R.S., were terrorized and liquidated. The autonomy of the universities was finally suppressed in 192 Lenin constantly repeated that the so-called freedom of the press was a bourgeois deceit, like freedom of assembly and the right to form parties, since in a bourgeois society the common people had no printing presses and no rooms in which to assemble. Now that the Soviet system had given these facilities to the people, the latter obviously could not allow the bourgeoisie to use them for deceptive purposes, and as the Mensheviks and S.R.S. had sunk to the position of bourgeois parties, they too must submit to the dictatorship of the proletariat. The closure of Menshevik newspapers in February 1919 was justified by Lenin on the ground that the Soviet government, right at the time of the last, decisive and sharpest armed clash with the landlord and capitalist troops, cannot put up with people who are unwilling to endure great sacrifices alongside the workers and peasants fighting for their just cause. At the 7th Congress of Soviets in December 1919 he declared that when Martov accused the Bolsheviks of representing a minority of the working class he was speaking the language of the wild beasts of imperialism. Clemenceau, Wilson, and Lloyd George. The logical conclusion was that we have to be on the alert and to realize that the Chika is indispensable. The dissolution of non-Bolshevik organizations and periodicals, the expulsion from Russia of hundreds of the country's chief intellectuals, purges in all cultural institutions, the atmosphere of terror in every walk of life, all this had the unplanned but natural effect that social conflicts came to be reflected within the Bolshevik party itself, and this in turn led to the application within the party of the same principle of despotic rule as the party exercised over the rest of society. The Civil War had brought economic ruin and general exhaustion, and the working class, drained of its strength, was unresponsive to appeals to show the same enthusiasm and self-sacrifice in the cause of peaceful construction as it had on the field of battle. That the Bolsheviks represented the whole working class had been an axiom since 1918, it was unverifiable. As no institutions existed for the purpose. The proletariat, however, began to display anger and discontent, most forcefully in the Kronstadt Rising of March 1921, which was suppressed with heavy bloodshed. The sailors of Kronstadt, like the great majority of the working class, were in favor of Soviet power, but they did not identify it with the despotism of a single ruling party. They wanted rule by the Soviets as opposed to party rule. Within the party itself, proletarian discontent was reflected in the strong workers' opposition, represented in the Central Committee by Alexander Shlyapnikov, Alexandra Kalante, and others. This group wanted economic management to be entrusted to a general organization of workers, i.e. trade unions. They called for the equalization of pay, and protested against despotic methods of control within the party. In short, they wanted the kind of dictatorship of the proletariat that Lenin had written about before the revolution. They believed that democracy for the workers and democracy within the party could be safeguarded even when there was no democracy for anyone else. Lenin and Trotsky no longer entertained any such illusion. They branded the workers' opposition as an anarcho-syndicalist deviation, and its spokesmen were eliminated from party work on various pretexts, though they were not imprisoned or shot. The episode gave rise to a general debate on the place and function of trade unions in the Soviet system. 3 years earlier, in March 1991, Lenin had inveighed against the Mensheviks for saying that in the interests of preserving and strengthening the class independence of the proletariat, the trade unions should not become state organizations. This view was and is either a bourgeois provocation of the crudest kind or an extreme misunderstanding, a slavish repetition of the slogans of yesterday. The working class is becoming and has become the ruling class in the state. The trade unions are becoming and must become state organizations which have prime responsibility for the reorganization of all economic life on a socialist basis. The idea of turning the trade unions into state organizations followed logically from the theory of the proletarian dictatorship. Since the proletariat was identified with state power, it was clearly nonsense to imagine that the workers would have to defend their interests against the state. Trotsky held to this view, but Lenin changed his mind on both points in the above-quoted passage. Having decided in 1920 that the Soviet state was suffering from bureaucratic distortion, he attacked Trotsky for holding the views he had himself recently advanced, and declared that it was the business of the trade unions to defend the workers' state but also to defend the workers against their own state, or rather its abuses. At the same time he was violently opposed to the idea that the unions should take over the state's function of managing the economy. Meanwhile, Lenin took steps to prevent opposition groups from arising in future within the party. Rules were adopted prohibiting the formation of intra-party factions, and empowering the Central Committee to expel from its midst members who had been elected at the party congress. In this way, by a natural progression, the dictatorship first exercised over society in the name of the working class, and then over the working class in the name of the party, was now applied to the party itself, creating the basis for a one-man tyranny. Another theme which becomes more and more prominent in Lenin's last years is that, just mentioned, of bureaucratic distortion. He complains more and more frequently that the state apparatus is expanding indefinitely without need and at the same time is incapable of getting anything done, that everything is muddle and red tape, that civil servants refer the most trifling questions to high party officials, and so on. It seems never to have occurred to Lenin that the root of these troubles lay in the fact that the whole system was based, as he constantly emphasized, on force and not on law. He demanded that people be imprisoned right and left for inefficiency, and then wondered why they were afraid to take decisions and referred them higher up whenever they could. He demanded vigilant supervision and exhaustive records, and yet was astonished at the amount of pen-pushing. He created a system in which, depending on the whim of a local party or police authority, any criticism might be regarded as counter-revolutionary and expose its author to 49 imprisonment or death, and at the same time he urged the working people to be fearless in their criticism of the state apparatus. His diagnosis of the cancer of bureaucracy was a simple one: it was due to lack of education, culture, and administrative ability. There were two remedies, also simple: to imprison the inefficient, and to create new supervisory bodies of honest officials. He attached great importance to the Workers' and Peasants' Inspectorate, headed by Stalin, which was appointed to supervise all branches of the administration and other supervisory bodies, and on the honesty of which, in his view, the success of the fight against bureaucracy ultimately depended. This body, besides adding to the burden of terror and issuing incompetent instructions in all directions, was used by Stalin, who became Secretary General of the party in 1922, as a stick to beat his opponents and a weapon in intra-party struggles. This, of course, Lenin did not foresee. He had applied his final cure to bureaucracy in the shape of an additional link in the bureaucratic chain which, as he well knew, was fastened upon the country irrevocably. The hierarchy grew and grew, it had powers of life and death over every citizen, it was at first directed by sincere communists, but in course of time absorbed a mass of careerists, parasites and sycophants who, over the years, modeled the style of government in their own image. The last 2 years of Lenin's life were overshadowed by physical infirmity due to sclerosis and a succession of strokes, despite which he continued fighting to the end. His famous testament, consisting of notes written in December 1922 and January 1923 in preparation for the Party Congress, was concealed from the Soviet public for the next 33 years. The notes express his feeling of helplessness at the difficulties of the state and the approaching struggle for power in the party hierarchy. He criticizes Stalin for concentrating excessive power in his own hands and for being high-handed, capricious, and disloyal, and therefore unfit to remain in the office of Secretary General. Lenin also enumerates the faults of Trotsky, Pyatakov, Zinoviev, and Kamina, and criticizes Bukharin for un-Marxist views. He blames Orджоникидзе, Stalin, and Dzerzhinsky for great Russian nationalism and the brutality of the methods used in the invasion of Georgia. He speaks of the need to provide the non-Russians with a real safeguard against the truly 49-1 Russian bully, and predicts that, given the apparatus which we took over from Tsarism and slightly anointed with Soviet oil, the promised freedom to secede from the Union will be a mere scrap of paper, unable to defend the non-Russians from the onslaught of that really Russian man, the great Russian chauvinist, in substance a rascal and a tyrant, such as the typical Russian bureaucrat is. These appeals, warnings, and reproaches were of little practical importance. Lenin called for the protection of national minorities and the right of self-determination immediately after the Red Army, with his blessing, had invaded Georgia, with its democratically elected Menshevik government. He hoped to prevent factional strife by enlarging the Central Committee, as though its size could make any difference when he himself had virtually put an end to democracy within the party. He criticized all the main party leaders and called for Stalin's replacement, but who did he think should be the new Secretary General? Trotsky, with his excessive self-assurance, Bukharin, who was not a Marxist, Zinoviev or Kamina, whose treason in October 1917 was no accident, or Pyatakov, who could not be relied on in important political matters. Whatever Lenin's political intentions were, the testament today reads like a cry of despair. Lenin died on January 1, 1924. The new state was to develop along the lines he had inculcated. His embalmed corpse, exhibited to this day in the mausoleum in Moscow, aptly symbolizes the new order which, he promised, was soon to embrace all mankind. 5. The theory of imperialism and of revolution. The Bolshevik theory of imperialism was the work of Lenin and Bukharin. The latter was the first to formulate the basis of a strategy of revolution for the new historical era. Lenin in his work on imperialism based for the most part, as already mentioned, on J. A. Hobson's imperialism and R. Hilferding's Finanzkapital enumerates 5 principal features distinguishing imperialism from pre-monopolistic capitalism: the concentration of production and capital, leading to the domination of the world economy by big monopolies, the fusion of bank and industrial capital and the consequent 492. Rise of a financial oligarchy, the specially important role of the export of capital, the division of the world among monopolistic leagues of international capitalists, the completion of the territorial partition of the world among the great imperialist powers. This situation does not relieve the contradictions of capitalism, but intensifies them to the utmost. The inequalities of development within the system and the fierceness of competition not only do not reduce the likelihood of wars but make them increasingly inevitable. The last point is stressed by Lenin in his attack on Kolakowski, who had argued that it was possible to foresee the world economic system passing into a phase of ultra-imperialism in which the great powers and the great international cartels would stabilize the partition of the world and thus eliminate the risk of war. Kolakowski put this forward as a general hypothesis and not something that was bound to occur, but Lenin was scandalized by the idea of capitalism without wars, a state of affairs in which revolutions too would be much less likely. Kolakowski's stupid fable was anti-Marxist and a symptom of opportunism. Imperialism could not exist without wars, for there was no other way of regulating and eliminating the inequalities of world development. Hence, in his article The Military Program of the Proletarian Revolution, Lenin drew the conclusion that socialism could not triumph simultaneously in all countries. The revolutionary process would begin in one or several countries, and this would lead to further conflicts and wars. The connection between the prospects of revolution and the uneven development of the world economy, which at the same time constituted a single system, was expounded by Bukharin in books written during the war and in the first years after the revolution. Imperialism, he explained, sought to overcome the anarchy of production and to organize a rational economy, with the state as a supervisory and regulating force, but it was unable to eliminate contradictions and competition, and hence to avoid imperialist wars. The capitalist system as a whole was ripe for socialist revolution. However, this was much less likely to break out in places where technological development had reached its height and where the bourgeoisie, thanks to its fat profits, was able to bribe the workers with high wages and dissuade them from revolution, than where the concentration of contradictions 493 was greatest, i.e. on the fringe of the capitalist world, in backward, colonial, or semi-colonial countries. Thanks to the combination of intensive exploitation, national oppression, and peasant movements, these countries were the weakest link where the chain of the world system could be broken by force. Social movements in underdeveloped countries could not lead to the immediate establishment of socialism, but they were the natural allies of the proletariat in the advanced countries, and could create transitional social forms in which the achievement of bourgeois democratic objectives would coincide with the gradual and peaceful development towards socialism, based on the combined forces of workers and peasants. By 1916, however, Lenin had taken the argument a stage further. In the discussion on self-determination summed up he wrote, "To imagine that social revolution is conceivable without revolts by small nations in the colonies and in Europe, without revolutionary outbursts by a section of the petty bourgeoisie with all its prejudices, without a movement of the politically non-conscious proletarian and semi-proletarian masses against oppression by the landowners, the church, and the monarchy, against national oppression, etc. To imagine all this is to repudiate social revolution. Whoever expects a pure social revolution will never live to see it. The socialist revolution in Europe cannot be anything other than an outburst of mass struggle on the part of all and sundry oppressed and discontented elements. Inevitably sections of the petty bourgeoisie and of the backward workers will participate in it. Without such participation mass struggle is impossible, without it no revolution is possible, and just as inevitably they bring into the movement their prejudices, their reactionary fantasies, their weaknesses and errors. But objectively they will attack capital. It is not clear whether Lenin was fully aware of the consequences of this theory or the extent to which it diverged from Marxist tradition. At all events, it laid down firmly that a socialist uprising could only take place when there were numerous unsatisfied claims and aspirations of the kind which Marxists assign to the bourgeois phase of development, i.e. primarily those of the peasants and subject nationalities. This means that as capitalism approaches the situation, foreseen by Marx, in which society consists only of the bourgeoisie and the 494 proletariat, a socialist revolution becomes less and less likely. Lenin's statement that unsatisfied peasant and national claims and the presence of survivals of feudalism might assist the proletariat, reinforcing it with the energy of non-proletarian demands, was of course not in conflict with the strategy of Marx and Engels, who adopted a similar position on various occasions, for example in their hopes for a proletarian revolution in Germany in 1848 or a Russian revolution in the 70s, or their view that the Irish question would strengthen the hand of the British working class. Marx and Engels, it is true, did not put forward any precise theory as to how such alliances would operate, nor was it clear how their hopes were to be theoretically reconciled with the general theory of socialist revolution. but the statement that a proletarian revolution could not happen at all without the reinforcement due to survivals of feudalism was a novelty in Marxism and a complete departure from the traditional theory. Lenin was no doubt right when he accused the leaders of the Second International of being revolutionary in words and reformist in action. He alone thought seriously of the seizure of power, and, what is more, he thought of nothing else. His position was clear: power must be seized wherever it was politically possible to do so. He did not indulge in theoretical calculations as to whether productive forces had matured to the point of a socialist uprising. His calculations were all concerned with the power situation. He himself could rightly be accused of being a determinist in words and a realpolitiker in action. Sometimes, though not often, he repeated the determinist catechism, but this determinism only served to convince himself and others that the communist cause was historically bound to triumph. It was not applied to any specific political acts. He even jettisoned the idea, which had been regarded as one of the rudiments of Marxism, that all countries must go through the capitalist stage of development. At the Second Congress of the Comintern on July 26, 1920, he declared that backward peoples might bypass the capitalist phase and proceed direct to socialism, with the aid of the proletariat in the advanced countries and of Soviet power. Lenin, then, was not interested in economic ripeness, but only in the existence of a revolutionary situation. In an article of 1G15 on the collapse of the Second International, he defined the main features of such a situation as follows: it is usually insufficient for the lower classes not to want to live in the old way, it is also necessary that the upper classes should be unable to live in the old way. Popular discontent is not enough, there must also be a disintegration of the apparatus of government. The suffering and want of the oppressed classes have grown more acute than usual, and as a consequence of the above causes there is a considerable increase in the activity of the masses, who are drawn, themselves, into independent historical action. But not every revolutionary situation gives rise to a revolution. Revolution arises only out of a situation in which the above-mentioned objective changes are accompanied by a subjective change, namely the ability of the revolutionary class to take revolutionary mass action strong enough to break or dislocate the old government. It is easy to see that the conditions prescribed by Lenin are most likely to occur in time of war and particularly of military defeat. Hence his anger at suggestions that capitalism might avoid wars and thus preclude, in all probability, the chance of a revolutionary situation arising. Hence, likewise, his desire that revolutionists should aim at their country's own defeat in the imperialist war and thus turn it into a civil one. The fact that Lenin was wholly preoccupied by the question of political power meant that he was the only social democratic leader who was completely free from any vestige of what he called bourgeois pacifism, the hope of abolishing wars without the revolutionary abolition of capitalism, and, when war had broken out, the attempt to bring it to an end by methods of international law. A symptom of bourgeois pacifism was the use of the concept of aggression, regardless of the class character of the war. War should be seen in terms of classes and not of states. It was not the collision of two state organisms, but a product of class interests. Lenin frequently quoted Clausewitz's remark that war is simply the continuation of policy by other means. And on the strength of this dictum the Prussian general of Napoleonic times is credited with formulating the main thesis of dialectics with reference to wars. War was a manifestation of conflict due to class interests, and the difference between warlike and peaceful means of resolving these conflicts was purely technical and had no political significance. War was simply a way of attaining ends that could at other times be attained without it, and had no particular moral or political quality independent of class interests. It did not matter who was the aggressor, there was in fact no difference between offensive and defensive wars, all that mattered were the class interests underlying the military operations. Lenin's statements on this subject are numerous and perfectly clear, though not often quoted by his present-day disciples. It is absurd to divide wars into defensive and aggressive. It is not the defensive or offensive character of the war, but the interests of the class struggle of the proletariat, or to put it better, the interests of the international movement of the proletariat that represent the sole criterion for considering and deciding the attitude of the Social Democrats to any particular event in international relations. As if the question were, who was the first to attack, and not what are the causes of the war? What are its aims? Which classes are waging it? The character of the war does not depend on who the attacker was, or in whose country the enemy is stationed. It depends on what class is waging the war, and what politics this war is a continuation of. It thus appears not only that aggression is a fraudulent bourgeois concept serving to conceal the class character of wars, but that the working class organized in its own state has every right to wage war on a capitalist state, since by definition it represents the interests of the oppressed and has justice on its side. Lenin does not shrink from this conclusion. For instance, if socialism is victorious in America or in Europe in 1920, and Japan and China, let us say, then move their Bismarcks against. 497. Us, if only diplomatically at first, we certainly would be in favor of an offensive revolutionary war against them. In a speech on December 6, 1920, Lenin declared that war was bound to break out soon between the USA and Japan, and that, while the Soviet state could not support either against the other, it should play one off against the other and exploit the war in its own interest. At the Seventh Party Congress in March 1918, he proposed a resolution to the effect that the Congress will empower the Central Committee of the party both to break all the peace treaties and to declare war on any imperialist power or the whole world when the Central Committee of the party considers that the appropriate moment for this has come. This, it is true, was drafted in the atmosphere of Brest-Litovsk, but it is general in application and is wholly in accordance with Lenin's doctrine. As the proletarian state is by definition in the right vis-a-vis capitalist states, and since the question of aggression is beside the point in judging a war, it is clearly the right and duty of the former state to attack the latter for the sake of the world revolution whenever occasion offers, all the more so as peaceful coexistence between capitalism and socialism was, in Lenin's opinion, impossible. In the speech on December 6, 1920, already quoted, he declared, "I said that we had passed from war to peace, but that we had not forgotten that war will return. While capitalism and socialism live side by side, they cannot live in peace." Such were the simple ideological foundations of the foreign policy of the socialist state. The new state by definition represented the leading force in history. Whether attacking or defending itself, it was acting in the name of progress. International law, arbitration, disarmament talks, the outlawing of war, all these were deceptions as long as capitalism existed, and afterwards they would not be necessary, for wars were as impossible under socialism as they were inevitable under capitalism. 6. Socialism and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Although Lenin's whole activity was subordinated to the struggle for the ultimate aim, i.e. the building of a socialist society, he did not concern himself before the war with specifying what that society would be like. His writings contain scattered references to familiar socialist ideas such as the collectivization of property, the abolition of wage labor and of the commodity economy, etc., but he does not go into details. He did, however, explain before the revolution what he meant by the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the terms in which he did so remained unaltered throughout his career. In The Victory of the Cadets and the Tasks of the Workers' Party he expressed himself several times with emphasis: dictatorship means unlimited power based on force, and not on law. Authority unlimited, outside the law, and based on force in the most direct sense of the word is dictatorship. The scientific term dictatorship means nothing more nor less than authority untrammelled by any laws, absolutely unrestricted by any rules whatever, and based directly on violence. The term dictatorship has no other meaning but this: mark this well, cadet gentlemen. To make clear that his views had not changed, Lenin repeated the above statements in 1920. Dictatorship was the directest form of coercion, and the dictatorship of the proletariat was the exercise of force by the proletariat against the exploiters it had overthrown. As to how that force would be organized, Lenin gave the answers in his pamphlet The State and Revolution, directed against the leaders of the Second International. On the eve of the creation of the Third International, and in the hope that revolution would soon break out all over Europe, Lenin thought it necessary to expound once again the Marxist theory of the state and of the changes that socialism would involve in the functioning of state institutions. According to Marx and Engels, Lenin points out, the state is the result of irreconcilable class antagonisms, but not in the sense that it harmonizes them or arbitrates between them. On the contrary, the state as such has hitherto always been the instrument whereby the possessing classes have coerced the oppressed classes. Its institutions cannot be neutral in the class conflict, but are only the legal expression of the economic oppression of one class by another. Since the whole function of the bourgeois state is to perpetuate the exploitation of the working class, the 499 institutions and organs of that state cannot be used to emancipate the workers. The suffrage in bourgeois states is not a means of relieving social tension, let alone of enabling the oppressed classes to gain power, it is merely a way of maintaining the authority of the bourgeoisie. The proletariat cannot free itself except by destroying the state apparatus. This is the main task of the revolution, and must be clearly distinguished from the withering away of the state in accordance with Marxist theory. The bourgeois state must be smashed here and now. The withering away applies to the proletarian state after the revolution, i.e. at a future time when all political authority will be done away with. Lenin refers particularly to Marx's article on the Paris Commune and his critique of the Katha program, and also to essays and letters by Engels. Reformism in the socialist movement and the idea of using the bourgeois state to serve the interests of the proletariat are, he declares, contrary to the basis of Marxism. They are delusions or deceitful maneuvers of opportunists who have renounced the revolution. The proletariat needs a state, but it must be a state that tends to wither away and destroy itself. To overcome the resistance of the exploiters in the transitional period, the length of which cannot be foreseen, there must be a dictatorship of the proletariat which, unlike all previous forms of state, will be the dictatorship of the great majority of society over the remnants of the possessing classes. During this period the freedom of capitalists must be limited, while full democracy will be possible only when classes have been done away with altogether. During the transition the state will be able to function without difficulty, as the majority will have no trouble crushing the minority of exploiters and will have no need of a special police machine. The experience of the Paris Commune serves to illustrate the general features of communist state organization. In such a state, the standing army will be disbanded and the people will be armed instead. All state officials will be elected and dismissed by the working people. The police as such will not be needed, as their functions, like those of the army, will be performed by the whole of the population that is capable of bearing arms. In addition, the organizational functions of the state will become 500. So simple that they can be performed by anyone who knows how to read and write. No special skill will be required for the running of society in general, and there will therefore be no separate caste of officials. Simple administration and accounting will be performed by all citizens in turn, at a wage equal to that of manual workers. Everyone will be in equal degree a servant of the state, paid on an equal basis and equally obliged to work. They will be alternately manual workers and officials, so that nobody will become a bureaucrat. Given the simplicity of administration, equality of pay, and the election and removability of public officers, there will be no risk of the formation of a parasitic caste of bureaucrats alienated from society. To begin with, there must be political compulsion, but as the state withers away, its functions will gradually lose their political character and become matters of pure administration. Orders will no longer be given from the top. Necessary central planning will be combined with broad territorial autonomy. In materials relating to the revision of the party program, written in April-May 1917, Lenin spoke of public education to be administered by democratically elected organs of local self-government, the central government not to be allowed to interfere with the arrangement of the school curriculum, or with the selection of the teaching staffs, teachers to be elected directly by the population with the right of the latter to remove undesirable teachers, etc. The final objective is the complete abolition of the state and of all constraint. This will be possible as people get accustomed to the principles of voluntary coexistence and solidarity. Crimes and excesses are due to exploitation and poverty, and so will gradually disappear under socialism. This conviction of Lenin's was practically universal among socialists. Lenin's utopia, described in these terms while the European war was raging, may well seem astoundingly naive to those who read it after 50 years of Soviet power. It had about as much to do with the state that was soon to come into existence as Thomas More's fantasies had with the England of Henry VIII. But it is a sterile exercise to point out the grotesque divergences between programs and their fulfillment half a century later. Lenin's utopia is in general accord with Marx's ideas, but as compared with Lenin's own earlier writings, not to 501. Speak of the later ones, it presents one striking difference, viz. that it says nothing whatever about the party. There is no reason to doubt that Lenin penned his fantasy in good faith. It should be recalled that when he did so he believed, wrongly, that there was about to be a world revolution. But he apparently did not perceive that the picture he drew was manifestly contrary to his own doctrine of revolution and of the party. The dictatorship of the majority was supposed to be exercised through a political organization imbued with a scientific understanding of history. This qualification, which cuts across the idea of a transitional proletariat state, is not mentioned at all in the State and Revolution. At the time of writing the book, Lenin evidently envisaged that the whole people, armed and liberated, would directly perform all functions of administration, economic management, the police, the army, the judiciary, etc. He also believed that restraints on freedom would apply only to the former privileged classes, while the workers and laboring peasants would be perfectly free to regulate their lives as they chose. However, the nature of the system that developed after the revolution was not merely the result of historical accidents connected with the Civil War and the halting of the revolutionary movement outside Russia. The system, with all its despotic and totalitarian features, was prefigured in its main lines by the Bolshevik doctrine as Lenin had worked it out over the years, though naturally the consequences were not fully realized or predicted. The basic principle laid down by Lenin in different forms on many occasions since 1903 was that categories such as freedom and political equality were not intrinsic values but only instruments of the class struggle, and it was foolish to advocate them without considering what class interests they served. In practice, the proletariat can retain its independence only by subordinating its struggle for all democratic demands, not excluding the demand for a republic, to its revolutionary struggle for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie. Under the bourgeois system, the difference between a despotism and a democracy was only significant insofar as the latter facilitated the working class struggle. It was a secondary difference, one of form only. Universal suffrage, a constituent assembly, a parliament are merely a form, a sort of promissory note, which does not change the real state of affairs. This is true a fortiori of the post-revolutionary state. Since the proletariat is in power, no consideration is important in itself except the maintenance of that power. All organizational questions are subordinate to the preservation of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The dictatorship of the proletariat will not provisionally, but permanently abolish the parliamentary system and the separation of the legislative power from the executive. This is to be the main difference between the Soviet Republic and a parliamentary regime. At the 7th Congress of the Russian Communist Party in March 1918, Lenin presented a draft program embodying this principle: abolition of parliamentarism, union of legislative and executive state activity, fusion of administration with legislation. In other words, the rulers determine the laws by which they rule and are not controlled by anyone. But who are the rulers? In the same draft, Lenin emphasizes that freedom and democracy are not intended to be for all, but for the laboring and exploited masses and for the sake of their liberation. At the outset of the revolution, Lenin hoped for support not only from the proletariat but from the working peasants as opposed to the kulaks, but it soon became clear that while the whole of the peasantry supported the revolution against the big landowners, they were much less enthusiastic for the next phase. The party placed its hopes from the beginning on kindling the class struggle in the countryside, and tried to rouse the poor peasants and farm laborers against the richer peasants, inter alia by the so-called committees of the poor. The results were meager, and it was clear that the common interest of the peasants as a class was generally stronger than the conflict between poor peasants and kulaks. Lenin soon began to speak for preference of neutralizing the peasantry as a whole, and at the 10th Party Conference in May 1921, on the eve of NEP, he declared, "We tell the peasants frankly and honestly, without any deception, in order to hold the road to socialism, we are making a number of concessions to you, comrade peasants, but only within the stated limits and to the stated extent, and, of course, we ourselves shall be the judge of the limits and the extent." The first transitional slogan, that of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the needy peasants, was never more than a delusion or a propaganda device. The party in due course openly admitted that the dictatorship of the proletariat was exercised over the whole peasantry, which thus had no say in deciding the matters that concerned it most, though it was still an obstacle that had to be taken into account. The situation was indeed obvious from the beginning, as the November elections showed. If the peasants had had a share in power, the country would have been governed by the S.R.S., with the Bolshevik minority in opposition. The proletariat thus shared its dictatorship with nobody. As to the question of the majority, this never troubled Lenin much. In an article Constitutional Illusions he wrote, "In time of revolution it is not enough to ascertain the will of the majority, you must prove to be stronger at the decisive moment and at the decisive place, you must win." We have seen innumerable examples of the better organized, more politically conscious and better armed minority forcing its will upon the majority and defeating it. It was clear from the beginning, however, that the proletarian minority was to exercise power not in the manner described in the State and Revolution, but in accordance with the principle that the proletariat is represented by the party. Lenin did not shrink from using the phrase dictatorship of the party. This was at a time when the party still had to answer its critics and was sometimes cornered into frankness. In a speech on July 31, 1919 he declared, "When we are reproached with having established a dictatorship of one party and, as you have heard, a united socialist front is proposed, we say, yes, it is a dictatorship of one party. That is what we stand for, and we shall not shift from that position, because it is the party that has won, in the course of decades, the position of vanguard of the entire factory and industrial proletariat." In a document on the trade unions in January 1922, after mentioning the contradictions arising from the backwardness of the masses, he declared, "The aforementioned contradictions will inevitably give rise to disputes, disagreements, friction, etc. A higher body is required with sufficient authority to settle these at once. This higher body is the Communist Party and the International Federation of the Communist Parties of all countries, the Communist International." From the theoretical point of view, the matter was elucidated by Lenin's famous pamphlet Left-Wing Communism, an Infantile Disorder, from which it appeared that there was no problem at all. The mere presentation of the question dictatorship of the party or dictatorship of the class, dictatorship of the leaders, or dictatorship of the masses, testifies to most incredibly and hopelessly muddled thinking. It is common knowledge that the masses are divided into classes, that as a rule and in most cases, at least in present-day civilized countries, classes are led by political parties, that political parties, as a general rule, are run by more or less stable groups composed of the most authoritative, influential, and experienced members, who are elected to the most responsible positions, and are called leaders. All this is elementary. All this is clear and simple. Why replace this with some kind of rigmarole, some nouveau lapidatic? The Russian Bolshevik cannot help regarding all this talk about from above or from below, about the dictatorship of leaders or the dictatorship of the masses, etc., as ridiculous and childish nonsense, something like discussing whether a man's left leg or right arm is of greater use to him. In thus ruling the issue out of court, Lenin implied that there was no problem about the relationship between a class and a party, or a party and its leaders, and that government by a handful of oligarchs can properly be called government by the class they claim to represent, although there is no institutional means of telling whether the class wants to have them as its representatives or not. Lenin's argument is so crude that it is difficult to believe he meant it seriously, yet it harmonizes well enough with his general style of thought. Since nothing really exists except class interests, any alleged problem concerning the independent interests of a governing group or apparatus is a false problem. Apparatuses represent classes, that is elementary, and everything else is childish nonsense. Lenin was quite consistent in such matters. According to the State and Revolution, only an ignoramus or a crafty bourgeois could suggest that the workers are incapable of directly and collectively managing industry, the state, and the administration. 2 years later, it turned out that only an ignoramus or a crafty bourgeois could suggest that the workers were capable of directly and collectively managing industry, the state, and the administration. Obviously, industry requires single managers, and it is absurd to talk of collegiality. Opinions on corporate management are all too frequently imbued with a spirit of sheer ignorance, a spirit of opposition to the specialists. We must get to regard this task in the spirit of the fight against the survivals of the celebrated democracy. All these outcries against appointees, all this old and dangerous rubbish which finds its way into various resolutions and conversations must be swept away. March 29, 1920, Works, Volume 30, pages 458g. Does every worker know how to run the state? People working in the practical sphere know that this is not true. We know that workers in touch with peasants are liable to fall for non-proletarian slogans. How many of the workers have been engaged in government? A few thousand throughout Russia and no more. If we say that it is not the party but the trade unions that put up the candidates and administrate, it may sound very democratic and might help us to catch a few votes, but not for long. It will be fatal for the dictatorship of the proletariat. But the dictatorship of the proletariat cannot be exercised through an organization embracing the whole of that class. It can be exercised only by a vanguard that has absorbed the revolutionary energy of the class. It thus appears, thanks to a peculiar dialectic, that a proletarian government would be the ruin of the dictatorship of the proletariat, a perfectly plausible conclusion, given Lenin's interpretation of the latter term. It also appears that true democracy means the abolition of all institutions that have hitherto been regarded as democratic. On this last point Lenin's 506 language was not quite consistent. At times he extolled Soviet power as the highest form of democracy, since it meant rule by the people, while at others he stigmatized democracy as a bourgeois invention. This led to amusing contradictions, as in his speech to the Third Congress of Soviets on January 25, 1918, democracy is a form of bourgeois state championed by all traitors to genuine socialism, who now find themselves at the head of official socialism and who assert that democracy is contrary to the dictatorship of the proletariat. Until the revolution transcended the limits of the bourgeois system, we were for democracy, but as soon as we saw the first signs of socialism in the progress of the revolution we took a firm and resolute stand for the dictatorship of the proletariat. In other words, traitors to socialism assert that democracy is the opposite of dictatorship, but we have abandoned democracy for dictatorship, which is its opposite. Such awkwardnesses indicate that Lenin was conscious of the daily erosion of what few democratic institutions remained, but wished from time to invoke the virtuous-sounding name of democracy. Directly after the revolution, the traditional democratic freedoms which the Bolsheviks had insistently demanded until they came to power turned out to be weapons of the bourgeoisie. Lenin's writings confirm this repeatedly as far as freedom of the press is concerned. Freedom of the press in bourgeois society means freedom for the rich systematically, unremittingly, daily, in millions of copies, to deceive, corrupt and fool the exploited and oppressed mass of the people, the poor. As against this, freedom of the press means that all opinions of all citizens may be freely published. This was so on the eve of the revolution, but a few days after it things were different. Earlier on we said that if we took power, we intended to close down the bourgeois newspapers. To tolerate the existence of these papers is to cease being a autheolist. Lenin promised and kept his word that we shall not allow ourselves to be deceived by such high-sounding slogans as freedom, equality, and the will of the majority. At the present time, when things have reached the stage of overthrowing the rule of capital all over the world, or at all events in one country, all those who in such a political situation talk about freedom in general, who in the name of this freedom oppose the dictatorship of the proletariat, are doing nothing more nor less than aiding and abetting the exploiters, for unless freedom promotes the emancipation of labor from the yoke of capital, it is a deception. The point was put most clearly and concisely at the Third Congress of the Comintern. Until the final issue is decided on the general scale, this awful state of war will continue. And we say, à la guerre comme à la guerre, we do not promise any freedom, or any democracy. The whole question of representative institutions, civil rights, the rights of minorities, control over government, constitutional problems in general, all these are silenced by the maxim à la guerre comme à la guerre, and the war is to go on until communism triumphs the world over. In particular, and this is the heart of the matter, the whole idea of law as a system of social mediation ceases to exist. Since law is nothing but the instrument whereby one class oppresses another, there is clearly no essential difference between the rule of law and rule by direct compulsion. All that matters is which class has the upper hand. In a letter to D.I. Kursky in May 1922, Lenin wrote, "The courts must not ban terror, but must formulate the motives underlying it, legalize it as a principle, plainly, without any make-believe or embellishment." In an accompanying draft amendment to the Criminal Code he proposed the wording, "propaganda or agitation that objectively serves the interests of that section of the international bourgeoisie which refuses to recognize the rights of the communist system of ownership that is superseding capitalism, and is striving to overthrow that system by violence, either by means of foreign intervention or blockade, or by espionage, financing the press, and similar means, is an offense punishable by death, which, if mitigating circumstances are proved, may be commuted to deprivation of liberty, or deportation." At the 11th Congress of the RCP, Lenin declared that the Mensheviks and S.R.S. who maintained that 508. The N.E.P. was a retreat towards capitalism and that this proved the bourgeois character of the revolution, would be shot for making such statements. In this way Lenin laid the foundations of the legislation that distinguishes a totalitarian from a merely despotic system, the operative fact being not that it is severe but that it is spurious. A law may provide draconic penalties for small offenses without being specifically totalitarian. What is characteristic of totalitarian law is the use of such formulas as Lenin's: people may be executed for expressing views that may objectively serve the interests of the bourgeoisie. This means that the government can put to death anyone it chooses. There is no such thing as law. It is not that the criminal code is severe, but that it has no existence except in name. As already mentioned, all this took place at a time when the party was not yet in full control and had sometimes to answer criticism. Paradoxically, the sharp and unambiguous formulas in which Lenin called for the use of terror and denied the possibility of democracy and freedom testified to the fact that freedom had not yet been completely eradicated. In the Stalin era, when there was no criticism from outside the party to contend with, the language of terror was replaced by that of democracy. Especially in Stalin's later years, the Soviet system was presented as the supreme embodiment of popular rule and every kind of democratic freedom. In Lenin's day, however, the leaders had to answer socialist critics both in Russia and in the rest of Europe, who protested strongly at the idea that the dictatorship of the proletariat involved the destruction of democracy. Kolakowski's onslaught on the Soviet system in his Dictatorship of the Proletariat drew a furious reply from Lenin. In the Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Kolakowski he repeated his attack on ignoramuses who talked of democracy irrespective of its class content, willfully obscuring the fact that bourgeois democracy was for the bourgeoisie and proletarian democracy for the proletariat. Kolakowski had argued that when Marx spoke of a dictatorship of the proletariat he had in mind the class content of the regime and not its methods of government. Democratic institutions, in Kolakowski's view, were not only compatible with proletarian rule but were CT condition of fit. To Lenin all this was nonsense. Since the proletariat was governing, it must govern. 5°9 by force, and dictatorship was government by force and not by law. 7. Trotsky on dictatorship. Kolakowski's next pamphlet, Terrorism and Communism, was answered by Trotsky in a work bearing the same title. An English translation appeared in R92R as The Defense of Terrorism. This revealing work is in some ways even more emphatic than Lenin's utterances. Trotsky, who had foreseen in 1903 that Lenin's theory of the party would lead to a one-man tyranny, was completely converted to that theory by R920. His pamphlet is noteworthy as containing the most general exposition, written when he was in power, of the theory of the state under a proletarian dictatorship, and also the most explicit account of what has come to be called the totalitarian system. True, the pamphlet was written during the Civil War and the war with Poland, but it clearly aspires to be a work of general theory. The many quotations from Trotsky's previous speeches show that he is not merely exaggerating his thesis in the heat of the moment. He presents the general principles of the dictatorship of the proletariat in the same way as Lenin. Bourgeois democracy is a cheat. Serious issues in the class war are decided not by votes but by force. In time of revolution the right course is to fight for power and not wait foolishly for a majority. To reject terror is to reject socialism. Parliamentary systems have had their day. They mainly reflected the interests of the intermediate classes, while in the revolutionary era it is only the proletariat and the bourgeoisie that count. Talk of equality before the law, civil rights, etc. is, at the present day, nothing but metaphysical claptrap. It was right to disperse the Constituent Assembly, if only because the electoral system was overtaken by the rapid course of events, and the Assembly did not represent the people's will. It was right to shoot hostages. Freedom of the press could not be permitted, as it aided the class enemy and its allies, the Mensheviks and the S.R.S. It was idle to talk about truth and who was right. This was not an academic debate, but a fight to the death. The rights of the individual. The fortunes of Leninism were irrelevant nonsense, and as for us, we were never concerned with the Kantian priestly and vegetarian Quaker prattle about the sacredness of human life. The Paris Commune had been defeated because of sentimental and humanitarian qualms. In a dictatorship of the proletariat the party must be the highest court of appeal and have the last word in all important matters. The revolutionary supremacy of the proletariat presupposes within the proletariat itself the political supremacy of a party, with a clear program of action and a faultless internal discipline. The dictatorship of the Soviets became possible only by means of the dictatorship of the party. Trotsky, however, answers questions that Lenin evaded or ignored. Where is your guarantee, certain wise men ask us, that it is just your party that expresses the interests of historical development? Destroying or driving underground the other parties, you have thereby prevented their political competition with you, and consequently you have deprived yourselves of the possibility of testing your line of action. Trotsky replies, this idea is dictated by a purely liberal conception of the course of the revolution. In a period in which all antagonisms assume an open character, and the political struggle swiftly passes into a civil war, the ruling party has sufficient material standard by which to test its line of action, without the possible circulation of Menshevik papers. Nevsky crushes the communists, but they grow. We have suppressed the Mensheviks and the S.R.S. and they have disappeared. This criterion is sufficient for us. This is one of the most enlightening theoretical formulations of Bolshevism, from which it appears that the rightness of a historical movement or a state is to be judged by whether its use of violence is successful. Nevsky did not succeed in crushing the German communists, but Hitler did. It would thus follow from Trotsky's rule that Hitler expressed the interests of historical development. Stalin liquidated the Trotskyists in Russia, and they disappeared. So evidently Stalin, and not Trotsky, stood for historical progress. From the principle of government by a vanguard it followed, of course, that the continuous independence of the trade union movement, in the period of the proletarian revolution, is just as much an impossibility. 51. As the policy of coalition. The trade unions become the most important economic organs of the proletariat in power. Thereby they fall under the leadership of the Communist Party. Not only questions of principle in the trade union movement, but serious conflicts of organization within it are decided by the Central Committee of our party. Are the organs of production of the Soviet state, and assume responsibility for its fortunes, not opposing themselves to it, but identifying themselves with it. The unions become the organizers of labor discipline. They demand from the workers intensive labor under the most difficult conditions. The state is, of course, organized in the interest of the working masses. This, however, does not exclude the element of compulsion in all its forms, both the most gentle and the extremely severe. In the new society, compulsion will not only not disappear but will play an essential part. The very principle of compulsory labor service is for the communist quite unquestionable. The only solution of economic difficulties that is correct from the point of view both of principle and of practice is to treat the population of the whole country as the reservoir of the necessary labor power. The principle itself of compulsory labor service has just as radically and permanently replaced the principle of free hiring as the socialization of the means of production has replaced capitalist property. Labor must be militarized. We oppose capitalist slavery by socially regulated labor on the basis of an economic plan, obligatory for the whole people and consequently compulsory for each worker in the country. The foundations of the militarization of labor are those forms of state compulsion without which the replacement of capitalist economy by the socialist will forever remain an empty sound. No social organization except the army has ever considered itself justified in subordinating citizens to itself in such a measure, and controlling them by its will on all sides to such a degree, as the state of the proletarian dictatorship considers itself justified in doing, and does. We can have no way to socialism except by the authoritative regulation of the economic forces and resources of the country, and the centralized distribution of labor power in harmony with the general state plan. The labor state considers itself 512. Empowered to send every worker to the place where his work is necessary. The young socialist state requires trade unions, not for a struggle for better conditions of labor, that is the task of the social and state organization as a whole, but to organize the working class for the ends of production, to educate, discipline, distribute, group, retain certain categories and certain workers at their posts for fixed periods. To sum up, the road to socialism lies through a period of the highest possible intensification of the principle of the state. The state, before disappearing, assumes the form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, i.e. the most ruthless form of state, which embraces the life of the citizens authoritatively in every direction. It would be difficult indeed to put the matter more plainly. The state of the proletarian dictatorship is depicted by Trotsky as a huge permanent concentration camp in which the government exercises absolute power over every aspect of the citizens' lives and in particular decides how much work they shall do, of what kind and in what places. Individuals are nothing but labor units. Compulsion is universal, and any organization that is not part of the state must be its enemy, thus the enemy of the proletariat. All this, of course, is in the name of an ideal realm of freedom, the advent of which is expected after an indefinite lapse of historical time. Trotsky, we may say, provided a perfect expression of socialist principles as understood by the Bolsheviks. It should be noted, however, that we are not told clearly what, from the Marxist point of view, is to replace the free hiring of labor, which, according to Marx, is a mark of slavery, as it means that a man has to sell his labor power on the market, i.e. treat himself as a commodity and be so treated by society. If free hiring is abolished, the only ways of inducing people to work and produce wealth are physical compulsion or moral motivation. The latter was of course much extolled by both Lenin and Trotsky, but they soon found that it was chimerical to rely on it as a permanent source of effort. Only compulsion was left, not capitalist compulsion based on the necessity to earn a living, but sheer physical force, the fear of imprisonment, physical injury, and death. 8. Lenin as an ideologist of totalitarianism. Lem, who in important practical matters was much less doctrinaire than Trotsky, departed from his own principles on at least 2 points. In the first place, he recognized that the trade unions had a part to play not only in the execution of planned production but also in defending the workers against the state, although previously, with true Marxist logic, he had maintained, like Trotsky, that this meant the working class defending itself against itself, which was absurd. Secondly, he admitted that the state was suffering from bureaucratic distortion, though it was not clear how this could fit into his mental scheme. On the face of things, from the viewpoint of class interests, capitalist bureaucracy was an instrument of oppression and socialist bureaucracy of liberation. It does credit to his common sense that in both these matters he was able to sacrifice dogma to reality, but unfortunately he saw the light too late to do anything. In any case, for one word in favor of trade union independence he uttered 10 about the danger of syndicalism, and he had no cure for bureaucracy except more bureaucracy. Any illusion that the party itself could be an enclave of free speech and free criticism, suppressed in society at large, was doomed to early disappointment. Lenin himself, as we have seen, never regarded cliques or disputes within the party as a healthy sign. As early as IGIO, at grips with the Itzovists and the slogan of complete freedom of revolutionary and philosophical thought, he wrote, "This slogan is thoroughly opportunist." In all countries this kind of slogan has been put forward in the socialist parties only by opportunists and in practice has meant nothing but freedom to corrupt the working class with bourgeois ideology. Freedom of thought we demand from the state together with freedom of association. This, of course, referred to the bourgeois state. Once the authority of the state was identified with that of the party, the rules applying to freedom of criticism must evidently be the same for both. The Gleichschaltung of the party took longer, but was equally inevitable. The matter was settled in principle at the 10th Congress, in March 1921, by Lenin's attack on factionalism and the luxury of studying shades of opinion, and his statement that we must make it quite clear that we cannot have arguments about deviations and that we must put a stop to that. For some years after Lenin's death it was impossible completely to prevent the overt formation of groups and platforms within the party, or rather the party apparatus, but before long genuine or imaginary deviations were dealt with by the punitive arm of the state, and the ideal of unity was achieved by police methods. If it can be said, however, that Lenin's doctrine and the style of thought that went with it laid the foundations of the totalitarian system, this underscore is not on account of the principles invoked to justify the use of terror and the stifling of civil liberties. Once the civil war begins, extreme measures of terrorism are to be expected from both sides. The extinguishing of civil liberties in order to maintain and strengthen the regime does not amount to totalitarianism unless accompanied by the principle that every activity economic, cultural, etc., must be completely subordinated to the aims of the state, that not only are acts against the regime forbidden and ruthlessly punished, but no political actions are neutral and the individual citizen has no right to do anything that is not part of the state's purposes, that he is the state's property and is treated by it as such. The Soviet system, which took over these principles from Tsarist Russia and brought them to a far greater degree of perfection, is in this respect also the work of Lenin. Lenin never believed in the possibility of impartiality or neutrality in any sphere of life, including philosophy. Anyone who claimed to belong to no party, or declared himself neutral, was a secret enemy. Attacking the Railwaymen's Union shortly after the revolution, on December 1, 1917, Lenin told the Congress of Soviets of Peasants' Deputies, at a time of revolutionary struggle, when every minute counts, when dissent and neutrality allow the enemy to put in his word, when he will certainly be heard, and when no haste is made to help the people in their struggle for their sacred rights, I cannot call such a stand neutrality. It is not neutrality, a revolutionary would call it incitement. There were no neutrals in politics, or anywhere else. Whatever question Lenin was concerned with at any time, all that 515 interested him was whether it was good or bad for the revolution or, afterwards, for the Soviet government. His 4 short articles on Tolstoy, written in 1910-11 after the latter's death, are a typical example. His central theme is the existence of two aspects in Tolstoy's work, the first reactionary and utopian, the second progressive and critical. The reactionary aspect of Tolstoy's doctrine was emphasized by reactionaries, but the progressive aspect might afford useful material for the purpose of arousing the masses, although the political struggle was already much wider in scope than Tolstoy's criticism. Lenin's article of 1905, Party Organization and Party Literature, was used for decades, and is still used, to justify ideologically the enslavement of the written word in Russia. It has been argued that it refers only to political literature, but this is not so, it relates to every kind of writing. It contains the words, "Down with nonpartisan writers. Down with literary supermen." Literature must become part of the common cause of the proletariat, a cog and a screw of one single great social democratic mechanism set in motion by the entire politically conscious vanguard of the entire working class. For the benefit of hysterical intellectuals who deplore this seemingly bureaucratic attitude, Lenin explains that there can be no mechanical leveling in the field of literature, there must be room for personal initiative, imagination, etc. Nonetheless, literary work must be part of the party's work and controlled by the party. This, of course, was written during the fight for bourgeois democracy, on the assumption that Russia would in due course enjoy freedom of speech but that literary members of the party would have to display party-mindedness in their writings. As in other cases, the obligation would become genial when the party controlled the apparatus of state coercion. Lenin's often quoted speech to the Komsomol Congress on October 2, 1920 deals with ethical questions on similar lines. We say that our morality is entirely subordinated to the interests of the proletariat's class struggle. Morality is what serves to destroy the old exploiting society and to unite all the working people around the proletariat, which is building up a communist society. To a communist, all morality lies in this united discipline and conscious mass struggle against the exploiters. We do not believe in an eternal morality, and we expose the falseness of all the fables about morality. It would be hard to interpret these words in any other sense than that everything which serves or injures the party's aims is morally good or bad respectively, and nothing else is morally good or bad. After the seizure of power, the maintenance and strengthening of Soviet rule becomes the sole criterion of morality as well as of all cultural values. No criteria can avail against any action that may seem conducive to the maintenance of power, and no values can be recognized on any other basis. All cultural questions thus become technical questions and must be judged by the one unvarying standard. The good of society becomes completely alienated from the good of its individual members. It is bourgeois sentimentalism, for instance, to condemn aggression and annexation if it can be shown that they help to maintain Soviet power. It is illogical and hypocritical to condemn torture if it serves the ends of the power which, by definition, is devoted to the liberation of the working masses. Utilitarian morality and utilitarian judgments of social and cultural phenomena transform the original basis of socialism into its opposite. All phenomena that arouse moral indignation if they occur in bourgeois society are turned to gold, as if by a Midas touch. If they serve the interests of the new power, the armed invasion of a foreign state is liberation, aggression is defense, tortures represent the people's noble rage against the exploiters. There is absolutely nothing in the worst excesses of the worst years of Stalinism that cannot be justified on Leninist principles, if only it can be shown that Soviet power was increased thereby. The essential difference between the Lenin era and the Stalin era is not that under Lenin there was freedom in the party and society and that under Stalin it was crushed, but that it was only in Stalin's day that the whole spiritual life of the peoples of the Soviet Union was submerged in a universal flood of mendacity. This was due, however, not only to Stalin's personality but also, if one may so put it, to the natural development of the situation. When Lenin spoke of terror, bureaucracy, or an anti-Bolshevik rising by the peasants, he called these things by their names. Once the Stalinist dictatorship set in, the party had no mistakes whatever to its discredit, the Soviet state was flawless, and the people's love for the government was unbounded. The change was natural in the sense that in a state where every vestige of institutional control over the government had been done away with, the latter's only justification was that, as a matter of foreordained principle, it embodied the interests and aspirations of the working people. This may be called an ideological form of legitimacy, distinct from the charisma which belongs to a hereditary monarchy or from a properly elected regime. The omnipotence of the lie was not due to Stalin's wickedness, but was the only way of legitimizing a regime based on Leninist principles. The slogan constantly met with during Stalin's dictatorship, "Stalin is the Lenin of our day," was thus entirely accurate. 9. Martov on the Bolshevik ideology. Together with Kolakowski and Rosa Luxemburg, Martov was the third eminent critic of Bolshevik ideology and tactics in the years immediately after the revolution. His World Bolshevism, a collection of articles written chiefly in 1908-19, is probably the most important attempt to criticize Leninism from the Menshevik standpoint, i.e. it represents a social democratic view similar to Kolakowski's. Martov claimed that the assumption of power by the Bolsheviks in Russia had little in common with the proletarian revolution as traditionally understood by Marxists. The successes of Bolshevism were not due to the maturity of the working class, but to its disintegration and the demoralization of war. The pre-war working class, educated in socialism for years or decades by the parties, had been depraved by the years of slaughter and altered in character by the influx of the rural element, a process which had taken place in all the belligerent nations. The former authority of ideas had vanished, crude, simple maxims were the order of the day, actions were dictated by direct material needs and the belief that all social questions could be solved by force of arms. The socialist left had been defeated in its attempt, at Zimmerwald, to save what remained of the proletarian movement. The fact that Marxism had disintegrated during the war into social patriotism on the one, the fortunes of Leninism and Bolshevik anarcho-Jacobinism on the other was only a confirmation of the Marxist theory that consciousness depends on social conditions. The ruling classes, by means of their armies, were perpetrating mass destruction, pillage, forced labor, etc. In the midst of this general regression, World Bolshevism had arisen on the ruins of the socialist movement. Contrasting the promises in Lenin's The State and Revolution with post-revolutionary reality, Martov nevertheless takes the view that the sense of Bolshevism does not lie in the restriction of democracy. Plekhanov's old idea that the revolution should for a time deprive the bourgeoisie of electoral rights could have been applied if there had existed other forms of institutional democracy. The ideology of Bolshevism is based on the principle that scientific socialism is true and must therefore be imposed on the masses who, deluded by the bourgeoisie, cannot understand their own interests. For this purpose it is necessary to destroy parliament, the free press, and all representative institutions. This doctrine, Martov says, is in accordance with a certain strain in the tradition of utopian socialism. Measures similar to those of the Bolsheviks figured in the program of the Bobovists, Weitling, Cabet, or the Blanquists. They are, however, contrary to dialectical materialism. From the principle that the working class is spiritually dependent on the society in which it lives, the utopians drew the inference that society must be transformed by a handful of conspirators or an enlightened elite, with the laboring masses playing the role of a passive object. But the dialectic view, expressed, for example, in Marx's third thesis on Feuerbach, is that there is a constant interaction between human consciousness and material conditions, and that as the working class struggles to alter these conditions it changes itself and achieves spiritual liberation. The dictatorship of a minority cannot educate either society or the dictators themselves. The proletariat can only take over the achievements of bourgeois society when it becomes capable of taking the initiative as a class, and it cannot do so in conditions of despotism, bureaucracy, and terror. The Bolsheviks, Martov continues, are not entitled to appeal to Marx's formulas concerning the dictatorship of the proletariat and the destruction of the former state machine. Marx attacked the electoral law in the name of universal eligibility and popular sovereignty, not the despotism of a single party. He called for 519. The abolition of the anti-democratic institutions of the democratic state police, standing army, centralized bureaucracy, but not the abolition of democracy as such. The dictatorship of the proletariat meant to him not a form of government but a particular kind of society. The Leninists, on the other hand, proclaim the anarchist slogan of smashing the state machine and are seeking at the same time to rebuild it in the most despotic form possible. The dispute between Lenin and Martov thus ended at the point where it had begun in 1903. When Martov spoke of working class rule, he meant what he said, whereas in Lenin's view the working class left to itself could only produce bourgeois ideology, and to give it real power would amount to restoring capitalism. As Lenin wrote quite rightly in August 1921, the slogan "More faith in the forces of the working class" is now being used, in fact, to increase the influence of the Mensheviks and anarchists, as was vividly proved and demonstrated by Kronstadt in the spring of 1921. Martov wanted the state to take over all the democratic institutions of the past and increase their scope. Lenin's state was communist only inasmuch as the communists had a monopoly of power in it. Martov believed in cultural continuity. To Lenin, the only culture that should be taken over from the bourgeoisie consisted of technical and administrative skills. However, Martov was mistaken when he accused the Bolsheviks of expressing in their ideology the hunger of the demoralized masses for material goods. This view was occasioned by the mass plundering which marked the first phase of the revolution, but neither Lenin nor any other Bolshevik leader regarded plundering as an expression of communist doctrine. On the contrary, Lenin maintained that increased labor productivity was the hallmark of socialist superiority, and he relied mainly, if not wholly, on technical progress to bring about socialism. He wrote, for instance, that if scores of regional electric power stations were constructed which, however, would take at least 10 years, even the most backward parts of Russia would pass straight to socialism without any intervening stage. It was in fact the Bolsheviks who established the idea that global production indices are the basic evidence for the 520 success of socialism, although of course not in so many words. They sanctified the principle of production for its own sake, irrespective of whether it makes life better for the producers, i.e. the whole working community. This was an important aspect, though not the only one, of the cult of state power as the supreme value. 10. Lenin as a polemicist. Lenin's genius. The great bulk of Lenin's published work consists of attacks and polemics. The reader is invariably struck by the coarseness and aggressiveness of his style, which are unparalleled in the whole literature of socialism. His polemics are full of insults and humorless mockery. It makes no difference whether he is attacking the economists, the Mensheviks, the cadets, Kolakowski, Trotsky, or the workers' opposition. If his opponent is not a lackey of the bourgeoisie and the landowners, he is a prostitute, a clown, a liar, a pettifogging rogue, and so on. This style of controversy was to become obligatory in Soviet writing on topics of the day, though in a stereotyped, bureaucratic form devoid of personal passion. If Lenin's opponent happens to say something he agrees with, the man is forced to admit whatever it is. If a dispute breaks out in the enemy camp, one of its members has blurted out the truth about another. If the author of a book or article does not mention something that Lenin thinks he ought to have mentioned, he has hushed it up. His socialist adversary of the moment fails to understand the ABC of Marxism. If, however, Lenin changes his mind on the point at issue, the one who fails to understand the ABC of Marxism is he who maintains what Lenin was maintaining the day before. Everyone is constantly suspected of the worst intentions. Anyone who differs from Lenin on the most trifling matter is a cheat, or at best a stupid child. The purpose of this technique was not to satisfy any personal dislike, still less to arrive at the truth, but to achieve a practical object. Lenin himself confirmed this on an occasion in 1907. On the eve of reunion with the Mensheviks, the Central Committee had brought Lenin before a party tribunal for impermissible attacks on them. He had said in a pamphlet, among other things, that 521. The St. Petersburg Mensheviks had entered into negotiations with the Cadet Party for the purpose of selling workers' votes to the cadets, and had bargained with the cadets to smuggle their man into the Duma, in spite of the workers, with the aid of the cadets. Lenin explained his action to the tribunal as follows. The wording is calculated to evoke in the reader hatred, aversion, and contempt for people who commit such deeds. Such wording is calculated not to convince, but to break up the ranks of the opponent, not to correct the mistake of the opponent, but to destroy him, to wipe his organization off the face of the earth. This wording is indeed of such a nature as to evoke the worst thoughts, the worst suspicions about the opponent, and indeed, as contrasted with the wording that convinces and corrects, it carries confusion into the ranks of the proletariat. Lenin, however, is not expressing penitence for this. In his opinion, it is right to incite to hatred instead of appealing to argument, unless the adversary is a member of the same party, and at the time of the remarks complained of, the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks were two separate parties on account of the split. He rebukes the Central Committee for remaining silent about the fact that at the time the pamphlet was written a united party did not exist in the organization from which it emanated, and whose aims it served. It is wrong to write about party comrades in language that systematically spreads among the working masses hatred, aversion, contempt, etc. for those who hold other opinions. But one may and one must write in that strain about an organization that has seceded. Why must one? Because when a split has taken place, it is one's duty to wrest the masses from the leadership of the seceding section. Are there any limits to a permissible struggle stemming from a split? No party standards set limits to such a struggle, nor can there be such limits, for a split implies that the party has ceased to exist. We may thank the Mensheviks for provoking Lenin to this avowal, which is confirmed by the activity of his whole life. No holds are barred, and all that counts is to achieve one's object. Unlike Stalin, Lenin was never actuated by motives of personal revenge. He treated people, and this, it should be emphasized, included himself exclusively, as political tools and 522 instruments of the historical process. This is one of the most salient features of his personality. If political calculation so required, he could pelt a man with mud one day and shake hands with him the next. He vilified Plekhanov after 1905, but ceased to do so at once when he found that Plekhanov was opposed to the liquidators and the Empiria critics and was, with the prestige of his name, a valuable ally. Up to 191-7 he hurled anathemas at Trotsky, but all this was forgotten when Trotsky became a Bolshevik and proved to be a highly gifted leader and organizer. He denounced the treachery of Zinoviev and Kamenev in publicly opposing the plan for an armed uprising in October, but afterwards he allowed them to occupy high positions in the party and the Comintern. When someone had to be attacked, personal considerations went by the board. Lenin was capable of shelving disputes if he thought it possible to agree on basic issues. For example, he overlooked Bogdanov's philosophical errors until the latter opposed him over the question of the party being represented in the Third Duma, but if the dispute concerned something he considered important at the time, he showed the adversary no mercy. He derided questions of personal loyalty in political quarrels. When the Mensheviks accused Malinovsky, one of the Bolshevik leaders, of being an Okhrana agent, Lenin rebutted these base slanders with the utmost ferocity. After the February Revolution it came to light that they were true, whereupon Lenin attacked Rodzianko, the president of the Duma. Rodzianko, it appeared, had been informed of Malinovsky's role and had brought about his resignation from the Duma, but had not told the Bolsheviks, on the ground, forsooth, that when he received the information from the Minister of the Interior he had given his word of honor not to reveal it. Lenin was full of pseudo-moral indignation at the fact that the Bolsheviks' enemies had abstained from helping them on the ridiculous pretext of honor. Another characteristic of Lenin's is that he often projected his hostility into the past in order to show that the opponent had always been a villain and a traitor. In 1906 he wrote that Struve had been a counter-revolutionary as early as 1894, although no one could have supposed this from Lenin's arguments with Struve in 1895, when they were still collaborating. For years Lenin regarded Kolakowski as a theorist of the highest authority, but after Kolakowski took up a centrist position during the war, Lenin denounced him for having shown opportunism in a pamphlet of 1902 and claimed that he had not written as a Marxist since 1909. Throughout 1914-18, in his attacks on the social chauvinists, Lenin invoked the Basel Manifesto of the Second International, which called on parties to have nothing to do with the imperialist war, but after the final breach with the Second International it appeared that the manifesto was a deception by renegades. For many years Lenin insisted that he did not stand for any separate trend within the socialist movement, but that he and the Bolsheviks held to the same principles as the Social Democrats of Europe, especially Germany. But in 1920, in left-wing communism and infantile disorder, it was revealed that Bolshevism as a brand of political thought had existed since 1903, which indeed was the case. Lenin's retroactive view of history was of course nothing in comparison to the systematic falsification of Stalin's day, when it had to be shown at all costs that the current assessment of individuals and political movements was equally valid for all past years. In this respect Lenin only made a modest beginning, and often adhered to a rational mode of thought. For instance, he maintained to the end that Plekhanov had rendered great services in popularizing Marxism and that his theoretical works should be reprinted, although Plekhanov at the time was wholly on the side of the social chauvinists. Since Lenin was interested only in the political effect of his writings, they are full of repetitions. He was not afraid to repeat the same ideas again and again. He had no stylistic ambitions, but was merely concerned with influencing the party or the workers. It is noteworthy that his style is at its coarsest in factional dispute and when he is addressing party activists, but that he speaks to the workers in much milder terms. Some of his works addressed to them are masterpieces of propaganda, such as the pamphlet Political Parties in Russia and the Tasks of the Proletariat, which gives a concise and lucid account of the position of the respective parties on the main questions of the hour. In theoretical debates, too, he was more concerned to overwhelm the adversary with words and abuse than to analyze arguments in detail. Materialism and empiria criticism is an outstanding example, but there are many others. In 1913 Struve published a book entitled The Economy and Prices, in which he argued that value in Marx's sense, independent of price, was a metaphysical and non-empirical category and was economically superfluous. Lenin commented in these terms, "How can one help calling this most radical method most flimsy? For thousands of years mankind has been aware of the operation of an objective law in the phenomenon of exchange, has been trying to understand it and express it with the utmost precision, has been testing its explanations by millions and billions of day-by-day observations of economic life, and suddenly a fashionable representative of a fashionable occupation, that of collecting quotations, comes along and does away with all this. Worth is a phantom." Lenin proceeds to explain, price is a manifestation of the law of value. Value is the law of price, i.e. the generalized expression of the phenomenon of price. To speak of independence here is a mockery of science. Then the summing up, expelling laws from science means, in fact, smuggling in the laws of religion. And the judgment, does Mr. Struve really think he can deceive his readers and disguise his obscurantism with such crude methods? This is a typical example of Lenin's treatment of an adversary. Struve had said that value cannot be calculated independently of price. Lenin says that to speak of independence is a mockery of science. There is no attempt to meet the real argument, which is drowned in a welter of verbiage and abuse. It should be repeated, however, that Lenin did not exempt himself from this purely technical, instrumental attitude towards people and affairs. He had no thought of personal gain. Unlike Trotsky, for instance, he was in no way a poser and was not given to theatrical gestures. He regarded himself as an instrument of the revolution and was unshakably convinced that he was in the right, so convinced that he was not afraid to stand alone, or almost alone, against his political opponents. He resembled Luther in the steadfastness of his belief that God, or rather history, spoke through his lips. He rejected with scorn the reproach, made, for example, by Ledbuhr at Zimmerwald, that he was calling on the Russian workers to shed blood while himself remaining safely in a foreign country. Such objections were absurd from his point of view, since it was to the advantage of the revolution that he should operate from abroad. Given Russian conditions, there could not be a revolution without the emigration. In any case, no one could accuse him of personal cowardice. He was capable of assuming the heaviest responsibility, and always took up a clear-cut attitude in any dispute. He was certainly right in reproaching the leaders of all other socialist groups with being afraid to seize power. The others found it safer to put their faith in historical laws. Lenin, who was not afraid, played for the highest stakes and won. Why did he win? Certainly not because he correctly foresaw the course of events. His prophecies and estimates were often wrong, sometimes glaringly so. After the defeat of 1905, he believed for a long time that another upsurge was imminent. When he realized, however, that the tide of revolution had subsided and that there would have to be long years of work in reactionary conditions, he immediately drew all the inferences from the situation. When Wilson was elected President of the United States in IGI-2, he declared that the two-party system in America was bankrupt vis-a-vis the socialist movement. In I-9-I-3 he stated no less categorically that Irish nationalism was extinct in the working class. After I-9-I-7 he expected a European revolution any day, and thought he could run the Russian economy by means of terror. But all his misjudgments were in the direction of expecting the revolutionary movement to be stronger, and to manifest itself earlier, than it actually did. They were fortunate errors from his point of view, since it was only on the basis of false estimates that he decided on an armed insurrection in October I-9-I-7. His mistakes enabled him to exploit the possibilities of revolution to the full, and were thus the cause of his success. Lenin's genius was not that of foresight, but of concentrating at a given moment all the social energies that could be used to seize power, and subordinating all his efforts and those of his party to this one aim. Without Lenin's firmness of purpose, it is unthinkable that the Bolsheviks could have succeeded. But for him they would have prolonged the boycott of the Duma beyond the critical moment. They would not have ventured on an armed uprising to secure power for themselves alone, they would not have signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, and they might not, at the last moment, have adopted the new economic policy. In critical situations Lenin committed violence on the party, and his cause prevailed as a result. World communism as we know it today is truly his work. Neither Lenin nor the Bolsheviks made the revolution. Since the turn of the century it had been clear that the autocracy was in a precarious state, though no historical laws prescribed the manner of its downfall. The February Revolution was due to the coincidence of many factors: the war, peasant demands, memories of 1905, the conspiracy of the liberals, support from the Entente, the radicalization of the working masses. As the revolutionary process developed, the slogan was that of Soviet power, and those who supported the October Revolution wanted power for the Soviets, not for the Bolshevik Party. But Soviet power was an anarchist utopia, the dream of a society in which the mass of the people, most of it ignorant and illiterate, would in permanent mass rallies decide all economic, social, military, and administrative questions. It can hardly be said that Soviet power was even overthrown. The slogan "the Soviets without the Communists" was frequently used in popular anti-Bolshevik revolts, but it meant nothing in practice, and the Bolsheviks knew this. They were able to enlist support for themselves as a Soviet government, and to canalize the energies of the revolution at a time when they were the only party prepared to govern single-handed. Nonetheless, the actual revolutionary process was much more Soviet than specifically Bolshevik, and for some years the culture, mood, and habits of the new society reflected the fact that it originated in an explosion in which the Bolsheviks were the best organized force but were by no means a majority of society. The revolution was not a Bolshevik coup d'état, but a true revolution of the workers and peasants. The Bolsheviks alone were able to harness it for their own ends. Their victory was at once a defeat for the revolution and a defeat for communist ideas, even in their Bolshevik version. Lenin described the dangers ahead with admirable clarity at the 11th Party Congress in March R922. Speaking of the communists' weakness vis-a-vis the culture inherited from Tsarist times, he said, If the conquering nation is more cultured than the vanquished nation, the former imposes its culture upon the latter, but if the opposite is the case, the vanquished nation imposes its culture upon the conqueror. Has not something like this happened in the capital of the RSFSR? Have the 4,700 communists come under the influence of an alien culture? True, there may be the impression that the vanquished have a high level of culture. But that is not the case at all. Their culture is miserable, insignificant, but it is still at a higher level than ours. This is one of Lenin's most penetrating observations on the state he had created. The slogan "Learn from the bourgeoisie" was put into practice in a way that was both tragic and grotesque. With enormous labor and only partial success, the Bolsheviks set about assimilating, as they are still doing, the technical achievements of the capitalist world. With no labor at all, they adopted swiftly and completely the methods of government and administration of the Tsarist chinovniks. The revolutionary dreams have survived only in the form of phraseological remnants decorating the regime's totalitarian imperialism.